And let's be clear, this is the toughest sports car race to win in the world.
An hour north of Georgia's capital, you'll find the home of Petit Le Mans, a race that has been a landmark moment for more than a quarter of a century. It's championship day.
Drivers, start your engines!
These cars that have battled all season so fiercely.
And here are the championship combatants. It is a straight-up, head-to-head fight at this 10-hour endurance test.
Here's the possibilities as a turn to the outside. This is for the lead. Unbelievable stuff. And 55 is going to win Petit Le Mans. Oh, he tried to look to the inside of turn 5. Here road to 60. He's already down to the left.
Absolute chaos.
Today, a small Georgia town stands atop the world's motorsports stage, and all of the ingredients for something truly special are here.
Road Atlanta and Petit Le Mans, a magical place and treacherous race.
It's time to bring the action at Motul Petit Le Mans.
What a way to kick off our live coverage on 98.1 Road Atlanta FM around the world on RS2, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and video channels. And of course, we're live on the IMSA YouTube channel as well as the video player at IMSARadio.com. John Hindhaugh with Peter Mackay in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. The whole season has been outstanding. We've had entertainment, we have had action, we've had not a little controversy as well, but that is all behind us. What's ahead of us is 10 hours around the torturous, challenging 2.54 miles of Road Atlanta, basically left untouched for a couple of decades since Turn 10 went in 1997. Action areas at Turn 1 where the prototypes arrive at a ridiculous speed and scrub off barely any miles per hour. Passing opportunities at Turn 6 and then the very important Turn 7 to get down to the heavy braking area at Turns 10A and 10B. But what we know about this is that anywhere on the track, drama can unfold at any time. Peter Mackay is alongside me, sampling this circuit in person for the first time. You've been around the track already this morning in a Lexus, and as hard as we try to describe it, as hard as our colleagues at NASCAR Productions with the TV coverage try, really until your backside's a couple of inches off this hallowed tarmac, there's no way that you can understand what these drivers are about to go through.
I'm just wondering how I can get myself in the driver's seat in the driving school or something like that around here, because the experience in the passenger seat was incredible, and what these drivers go through, whether they're in the GTD class, the LMP2s, or these GTP machines, is just unfathomable how talented they are and how fit they are as well, because this is a mental challenge, because it's such a short lap. You're round and round and round all the time, and there's very little respite.
We talk about the high-speed nature of the Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Road Atlanta, but there's a big braking zone down to Turn 10, and you're on that pedal 6 times a lap. Our Brembo brake technicians tell us that this is a 4 out of 5 difficulty rating for the brake package, and this is not just a finger in the air. They look at all the data that they get, and particularly for the GTP cars at the front of the field, hauling the cars down from a huge speed down to 60 miles an hour at Turn 10, where the brake temperature basically, as you're pulling 3 Gs and decelerating 120 miles an hour, so from 180 down to 60 mph, brake temperature 800 Celsius, that's over 1470 Fahrenheit, and we rinse and repeat that for several hundred laps. The safety car lights are out. Let's check in very quickly with Ryan Marine with a GTD storyline down in the pit lane.
Got to start with the championship battle in GTD Pro. It's practically winner-take-all at this late stage with Alexander Sims and Antonio Garcia, a narrow 13-point lead over Albert Costa after qualifying. It's going to be fascinating. Every little position matters so much in that class. Let's head down to Arjuna Kankapati now for stories in the prototype ranks.
And it's similar stories in terms of GTP with the championship. For the manufacturers at least, now being tied after qualifying, Acura versus Porsche, and with both ranks not having the easiest of days through the practice sessions. The 93 Acura had a lot of electrical issues, but they qualified very well. It will be curious to see, John, how fast they can fly.
Those voices will be our eyes and ears in the pit lane. It is Tom Blomqvist who had 2 tenths on the field in the short first sector alone in qualifying. It brings him to the line in the 28th annual Motul Petit Le Mans is go. 3 across the track. The 10 hours are counting down, and Blomqvist, well, he's quicker than anybody else anyway through there. He got the jump and he's cleared off. Got 5 or 6 cars lengths already. Here come the GT cars across the start-finish line, and it's BMW that leads them out with Northern Ireland's Dan Harper. Big smile on his face all this week. He's loving his first visit to Brazelton and to Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Side by side, Corvette and Lexus at the front of the GTD Pro field. That's Aaron Thielitz in the Lexus and Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette, and Katzberg has dealt with the Lexus. The mid-engined car a little better. Oh, and there's a big hit at the back of the field. This is huge, and it is 2 Ferraris, the Inception Ferrari that is battling for the Bronze Cup. We've also got the AWA Corvette in there, and I think one of the
34 Conquest in there,
Conquest.
and the Gradient Mustang.
Oh my goodness.
This will surely, yep, full course yellow straight away. Brendan Araba shakes his head. Oh, huge damage to the number 66 Gradient
That's
Mustang
further
as
back
well.
up the track, though. That's up at the top of the hill at turn 3. And this was down at the bottom of turn 4.
Magnus
also
car
the
as well.
Magnus car. The Virtual Energy Aston Martin with major right front damage, dragging the ground. No bonnet, no hood on that car. So 4 GTDs involved. It looks like the Conquest Corsa Horizon machine is out. That car badly damaged again. Right front, Dex Imaging number 45 Lamborghini struggling as well. So that may be a 5th car that was involved.
And what that means, effectively, is that Windward Racing will be provisionally the champions, because they effectively need to finish in the top 18 to make sure of it. So with that many cars suffering damage, that will mean that Windward will be champions.
Well, it was the Conquest car getting on the curb and going sideways down to the bottom of the hill that caused that bit. No, I take it back. The Gradient car was involved in that. I thought it was further back. Oh dear me, and Brendan Aree absolutely not reading what was going on ahead of him. Tried to pass some people when they were all checking up, and absolutely nose-to-nose contact between the 2 Ferraris, and the Gradient car getting caught up in it as well, and damaged cars all over the place. The engine cover, the bonnet coming off and flying off the 44 John Potter Magnus Racing Aston Martin in the run from 5 to 6. There's a left rear puncture on the 45 Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini. Drivers getting out of the cars, that's the good news. And the absolute worst start that we could have had in terms of getting a run. And it would appear then that some of these cars, you've got to say, if they get back to the pitch, they can work on them, they can come back. But right now, that looks somewhat difficult for a number of those cars.
Particularly the 2 Ferraris, Conquest and Inception, they've had a big impact there, and it's good to see Manny Franco getting out of the car and walking, albeit sedately, it has to be said, to the ambulance. That's been a big hit. It's fast down there. A lot of work for the MR safety crew to do now. There's bits of bodywork everywhere. The Gradient Mustang severely damaged as well at the front, and there was nowhere for Joey Hand to go. No. In that 66 Ford.
Well, Joey Hand extremely experienced, but he was right close to it. Brendan Aree, not sure whether he missed his braking point or whether he just didn't see what was happening ahead of him, but he went past 2 or 3 cars that were checking up and dived to the right-hand side to be faced with the Conquest Ferrari pointing towards him. Very scary moment for Brendan. Huge implications as well, Peter, for the Bronze Cup and for a potential invitation to Le Mans 2026.
Great point, John. That is huge, because now AWA Corvette, who are tied on points with the Inception Ferrari, they will then be in a really strong position
Well, they were
to
involved
win that.
as well, but I think
they were just actually qualifying at the back of the field played in their favour there, because they had time to slow down and avoid the incident. So that will mean that AWA could be going to Le Mans for the second year in a row. Of course, they went to Le Mans this year for the first time as the Bob Akin Award winners, and with that, a very unfortunate incident there for the Inception team. That could be the end of their challenge for that coveted award.
Well, I mean,
drama already.
A ridiculous amount of drama, and I'm trying to see if Orifidani is still running. Yes, I think he is.
He got stopped just in time. He'd started at the back of the grid.
Oh, that is incredible to see that.
Yes,
so
he is
early
still
on.
going. Yeah, he's on the tail of the train. So
good. Well, good for them, should I say it?
Yeah, confirming their commitment to the IMSA WeatherTech Championship next year, albeit under a slightly different nomenclature. Orifidani launching a team, 13 racing team, but will be, I think if you peel off the sticker, it will be AWA underneath who are developing that, and the same drivers too.
Let's go to Arjuna Kangapati, who's down at AO Racing, and the 77. That's the Porsche, the Rexy. What's going on down there? Were they caught up in that, Arjuna?
Well, I had seen a crew member run over to the wall just to watch Lauren Heinrich come past the start-finish line, John. Lauren came over the radio and said that he had a bit of contact, but he thinks the only damage, the only implication from that contact was the mirror has been turned in. It's not a big deal, the right side mirror, but it's something they'll get worked on in the first of the pit stop cycles whenever they come down to the pit lane.
Thanks, Arjuna. I think there'll be a lot of people as well. I'm slightly surprised we didn't get a red flag there because of the debris on the track. It's in the second tranche of cars. The Conquest machine hits the yellow and blue curb, spins around. Joey Han actually hits the Inception car. But Brendan coming round the outside of Joey Han, right, so he's unsighted at that point. He goes steaming through past 3 or 4 cars, and then is faced with Manny Franco, then gets nailed by Joey Han as well. That secondary impact is very scary, and the Inception car being craned away there, Peter.
Apologies for the language there, but you can understand on the onboard footage that it's a fraught moment.
The main thing there that we picked up in reviewing that nasty incident is that the AWA car did not make contact with anybody. Let's go down to the pit lane. Till Bechtelsheimer from Gradient in the 66. Very kind of him to speak to us here, Ryan Marine, and not the start that they wanted in that car. Till really looking forward to getting back into the 66 Silver Mustang.
I'll echo that sentiment. Thanks for talking to us under these difficult circumstances. First of all, have you heard from Joey? He's doing all right?
Yeah, I think he's doing okay. Back to medical at the moment.
All right, well, that's the most important thing. Do you have any idea what the extent of the damage might be and if you can get back out?
We don't know yet. It looks pretty bad, to be honest, so it's definitely not going to be trackside repairs. So we'll take it back to the garage, see if we can get back out there.
Can you describe the emotions, the highs of the pomp and circumstances before this race, and then to have it come to an end so abruptly?
Yeah, it's a pretty brutal dip there. I mean, yeah, we were really excited for the race. I think we had a good car, and yeah, pretty tough to be out of contention so early on.
A bitter way to end, but overall, how would you assess the program this year running in the Endurance Cup, the Michelin Endurance Cup and the WeatherTech Championship?
It's been a lot of fun getting to know a new car. It's a great program to be a part of. So, yeah, shame to end it like this, but hopefully we'll get back out there and, yeah, end on a bit of a high compared to the current low, at least.
Glad to hear Joey's all right.
Yeah, thank you.
Really good of Till Bechtelsheimer, the man who revitalised Lola, let's not forget, in the UK. Just 12 miles or so, Huntingdon, along the road from where I'm heading back to tomorrow. And people tuning in from all over the world at IMSA Radio. Hello to the Sim Racing Bar steward. In bed with the flu, delighted to be able to watch the race with RSL commentary. I'm off to find some Vicks Vapor Rub. That's a very British thing to say, but we all understand what's going on.
Getting the hot toddies out.
Yeah, absolutely. SRB, I hope you're feeling well soon. Arnage Rob, looking forward to 10 hours of pure theatre, listening and watching live from sunny and warm Sheffield. Yeah, pleasant here as well. Temperature 21 Celsius in the air, 25 on the track. To a green goldfish, or gold something, sorry, yes, green goldfish, listening to the best endurance racing broadcast. Oh, thank you, that's very nice. From Ramstein Air Base in Germany. I'm enjoying some Oktoberfest beer. Let's smash the loud pedal and let those horses sing. See, you've made me envious now, because Weiss beer in Oktoberfest is one of my... I don't drink a lot of beer now, but Weiss beer is still something that I have a little bit of a yearning for.
And on a Sunday in Munich, before 12 o'clock only, you have the white sausage with the special mustard.
Yes.
And it's delicious.
Yes.
It goes very well with
Weiss
beer, and
first.
that's your Sunday morning breakfast. Now, one thing we should cover, and this is important for the two Porsche Penske Motorsport machines at the front of the field. The number 6 car was due to have Julian Anplauer in that, but unfortunately he's under the weather today, so he isn't able to drive. We wish him the very best and hope he recovers soon. What it means is that Lawrence Vantor will be driving both cars, so he will be...
Not at the same time.
He's good, but not that good. So he'll be between the number 6 and the number 7 car. So it's... also, as well, what a shame for Till Bechtolsheimer. He's the driving force behind that programme, and knows what it's like to win here. So he's experienced two opposite ends of the emotional spectrum that is motor racing.
Let's head down to the pit lane to BMW. Here's our tuner.
Standing with Philip Eng. Philip, let's start by talking about what this early caution is going to mean for strategy. We've been talking lots about needing to double stint tires. Does this help in any way?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy to see that everyone is okay from this massive pileup, as far as I'm aware, so it looked quite nasty. Luckily, everybody is okay. Yeah, good question. When it comes down to tires, this place is always a bit special. Obviously, we have to do a few double stints, and every caution definitely helps in that regard, but we have a good product underneath our cars, so it's all good.
And obviously this last race for BMW in partnership with Team RLL, a partnership that you've been a part of since 2018 with the M8 GTE. How many emotions and memories have been going through, not just your mind, but the team's as well?
Well, for me personally, I've been involved, like you said, since 2018. First race of the M8 GTE, Daytona 2018. I've learned so much from everyone in the team. It's a big honor to have raced for Bobby for such a long time and his team. In my eyes, he's a complete legend, not only as a racing driver, but also as a human being. We really got along very well. We have written some nice history and some nice memories, just thinking about our Daytona win in 2019. And it's been my first ever program, which was completely a works program. So, yeah, very emotional. I don't want to think about the end of the race yet, because I've met many good friends. My race engineer Eric is on the pit stand in my ears since that time. So yeah, will be a bit emotional, but we have a big race ahead of us.
Thanks, Philip.
Thank you.
One pit caller here at the moment, and it's the Forte Racing Lamborghini. Eric Filgueira started that car, and it was caught up in that melee at the start. Significant damage, at least to the bodywork on the right front. What they're actually going to do, the mechanics, it looks like they're trying to take away some of the damaged bodywork and replace it with a spare nose section, but they might have some extra work to do because of the headlight as well on the right front that's been damaged, and it looks like maybe it's something with the cable of that headlight that is going to have to be dealt with before it's all said and done. Right now, they do have the front damaged part of the fascia that goes to that car off at the moment, and they've replaced the right front tire. They've given the suspension a look, and it seems like they've given that the okay, but still a little bit of repair work to do. Key thing at this stage, though, is to keep this car on the lead lap, because if you can do that, then you never know what can happen at the end of one of these long WeatherTech Championship races.
Yeah, you're right. Hello to Mark Whiteleg, to Glenn Tyrrell, to Dave Alcott, Liam Kelso, watching. After an eventful day, he thought he'd seen one race car, but watching IMSA lifting his mood at the moment. Hope you're all right, Liam. The metal will fix. Thomas Ricker, already tuned in from Germany. Let's have a look at some of the standings then. The two Porsche Penske Motorsports team cars, 6 and 7. The two Matthew Jaminet and Matty Campbell with an 88-point lead. 7th place or better wins them the championship with no recourse to have to worry about where any of their competitors finish. That's in the GTP, the front of the field. It's the red and white car with the red and white stripes on it. The 7 has got red with black stripes on it. Now, for that number 7 car, if they win, Felipe Nasr and Nick Tandy can win the championship if their teammates are 9th or worse off. So really, they've got to go for the win. That gives the best opportunity. As an outside chance for the Vanton Eng BMW. They have to win, and then the two Mathieu and Mathieu, have to be 11th or worse. So that's an outside chance, but as we have only got a dozen cars in the class.
But I don't think we've ever seen the class so competitive as we have here this weekend. With the technical team have nailed it this weekend with how close all the cars are in terms of performance. Yes, they have different parts of the circuit where they're stronger, sure, but it's definitely not over in GTP.
The number 99 Dane Cameron PJ Hyatt car has what could be described as a comfortable lead of 187 points to Daniel Goldberg for United on his own because of change of driving partnerships in that car. And 207 back is the Gar Robinson Felipe Fraga. It would be a fairy story if Gar could go out with a championship victory. For the 99, the Spike Skeleton, 4th place or better, they've won the championship. Again, pay no regards to what any of their championship contenders have to do. For United number 22, really a race win for Dan Goldberg and his teammates. And then the 99 has to be 5th or worse off. And that actually is not beyond the bounds of possibility. So that 187 points looks big, but it's not unassailable. And slightly further back, as we said, for the other car in that championship hunt. We will give you the GTD Pro and the GTD scenarios as we go through the race. I want to catch up with some more news from the pit lane. Let's head back to the pit lane and to Ryan.
Watching the Forte crew still working at the front of their Lamborghini Huracan. They've now lost their 2nd lap while the repair work continues, helping to deliver some of the racer tape to the crew members. Handing it over the wall is actually one of the drivers, Mario Farnbacher. Part of the problem appears to be the connect points for the spare bodywork just isn't meshing correctly to get those new replacement panels in place the way that they would like to. So that's where the tape comes in handy. They also have a little splitter damage at the front. They have not replaced the right front headlight at this point, but I think they'll have to do that at some point or another before we get to the nighttime hours.
Pace car lights, safety car lights are out. Where are they? Going down through turn 4. All right, we've got a little bit of time. Let's go to Winward Racing and to our June and Kankapati, who has Russell Ward.
So not officially confirmed, Russell, but with this start incident, the result needed from the team seems to be all but guaranteed. What does this do for the rest of the race for Winward's 57 as you try and get your best result here at Petit Le Mans?
you know, it really doesn't change our approach to the race and when it comes to strategy and stuff like that. I mean, you know, now, you know, according to what we have been calculating, you know, if we had one car retire, we'd win the championship, and it's the exact same position that we were in last year, so familiar territory. But for us, it really doesn't change our approach to the race. We're going to go there, we're going to, you know, try to go as fast as we can and win the race.
Thanks, Russell.
Awesome, thank you.
We'll check in with Russell and the rest of the team. Bryce's dad had a great run yesterday in the Michelin Pilot Challenge, one of his best drives ever, and he was in a fine mood with Dan Arrow when we spoke to them last night in the hotel. Quick hello to someone called Haxinger, a Mario Knight actually, who is listening to this race whilst running a 10k event in Warsaw in Europe. He says it's cloudy there but manageable. Go Acura. Well, well done, Mario. Stay tuned. And we're going back green here, so maybe you have to pick up the pace as well now. 9 hours 40 minutes and Acura lead with Tom Blomqvist, Jack Aitken in second for Cadillac Whelen, Porsche Penske Motorsport, Felipe Nasr in third position. It was a single file restart, of course. All of the GTPs ahead of all the LMP2s, ahead of all the GTD Pros, ahead of all the GTDs, and a cleanish start. Still waiting for the last car to come through. There's Ori Fadani going past us now as the leaders at the front of the train, even with 4 cars off the track. That's half a lap just about from front to back of the field on the restart.
There's a lot of cars on a pretty small piece of real estate, isn't it? So that's going to give us an idea how busy it's going to be with the traffic later on. As Blomqvist looking to get on with this early, but he's got Jack Aitken right on his tailpipe at the moment. They're already putting a little bit of time into Felipe Nasr in car number 7 for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Is this going to... full course yellow again.
Debris, and the second place car, Jack Aitken, just ran over something. Was it a door mirror? I'm not sure, but debris on the track at turn 9, and it was hit by the second place car, so it looked like a yellow mirror to me before it was absolutely eviscerated by the Cadillac in second position. Really good spot by race control and the marshals trackside, and thank you to the ladies and gentlemen who volunteer to give their time, whether they are waving flags trackside, judges of fact, all of course, medical, track services, recovery, and the army of absolutely gloriously happy volunteers at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. Priscilla, Annie, we've met quite a few of them over the last few days. Everybody's had a kind word and a smile for us.
It's my first time here. It's a privilege to be here, and it has blown me away just to right across the board how friendly everyone has been. Not so friendly for Jack Aitken coming down towards turn 10A and B. It drops off a cliff down into the braking zone here.
I thought he had a run there.
It's a green mirror. You're right, John. It was a mirror, so that could be off several different cars.
Well,
a lot of the GTD cars have green mirrors.
cars have to have green mirrors. So I think that might be a Ferrari mirror.
Well, it was a Ferrari mirror.
Yeah, it's an
Cadillac.
X. Yeah. It's an X-Ferrari mirror now. I mean, not a chance that you can see that from the low-down seating position. You know what? He did see it because he jinked to the right to try and get through. I'm hearing it's Lila Wadou's mirror, or was, that is on the circuit now.
It is, yeah. Car number 21A, of course, a Ferrari.
It's the driver's side mirror that's gone. It's a very distinctive mounting on the Ferrari that is aerodynamic, beautiful piece of carbon work that pulls the mirror out so that you can see over those fabulous flared and rear arches in that lovely arc that you have behind you.
I am flabbergasted that you could tell that was a Ferrari mirror from that angle, that far away.
They are quite distinctive.
Was it a lucky guess?
Well,
maybe. I don't know. Educated guess.
There's some damage, I think, to the back of Lila Wadou's car on the right rear of that number 21 Ferrari as well. It's a very distinctive mirror design. Now, we didn't open the pits after that first caution because we were within 15 minutes of the start, but this is a standard stop now and the opportunity for one or two people to go off strategy, and it's being taken by a number of cars in the prototype category. Here they come, led in by the number 93 HRC Acura, and also coming in the championship leader. Let's go to Arjuna, who has a raft of prototypes coming in.
And I'm not sure if they are just going to be topping up the virtual energy, but I think this, John, is exactly what I expected when that second safety car came in. Nick Yellowly slides into the box in front of me, and it is just virtual energy that goes into the car. The Michelin tires stay on the wall, and we're talking 3-4 seconds. Not much going into that car by any means, but off and away, a clean pit stop.
Making up ground there, the number 85. That was a really quick turnaround for the yellow submarine. Pretty much all of the LMP2s came in as well. That was more down.
All of them.
It was all of them, thank you. That was at Ryan's end of the pit lane. Anything to report there other than VP Racing fuel being added, Ryan?
No, the only exception appears to be, I think, the Robinson car. It's a little ways away from me, but it had an extended stay, and the crew was working on some body work, so maybe they picked up a little bit of damage as well. I'll check in with them in a moment. Did also want to report, unfortunately, it's day done for Magnus Racing. Just talked to John Potter, and he was obviously quite upset about the situation, but happy that everyone seems to be all right. But it does seem like it is day done for the 44 Aston.
So that is an official retirement. So then we can say to Wimwood that they've clinched the championship, because that, if that car doesn't come back, that is a championship winning situation.
I said it yesterday in the qualifying show, and that they have been the reference point in GTD over the last 2 years. They've won big races, they've won the championships. They really are impressive. Their driver lineup has been consistent, of course, over the last few years. They've really built up a great unit. The full season for Russell Ward and for Philip Ellis, and then Indy Doncia coming in for the Enduros. And yeah, they are such a finely tuned outfit. And remember, you know, the last evolution of the Mercedes-AMG GT3 was 5 years ago. So they're not working with a package that's right at the very, you know, sharpest point of development, like say the new, you know, you look at the new Ferrari which came out a couple of years ago, the new Porsche, etc. They're potentially a little bit more advanced, but they're making the absolute best of that package, and they thoroughly deserve that championship.
Hello to Mark Daniels, who's watching from a cloudy, and he says generally Dreek, Glasgow in Scotland. The smash at the start might throw teams into a strategy huddle, and we're seeing some of that play out at IMSA Radio. If you want to get in touch with us, Cairo, Egypt checking in with Sems, Ali Sems, rooting for Lexus before it's replaced. An announcement on Monday we're hearing about that Lexus replacement. And Arnage Rob checking in as well from the UK. Good to have all of your company at IMSA Radio. As the GTs flood in, let's go back to Arjuna.
And the Paul Miller leading GTD Pro BMW with a great pit stop. It's only fuel up and down the pit lane. The one team that now has to blend back in is the Corvette Pratt & Miller number 3, and they will filter into line 4. One car, or rather 2 cars I should say, behind their championship rivals. A good pit stop for Dragon Speed, who roll off in second.
As far as the GTD cars that were down in my section are concerned, there were quite a few tire changes and a few driver changes as well. Did see one for the Chetelaar Racing team, driver change there. I did see Tony McIntosh got in the Vanderstor Racing, Aston Martin as well. And while they were going ahead and doing those driver changes, they went ahead and changed tires too. So it's a bit of a mixed bag as far as GTD strategy goes.
Race control looking at the pit exit order for GTD. Ryan Walker always looking forward to Petit, rooting for the number 27 Harter Racing in GTD and the Harter Racing Valkyrie in GTP. Who was that? Been up Simon Hoff. Hello, Simon. Been a lovely day up in North Yorkshire. Had a drive out this morning to get a horsepower fix of another type, and that is a very lovely ex-British wheel. Is that a Type 33? Difficult to see it on the little picture. An old diesel locomotive that he's looking at there. And well, thank you for tuning in. Good to have your company at IMSA Radio. Hello to Daniel Roberts. Finished work, managed to make it home in time to watch Petit Le Mans. No work tomorrow, so full push to the end. I'm stopped on the services, at the services rather, on the way to Hastings for the Battle of Hastings reenactment tomorrow. A weekend of action all round. Clark Duffy, are you involved or are you just going to watch? Be careful with that guy with the bow and arrow. He'll have your eye out if you're not careful. Grant Westman tuned in. Soundtrack to my concussion recovery, albeit on volume 2. Yes, Grant, no looking at the timing and scoring for you. Keep your eyes off screen so you can listen quietly, but no looking at screens, please, if you're recovering from a concussion. Now, let's see who else before we go back to green. Liam Piddock tuning in from Andalusia in Spain, down in the south of Spain, and in and out for the number 22.
No, long pit stop there for
that was
the number 22.
A rear deck and wing change for the 22 from United Autosports. So that's then pushed them, Daniel Goldberg, even further back from the Rio Racing car, 207 points. Stephen Thomas another 83 points further back for TDS. TDS, by the way, and we didn't cover this at the start because of all the action, TDS lost their qualifying position and had a chat with some other teams last night to find out what exactly this meant. The bulletin from IMSA Technical was pretty specific, but we didn't really know what it meant, and we started looking things up on the internet, and Ryan was quoting me the definition of the word mass rather than weight. But I just went and asked another team, as the class splits are going on, and a bit of debris on the front stretch being picked up by one of our safety team members. And TDS bodywork not within homologated mass limits, and over, in fact, the homologated mass limits. Now, you'd think, wouldn't you, if you were quote-unquote overweight or over mass, then how can that be an advantage? Well, two things. First of all, it likely occurred because it was a repaired bodywork part, particularly somewhere like the front or around the splitter, as we get Gar Robinson's Riley 74 coming into the pit lane at the moment, because they do get a bit of a hammer on the LMP2s. But what was explained to me, and I didn't realise this, that each body part on the LMP2s, and this is specific to the LMP2s and not the prototype, the GDPs, and I'll tell you why in a moment. Each body part has an homologated mass for the part. Now, the reason for that is so that you can't build an underweight chassis and car and then put heavy panels on it to put the weight where you want. It has to be within the weight split front to rear, and that is why it is an homologated mass to that particular body part, all of the body parts. It's slightly different in GTP, where they weigh the GTPs and take the split as part of the homologation process of those cars. So slightly different, but that was why TDS lost their pole position. Although currently, of course, that's all been shaken back up, and Stephen Thomas still in the championship. Hunt is up to 11th place in class. It looks like Leila Wadu lost her left door mirror on the Ferrari going down the hill as they went 3 or maybe even 4 wide in the GTD battle that was going on early on. The United mechanics are looking at the right rear of the body and the tail section that came off. No, that was the left rear, because I've just saw the mounting lugs there. So did that get a little bit of a bang and start rattling around? Might as well do it under the full course caution, Peter.
Perfect timing, yeah. And they, of course, topped the car up with fuel. Everybody in LMP2 came in to top up with fuel because the bronze drivers in the lineups have to qualify the car and have to start the car. Now, they have a minimum driving time of 2.5 hours, and most teams will try and get that driving time out of the way as quick as possible. Often we can see drivers actually staying in the car for those 2.5 hours solid from the start of the race, and then hand it over to the professional drivers that they share with. So Interestingly, Riley, they've taken an extra stop to everyone else and just done a tiny little splash and dash, giving away a little bit of track position, but not much. But they've got a minute strategical advantage now because they've got that extra couple of splashes of fuel in there.
Ryan Marine can tell us more.
Yeah, the reason they came in the second time is they had a long stop the first time. That's because they had to replace the front nose assembly on that machine. It was a broken dive plane that was the issue with that car. So they had already lost their track position. They figured, let's go ahead. We're at the back of the class anyway. Come in, top off with fuel, and then maybe that helps open a window later on.
Clever, yeah, very clever there from Riley. That's what we come to expect over so many years for that outfit. They'll be racing in the GTD category next year with a Mustang. Great to see Riley and Ford back together, who've had so much success together over the years in various types of racing.
Chicago suburbs checking in, TMF, good to know. Loving the skeleton cars there. Ben Wilshire also checking in. We'll get these done so you're missing no race action. Matt Brindle, not very well. 3:40 in the morning in Australia. Can't sleep. Put on Petit, so it could be a lot worse. Hope you're feeling better soon there. Nottingham, UK. Been running some prediction games throughout the season with friends on Discord supporting the BMWs. Hello, Nuke Shop. Good to know you there. Chris Humphrey's been a while since I've had the chance to enjoy an IMSA endurance race live. I love Road Atlanta. Right up there on my marshalling bucket list. Yeah, do it. The answer is yes, do it. Jordan the Gamer says, watching from the UK, always watch when I'm free back in the UK. And loving what he's seeing at the moment, as is Aaron B 180. Essex in the UK, 5:45 in the evening. Peter Best said it is a class 33. See, even got the railway engine right.
You're on fire today,
I
John.
am on
Coming
fire.
back to green.
At IMSA Radio, if you want to get to us, and it's another restart, and down the inside, Felipe Nasser takes the opportunity to poke the nose of the Porsche in. Was there a little touch on the wheel in Cadillac? Peter nods and puts the thumb up next to me, as up into fourth place, it's Ross Gunn for Aston Martin, and the Hartner Racing team in that glorious, screaming, normally aspirated V12. Here comes the BMW working its way back through as well. That's Dries Vanthoor on Max Esterton. Max actually did a pretty decent start and had made up some positions in that number 85 JDC John Church team, as the RLL team bowing out this weekend of their term with BMW and the M Hybrid V8. Bobby Rahal saying they want to stay involved in IMSA. They're certainly staying involved with BMW. Now, a penalty drive-through, and this is for the incident with Chetelaar Racing, and this will be a drive-through for Anthony McIntosh in the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin, the number 19. So Chetelaar Racing on the wrong end of that, and Anthony will have to come down and drive through the pit lane. What an opening 40-odd minutes.
We haven't actually had an enormous amount of green flag running, but there's been so much to talk about and follow. It's been about what strategy will be taken in. So the top 5 in GTP have not pitted under that full course caution. Everyone after them has pitted. So on board in the number 6 car, what you can hear is that 4.6 litre V8 turbo, but what we were hearing from the pictures we get here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre is a massive amount of lift and close down into 10A and B.
Yeah. Another official retirement, the Conquest Racing Ferrari number 34 that Manny Franco had, who was driving, that initiated that domino effect down through the S's. That is now an official retirement as well. So not the start we wanted. Still 50 cars listed as out there at the moment. Actually, Trent Hinman is in the pits again with the Lamborghini Huracan. So they're still working on that car. Not yet put in the papers. The last car running at the moment is Forte Racing and the Lamborghini Huracan. So a good restart from Ori Fadani in the AWA Chevy Corvette. Second now in the bronze scoring cars, Chetilar Racing, and the number 47 with Roberto Lacorte behind the wheel is 2 cars ahead of him. Restart under review. Winward Racing then with an official retirement, we think 2, but certainly 1. We can congratulate Philip Ellis in the car and Russell Ward. They have gone back-to-back in GTD. We wanted to get that official retirement confirmed from race control. What a season again, banging up the points Peter Mackay at the sharp end of the season. And they have basically rode that right the way through the season. They've not been headed in the points table.
They started off in a really strong. They got the first win of the year at Sebring, and they've just been in imperious form, winning the Monterey SportsCar Championship in Laguna Seca earlier in the year as well, and also taking victory there. So that very strong start to the year for Winward, and they've just been so consistent ever since in that class. 3 wins for Winward, also getting a victory at the Michelin GT Challenge at VIR also. But they've got the work cut out today. If they want to add a Petit Le Mans win, they've never won at Petit actually at Winward, which is, I think, the only thing missing off the North American CV now. Yeah. But it's going to be hard against these Ferraris today. The Ferraris have been rapid all through free practice, and it is going to take every bit of their tactical nous and driving ability to try and beat the Ferraris, because at the moment 1, 2, 3 and both Riccardo Agostini, Lilo Wadu-Ducillier and Kenton Cook, they're all flying right now and pulling away.
At IMSA Radio, Jorge Melada is in El Salvador tuned in. Gavin O'Toole in Ireland. Do you get the same kind of access for the fans as we get in Europe for the WEC? I'd say at least the same and probably better. It's an open grid. The whole of the pit lane is open, and it was flooded today. It was actually, we couldn't see the cars at one point.
For me, it's way better, the access here. I don't mind saying that. It's really impressive. The fan access, whether you come to Motul Petit Le Mans, whether you come to the Rolex 24 at Daytona, Mobil 112 hours of Sebring, with a general admission ticket, you could be on the grid. I mean, how cool is that? And then a lot of motorsport, that requires a VIP pass or a very expensive ticket. So here, you can get there, you can rub shoulders with the drivers, and the drivers are open as well. They get it, how racing works here in North America. Top job, creating the best fan experience.
We have got a huge fan base tuned in. This is where we bring the family of endurance racing together around the world in sound and vision. Sirius XM 206 in the US, 98.1 Road Atlanta FM, around the world at RS2, and of course the World Feed TV at the IMSA YouTube page. As they run, 37 points to the good for Albert Costa and the Dragon Speed Ferrari. Let's go down to the pit lane, pick up some more news. Here's Arjuna Kangapani. Where are you, Arjuna?
I'm at Vassar Sullivan Lexus, where it's not been the easiest of 2025, but the number 14 running in GTD Pro in second, and I've got Ben Barnaco with me. Ben, what does this long, lengthy caution period at the start do in terms of the strategy?
Well, you know, there's kind of 2 ways of looking at it. There was a lot of guys who pit there under that second yellow to take the fuel, but the way that this race actually kind of works, we can do roughly 1 hour and 5 on fuel if you stretch it a bit with a bit of fuel save. And that kind of then, say it's 1 hour and 5 the whole way, and left you with half a stint at the end that would either be a short stop, or you can kind of try and stretch it like we're doing now, and you can hopefully get rid of it and do an 8 stop instead of a 9 stop. So, you know, still very early. I'm sure it's all going to change, but that's kind of falling into our hands at the minute.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Dylan Kraft is watching the Petit Le Mans at 32,000 feet. Gotta love the technology. Not sure where he's going at the moment, and we're settling into a bit of a battle at the sharp end of the field between Cadillac in second and in first, with traffic playing its part here as through goes the Acura of Tom Blomqvist. And now we're into traffic, and here's where the Porsche keys the race. Traffic and patience within traffic. We will see the ebb and the flow. You know what I'm going to say. Traffic gives, traffic takes away. So if you see gaps opening and closing on the Alcamel timing, search Alcamel IMSA. You can have exactly the same screens as we have here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, including, by the way, if you search telemetry GTP IMSA, you can see the fuel consumption and what gear they're in, whether they're taking tyres, etc.
And right now, your race leader is very good on the fuel consumption. He's got a couple of % advantage in fuel over Jack Aitken right now. So under those full course yellows and the brief green flag running we've had so far, he's been able to use less fuel than the second place driver in the Cadillac, Jack Aitken. And indeed, 5% better than Felipe Nasr in third in the Porsche. So the Porsche in Felipe Nasr's hands, drinking a little bit more fuel, but the least frugal car out there right now is the number 10 of Wayne Taylor Racing, Philippe Albuquerque in fifth. So the difference between Albuquerque in fifth and Tom Blomqvist in the lead, there's 6% of difference in fuel. That could be a couple of laps.
Yes, it will be.
And as Ben Barnicoat's eloquently explained, you can then potentially, over the whole course of a race, save
a stop.
Yeah.
And that is right now, without any further addition from race neutralisation as well. Tom Marshall is on his way to Atomic Autosports in Wickliffe, Ohio for a Petit Le Mans watch party. Look after him up there, of our regulars. I should mention, of course, that Sirius XM is available in Canada as well. And Ilderton, Ontario, Canada are tuned in. Hello to Austin, Ace up there at IMSA Radio. And still coming in, believe it or not, we've still got spectators coming in. And Link is listening, just making the walk in from the parking at the moment, tuned in. 45 minutes of racing down as the leaders work their way through the GTD Pro category. Let's take our first VP in race update. Tom Blomqvist by half a second from Jack Aitken. Acura Meyershank Racing number 60. The shades of blue car on the top of the hill at turn 2 at the moment from the red fronted Cadillac. Porsche Penske Motorsports number 7. That's the one with the black stripes and fin in third. Then it's Ross Gunn for Heart of Racing Valkyrie. Top 6 with Cadillac. Wayne Taylor Racing the number 10, Philippe Albuquerque and Nick Yellerly in the red, white and black Acura number 93. Jeremy Clark has led from the start for Inter-Europol competition. The yellow and green number 43 ahead of PJ Hyatt for EO Racing. There's Skeleton, Spike, the Dragon, AF Corsa, Luis Perez Compang in the light blue 88 is third. United Autosports number 2, Nick Bull in fourth. PR1 Matheson, Naveen Rao in fifth. That's number 52 car. Toby Lutke in the Era Motorsport 18, and they're separated by about 5 seconds, that top 6. In GTD Pro Corvette from Lexus, Nicky Katzberg made the move on Aaron Telitz. Dan Hartman now down in third, the pole sitter, Paul Miller Racing number 48. The mostly white car of Albert Costa in fourth, Neil Verhagen for Paul Miller Racing's number 1 in fifth, and Lauren Heinrich for the number 77 Skeletal Rexy makes up that top 6. And in GTD, Riccardo Agostini now leads in the 021 Ferrari from Lila Wadu de Salier in the 21, and Ken Cook up into third. So what happened to our pole sitter there in GTD?
They've done a driver change.
Ah, that's right. Yeah, okay.
So they've got Roberto Lacorte, who's the bronze graded driver in that car. So they're basically paying it forward, because you've got a minimum driver time and you want to keep your best driver's driver time for the end of the race.
That's our first of our in-race updates with VP. The variety of sounds of the engines as the V8 Porsche rumbles by, but drowned out by the scream, and we can hear it even through the double glazing here in the Ford Racing Broadcast Centre. The Valkyrie now right on the tail. Ross Gunn hassling the back of Felipe Nasr I mean, if you told Ian James that, if I told Ian James that by Petit Le Mans they'd be qualifying under half a second or so away from a pole position at Road Atlanta in the dry, that they would have led a session in the night session genuinely on pace, and that in the race they're right on the tailpipes of a Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. They snatched my hand off for that in Qatar in February.
He said how much?
Yeah,
I think, yeah, we'll buy that, definitely. I mean, the benchmark team really in the last 2 years have been Porsche Penske Motorsport champions last year, looking like it could be championship this year with their 2 cars in the top 2 positions. And Felipe Nasr, I mean, he's become one of the best drivers we've ever seen in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, and right now Ross Gunn's all over the back of him in that Aston Martin Valkyrie, and we've seen all the way through practice in the straight line down the back straight there is nothing quicker than that V12 Aston Martin, and that makes the car much more raceable. You know, you can maybe give a little bit away in the higher speed stuff where you're not going to be making passes anyway, but the easiest way to make the pass is having the straightaway speed. So it's going to be quite a raceable car, I would think.
Ryan Marine, one of 2 voices down in the pit lane. Where are you?
I'm down at Turner Motorsport, where I found Will Turner, who graciously is taking some time to talk to us before he eats his lunch. Tell us about the way the week is built to this point. Don't feel like we've talked about you a whole lot, but that's not because you're struggling necessarily. How would you say that the build-up has gone, and then this first running in the race as well?
Yeah, you know, sometimes it's good when you stay off the radar leading up to the race, but you know, it showed during practices that passing was going to be very tough among the GTD cars. Traffic would open up opportunities when the prototypes come by and stuff for the passing that I think we've seen at the beginning of the race so far. All the drivers have kind of been, not instructed, but kind of been made aware of, like, guys, like, there's so many cars out on the track and the cars are so even that staying out of trouble is going to be important for this race. And as you saw at the beginning of the race, some cars got in trouble, innocent bystanders got in trouble. So I hope that's not going to be the way the whole race goes, but we're gonna hang out. We might not have the pace of the Ferraris that are currently running up front, but I think we have good pace, and we'll see what happens.
All right, we wish you the best.
Thank you.
To Arjuna now, who's got another update for us.
Made my way down to the garage area to check in on some of those cars involved in lap 1 incidents, and unfortunately the Wayne Taylor Racing Lamborghini has had a left rear suspension hit. And John, you're a lot more mechanically inclined than I am, so you'd love seeing what I'm watching right now, but they've actually had to pull the drivetrain apart, and I think there is something about how that connection with the engine to the rear wheels has been working, and so they are working on that as frantically and feverishly as they can. They've left Trent Hinman in the car right now. Danny Formal is talking to him and just having a quick chat about maybe what the car was doing and how it was feeling, but definitely not ideal. They're 22 laps down, but this is proper endurance racing spirit.
Get out if you can. You never know. You might grab a few positions if there's trials and tribulations for other people, and we've seen this in the last couple of races, by the way. Race control coming down very heavily on drivers who are moving to defend in response to the car behind them moving around, and Leela Wadu has been called for that, and that will be a drive-through. It's a little different, the interpretation of blocking here in the US to what we would have in Europe. We often talk about moving in the braking area and things like that, Peter, but here it's all about picking a line and sticking to it and not reacting to the car behind.
It's a good rule. I think it makes it for clean, hard racing. So that's what it. I don't think that'll be the last car we see getting that penalty. So Leila Wadu de Cillier will have to bring that 21A, of course, Ferrari through for a drive-through penalty. In LMP2, Jeremy Clark doing a top job for Inter-Europol competition. Their number 43 LMP2 machine leading the category right now by 2.7 seconds. What a year it's been for Inter-Europol as well, getting another Le Mans win this year. Really, really impressive group with those very distinct green and yellow machines out there. But PJ Hyatt, championship leader, doing exactly the job he needs to do in Spike the Dragon right now. Second place, and got a couple of seconds behind to Luis Perez Companc in the 88 AF Corsa machine. Their nearest rival in the championship, of course, that AO need to worry about is the 22 United Autosports crew. At the moment, they are in 9th after that longer pit stop under the last full course caution.
And I can say in the broadcast, without fear or favour, hello, Alan McNish, checking in from Monaco. I didn't mention falling off the track, Alan, going through the S's on the formation that your countryman did. Mackay did.
I also said it was a heroic recovery drive to win.
Yes. I just want to say that again in the presence now, as we know it on the broadcast, of multiple race winner and world champion Alan McNish. Hello, Alan.
Four-time winner of this race.
Yes, absolutely. Love this place. Love this place. He's getting his fix in Monaco, where it's just after 7 o'clock on a Saturday evening. Say hello to Kelly and the family for us, won't you, Alan? You missed in this paddock, sir. I know you've got excitement to come next year with your new appointment. You know you're welcome here anytime, and particularly in the IMSA Radio and IMSA TV booth. We'd love to see you. Great battle going on at the front of the field between Blomqvist and Aitken. They've pulled out 7.5 seconds for the chasing pack, with the Cadillac just hanging on to the back, and that's not an easy thing to do here with the traffic. Go through turn 7 now, onto that long curving back stretch. I won't call it a back straight because it isn't. 2 or 3 little rises on that as well as they're coming through the LMP2 field again, going past Gar Robinson in the number 74 blue and orange car down into the braking area. They brake so late into that area. It's almost flattening out before these GTP cars are braking at that point.
I would say it's a racetrack that has been improved with the addition of a chicane. Normally that takes the flow away from a racetrack, but I think it adds so much more challenge, adds a great overtaking opportunity, the best one on the circuit actually, for turn 10AB, which was added in just before the first Petit Le Mans, not long after Dr. Don Penos took custodianship of Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. This is absolutely enthralling at the front of the field right now, because Tom Blomqvist in the 60 Acura and Jack Aitken in the 31 Cadillac, they cannot be separated through traffic. No matter, you know, it gives and it takes, but they cannot be brought apart. What they are doing though is they are in another universe of pace compared to the rest of the field. You look across the best lap set so far by the rest of the GTP field, they're effectively 0.6 of a second a lap, which would be a lot on a 2-minute lap, but on a lap of 1 minute 12, that's a huge amount of margin that they've got over the field. So Blomqvist and Aitken are really hammering it early on.
I am astounded at how quick the messages are dropping in on Twitter X at the moment. Literally globally, 3 AM in Australia, where at Alpha Particle is up at the moment. Not disappointed, praying for Porsche to clinch both titles at IMSA Radio. And remember, we'll have an exclusive show at the end after the checkered flag ends the race. Starts the conversation though. We'll have to break down the key points. We're also looking for our BDO Nose Strategy Award, 1 in prototype, 1 in GT. Coming down to the hour mark of time completed. 27 points, Albert Costa for Dragon Speed ahead of the Corvette. 64 Ford for Sebring, Mike Rockefeller. 205 back from the lead. Sounds a lot, is a lot, but there's a lot of cars. So here's the championship, how the championship plays out. If both finish in the top 5 from the Corvette and the Ferrari, the 3 Corvette and the 81 Ferrari, Albert Costa on his own there, whichever is the better finish wins the title. So that's pretty easy. If it gets outside the top 5, we've got to do a little bit of arithmetic. Albert Costa's had a number of different driving partners this year, so it is only he who can win that. If both the 3 Corvette and the 81 Ferrari are outside of the top 5, then the 81 has to be ahead by 2 positions of the Corvette to win the title. Are you writing all this down, Peter?
Yep.
Yeah.
Got it in head.
There will be a pop quiz later.
I've not got any more room left on my A3 track map to write down the permutations.
How has Antonio Garcia, in all the years that he has driven for GM, for Chevy Corvette, how has he not got a win here?
Not sure.
Even when the Chevys were already, the Corvettes were already running in their owning class, how has he not got a win?
Well, he came after that era.
Oh,
of
yes,
course.
he did.
He
Yes,
only came
yes,
from
yes,
GT2
yes.
onwards, so where he had a lot of competition with the Ferraris and the Porsches, etc. So, I mean, he's trying to become a 5-time IMSA champion, 6-time major sports car champion in North America. He's had some career as Antonio Garcia, but you're right, 16 times he's come here. In fact, this is his 17th Petit Le Mans start, and he's yet to win it. Likewise, for his long-standing Corvette racing stablemate, Tommy Milner, this is his 19th Petit Le Mans, and he hasn't won it either. So a big day for Corvette with their number 3 and number 4 car.
Well, we're talking about all the way around the world, but here at the track we've got eyes as well everywhere, listening in on 98.1 Road Atlanta FM. Thanks, Dave Miller, for fixing us up with that. And Luke Johnson said after the first lap of the restart, the DXDT Corvette went straight through the gravel at the chicane. Sprayed some stuff everywhere. And to add to the worldwide nature, Spiros Kotsonis, I hope I got somewhere near that, is in Greece. No crazy story, he says, just chilling with the race. What better thing to do? No better thing to do, I would have thought. It's just after 7 o'clock, Central Europe. So under 9 hours to go. We've had 60 minutes of racing. Let's take another VP in race update. It's as you were at the front of the field. 44% remaining on the energy bar for Tom Blomqvist ahead of Jack Aitken with 42%. Those two have pulled out a decent lead to Felipe Nasr. He's down at 38%. He's got Ross Gunn for close company in the Aston. 41% there. Philippe Albuquerque 36% in the Cadillac in 5th, and Nick Yellerly 51% in the second. The Acuras in 6th. That's the 93 red, white and black car. In GTD Pro, 46 for Nicky Katzberg, who leads for Corvette from Aaron Thielitz in the RCF. Lexus in 2nd on 48. And Dan Harper in 3rd for BMW. 4th is Albert Costa. 5th, Neil Verhagen for BMW, the number 1, and Lauren Heinrich for Porsche in 6th. And in GTD, it's 2 Ferraris. Agostini ahead of Kenton Cook. Then Phil Ellis, champions-elect now, we can say it, for Winward. Then the BMW, number 96 from Turner. Stevenson's Aston Martin, and Scott Andrews in the Lone Star AMG, and in GT and LMP2, which I missed out because we don't get the energy for that. It's still into Europol from EO by 3 seconds now. AF Corsa in 3rd, another second further back. They've got a 2nd and 3/4 on United Autosports number 2. TDS, Stephen Thomas having a great first start to the race, starts to the race should I say, up from the back to now 5th position, ahead of Naveen Rao by about a 1.5 seconds for PR1 Matheson Motorsport in 6th. And that's your VP in race update.
Battle on between the GTD Pro runners, the number 48, Paul Miller Racing BMW's got a teammate right on the back bumper. Almost, you might even see some bump drafting going down the back straight at the moment, but the 81 championship contending Ferrari in there as well. They're battling over 3rd spot in GTD Pro at the moment. Now, who's going to come out on top? There's cars all over the road, prototypes, etc. And the 2 BMWs have come out best. The Ferrari's lost a couple of positions there, now under pressure from the 77 of Lauren Heinrich as they come through turn 12. Now Albert Costa in the 81 Ferrari has to go a bit defensive, and Heinrich's got a great run here as they go to turn 1. And oh, I tell you what, John, Albert Costa may get a warning for blocking there because he was reacting to Heinrich. Interesting one.
Meantime, the Lamborghini prototype has to pick its way through that battle. The cars are all... You see, this is why I love multi-class racing, because nobody really has to give way to that Lamborghini, and why should they? They're battling for class position. It is up to Romain Grosjean to find a way through and find a way through cleanly. And I mean, the blue flags are there for information. It's not as in some parts of our sport where if you go past 3 blue flags you get a penalty or a drive-through. Then it is down to how you manage the traffic. Leaders have traffic, and it's an LMP2 car. It is Spike the Skeletal Dragon into turn 1, and the leader gets held up there. Here's an opportunity for Aitken. He'll drag up, he'll go to the left-hand side. He's going to try and take the inside into turn 2, gets the nose almost chopped off by the leader.
Perfect example of how the LMP2 is really fast through turn 1. There isn't really any speed overlap at all between the LMP2 and the GTP. In fact, if you were to argue, you could even say that the LMP2 was even slightly stronger through that section. So Tom Blomqvist had to back out of it there. PJ Hyatt, the bronze-graded driver, really held his line firmly and did not blink and did not flinch under ultimate pressure, having the leaders behind him. They're coming out now of turn 7, and only now do the leaders get past that LMP2 car. That is how difficult it is and how one line it is through that first half of the circuit.
Yeah, it was definitely a move by Costa. Came across 3/4 of the track. I mean, ultimately the position was lost into turn 1 to Rexy, the 77 black and white Porsche. I think he might get a warning for that.
I think a warning, yes.
Yeah.
Not in a braking area either, but one thing we must cover off is the 52 PR1 Matheson car has been given a drive-through penalty for an incident with the number 120. That's the Wright Motorsport Porsche in GTD. So a bit of multi-class disagreement there by the sound of it.
And now, after Tom Blomqvist was put under pressure last time around, the traffic has played out in his favour, and he gets into Europol, the leader in LMP2, between himself and the Cadillac going down the turn. You probably just heard me just pause for a moment there. That's because we had 3 wide for a moment there, and I was hoping that Jeremy Clark had seen the second of the GTPs coming through. Of course he had, so all is fair, and the gap is back to 3/10 again at the head of the field.
Felipe Nasr is on the move. He's going to reduce the gap a little bit to under 5 seconds, but that may well come back again when Nasr hits that big zone of traffic. But every move that Felipe Nasr is making, and he is known over so many years in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship as being one of the best drivers to get through traffic quickly, and yet who's right on his tailpipe the whole way? The number 23 Aston Martin Valkyrie of Ross Gunn.
Yeah, he's keeping that honest. This is great from Gunn and from Partner Racing. Second place then Aitken, looking at the back of the leader, and again held up this time by the DXDT. No, it's one of the Ferraris actually.
Chetelaar Ferrari.
Yeah, Chetelaar
Very
Ferrari.
similar colourway though, green and blue.
From the back, difficult to tell. Ferrari and Corvette apart nowadays, both the mid-engine cars. But Cadillac number 31 with Jack Aitken looking at the back of the leader, and Colin Bull is the man that makes the air filters for those Cadillacs. He works at ITG Racing Filters in Coventry. Hoping to be back trackside in 2026 for an IMSA race. Luke Road is working in Indiana. Luke. Listening in as well.
Triarzi Ferrari 1-2 at the moment in GTD, and such is the strength of that Ferrari 296 GT3 this week. They are, you could argue, being held up by the trailing car in GTD Pro, which is the FAF Lamborghini running in 10th in GTD Pro, and the 2 Triarzi cars are right behind. Interestingly though, the 2 Triarzi Ferraris in GTD did not pit under the previous full course caution, whereas Philip Ellis in 3rd did, and Ellis is now started to reduce that gap back to those 2 Ferraris. In fact, he's just a couple of car lengths behind and has a fuel advantage. So windward, combination of strategy and their driving ability, proving that they're always there all the time,
And
relentless.
And a point of fact, of course, really can be let off the leash now as the pressure is off. They don't have to drive conservatively. We were talking about championship contenders maybe having to have a slightly different mindset until they certainly knew that the championships were clinched. But that is exactly the case in terms of our Porsche keys to the race there. And Phil Ellis given carte blanche, I would think now, to use up those Michelin tyres and the VP Racing fuel. Get on with it, lad, and see if he can chase down the two Ferraris ahead. They have been very quick, the Ferraris. There was one session at one stage when I think the top 5 in GTD were all Ferraris.
When you look at the free practice times, 3 different sessions, Sector 2, the top 3 cars were Ferraris. Yeah. And all those 3 drivers were silver graded drivers. So even the golds and platinums in the other cars couldn't match them through Sector 2. So that's basically from the exit of turn 1 to the exit of turn 7, a critical point of the racetrack. So, and the Triarzi cars are now really stuck behind that Faf Lamborghini. They might actually be able to use a bit of, well, hopefully get a bit of a straight line and speed advantage and get the move done down into turn 10AB and start pulling away. But we see that, it's not the first time we've seen that, where GTD Pro and GTD can intertwine with one another.
Let's head to the pit lane. Hunter McElrea is standing by with our journey.
And for those that watched qualifying yesterday, we talked to Stephen Thomas after he put in a smashing lap in qualifying, but Hunter, in technical inspection, one of the body parts was found to be above the homologated mass limit. Can you give us some insight into how that happened?
Honestly, I have no idea. I'm assuming something to do with the repairs. But anyway, you know, it's unfortunate, but a long race. I mean, Stephen's already gone from last to 5th, so great job by him. Long way to go. So we're just relaxing right now and keeping the car clean and make sure we're in a good position to fight to the end.
Now, Stephen's almost done half of his allotted drive time, and he's gone from the back of the field up to 5th. Does that relieve the pressure on you and Mikkel to go out there and push that hard?
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously we're drivers will always be wanting to go fast, but like I said, you know, it's such a crazy race, and you want to be there at the end, and Mikkel's, you know, got to have the tools to get it done for us at the end. So obviously my job's to do that, and obviously I'm going to be wanting to go fast as well, but you know, like I said, long way to go. Stephen's 5th, which already is a lot of the heavy lifting done, but it seems anything can happen.
Thanks, Hunter.
Thanks, man.
Just highlights a performance that possibly is going slightly unrewarded at the moment. JDC Miller Motorsports with the privateer Porsche 963, John Church's team, worked really hard to get in and stay in the championship this year. Running in 11th at the moment, so not fighting in the front of the field. However, John Church is giving Max Esterton a run out. Max Esterson, excuse me, a run out today in the 85, and this is his first time racing the 963. And Peter, you've been watching the splits and indeed the lap times and comparing Max against some of the Works drivers in a very not Works car, let's be honest. And that's no disrespect at all to John and the rest of the JDC team.
You're comparing with the Porsche Penske Motorsport team, who are the reigning champions and very likely to be the champions again tonight. And the reigning champion, Felipe Nasr, his best lap in the race is a 1:13 flat. His teammate Matt Campbell, a 1:13.1. But when you look at Max Esterson in that car, in that 85 GDC privateer car, his best is a 1:13.3. So he's within 0.3 of a second of 2 of the best drivers in the world right now in GTB prototypes. I think, and then you think, is the equipment, are all things equal? Not necessarily, because you think when you come down to the sheer number of engineers on the pit wall, that's where the big teams have the advantage over the small ones. And bear in mind, this isn't just Max Esterson's first time in this car, it's his first time racing in IMSA full stop.
At all, in any
multi-car sports car race like this. So he's having to do that in the traffic, etc. And he's at the moment running 2.8 seconds ahead of Jordan Taylor, who's one of the most experienced drivers in this paddock.
Just to finish up the story on Albert Costa, he was called for blocking, or at least looked at for blocking, on Rexy the 77 Dinosaur. No action required, a proactive move, says Race Control, not reacted. Hello to Ray Lathern, Cape Town in South Africa. Big shout outs to his wife as well, who's in Fez, Morocco, working with Ford Racing at W2RC Rally du Maroc at the moment. Two of their family favourites here, for those who remember that. At IMSA Radio, another close call at the front of the field.
More than that, contact between the race leader Tom Blomqvist and the Tower LMP2 car, driven at the moment by team owner John Ferrano, coming through turn 12, which in a GTP car is 150 miles an hour at the exit, and there was definite contact between Blomqvist and Ferrano there to the left-hand side of the Acura, and I think there's a tiny bit of sort of aero flick dive plane damage on the front left of Blomqvist's car. It looks a little bit displaced, so at the next pit stop they might need to change the nose of that car. They're down to 19.2% energy, so they want to try and get to the end of the stint if they can, but that will affect the performance of that car, which is so strong through the high-speed aerodynamic load corners.
Getting news of a couple of LMP2s on pit lane. Naveen Rao, PR1 Matheson. EF Corsa coming in, Luis Perez Compang, Nick Bull and Stephen Thomas. You get one, you get a lot of them, because of course they are the same car with that Gibson engine. Spoke to the guys from Gibson this morning at breakfast. Great to see them confirmed as the new LMP2 engine supplier for the new formula of cars. Well done to them for getting that done. And also hearing officially now of the Magnus Racing retirement. So 34 and 44 now, both out, with, as well as the Radiant Mustang, the number 66. I have some better news though. The Dex Lamborghini is back out from behind the wall.
Great news for that team.
Let's have an update on that car. Graham Doyle from the team is talking to Arjuna.
You read my mind, John. I wandered down, saw the car was rolling back out, and Graham, can you talk to us? What was the issue that saw you spend about 30 laps in pit lane?
Yeah, unfortunately on lap 1 there, we got caught up in that mess and ended up breaking a drive shaft off in the gearbox. But I mean, the guys at Wayne Taylor are just unbelievable. I mean, watching them take apart that car and put it back together is like, it's like magic. So they were able to get the broken part out and get us back rolling. So hopefully the car will be all set and we'll be ready to race.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks.
Excellent access to our pit lane reporting team here and all year. Now, is there a proactive coming straight off the corner at turn 12 and tracking diagonally to the inside, says Race Control, for that potential blocking penalty. It didn't actually save him the place, to be honest. It's judgment calls like that. He did immediately come off the curb and start tracking across. I suspect if he'd even been half a second. Oh, very close call for Roman Grosjean in behind Albert Costa with a rejoining LMP2. I think that was the 99. It was Spike, the skeletal dragon, and AO Racing. Oh my goodness me.
Spooked Grosjean there.
Spook the dragon. Spook the skeleton.
Spook, because it's for Halloween.
Yes, absolutely.
God, we're good.
Yeah, you can have that one, Gunnar. Spook the dragon. Cold tyres as well, of course, on that car. The exit of pit lane here feeds in to where you run up the hill to turn number 2. Battle for third. Aston Martin, Heart of Racing, down the inside of NASA, the reigning champion, and Aston are into a third place position on pace. Incredible stuff from the Heart of Racing team. And Ross Gunn, what a first season that this has been. When you think back to the original season for these cars not too long ago, for this rule set not too long ago, both in the WEC and here in IMSA, it was a season of refining the cars in terms of reliability even probably half of the second season before they even started to think about looking for performance. And Aston Martin, with the Valkyrie, the Heart of Racing team, have, with the dual program, 2 cars in WEC testing at Paul Ricard this week, and some of the information has found its way back to the number 23, and Ross Gunn absolutely making the best of it. Some electronic changes to the Heart of Racing Valkyrie.
And since he's got by, he's pulled 7/10 of a second out of Nasser. That's remarkable, and that's before getting to the point where the Valkyrie is at its strongest, which is down the straight. That Cosworth developed V12 absolutely sings, and it's a powerful motor. In fact, he's pulled the pin. He's just put the absolute best third sector in of the entire race and pulled a huge chunk of time out of Felipe Nasser into the pits, the first of our GTP cars. That is the number 10 Dex Imaging Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, who will be followed very soon, I would imagine, by Felipe Nasser, who's also low on energy.
Yeah, 1.9 as the percent as Albuquerque came into pit lane. 4.4 left for Nasser, 7.9 for Ross Gunn, and 10.2 for the second place Jack Aitken, 10.4 for Blomqvist. Full service, left-hand side, Michelin's being changed. And it will be all 4 tyres. Arjuna?
It is a scrub set of Michelin tyres going on, and this about an hour and 30 minutes into the race, John, I think is when the teams expected they could start to work through their allotment of these medium Michelin compound of tyres. The virtual energy continues to go in. It's going to be a long stop for this number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing car. I can see the fuel man's head bobbing up and down as he waits for the screen on the fuel hose to tell him that it's good to release the car off and away. And a tidy stop for the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10.
That was 99 seconds that I read on the side of that car.
The added time in the pit stall will usually be 40 seconds.
Right.
In terms of the fueling, everyone has got the maximum stink energy is different for each car, and therefore they've got a certain amount of megajoules they can put in, but each one takes 40 seconds. Into the pits comes the number 7 Felipe Nasser, who had no answer there in that last part of the stint for Ross Gunn in the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Wow.
Arjuna watching this one as well. The black pinstripes telling us that that is the car that Felipe Nasser shares with Nick Tandy, and Lawrence Vantour listed in both cars. If you didn't catch that today, Julien Andler not feeling too well. Arjuna?
There's another set of scrub tyres going onto this machine. I'm hoping that we can get a word with one of the Porsche Penske Motorsports drivers, hopefully Laurent Vantour, to get that word. And I think, John, it was only a 2-tyre stop for this number 7 Porsche Penske crew, who are also just taking a quick look around the car, making sure any debris that's being scooped up gets removed and sending it back out onto track with its full tank of virtual energy.
And if you want to see where all of the cars are, if you search for GTP telemetry IMSA, you'll have the screen that we can get up here in the booth as well. Peter, you are looking perplexed and confused.
Just left-hand side there for the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car. So are they playing the long game here? What did El Bamber tell us? He said, oh yeah, you know, watch the Porsches when they get to the dark.
Well, and he knows. He's had the advantage of that.
He's seen how the secret sauce is made. It was good he was having some banter with Nick Tandy on the grid. Of course, 10th anniversary of their Le Mans win together, which really put them on the map as drivers alongside Nico Hülkenberg. Amazing story.
Hello to Pixie Races in Valencia in Spain. Plans cancelled due to bad weather. But I'm watching IMSA, so not too upset. Pretoria, South Africa is where Tien Erasmus is tuned in from, and Sarah Rigby from the home of Bentley, Crewe in the northwest of England. Hello to you all, enjoying this one. Sarah will have been cheering loudly as Ross Gunn went through in the 3rd position in that number 23.
Bentley, there's a brand that needs to come and join in the fun here.
You'll get no argument from me on that at all. That Bentley Continental GT still one of my favourite GTD cars. 3 wide down the back stretch is Triazi is in the pit lane, and Ross Gunn joins Arjuna in the pit lane in the Valkyrie, coming towards you now.
And hits his marks. Off go the not tires, the door gets open so they can replace the water bottle, but John, there are no tires that have come over the wall, so it is going to be a double stint on the Michelin compounded tire for the Aston Martin Valkyrie. And catching up with the drivers just before the race, John, they felt like their pace in night practice was reflective of the effort they had put in, and we heard from Ian James yesterday. They have found something in this car working at the WEC, this dual program across the world, and they brought it over here to Road Atlanta, and they are looking very, very strong. The brakes are smoking as it continues to sit, and the virtual energy continues to get topped off, just waiting on those last little drops, and the V12 fires off and away.
Oh, that was glorious when we heard that go past Arjuna there. Noticed quite a lot of clag being taken out of the side pod there on the left-hand side. I should say the WEC race at Austin, now bear in mind it was odd conditions there, but their tyre wear was neg deck. There was no tyre wear on the Valkyrie. They had some problems on the Harry Tinknell car, and it didn't finish the race, but to that point they'd been on a single set of wet weather tyres all the way to that point, so it is very, very light on its tyre wear.
At the front of the field, this sparring match between Blomqvist and Aitken in the early point of the race, between the 60 Acura and the 31 Cadillac, they've both come in with identical amount of energy as well, 2.9% when they came in.
Arjuna is watching the battle in the pits, which is the battle at the front of the field, or at least it will be after this first pit stop cycle. Arjuna.
Left side tyres only for both teams, but John, I did notice a bit of damage on the left front of the Acura, and it's the Cadillac wheeling car that almost emerges alongside, but oh, how close off a pit exit.
There was a little bit of an overlap there, and straight away you're going to get Jack Aitken going to work here. Now, what a big lock-up from Tom Blomqvist going over the top of the hill. The left side tyres that had just gone on. Very cold, remember. No tyre warmers allowed. The Cadillac was down and away. Did he have to check up there? Oh, it was tight. Perfect. I don't think he did.
Perfect for Meyershank Racing there. That damage that Arjuna was alluding to, that was from that contact with the number 8 Tower Motorsport car at turn 12 at close to 150 miles an hour. Interesting, they didn't change the nose, so Blomqvist obviously happy that the front aero performance is where it needs to be. They might well change it though in the next full course yellow when that arrives. Oh, which may be fairly soon as... Oh, we've got a problem for the Pecom AF Corsa machine. It's taken a Michelin barrier with it. We saw this in the Pilot Challenge race.
As well.
No, I apologise. It's the 52 PR1 car. I apologise.
It's happened right underneath our Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, and he's now going to have to run the whole lap with it right in front of the driver on the left-hand side. There's cooling implications there for the front brakes as well, but it's the vision that will be the problem, and it's wrapped itself round one of the dive plates, that Corex boarding. I don't think that's going to blow off, so this is awful news.
And this car's already had a drive-through penalty, of course, as the 52 PR1 car
just gets out the way. Oh, 2 cars off, and that was PJ Hyatt as well going off, following him off as he was coming round to put a lap on the thing.
And that is the championships hang in fine balance. That little mistake there from PJ Hyatt. If that car hadn't been ahead, the Navin Rao car, he might have taken that boarding with him, and then it could have been a different story. So these actually, the path was cleared, if you like.
The board is flapping in the wind now, and now that is going to be a full course yellow because it's right in the braking area for turn 10A. I think, and there is the full course yellow. Now, who does this help? There's a whole bunch. Nick Yellerly, he hasn't been able to get in the pit lane. Dries Vantoor has, Max Esterton has, Jordan Taylor has.
I think it suits the cars that have already pitted because they'll just filter to the front now.
I think PJ Hyatt might get a warning at the very least for that, because there was a touch coming into turn 12 that unsettled Navin Rao's car.
Fair point. Yeah, quite similar actually to the disagreement between Tom Blomqvist and the number 8 Tower car. Actually, same corner, same place.
Yeah, you've got to be so decisive. Can't go half-heartedly down the inside at 12. And even then, if you do it, you've got to be really right alongside so that the other driver tries to give you space. Arjuna watching some more GTP stops just a moment ago.
Sorry, I was just having a quick chat with one of the JDC crew members. They confirmed a 2-tire stop for them. John, I also saw the BMW RLL team driver change behind the wheel of the BMW M Hybrid V8, and so opportune timing for them. Opportune timing as well for Rexy, the skeletal Rexy, who came into pit lane, and from what I could see, sticker tires going onto their GTD Pro machine and onto the number 12 GTD for Vassar Sullivan Lexus.
All the cars being asked to pack up quickly for this debris at turn 10, right in the middle of the track, Peter.
To tell you exactly who this has benefited, the team that Arjuna's just mentioned, the 85 JDC Miller Motorsports crew had just taken their pit stop, and they are going to be at the sharp end, or sharper end than they were when we come back to green, because the four cars, Nick Yellerly, Matt Campbell, Roman Grosjean, Sheldon van der Linde, they all are right on the edge on fuel. They pitted under that first caution, whereas the others did not. They'll be coming in to fuel up, but they will then filter back round to the rear of the field.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It is Nick Yellerly who's been picked up by the leader. Tom Blomqvist, by the way, still with the fastest lap in GTP. 1 minute 12.420, 8.5 hours still to go. We've gone through another half an hour of racing here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And our Brembo brake facts, 4 out of 5 in difficulty. It will surprise you not at all to know that slamming down the hill to turn 10 is the place where the GTPs and indeed all the classes have to brake the hardest. That's one of 6 braking zones on the track, and the numbers down that hill there on GTP, they are losing 120 miles an hour in a very short brake zone, downhill as well. So you've got a lot of pressure on those front Michelin tyres. That's 3 Gs of gravitational force that you're feeling, and that heats the front brake rotors, the discs, up to nearly 1500 Fahrenheit, 800 degrees Celsius. Our Brembo brake facts for Road Atlanta, celebrating 50 glorious years in motorsport with Brembo, and on far more cars than you realise, actually, because they're not always branded Brembo. The OEMs like to sometimes put their own names on the calipers. Mine cars have got the manufacturer names on, but they are definitely Brembo calipers. Let's go down to Renger van der Zande, who we love to hear from, as we're just commencing the pass around Arjuna with one of the real characters of the paddock.
And it's been a difficult weekend, all things considered, for the 93 crew, but great job in qualifying from Nick Yellerly, even with limited laps. This timing of the caution, though, Renger, hasn't exactly helped. You've already come down to pit lane once, but you'll be back in a few moments' time.
Yeah, we're coming in right now. It was almost like a regular stop for us anyway, but yeah, I think some people just before the yellow pitted, so that's their luck. Let them have all the luck of the world right now, so we'll take all the luck of the world at the end of the race. It's such a long one, and you know, anything what happens now is kind of staying in there, don't put a scratch on the car. Nick says the car feels good, and then on top of it, you need to get rid of the tires, double stinting.
You've had plenty of memorable moments over the years here at Petit Le Mans, but the lack of practice. I think you said Nick only had 5 laps before he jumped in for qualifying. How helpful has it been to be able to look at the notebook of the number 60 Michelin crew?
Yeah, you're pointing out something crucial. You know, when you have 2 cars, then for sure you have a big benefit if it doesn't go your way in the weekend in practice. So we struggled a bit to get the car out with electronical issues. People flying in from LA, from Honda HRC to fix the car and all that. So very proud of the crew how they got it done. But then if you don't have any laps, you still have a sister car that has done some Sunday work that you can learn from. And that's what we did. So I think the car is good. Nick did a really good job in qualifying, putting in on 3rd position, just behind Tom. 2.5 tenths, but with no laps, I think that was a really good job. And now it's about getting through this race, the first half at least.
And one of the storylines has been the HRC team contributing to not just building this car, but engineering it as well. It's now been 1 full year. How much has that helped the program to be able to find the speed as we've worked through 2025?
Yeah, I think it's amazing. You know, it's a lot of young people and a lot of people who hasn't been running cars so far, but the group has come really nicely together. David Salters, our boss at HRC, is put the group together and put in a lot of trust with the young guys. And I think, you know, that could be a risk, but it turned out really well. So I guess he has a good sense, a good nose for picking the right people, because so far it's clicking all in the right direction.
Thanks, Renger. It's going to be a busy time in pit lane, and John, I think we are going to see a whole swath of driver changes. In front of me, I think that's Davide Rigon, who's getting ready to jump into the Dragon Speed cars, but for the time being, it's the GTPs, and right in front of me, it is the 93 Acura Meyershank that hits pit lane. Doesn't look like they're putting tires onto this at all, although I can hear the tire guns going off for BMW Team RLL, so it does seem to be a bit of a split call here, as they put on, at the very least, 2 tires, and Sheldon von der Linde steps out of the car.
Clear the windscreen for EO Racing. PJ Hyatt stays in the car in the Europol, out first in LMP2. And I reckon that it's going to be Tom Blomqvist who is still in the lead after this. Jack Aitken second for Cadillac, so no change there. BMW number 24 in third for Kevin Magnussen now behind the wheel of the number 24, and Max Esterson. I think Max might be in 4th place at the end of all of this, Peter, by dint of taking, I mean, you go long, if you go long, you extend your pit window, and you might say, well, that was a bit lucky, wasn't it? But he had to be there to take advantage of that, and his lap times, as you pointed out earlier, have been superb.
Yeah, if he wasn't on the pace, it wouldn't make any difference. But he is on the pace, so it's a really impressive start from Max Esterson, one of the Team USA alumni, one of many in this race, in this championship. Great to hear from Renger van der Zande there. Always a great interview, gives great insight to what's going on behind the scenes. And if he were to win today, he would equal Alan McNish on 4 Petit Le Mans overall wins. The only driver ahead of that is Dindo Capello, who had 5.
Yeah. Here come the GT cars. Quick mention to Stan Pinnock. He says, was that sign made of cheese? It's just like you said, there was debris everywhere. If you actually do read this out, Tracy Pinnock will be very embarrassed. Sorry, Tracy. At IMSA Radio. Let's get down to the GT battles coming in, and just about everyone from GTD Pro has dived into the pit lane. Take your pick, Arjuna. You've got plenty to look at.
And I'm seeing plenty of stickers. I'm not sure how many scrub tires are going onto the car. There are some driver changes to take note of as well, including the Paul Miller BMW crew, who are doing their driver change just in front of me. But I think, John, this is a really interesting time for these GTD cars because of how the class split cycles some of the cars back further up through the field. How much fuel you'll put in the car, how long you'll spend in pit lane, doesn't really make too much of a difference. It's all about strategy. We heard that earlier from Ben Barnico.
Great variety of sight and sound. Oh, now here's Costa. Costa's car, the 81, splits the 2 Paul Miller Racing BMWs, and who got into that car? It's Davide Rigon that got into that. Well, I thought Albert Costa did an absolutely stellar job at the start of the race, more than holding his own, and now you know why he's in with a shout for the championship. Davide Rigon is not likely to make that car go any slower.
Nope, definitely not, but Albert Costa has one thing that Rigon does not, and that's a Petit Le Mans victory. Costa's got a 100% win record here. Done it once, won it once.
Yeah, if he does that again, it's time for him to just not bother coming back, isn't it?
I think he might get invited back by several people.
Yeah, I think, well, that's a fair point well made, Peter Mackay.
Yes. What an eventful hour and 38 minutes. 8 hours 22 to go. And Renger van der Zande made a superb point there, saying, you know, yes, there'll be other cars that got lucky with this full course yellow where they just pitted and that'll then filter them to the front. But he said, let them have the good luck right now. We need the luck tonight. That's when it really matters.
58 points, the advantage of Matthew Campbell and Mathieu Jaminet in the number 6 Porsche in the GTP points as it stands, from a new second place, and that is the BMW of Philippe Eng and Dries Van Tor. They're 58 points back and 30 ahead of Felipe Nasr and Nick Tandy in the number 7 Porsche in third position. In LMP2, it is still, at the moment, Dane Cameron and PJ Hyatt by 127 points, and then Stephen Thomas is 250 back. Daniel Goldberg, I should say, in second in the 22 United car. Stephen Thomas 250 back from the leaders. In GTD Pro, Albert Costa by 47 now to the 3 Corvette crew of Alexander Sims and Antonio Garcia, with Laurent Heinrich and Klaus Bachler, another 122 points in arrears. And finally, there is a winning margin on the board for Philip Ellis and Russell Ward. Ken Cook in second is tied in second at the moment in the 023 Ferrari with Casper Stevenson in the 27 Aston Martin. So provisionally, the Winward crew champions take the big shiny trophy at the banquet tomorrow night, but vice champions still to be decided, and all tied there. Huge crowd here, Peter. We said this earlier in the week. Even when we were in on Wednesday, it looked busy. Thursday, it looked really busy. Friday, it might as well have looked like race day. And I thought, well, you'd need a shoehorn and some liquid soap to get any more people in on Saturday than we got in on Friday. And I wish I'd never said anything, because there's a huge amount of people come for the day today. I have never seen traffic jams as long as they had. We are 4.1 miles away, and I pulled out of the hotel car park onto the back at before 8 o'clock this morning, onto the back of the queue to get into the car park, and it took 1 hour and 15 minutes. And I'm not complaining about this at all, by the way. We thought it might be so, which is why I was up and out relatively early, not being on air until 11:30. It was very good-natured, some fabulous cars in the queue as well. I've not seen anything like this for a walk-up, for Saturday walk-up. Everybody comes in and camp. There was no camping spaces months ago here, but the queue for people coming in today specifically, incredible, absolutely incredible. Thanks to Georgia State Police and the marshals for getting everybody in on time. Absolutely impressive.
One thing that stands out to me is the quality of the cars that come to all IMSA WeatherTech Championship races, but each manufacturer has their own corrals where fans or owners of that brand can come along, and they've been given a tour around the track where they've done a big loop around the whole track behind a controlled pace car. So there's the Porsche corral, there's the Corvette corral, BMW corral, Hyundai corral, Cadillac corral, and many. I'm sure I'm missing.
The Cadillacs were having far too much fun yesterday.
One of the best sounding corrals, that's for sure.
Yeah, CTSV, yes please. I had one of those in front of me. The rear tyres looked like a race car. Fantastic stuff. In and out the pits for the number 52 that caused this full course yellow, Naveen Rao, PR1 Matheson Motorsport. I'm pretty certain he got a little clip on the left rear coming down the hill. If it wasn't, he got a wiggle on in some way, shape or form, maybe just by being offline, I suppose.
He got a smell off the paint, if there was paint on it. It was that close, that close.
Oh, well, I'm hearing now from Aaron Stevens, who's been our producer all year. Thank you, Aaron, for everything that you've done for us here on the international broadcast. He's listening also to our colleagues at NBC. He's monitoring radios. He's got something akin to Houston Mission Control up at Concord. and they're on now at the gate. The sheriff's department are not letting anyone else in, so effectively we are full. Incredible here at Motul Petit Le Mans for the 28th time, and I didn't say this at the start of the race this year, but I just hope that everybody remembers Dom Paynos right now, because without his vision, without his enthusiasm for the 24 Heures du Mans, for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, Little Le Mans, Petit Le Mans wouldn't have happened. This track probably wouldn't have been developed, and a number of others as well. We would have had no American Le Mans series, which probably means we wouldn't have had the World Endurance Championship years down the line, because at that point, sports car racing, particularly here in the US, was somewhat fractured. The ACO had Le Mans, so we were years away from the ILMC. And in those ALMS years, we didn't need a World Championship, it was here in the US. Without Dr. Dom Paynos, his vision, his investment in blood, sweat, tears, and not an inconsiderable amount of dollars either, we would not be where we are now. And there are an awful lot of people in this paddock, including me, who have made our living out of this part of sports car racing. And it's all down to Dr. Don. We salute you, Dr. Paynos, for the fans, still for the fans. 8.25 hours to go to the end of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season. As they come back through to the start, it's Blomqvist from Aitken, from Magnussen, from Esterson in 4th. 5th is the Aston Martin. So we did read that correctly. Little slow start for one of the cars there. I think it was it Yellow League?
Yes, 93, lost a few positions.
Right, okay. Good restart from Blomqvist again, though, in that Acura. I mean, it's almost unfair, isn't it, that you put Blomqvist at the front when we know he's going to be 2/10 quicker through that first 9 second split point. Max Esterson, star of the race so far for me, for the JDC Miller, relatively bereft of sponsorship. What an opportunity that is if you're looking to support a sports car. 963 Porsche in private hands. Really, the DNA of Porsche racing is with the privateers, let's be honest. When you look to their glory years of 956, 917, 962, we
935.
935. We referred to those Porsches by their sponsors or by their colours. That's why we talk about Gulf Porsches, why we talk about Canon and Shell, and that's why we talk about the yellow submarine as well. Lowenbrau. Oh, now you're talking.
Hulbert and Bell.
Yeah.
Something's wrong with Nick Yellowly, number 93. Then he comes. Yeah, it was straight off the start. There was something wrong with this number 93 Acura.
Gremlins.
Oh, I hope not.
All the cars being signed by fans, and he's back in the pit lane. We'll keep an eye on this. It is Ryan Marine who's back down in the pit lane, and the red, white and black number 93 on the pit lane speed limiter. Is that actually running?
Straight from the restart.
Yeah.
Straight from the restart, something looked wrong.
They'll fuel it, and it's a steering wheel. They're going to change the steering wheel. So this, it must be a gear selection or some kind of control input problem. And that was done very, very quickly. And the 93 car heads back out with Nick Yellowly. He's almost, though, lost a lap to the leaders. Where
just
is
out
Blomqvist?
Just out in time. So it hasn't lost a lap. Brilliant work from the Michelin Racing crew and HRC to be able to get that changed.
Coming down to the start, stuck in gear. Stuck in gear. There's no shift. There's no shift. Shifting down but not up. No upshift.
Strange.
So is he up to speed? That's the question. Comes out of turn 7 onto the backstretch in beautiful early autumn, early fall sunshine here. No, no, same problem, same problem. It's not on the pit lane speed limit, he's faster than that. But it's either not revving or not upshifting. He's lost the lead lap. One of the contenders. Early problems with 8 hours and 11 to go. The HRC run Michelin Racing car.
Clearly, Acura have a race-winning package today, as do the Cadillacs. They seem to be the two front-running brands early on and through their practice times. And this is why having two cars in your program is so important, because if one has a problem, you're still in the mix. If you're only running one car, obviously that's it. That is heartbreak for HRC, for Acura, for Michelin Racing, and of course for Renger van der Zande. It looks like it's not going to be a fourth Petit Le Mans win to equal Alan McNish. Early drama, an hour and 50 minutes into the race, but we talk about rolling off the truck. It's that gremlin, whatever it is, whatever the problem is, has been living in that car since they rolled it out the truck. What a strange set of circumstances. Now, Yellowly has kept going, so are they going to try and fix it on the fly? He's back up to speed going through Sector 1.
Wow.
He's right on the pace in Sector 1, give or take a tenth or two.
So was that a Control-Alt-Delete as well as a new?
He's more now
steering wheel.
Yeah, he's lost 3 seconds now in Sector 2, so
it's intermittent.
Yeah,
that's the worst kind of fault, isn't it? Meantime, in GTD Pro, BMW from Ferrari and Ford, and that therefore is the battle for third position. Neil Verhagen, Davide Rigon, Sebastian Priaulx.
But further up the road, it's the number 77 of Lauren Heinrich, who's 7/10 of a second up the road.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, he's leading the way in GTD Pro at the moment, but those two Paul Miller Racing BMWs have been strong all week. They've got 2 poles in a row for Dan Harper.
Yeah.
In his first season in IMSA, it's easy to forget that.
First time here.
No.
And clocks it on pole position. He's got the right skill set for it. He's done many laps around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and as we said, this is a bit of a mini North Loop. Very, very mini North Loop. But the rise and fall, the blind corners, even parts of the track have a similar sort of rhythm to various parts of that legendary 15, 16 miles a circuit.
Do you think if we all came back here next week that Tom Blomqvist and Jack Aitken would still be going round within 6 car lengths of each other?
Pretty much, yeah.
This is remarkable.
Yeah, for those on the World Feed TV at the moment, I promise you we are not showing you just replay after replay. This is not one of those crime capers where they loop the CCTV footage in the lift so that you can't see them going up and down. This is actually happening time and time again. And we know that because they keep going right under our feet where we are in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. We can look down onto the start-finish line and see them going through. Let's go to Ryan, who's back with us in the pit lane, fully cerestified, I hope, from Sheppers and the Apex Cafe. What can you tell us, Ryan?
I can't tell you too much, but that's just because the team doesn't know a whole lot at this point. As you mentioned, that first pit stop, they swapped out the steering wheel, hoping that would solve the problem. It has not. The issue has been cropping up intermittently. I did put the question to the team spokesperson, does this have anything to do with the electrical issues we've seen already this week? And it's too soon to say at this point. Right now, there are 3 of the Meyer-Shank crew members huddled up with a couple Acura and HRC employees, speaking with a great deal of fervor, as you might imagine, given the circumstances. So they're trying to get to the bottom of all this, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions.
Big incident and a scary one at the top of the hill. A Michelin wheel and tyre from Lynn Hodenius, and his car has gone missing. This is the number 80 Lone Star Racing left rear, I think, from that car. Now, Lynn's kept the car on the track, but the wheel has made its bid for freedom and actually bouncing into one of the areas where photographers are allowed to walk but not stand, and that's why they're not allowed to stand there. Fortunately, spotted. Now the diff's doing all the work, but I don't think he's going to be able to drive up the hill to turn 4, and we have another full course yellow. That was very scary indeed.
Yeah, scary is the word, because
that's about 23 kilos, Peter. So when that comes off, that is the heaviest that you can take as a checked baggage piece of luggage.
Bouncing along the road, and very nearly came into the path of the race leaders. Not that they're more important than the others, but it's
great driving by Lynn,
Tom
by the way.
Blomqvist very, very nearly.
Yeah, you're right.
Hitting that wheel, which could have ended their race. I mean, a 23 kilo weight hitting the car is never going to be good. That's terrifying there. But Blomqvist just almost has to blink and hope for the best.
Did it go over the top of the Aston Martin that was in the GTD
I think
car?
It went over the top of the race leader, Tom Blomqvist.
Yeah. Takes out one of the VP Racing signs and then bounces back onto the track. You're right. It did indeed. And the Dex Imaging 45 Lamborghini bounced over the top of that as well. That gives you an idea of how much energy is in that wheel and tyre going through turn 1. Couple of hops on the top of the concrete wall and then into the woods to driver's left. Going down to turn 2 and 3. Yeah, that went up. That went over the top of the Dex Imaging car, right over the top of the deck. That could have had major consequences there.
It's not the way we'd like to. For those enjoying the pictures on our world feed, it's not the way we'd like to put in context how steep that part of the racetrack is. But there we have it. The gravity showing just how steep that part is, and like you say, the energy of it coming off the car, really scary there for everyone concerned. So another full course yellow, and we've had full course yellows for fairly strange reasons. It's not been because everyone's been firing off the road or hitting each other.
Apart from the first one.
Apart from the first one, yeah, granted. But it's more been little strange things like an advertising board here, a bit of debris there, and now we've got a loose wheel. What a bizarre start to the race. And thankfully everyone's okay after that, because that could have been nasty.
Yeah, you don't like to see that. That's a huge amount of. We were talking about mass earlier on. That is a huge amount of mass to hit. I mean, at the top of turn 2, heading down turn 3, what is a GTP car doing there? Accelerating for a start.
So they're going to, they tip into turn 1 at 170 miles an hour.
That's incredible.
130 at the minimum speed in turn 1, but by the time they get up to that point, 140 they're touching the brakes for turn 2, 3. And then 85 at the apex point. Basically, when the tyre bounced over Tom Blomqvist, he would have been doing around 80 miles an hour.
Yeah,
makes you.
That would have caused a lot of damage.
Yes. And think about poor Lynn Hodness. He was doing, when that tyre let go, he would have been doing about 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. Had he just come out the pits? Yes. Yeah, because he was a changed driver.
Probably, yeah.
Coming down to 8 hours, the pits will not open here because it's been fewer than 15 minutes since the last pits. Let's do a VP in race update here. Tom Blomqvist, I'm not going to give you the gaps because we're behind the safety car, so here's the running order. Tom Blomqvist in the number 60 Acura Meyershank Racing with Kerb Agajanian leads. From Jack Aiken and Cadillac Whelan, that has been a battle that has been raging for 2 hours basically. Kevin Magnussen has taken over the BMW number 24, which sits in third. Max Esterson has been doing sterling work, yeoman's work in the privateer JDC Miller Motorsports, which as it stands right now is the lead Porsche, that car. Max in his first time in the car, first time in IMSA 85, the yellow submarine, or the banana boat as it's sometimes called with its bright yellow hue, in fourth. Ross Good in fifth for Aston Martin, Harter Racing team, and the Valkyrie also showing its pace in the early running here. Then the best placed of the Porsche Penske Motorsports 963 is the championship leading. Sorry, no, it's not. It's what started in second earlier on today. Felipe Nasr, Nick Tandy, the number 7 car. Then Jordan Taylor for Cadillac Whelan, Cadillac Wade Taylor Racing in 7th position. That's the 40. The team car is in 8th place with Felipe Albuquerque. 9th, Matt Campbell. which is the championship leading Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, the number 6 with the white pinstripes. 10th, Romain Grosjean for Automobile Lamborghini Squadra in the SC63. Marco Wittmann for BMW, number 25 in 11th, and Nick Yellerly with some kind of shift problem, electrical problem. He's dropped off the lead lap now in the red, white and black number 93 Acura. LMP2 into Europol from United Autosports, 43 from 2, Jeremy Clark from Nick Burl. AO Racing, PJ Hyatt, the 99 black and white Oregon LMP2 07, championship leader coming in. AF Corsa, the blue, light blue, 88 in third, Luis Perez Compact, Daniel Goldberg, dark blue with red and white, United Autosports USA, number 22, also in with the championship fight. Stephen Thomas, also in with the championship fight. TDS Racing, the number 11 car, then in 6th position. Then it's Pratt Miller Motorsport, Chris Cumming, number 73. Riley Gar Robinson, been in from the start in the 74 Origin blue car. Era Motorsport, Toby Ludke also started that, number 18 car. CrowdStrike George Kurtz getting his time in the 04 in the Algarve Pro Racing run machine. John Ferrano for Tower in the number 8, and Naveen Rao. All of those cars still on the lead lap. GTD Pro, it is Porsche and Skeleton Rexy, number 77. That leads with Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel. Conor De Filippi leads 2-3 for BMW, and for Paul Miller Racing 48 from 1. Neil Verhagen, his teammate, in that 3rd position. Ahead of Paul Miller, ahead of Dragon Speed's number 81, Albert Costa, has given over to Davide Rigon. Seb Prior is now behind the wheel of the 64 Ford Multimatic Motorsport GT3 Mustang. In Katzberg in 6th for Corvette, his teammate Antonio Garcia in 7th, so the two Corvettes 6th and 7th, 4 and 3 in that order. Vassar Sullivan, Kyle Kirkwood the 14 in 8th for Lexus. Chris Meese for Ford Multimatic in the 65 Mustang in 9th, and the top 10 is James Hinchcliffe for Pfaff Motorsport in the Lamborghini. Then in GTD, AF Corsa Ferrari from Triazi Competition Ferrari from AJ Muss in the 2nd Triazi Competition Ferrari. So 3 Ferraris, 21, 023 and 021 at the front of the field. Russell Ward now in for Winward Racing. Pressure off all of that team now. They could actually park the car up and they would still win the championship. They're not going to do that. They want to win this race, I'll tell you that right now. BMW M4 GT3 Evo for Turner Motorsport. Jake Walker's taking over the 96. Casper Stevenson for Harter Racing Aston. In 6th place, Lorenzo Patrese, who started on pole position for Chetelaar, is now now back in that car and leads the bronze category. That's the 47 blue and tricolore coloured car. Elliott Skier for Wright Motorsport. Slightly different livery to that car. It's still the dark green, but the yellow stripe has a design on it that looks slightly different this weekend. And then in 9th, Anthony McIntosh, the 2nd of the Bronze Cup cars for Aston Martin. That's Van der Steur Racing. Number 19, the blue and white stripe car. Frankie Montecalvo makes up the top 10 for Vassar Sullivan. Lexus RCF GT3. I'll go to 11th here because AWA, Ore Fadani, importantly for the Bronze Cup, he's running, he's in 11th, and with Brendan Areeb's car, the number 70 Inception Racing Ferrari, having been retired, that looks like the invitation in GTD is going the way of Ore Fadani and that Corvette team. We're doing a bit of scraping of the track as we go through, but that is our VP Racing in-race updates with 7 hours, 57 minutes and 33 seconds to go. Tom Blomqvist leads behind the safety car. Just being reminded that the number 80 Lodestar Racing car lost a wheel at Indy as well. Thank you, Aaron, for that. Let's go back down to the pit lane and take an update with Ryan.
another update on the 93 that's having these intermittent issues. And the word, as you guys rightly surmised, is it is a gear selection issue. They're having to lift to make the shift engage, and the switch of the steering wheel did not fix that. They do not believe this is related to the gremlins that were affecting that car previously this weekend, although they're not entirely sure. And I did ask, hey, is this something that you can fix at this point, or do they just have to live with it? And unfortunately, it sounds like the latter. They're going to have to deal with this and manage the problem the rest of the way, and that's a long way yet to go.
The problem with that, Peter, is not that I've driven a GTP car, but what I know from that type of gearbox is they don't like to change when you lift. They are built to flat shift, and you pull the lever and keep your foot flat on the floor. Partial throttle or lifting off. Sometimes you can get caught, in motorcycle terms we call it a false neutral. You can get caught between gears because you want the energy to push the next dog up, as they call it, on the gear selector. So that's not going to get better on its own, I'm afraid, for the Acura number 93.
There is support here from X-Track, who build the gearboxes for all GTP cars. It's a spec part that everyone uses, so I'm sure the X-Track engineers will be down there as well. But it could be so many different things in that situation. What a shame for Michelin. But this is, again, I'll reiterate, this is why you run two cars, because if one has a problem, you've still got another bullet in the gun. And well, particularly that number 60 car leading the way at the moment, being very, very strong, but basically shadowed the entire way so far by Jack Aitken in that number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. Class splits are more or less done now, so the pits are now open for all cars. So do we have any takers? It was the in that full course yellow.
Waiting to see. No, I don't think so. Other than describing, going back to green with just under 7 hours and 55 minutes to go. Live from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre at the start-finish line. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh. It's Ryan Marine and Arjuna Kankapati in the pit lane. Arjuna taking a breather at the moment. So now Blomqvist has once again to get the start. He doesn't get the start, spins up the rear Michelin's as he comes through under the Fox factory bridge, but then hooks the car up, and he's super quick through turn 12. I felt certain that as the green flag was flying, he was going to be at least side by side, possibly worse, across the start-finish line. Also making up positions further back, the silver-fronted Cadillac is Jordan Taylor, the number 40, going by Felipe Nasr, the championship leader. Is this round 5 now for these two? It really does feel like a boxing match. Ding ding, seconds out, get back at it, and they're straight there.
Is this going to be the story of the day? Is it going to come down to a shootout between these two cars? Because these two cars have been up the timesheets in every sector all weekend, but also these two drivers particularly have stood it. Blomqvist, his qualifying lap yesterday.
Oh, it was a thing of beauty.
Wow. Whereas Jack Aitken is all the way through practice very strong and qualified closest to Blomqvist.
Blomqvist still carrying a slight bit of damage on the left front dive plate. Just turned in a little bit after that slight contact earlier on.
On the restart, the FAF Lamborghini and GTD Pro was actually passed by the Triarzi car coming out of turn 12, which of course is running at the front of GTD. So FAF team, they're multiple champions in this series, don't forget. They are struggling out there today. Of course, brand new car from Lamborghini coming next year. Whoa, off Cetilar through the gravel at turn 10AB, manages to keep going there, does Lorenzo Patrese, who put the car on pole position yesterday. So no harm, no foul, but that will have raised the pulse by a notch or two.
Meantime, just a little bit further up the field ahead of him, it's Heart of Racing, Aston Martin down the inside, and behind him trying to follow through is the right Porsche. Going side by side, that's the 021 Triazzi Competizione Ferrari.
AJ Mush running in 5th in the category at the moment. Oh wow, having a right old ding-dong here with Elliot Skier in the green and yellow Porsche. Skier all over the curbs, bumping and barking all over the place.
And that could have been a similar incident to what we saw at the beginning of the race. That's not dissimilar to what Manny Franco did to start that big chain reaction. Almost like a highway motorway crash, and it chops down onto the front of the number 78. That's that Chettilar car again with Lorenzo Patrese. And who was that behind him there?
The 7840 of Misha Goikberg. 40 Lamborghini, not 40 the number 14.
I see what you mean, yes. Very good. But what a battle that was. Aston Martin and Ferrari, and just onto the dirty part of the track for Lorenzo Patrese, and gets the car back running again.
Previous lap by for a little bit of a dramatic start to the stint for Lorenzo, actually Lorenzo's been in the car for a little while, hasn't he? Of course, with qualifying the car on pole.
Yeah, but then they changed at the first pit stop, didn't they? And then he's gone back in again.
Right, okay, so they're filtering through.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. At the front, there's no change, so 2 hours and 10 minutes into the race, and the Marishank Racing Acura Tom Lundqvist leads from Jack Aiken by almost no time at all, 0.6 of a second at this moment, but forging to the front, who have played the strategy well, so an early front runner to enter the conversation for our BDO No Strategy Award, the number 24 RLL BMW, now driven by Kevin Magnussen.
John Church, JDC. Now that was a bit lucky, but you said they had to be there, you've got to be in it to win it, and that car has got pace in the hands of young Max.
It does, but early days for, I think we've still got lots of strategical brilliance to come.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of column inches expended about a different Max in making his way into sports car racing in GTs. Well, Max Esterson is writing some headlines here. Whatever else happens in this race, and this is really important, I think, for people to understand. Whatever else happens in this race, Max Esterson has announced his arrival at this level, in this form of car, at the very highest level of GTP, of sports car endurance racing.
If provided he brings the car back to the pits with no mistakes, I think he could almost not get in the car again, and he's proved his point.
Yeah, exactly my point, Peter. 27 points, Albert Costa from the Alexander Sims and Antonio Garcia. That's at the top of GTD Pro. People joining us all the time from what we're seeing on Twitter, or X at the moment, at IMSA Radio. The two GT classes, GTD Pro with the red number backgrounds, GTD with the green, and the corresponding edges to the windscreen banners, the rear wing end plates and the door mirrors. So red for GTD Pro, green on all of those surfaces for GTD. Those cars are identical. There is no difference in the performance of those cars. So a GTD Pro Ferrari, Davide Rigon, for example, in fourth, has the same performance potential as the number 21 that leads the class for Simon Mann for ASF Corsa and Kenton Cook for Triazzi behind him. The balance of performance, the amount of power, etc., identical. The difference is in the makeup of the driving teams, the three drivers, and it's much more of a pro-am situation in GTD, hence the GTD Pro moniker on the red cars, on the red numbered cars. The slight fly in the ointment there is that when we restart, we do put all the GTD Pros ahead of all the GTDs. That hasn't, so far from what I've been watching, that hasn't actually had the effect that I thought it would, the negative effect that I thought it might, shall I say.
I think it actually makes it clearer to tell the story after restarts, particularly.
Totally agree with that.
And an early front runner for our BDO No Strategy Award in GT would be the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari that leads right now with Simon Mann on board. Because remember, they had a drive-through penalty for blocking, and we're only 2 hours and 13 minutes into the race, and they lead their category. So they're an early front runner, I should say. But it shows you as well just how strong those Ferraris are in GTP.
Massive shake-up in GTP driver standings. 68 points to the good, Campbell and Jaminet, but now it is that BMW, Philippe Dries Vanthoor in second. Some 40 points further back, Nasser and Tandy. And just before we go down to the pits, for our international viewers and listeners, as the number 80 Lone Star Racing car is back on the pit lane, by the way, and heading back out onto the track. That's a really good turnaround by Recovery, as well as by the team. You need to slightly elaborate on what a right old ding-dong is.
A right old ding-dong? It's like a fight or a battle, but a particularly good one.
Yeah. So it's a bit like having a fist fight that just carries on.
Ding-dong.
Yeah. Kind of thing. Back and forth, a bit of a back and forth. Let's head down to Ryan Marine in the sunshine.
Wanted to check in with the LMP2 leaders. That's Inter Europol. Ended up starting on pole position in the class with the penalty to TDS. And Bijoy Garg joins me. How has the race gone from your perspective? You've had track position, but has it kept you out of some of the crazy stuff?
Yeah, definitely. Being up front has prevented us from, it's led us to being in clean air all the time, out of the P2 fight. So we're just gaining time, and hopefully the rest of the race goes like this.
You got a crown jewel earlier this season at Sebring. How similar and how different is the challenge when you come to Motul Petit Le Mans compared to the 12 hours at Sebring?
Both are very hard races to win for sure, but definitely a bit different in some aspects. Like Sebring, you have to deal with the heat, and it's a bit more physical of a race. But then this is also really tough with, mentally with how you get through traffic and how you push for a good lap. So both really hard races to win, but in their own way.
Finally, we know the car is fast during these conditions, but what about at nighttime?
Night practice, we were pretty strong on Thursday, so we'll see how we go today, and hopefully we're a bit faster, hopefully fastest in the night.
Well, let Bijoy go because he's on standby. As soon as there's an opportunity, he's next to climb aboard the car.
Well, incredible scenes here at Road Atlanta, Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta for Motul Petit Le Mans, with the leaders carving their way through traffic again. Half a second between first and second. We've had to close the gates. There's so many people in here today. The local road infrastructure this morning. Never seen anything like this for people turning up on the day here. We've always had the campers. We've always had people rocking up on Wednesday and Thursday. But the walk up this lovely sunny Saturday at Braselton, Georgia, has been immense. This must be the biggest crowd we've ever had at Motul Petit Le Mans.
And this momentum we've seen, and which is proof is in the pudding of people coming through the gate, isn't it? It all started January 2020 in that press room at Daytona where Convergence was announced. And the manufacturers, they asked for it, it was delivered, and they have fulfilled their end of the bargain, and we've got a global sports car racing ecosystem which is stronger than it's ever been, and that's why people are coming through the door, because they want to see this.
Started this morning at a very temperate track temperature. It's now at 102 Fahrenheit, which is 39 Fahrenheit, and it's hotting up on the track as well down the inside of turn one, and there's the class leading Ferrari right ahead of this battle, and Jack Aitken finally gets it done. Traffic assisted possibly, but that was a power move from the Englishman. Aitken goes through and gets it done. Blomqvist will not let that lie, and we know he's got a quick car, and impressively that was at the point of the track where the Acura, and Blomqvist in particular, is the strongest. Aitken taking the opportunity, then coming up behind the championship leading Dragon Speed Ferrari, gave him. And, you know, sometimes you've just got to take those. I mean, we're talking 2 and a bit hours those two have been scrapping it out. And that's the first proper opportunity to pass.
Exactly. That. So Lundqvist had one little bit of traffic that didn't go his way, and it can pounce. It's taken well over 2 hours to break the deadlock, but he has broken the deadlock. But now, we're now into the point. So he moved to the inside coming out of the exit of turn 12, which put him in a great position. Lundqvist kind of got boxed in behind the Ferrari. Through turn 1 they went, and Aitken went through, and he'll be going, oh, at last I can go through, whereas Lundqvist he also got a little bit balked too coming out of turn 12. Yeah, that was where it started. It wasn't as quick through turn 12, but I think there's another element here though, and it's the tyre grip that is remaining, and there's not much of it. The times, we're now in the 1:15s, 1:16, so we're 3 seconds off the pace we saw at the beginning. So the tyres are now not at their best, and these two front-running cars only took 2 tyres at their only stop, so there won't be much performance left. Coming through turn 12 a few times out of our view from the Michelin Tower, seen Jack Aitken, the rear of the car, coming around quite a lot. Yeah. So the grip isn't what it was at the beginning. So, but they've not got an infinite source of tyres. They've only got 9 sets for qualifying and the race, so they have to make them last.
And they will have scrubbed in as many of those as they could. An incident earlier on between Chetelaar and Forte Lamborghini was describing that, and that is under review at the moment. Meantime, in GTD Pro, our championship leader is the Pratt Miller Mobil 1 Chevrolet number 3. And at the moment, that is in 7th position, excuse me, 81 Dragon Speed is the championship leader. Antonio Garcia battling for that
on net points. It is coming into the race. The Corvette was leading.
Yeah,
but on net points, the Dragon Speed car is leading. Yes, as things stand.
As it stands.
And that's the Abacus is going to. Well, all the what is it? Beads that are on the Abacus? The beads are going to be falling off the Abacus by the end of the day.
We're going to wear down our wooden beads on the Arjuna Abacus.
Oh, we've got the Ryan bot.
Yeah, we have got Ryan bot as well.
Points calculator for us, guys.
Well, let's check in with the actual Ryan now, rather than the Ryan bot that's in the studio for calculation. He's been patrolling the pit lane for us with just over 7.5 hours to go. Still bright sunshine. A pretty good atmosphere around everywhere at the moment in terms of the spectators. What does it feel like down in the pit lane, Ryan, and what are you finding out?
Well, it is certainly warming up down here. I'm starting to feel a little bit toasty in the fire suit, but that's all right. I'm sure it'll be nice to have it on when we get into the later hours of this race when it's run under full darkness. One thing I noticed, we had the issue for the PR1 Matheson car earlier in the race, the LMP2 entry. It's Naveen Round driving right now in 10th. Then they had to replace the nose on that car during an earlier pit stop, but they're not just discarding the nose that they took off the car that was on the car originally. I'm actually watching 3 crew members reassemble it, which includes reattaching dive planes, making repairs to the left front headlight as well, among other things. And the idea is to have this ready as a spare again if it's needed later on. And while we're talking PR1 Matheson, guys, one thing I noticed just before this race started, I took a peek under their tent and I saw none other than Brian Herta with a headset on, checking it out. Now remember, Brian Herta Autosport, we know them for many years in the Michelin Pilot Challenge paddock with their TCR Hyundai program. Well, they've announced an LMP2 entry next year, and that's going to be run in conjunction with PR1 Matheson. So Brian may be doing a little bit of recon work here today at Motul Petit Le Mans.
You might have just seen the Chetelaar Ferrari go past you, Ryan. That hasn't been in for service. That was a drive-through for blocking on the Forte Lamborghini. Just a point on that BHA Brian Herta Autosport with Curb Agajanian LMP2 program. If you look forward to 2027 in the FIA World Endurance Championship, actually no, 2026 in the World Endurance Championship, a certain South Korean manufacturer, Magma Genesis Racing, will be fielding 2 hypercars. The hope is that we'll see them in 2027 here in IMSA. And getting a bit of LMP2 knowledge, nous, prototype knowledge for Brian Hurd at Autosport might just throw a tiny little clue, given the very strong relationship that BHA has with Hyundai, part of the Hyundai Kia Genesis group, including them having developed some of the TCR cars.
And that would fall in line with what they've done in Europe, of course, running an LMP2 car in European Le Mans Series.
Yeah.
As effectively a warm-up for the team to get everything together. So, yeah, lots to come. And I mean, we talk about how we're in a golden age right now, and how what a fantastic entry. They're not letting any more people in here today at Motul Petit Le Mans, but there is more to come. That's what's really special. And but also things change too. You know, the Rahal Lederman Lanigan BMW alliance, an alliance that one of these alliances that's lasted for so long, over 15 years. It's almost, once it gets to that point, you just think it'll go on forever, but nothing does go on forever. And WRT, a powerhouse in global motorsport, coming in to take over that program next year. But it's a big day for BMW and for Team RLL. They'll desperately want to try and get an overall victory here at Petit Le Mans. They have won in class here before, but to get an overall victory, what a way that would be to sign off a program. Well, at the moment, their number 24 car, which has been the qualifying dynamo, really, Dries Vanthoor, on many of the tracks coming to for the first time, as the first 4 poles of the year he took, and his teammate Kevin Magnussen right now running in third, not far behind the Acura of Tom Blomqvist, and the Whalen Engineering Cadillac of Jack Aitken is now pulling away. 3.2 seconds is the advantage. So on the older tyres, in the heat of the day, the Whalen Engineering Cadillac is forging ahead. They were inseparable for the first couple of hours, Aitken and Blomqvist, but now as the tyres really starting to drop off, Blomqvist doesn't seem to have an answer. So is the Acura harder on its tyre? Oh dear.
Another advertising hoarding bites the dust, this time at the exit of turn 7.
Strike car.
And it is the 0-4. The George Kurtz driven CrowdStrike Racing by Algarve Pro Racing machine, sitting in 9th position. I think that was Naveen Rao that just nipped by him. He might have dropped a position there. But somehow all of the strakes on the side of the car seem to be there, although he is carrying a little bit. And he's coming late. He's going to get a penalty for crossing the yellow line there. Now, force majeure, rather than drop that on the racetrack, do you give him a bit of leeway for that, so there's nobody next to him? Pit, you've still got some of it on the front.
The rule's there for a reason. Really fast coming down there through turn 12, and you can't cross the solid line. Let's see, not our decision to make, but
well, they're gonna make a virtue out of this and change at least the left-hand side Michelin's. They look like brand new tyres that are going on. Let's hear from Ryan, who's watching that pit stop.
The only good news is I don't think they were too terribly far away from their pit stop anyway, because I had noticed a number of LMP2 drivers limbering up and getting their gear on in preparation for a pit stop. So it is a little earlier than they would like. We've got a hang-up, though, here, and it's something, I couldn't quite tell where it was, but now the official does let the crew drop the car off the jacks and release George Kurtz, who I believe stayed behind the wheel.
Well, he doesn't have to, but he was about 3 minutes short, Peter. You've been looking at the drive time. A little short of his allocation. They'll want to get George's time in the car over and done with. Meantime, in GTP, Heart of Racing Aston Martin under pressure from the championship leader down at turn 10A and has to give best there. And that is a positional change with the number 6 going through into 6th position. Matt Campbell on Ross Gunn. Both of those drivers started the race. Jordan Taylor up to 5th. Still, Max Esterson in 4th. Kevin Magnussen in 3rd. Tom Blomqvist in second, and Jack Aiken driving away from the field at the moment.
Esterson as fast as the leader last time by. Amazing, absolutely amazing. He's holding his own on his IMSA debut. Now, a penalty for crowd strike, not for crossing the pit entry line, for having a wheel rotation while elevated on the jacks. Drive-through penalty for crowd strike. And of course, when you do that drive-through penalty, you can't then do your driver change. So there's a lot hanging over crowd strike. But they have won our BDO No Strategy Award more than once, and we know that the Algarve Pro team that run that car know how to play the tricks and to get back up into the sharp end. And they've got some good drivers on their team too.
Stuart and Sam Cox have been in the sports car paddocks for many a long year. Stuart in Formula One before that as well. Little lock up by Ross Gurn of the inside the left-hand front Michelin as he turned into turn 10 that time around. Get ready for the scream. Past us there. Now, a moment or two ago, side by side. Now, so George Kurtz was helped into the boonies by
the PR1 52
car,
which has had an eventful day, to say the least. May well be yet another drive-through penalty.
Yeah, you've got to leave room. Both cars have to leave room for each other, both at the apex and on the exit. So the middle and the exit of the corner. And they brought George back in. They're going to change the nose. I suspect now his drive time has elapsed, has it?
No,
not quite.
We're still short of it.
Right.
Unless it was absolutely necessary, that I don't understand why you don't wait another lap until the drive time's done.
I'm not second guessing, Stuart.
We're not at 2.5 hours yet.
No.
So, yeah, I don't know.
Crowd of cars exploding into our view from under the Fox Factory Bridge and down towards us.
It must have been absolutely necessary, otherwise they wouldn't have.
Correct. Aiken by 3 seconds now. That's Cadillac leading Acura from BMW, Porsche and Aston Martin. I make that Porsche, Cadillac, Porsche, Aston Martin in the top 7. And in the GT category, as into Europol are off, and there's another car between 6 and 7. So this is at the exit of turn 6. Who were they battling? The 43 was with Stephen Thomas. Were they together? The other car has left the scene. That would have been the TDS car. If it was, that pulls out right in front of the Liquid Molly turning BMW GT car. Esterson goes through as well. So a little bit of a misunderstanding maybe on the run into turn 6. It's quite a quick turn in there. It's a banked corner. The right-hander at turn 6 down at the south end.
2.
It was
white roof, yeah.
No,
along with the TDS
it was
car.
It was the TDS.
And then Nick Bull had to take avoiding action.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
right, okay.
So it was the TDS car that...
There goes Nick Bull to...
Did Nick Bull get tapped there? I don't think he did. And I'm not sure there was even contact between Inter Europol and Stephen Thomas in the TDS car. But again, that will be looked at. Not a great rejoin, to be honest, as the 88 light blue car came through as well, that being another one of the P2 cars for Luis Perez Compact and AF Corsa. That still, I think, will be looked at to see if racing room was being given there between the Inter Europol Turbo Bakers car. That's what they call themselves. In fact, I think it's written on the car now.
I've been past one of the bakeries in Poland. So that plays very much into the hands of the championship contending number 22 United Autosports car. I was driven at the moment by Dan Goldberg, because that basically takes a couple of rivals out of the way, so he moves up into second position behind Stephen Thomas, who then may well get a penalty. We don't know. May
4
well,
seconds
may not.
the gap. Yeah.
Now, of course, we are past the minimum driver time for those LMP2 drivers. All of the bronze drivers have been in the car since the beginning. I mean, in this heat as well. Oh, that's tough, and it's a busy racetrack. High loads, G-force loads through a lot of the corners in these prototype machines. So they can come into the pits now, and their driver time for the whole race has been served, and they can let their teammates take it to the finish from now if they wish to.
Yeah, will depend. You don't want to make an extra stop, so you'll run till the end of your fuel allocation with the drive you've got in. That is under investigation. TDS and the Europol car, two cars with very bright yellow livery.
It should be fairly soon because the last pit stops for those cars were on laps 57. They've done 93 laps now, so quick maths, it's 36 laps. So yeah, there should, okay, we've had some full course caution in there, but it shouldn't be too long before the LMP2s start to come down towards pit road.
Yeah, 37 laps for TDS, but that's two banks of full course yellow there for 4 and 6 laps. But that said, that's an hour, and that is longer than you normally get to see these cars travel. IMSA Radio, IMSA TV, Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, live from trackside. It's Ryan Marine in the pit lane at the moment, soon to be rejoined by Arjuna Kankapati, and the LMP2 pit stops are starting, and it's the AF course number 88 that comes in first. And there's a few of the teams on the wall down there. Come one, come all, it seems to be, Ryan.
Exactly. Here comes Europol, who had been at the front of this field until moments ago. As you guys correctly surmised, they've been trying to extend these stints as long as possible to get that 2.5 hours of drive time knocked out for the bronze drivers, and it looks like they've been able to do it with the help of those two yellows. So it's Jeremy Clark out of the Europol car, who won on his IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship debut at Sebring. Bijoy Garg, who we heard from a few moments ago, is getting strapped in, and as he is, the fuel is going in, as are the Michelin tires. They're going on to that car. Don't see any sign of damage at the front, but there is a mechanic doing some work at the right rear of the car. As soon as it's dropped off the jacks, we'll see if they stop working on it. No, they're going to hang on. There is definitely damage. Oh, and there's contact as well as the TDS car. They had contact on track, contact again here in the pit lane. That's going to be reviewed as well as Stephen Thomas comes to the attention of his crew.
Well, that drama down in the pit lane.
And the driver getting into the AWA Corvette tripped and fell over on the way round to getting into the car. So it is all drama in the pit lane at the moment. TDS car still in the pits right now, taking a whole slug of fuel. We're going in with 7 hours and 24 minutes remaining. AO Racing also into the pits.
We'll do an update, VP and race update in a moment once we've seen the LMP2 pit stops cycle through. Thanks to Dustin Glenn, who reports that the Cadillac number 10 pushed the number 6 Porsche wide at the curb at 10B, and in the ensuing get-together, the cheese wedge was ripped off the number 10 behind the wheel. Also, Michael Ducam. Hello, Michael, how are you? Do the GTP teams have a tyre option this weekend, or is it one compound? It is the medium compound only this weekend, and the first time that we've had it for some time. United Autosport number 22 in the pit lane now. This will be a driver change as well. Ryan Marine on duty for us at the moment.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that. It's just outside of my vision, because I'm watching the Riley car that has, it looked like it was making a nominal stop, but it's actually been stopped now for a considerable amount of time, and they have the rear deck lid off of that machine. The crew is working on the right rear, and it looks like it might be in the braking system. I can't see it exactly because of where the crew members are positioned, but yeah, it does look like it is a right rear brake, perhaps. That is an issue. They're working on the caliper right now. Meanwhile, the United pit stop is done, but this is a significant delay. Gar Robinson just got out of that car, and remember, this is his final scheduled start in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, so not what he wanted to see as he climbed out of his number 74.
Number 2, United Autosports car, Juan Correa, has had contact. He's off the circuit, and it's left front damage. It's again that turn 6-7 area.
He's just locked up on the brakes coming into turn 7.
Has he just got in that
and
car?
as soon as he has just got in that
Yeah.
car, so cold tyres.
Yeah.
We talked about tyre warmers at the beginning in our Michelin Countdown to Green show, and a lot of rub on the tyre with the damaged bodywork.
Fast. He's driving too quickly down into turn 1. He's going to explode that Michelin tyre. It's not going to be any use anyway. This is really bad news because that's a new set of tyres, and he's completely and utterly ruined
one
that
of them anyway.
That right front, that left front. He's going to need a new nose as well, and somebody to tell him where the windscreen wiper switch is, because he doesn't need that going at the moment. I suspect that's the least of his worries. He's in the pit lane now. Also, a penalty for that car, which will have to be served after this stop, running over a hose, a tool, a part, or a person in either their own or someone else's pit stop. And this is not going to be a quick pit stop. They'll have to look around, and I think they'll have to change the tyres as well on that car. Ryan.
That's not what's happening at the moment. They're focusing on getting the bodywork changed. I'm watching that as it's taken place. The old front of the car is off. The new one is bolted on, and the car is starting to roll forward. They fire the engine. No tire changes there. Meanwhile, the repairs continue. It was actually a suspension arm that had to be replaced for the 74 Riley Motorsports entry, previously driven by Gar Robinson. He's lost a couple of laps here, but it looks like they're buttoning it back up and about to send him, or at least send that car back out on track.
Thank you, Ryan. Well, it's all go at the moment in LMP2. Very dramatic pit stops, and of course, United Autosports having to work very hard to get that number 2 car turned around. Have they managed to stay on the lead lap?
Don't think so.
I don't think so either, no. And then, of course, a drive-through penalty for running over the hose, tool, part, or person in their own or other pit box.
Going to put off the VP racing update for a second, because we have a very special guest with us in the studio. The man that I think we can probably say, without fear or favour, he's the father of BMW Motorsport. Jochen Neerpasch is with us. Jochen, thank you very much for taking time out, celebrating 50 years of BMW M and BMW Motorsport. Things have come a long way since it all started half a century ago.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. In May 1972, we formed the BMW Motorsport GmbH in Munich, and it's now exactly 50 years ago that we entered the IMSA series with the 3.0 CSL. This was an adventure for us. We did this because in Europe we had an energy crisis and we could not race. The races were cancelled, so we decided to do the full season at IMSA with a 3.0 CSL. And at that time the cars were still thought to be British Motorworks, and after the racing season it was learned that it is Bavarian Motorsport.
50 years, as you say, this year, and you've got that CSL, the CSLs. Were you driving that earlier this week?
I had the honor to drive it yesterday on Friday. It was a fantastic circuit here. I loved to drive this car.
And what was the philosophy then for BMW M and BMW Motorsport, and has it all changed?
We started in '72 with 5 people only, and we were the first competition department to be an independent organization within the BMW AG. The reason was to do motorsport, but also to have the high performance market. So we started with racing, and afterwards we started to produce high performance cars as well. But this is a long way. As I said, 50 years ago, or more than 50 years ago, we started with only 5 people, and now the BMW M GmbH is a producer of the most high-performance cars in the world.
As I said, things have changed mightily. BMW always been known as the ultimate driving machine, with new challenges, new power sources, even for motoring. Is BMW M still as relevant now as it was?
it's a much bigger company now, of course. As I said, we started on with racing, and under my time I left BMW at the 1980. We did produce 800 cars up to now, and now they are producing more than 2,500. They are producing now more than the BMW AG produced at the time when we started with the organization.
What are your abiding memories of your time with BMW? You've got your beautiful aged BMW, very soft leather jacket with those iconic stripes. There's a good story on the stripes as well. Is it true that was originally to help to try and attract a sponsor?
Yes, we were in contact with Texaco at the time, and their color is red, so we tried to combine it with the Bavarian colors, and afterwards it didn't happen. The contract was Texaco, but we stayed with the colors, and I mean this is for more than 50 years now, and it works very well.
It is my honestly held belief, sir, that putting BMW M stripes on either a car or a motorcycle, and I have a BMW motorcycle, you can't make it look worse. It always makes a car look better when you put those stripes on. It's become iconic.
Yeah, that's true. That's very nice, huh?
I'll ask you a question I think that may be difficult for you to answer. Do you have a favourite BMW in motorsport, a favourite BMW M car from your time?
For me, of course, it's the M1. It's not existing anymore, but the time with the M1 was spectacular. The production and then the Pro-Car series.
You might have to explain the Pro-Car series because it's something that probably could not happen now, and some of our younger listeners and viewers won't have understood that. It was game-changing at the time.
Yeah, the problem was we could not produce enough cars within 1 year to get the car homologated. So we had an evening with Max Mosley at that time in a Munich bar, and during the night we discussed many possibilities, and then we said, okay, we go to the Formula One races, and the Formula One drivers should drive against the specialists of GT cars. And the next morning we decided it was a good idea. We contacted Bernie Ecclestone, and then it happened. It was a very difficult situation because we had to produce more than 20 or nearly 30 racing cars. We had to sell them to the customers, and at the same time the customers did not believe that the Formula One drivers would ever drive the cars, so it was hairy, but at the end it was a fantastic season.
At the moment, the latest BMW racing car battling for 7th and 8th, or 8th and 9th with Marco Wittmann behind the wheel of the number 25 BMW M Hybrid, right on the tail of Felipe Nasser, Peter.
That's right, we've seen in the middle, just while we've been chatting to Joachim, the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac having to get a rear section changed. They were due a pit stop anyway, so they've run it to the end of the stint. And that would have been that incident with, was it the number 6 Porsche that one of our fans wrote in to tell us about? It turned 10AB. So, yeah, very, it's pretty fractious out there. Also, the number 43 Inter Europol LMP2 coming into side-to-side contact at the exit of turn 7 with the Riley run Lamborghini SE63. So that incident is under investigation at the moment. We're very likely to see a slew of GTP pit stops though, because they're down to their very last bits of energy. In fact, Tom Bloomquist into the pits with just 0.7% left on his tank.
Yeah, that means Matt Campbell, championship leader with Mathieu Jaminet, goes through into second. The Aston Martin of Ross Gunn, Partner Racing Valkyrie, goes back up into 4th position. So here we go. It's the cycle of pit stops again. Jack Aitken leading by nearly 9 seconds. And we have Jochen Niermasch with us in the studio, the man who started BMW Motorsport, and BMW M has become it's become a global brand, Jochen, now. When you started that, could you have envisioned that we would sit here? Can you believe that 50 years later we're still talking about it, and it's become such a powerhouse, literally, around the world?
To be honest, I couldn't imagine that this happened. It's a fantastic story, isn't it?
I take it you own one or two BMWs back at the house. You have some BMWs back at the house. Do you have a favourite road car?
Yes, I'm driving an M5 convertible. So sorry, an M5 Touring.
Touring.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yes.
It's a
Our
fantastic
managing
car.
director, Eve Hewitt, was very taken by the launch colour in that launch car. We like fast estate cars, wagons in the UK. They've gone out of fashion a little bit with SUVs. What was the most challenging project that you had to do? You talked about dealing with Max Mosley and Bernie Eccleston. That must have been a challenge. But in terms of engineering or bringing a car to the track or to the road, what was the most challenging?
It's still the M1 because we cooperated at that time with Lamborghini, and we wanted to build the whole series of 800 cars within 2 years at Lamborghini. And when we were ready with the prototypes, Lamborghini had financial problems and the project was stopped. So from one day to the other we had no program. And then we had a very difficult situation to get the production started with Ital engineering, with Ital design and with Bauer. It was a very complicated system, and so we couldn't produce enough cars within 1 year to get the homologation, and this was the reason why we finally produced the Pro Car races.
Best moments, lots of wins, lots of championships, World Touring cars, DTM, Le Mans, of course. Just the once Le Mans though.
Yeah, no, I'm very proud of our juniors, the ex-juniors who are driving here the GT. So this is for me one of the best things which happens here today. We started with a junior team 5 years ago. We picked up 3 18 years old drivers because at the Nürburgring long distance series the minimum age is 18 years old. And now, after 5 years, they are competitive and they are racing with the best GT drivers of the world. So this, for me, is a fantastic situation.
Because we cover the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, we've seen the development of Dan Hartmer and Max Hesse and everyone else.
And the team, they were living together in an apartment at Nürburgring.
Yes, that was interesting. Many other manufacturers have junior teams, but I don't think anybody else does that. What was the thought process behind that? Living together.
You remember we had the first junior team in 1977, the same system. If you have 3 drivers together, you learn they learn much more intensive than if you have a single Formula driver. And this was the reason our juniors, they live together, they work together, and as a team they are better than if you have 3 Formula 1 drivers in the car, because they know each other, and this is the story of the success.
Peter, we've got some pit stops coming in.
Yeah, the race leading BMW M number 24, very fittingly for Jochen coming to join us in the box. Just come into the pits. Left-hand side tyres only for that car. The sister car, the number 25, just been brought in by Marco Wittmann, former DTM champion. That looks like left side only for me as well. So that with that limited number of tyre sets, they're having to go through the pain now. Whoa, big pain for the number 8 tower. Huge damage to the right-hand side of the car.
That's coming through turn 5 into turn 6. This will be a full course yellow for the team of John Ferrano, Sebastian Bourdais and Sebastian Alvarez. And I suspect he's hit the wall somewhere at or near turn 5. In the car at the moment is Sebastian Alvarez, and there's another car involved. It's one of the Triagi machines. It's a 021 car. That's the Ferrari that was running.
Big contender for the win.
Yeah, that was running at the sharp end of the field. Absolutely, AJ Muss in that car. So maybe are coming together. My father, who, as many of you know, was a police officer for all my life when he was at work, he doesn't believe in coincidences, he always used to tell me, and that may well be. We haven't got the evidence yet, but there's certainly suspicion. Good news is that AJ Muss is getting out of that car under his own steam, facing the wrong direction at the exit of turn 5. So once again, turn 5, Peter, has become a pressure point, and everybody. Now, did that number 6 Porsche get in before the full course yellow was called?
Well, they were very, very close on.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, wow, because the number 24 BMW, brought in by Kevin Magnussen, I should have mentioned that, had to basically lift and coast the whole way down the hill into turn 10A and B, was basically running out of energy at all, and had to coast it down the hill to get in. So that's manna from heaven for Mathieu Jaminet there in the number 6 Penske Porsche Motorsport machine.
Wow, it's been a huge impact. Were there two? Was the impact there? I'm not sure about that.
Maybe have to avoid the spinning Ferrari.
Possibly.
And then hit the wall on the outside.
Yeah, just shards of carbon fibre everywhere. A whole slew, by the way, of pit stop penalties. Let's have a word with another BMW contact here. Well done to Ryan Marine. Neil Verhagen down in the pit lane from Paul Miller Racing.
Yeah, just wish the circumstances were happier. Unfortunately, the number 1 car's been here in the pit lane stationary for several minutes. And Neil, you were telling me you experienced a power issue while you were out on the track wrapping up your stint a moment ago.
Yeah, you know, I think the stint was going quite well. You know, there was no lead up to it. It just at some point then had a loss of power, and then we obviously came in and we're still trying to identify what the issue is. Yeah, it's a shame because we were running really strong, up in the top 3 at that point. Had a little bit of a strategy advantage over the AO car as well too. I mean, obviously that is now gone. Hopefully we can just get the car back on track and be able to fight again out there. So I know that the Paul Miller Racing and BMW Motorsport guys are going to work as hard as they can and do everything they can to get this thing back out on track. But yeah, we got a little bit of catch up to do, so we just saw it go back out. Hopefully it will stay out now.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, can you describe the frustration to be this early in this long race and already be on the back foot?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not ideal, is it? But, you know, I think obviously we've seen that we can run up there. We now just need to get a little bit lucky with some yellows and have some things fall our way. It gives us the opportunity now to be pretty aggressive on strategy if we can, you know, fight out there. But, yeah, obviously right now we're with one hand tied behind the back and we need a bit of luck to get out of that situation.
Yeah, tough luck, Neil. Best of luck. Thanks for the time.
Great thanks to our replay team in Concord, North Carolina. We call them the Tape Apes with much respect. Found the look that we were searching for, and it was indeed the AJ Mastriazzi Ferrari that spun on its own and then got collected by the Tower Motorsport car, Sebastian Alvarez. And the penalty for the number 1 BMW, which was leaving with equipment attached, was that?
Least of their problems, though, unfortunately. Yeah, as we just heard from Neil Verhagen with Ryan
sorry, no,
Marine.
tyre without crew. Tyre without crew. The number 80 Lone Star Racing car, extinguisher not properly manned. That'll be a drive-through. And there was somebody else as well who got a penalty. They've skipped through very, very quickly. Oh, also the number 80 Lone Star Racing AMG leaving with equipment in track. So that is actually 2 drive-throughs for those cars. And in all of that action, we've also had some closed pit entries. And the one that I have got called there straight away is the number 19 Anthony McIntosh Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin. Let's finish off our little chat with Jonken Neerpasch here, who's the man who started BMW Motorsport 50 years ago. You've achieved so much down through the years. Do you class yourself as retired now, or do you just think you've taken a little step back?
I'm not old enough to retire.
It's a great
I'm
answer.
still very interested, and I'm still following our ex-juniors. They're doing a fantastic job, so I'm still involved.
Thank you very much for coming to see us.
Thank you.
More importantly, thank you very much for what you've given us as motorsports and motoring enthusiasts down through the years. Many of the manufacturers have tried to imitate. BMW M and BMW Motorsport led the way in so many ways. Duncan Airsmash, thank you very much indeed for joining us here.
I think the fruits of the much labour of that BMW Junior programme have been shown in so much this year, more than any, I think, in IMSA. Really, really good. Really, really good with Dan Harper, Max Hess, Neil Verhagen. They're not just three really talented drivers, they're three very, very professional athletes and people and gentlemen, I think, and that comes down to the environment that they were brought up in, basically.
That's a proper legend.
Oh, yeah.
That gentleman who's just stepped out, and we're early on in the race, and I hope that our viewers and listeners realise why we gave a little bit of time to someone who's got that kind of currency, that kind of tenure in motorsport. But we've all reaped the benefits of Jochen and his team down through the last 50 years.
Yeah, when someone of Jochen's credentials comes into our booth, we could have him in for 7 hours and sit and chat for 7 hours, and he wouldn't run out of stories. No. When you've been in the business that long, then you've got some stories. So yeah, an M5 Touring, what a company car as well. How cool is that?
I think that's adequate. Yes, adequate. Ryan Marine with a note from the pit lane whilst we're waiting for. In fact, the pits have just opened for the prototype, so stand by for some action. Mathieu Jaminet is leading the race and get the first opportunity to pit.
Yeah, we'll see who elects to come in, if anyone, because we've had that round of pit stops roughly right before this full course yellow, so I'm not sure it's going to be terribly busy, but I did want to update on the 60 from Meyer-Shank Racing. We had reported there was some nose damage on that car. Just talked to Tom Blomqvist briefly while you were speaking with Jochen, and he said, yeah, we do have some damage, but it's not affecting performance, so they didn't take the time to change it during the pit stop, and I don't think they were expecting to unless they noticed something on the telemetry that would indicate it's necessary.
Thank you, Ryan.
That's very pleasing then for the Meyer-Shank Racing crew, because these cars are very sensitive to the aerodynamic pieces around them, and I'll never forget the first proper prototype that Acura came to the then American Le Mans series with, the Acura ARX 01 as it was then, and it was based on, the original was actually based on a Courage chassis, and they developed it from there, but particularly in the 2008 season, that was the car. It was, at many circuits, was faster than the Audi diesels, it was faster than the Porsche RS5. They did a lot of it with computer simulation. A lot of it was CAD work, and they did a lot of simulation work as well. They were very quick on street tracks where you couldn't test, and they did a lot of work with Nick Worth, who designed the car. And so the current Acura and indeed all the other GTPs, those aero pieces are important. And an aero piece comes off the front of the number 7, Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, new front section there. And of course, but that's a different Porsche that got into the back of the Wayne Taylor car.
Correct.
So that could be, though, a change of, of course, that could be an adjustment, as well.
Hotter. Maybe they've decided that they need a little bit more air or something like at the front. My star of the race so far, Max Esterson. A couple, 2.5 really good stints, getting on for 3 hours in the JDC John Church Porsche 963. He's out of the car now. Let's have a word with the debutant in IMSA. What a way to announce your arrival in IMSA, Ryan.
And all the more impressive because, John, I don't think he was super comfortable in his seat. I just caught him talking to one of the crew members and maybe working on trying to make a tweak to your seat insert. We'll talk about that in a moment, but first of all, your first experience at the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship and getting to start an iconic event like Motul Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, it was a good start. It was a long time in the car, and the longest I've ever been in the car at once. It was okay on the new tires and when the grip was good, but when I was struggling towards the end, it was getting tricky. But yeah, I think we started last and I was running fourth most of the race so far. So yeah, it was a good start and a good strategy.
You did have a chance to test the car in advance of this. I believe it was here, correct? Yes. So how beneficial was that before you get thrown into the deep end in one of the craziest races in all of sports car racing?
Yeah, it was super helpful. Obviously, I got to do a race run. I knew how to save the tire a bit. But yeah, when you put in traffic, all the pickup off track, all the restarts. I've never done a start or restart here, so yeah, I think by the second restart I understood.
and yeah, was good from there.
And a rolling start would be different. You've been in F3 and F2. Those are all standing starts.
Yeah, it's a bit tricky. You don't know when they're going to go. There's always a lot of accordion. But yeah, I got the hang of it.
All right, tell us about the seat. What were you feeling, and how big of an issue was it for you?
Yeah, I'm not the biggest one, so I have to use an insert. Yeah, it's not ideal for the driver with the insert. Yeah, just struggling with my hips a bit, and my neck, but it's okay. Like I said, when we're fast, it's okay. When I start to struggle, it hurts.
Don't have to deal with that in single-seaters when the car's all yours.
No, you get it all to yourself.
Will we see you in more IMSA races down the road?
I don't know yet, honestly. I hope so. So far, I liked it. I think it's going well.
We hope so, too, and we would agree. It is going very well. Thank you.
Thanks.
If that was an audition, I think he's done more than enough there, Peter, don't you?
I agree. He can go to bed tonight knowing he couldn't have done any more to prove his ability, and I think
on
it's
one of the toughest
it'll be a
tracks and the most traffic of anywhere that you could possibly go in this series.
It's about the hardest place you could come to do your IMSA debut. A track that won't be overly familiar to him, you know. So it's and the car, the difference with the difference in the car is huge compared to what he's used to. I mean, he's racing an F2 at the moment, an F2 car will have way more downforce than the GTP car will have. They're very, very different machines. And Max has just impressed so much. He will be, a hot commodity, I think, for the future. And he might well be making a little bit of a change in approach or change in path in his career now, having proven himself so well here in his IMSA debut.
Before we go back to green, take this opportunity to take a look at the standings in the VP in-race update. This is how they are running at the moment behind the safety car. So again, no point in giving you the gaps right now. Porsche Penske Motorsport, Mattia Jaminet has taken over the number 6 car. They came in this weekend leading the championship relatively handsomely. It is Earl Bamber now, former Porsche driver, behind the wheel of the number 31 Whelen Cadillac in second. Colin Brown is behind the Acura number 60 wheel, in control of that one. Kevin Magnussen's been in for a little while in the BMW M-Ting RLL M Hybrid V8. That's the number 24 car. They cycled through to 4th place during the last safety car run. Louis Delatraz now takes over the number 40 driving duties. That's Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing. And in 6th place, Neil Janney for JDC Miller Motorsports has taken over from Max Estesen, who we just heard. Still, I'm reeling at how good that young man was with zero experience. In LMP2, Paul de Resta for United Autosports in the number 22 leads Mikkel Jensen, who before that yellow intervention was putting in some cracking laps, 12s and 13s, low 13s in that TDS racing car. Johnny Edgar for EO Racing now in the number 99, with the bronze drivers having done their work probably for the day. Nicholas Nielsen in the light blue number 88 AF Corsa is in 4th, with Tom Dillman in 5th for Inter Europol. Number 43 Pietro Fittipaldi behind the wheel of the 73 Pat Miller Motorsports car. In GTD Pro, it's AO Racing's 77 black and white Porsche that leads from Conor de Filippi for Paul Miller Racing in the number 48. Davide Rigon up to 3rd for Dragon Speed, doing Albert Costa's championship hopes no harms at all in the number 81. Alexander Sims trying to chase them down and get ahead of them. That's the championship contending pair there, the number 81 and the 3 Corvette, which is sitting in 4th place. Ben Barniger in 5th for Vassar Sullivan's Lexus, number 14. The 023 on a 3-0. Oh no, who have I missed out there? Oh, I've missed out Alessandro Pergidi in EF Corsa number 21, who was actually the leading GT car, but of course he'll cycle back behind the pros, and he's ahead of Onofrio Triazzi for Triazzi Competition in 2nd, Parker Thompson for Vassar Sullivan in 3rd, and then it'll be Rory van der Steur with his injured shoulder in 4th in the number 19 Aston. That's a good fight back from them. They've had a couple of penalties. Alec Yedel in 5th for DXDT Racing. That's how they stand. We're under yellow, and in fact we still are under yellow. And Mathieu Jaminet, having completed 117 laps, is leading with 6 hours, 52 minutes and 50 seconds to go at Motul Petit Le Mans. early part of the race marred by a very nasty looking incident at lap 1 through the S's. Kicked off by Manny Franco, clipping the curb and then ending up facing the wrong direction. The couple of cars, 3 cars, 4 cars actually, have been retired. What we're been trying to find out for a little while now is the status of all the drivers, and we can update you with news from Conquest. And here is Ryan Marine.
Well, I could say as well, IMSA has told me that 4 of the 5 drivers, so the other 4 drivers, have been checked and released. As far as Manny Franco goes, this is from the team, and they say that Manny is doing well, remains in good spirits following the incident, and he is at a local hospital for precautionary exams. They go on to say they wish to thank everyone for their kind messages and support. So that's the news on Manny Franco at this time.
Thank you. Good stuff, Ryan. Got a few emails and of course, on at IMSA Radio as well. So, we're not quite yet at the first Michelin Endurance Cup points. That's just under an hour away. So that's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because will we get to the next hour for those people for whom it's important? This yellow will certainly help. Here's a Ford coming in, and it is the 64. That is an interesting... Now, we had one of the Fords drop down the standings earlier on, and I never got to the bottom of that either.
And it is that car.
Yeah, that is the 64 Ben Barker car, isn't it, in the GTD Pro category. They are still on the lead lap, so they've just got the lead lap back there, I think, and that's why they've come in and pitted.
As has the number 93 Acura, which had to change the steering wheel and is nursing some sort of issue with the gear selection, but they've managed to hang on and they're keeping fighting and they're back on the lead lap again. So that's brilliant stuff there from Michelin Racing and HRC. So it will be Mathieu Jaminet, championship leader, who will be bringing the field back to green when we commence all the class splits, etc. The full course yellow came out at the perfect moment for them. They'd just taken a full slop of fuel, and that then put them ahead of the 2 cars that have been at the front of the field throughout the day, which is the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac and the number 60 Marchand Acura.
I have to tell Herr Neerpasch that his company car's being nabbed for use as a safety car. That is an M5 Touring that's pacing the field at the moment, isn't it?
It is. I love the colour of it too, that dark blue.
Well, you know what I'm like for blue cars.
I love a blue car too.
Yeah. Now this is interesting. Earl Bamber peels off from 2nd place before we go back to green.
Don't panic. This is an IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup point strategy, surely, with 49 minutes to go. But I think you can get there without having to pit again. So this is a roll of the dice here from Whelen Engineering Cadillac. But are they going to fit 4 new tyres though to be able to go and fight? I wonder.
No, it's
more fuel. Just fuel. Okay.
Ryan's there.
And I can confirm it is fuel only. I'll try and put the question to the team as to why. And that was a very quick stop, maybe 2 seconds that fuel nozzle was attached, and then that Cadillac fires off.
Problem is now he's got a red light at the end of pit lane, and he can't now do the class split. Well, he can, but he can only do it until the safety car with the lights out now is down at turn 10. So he's going to have to hustle to get past all the GTDs, all the GTD Pros and all the LMP2s, which themselves are shuffling back into position. Well, that's a very, very interesting strategic call. Never seen so many people up on the wall at between turn 6 and 7 before, on the skid pan and that up there. Huge amount of spectator numbers this weekend in the sunshine. A pleasant 24 Celsius. It's a 40 Celsius on the track, and that is not going to help tyre wear. There was hope that it might be a little more overcast and cool today. So is Earl Bamber making his way through the field? I don't think he is, Peter. I think he's decided not even to bother risking that. As Mathieu Jaminet then will bring the field back to the green flag. Coming down the hill to turn 10A now. Single file restart. A little bit of a gap between the top prototypes and the LMP2s. Paul Di Resta, I'm not sure Di Resta's supposed to be doing that actually. And they'll be looking at that at race control. Green flag, 6 hours, 47 minutes and 19 seconds to go as they went across the line. Good restart from the Porsche. Colin Brown in the Acura in second. Then it's Kevin Magnussen, Louis Delatraz, Neil Jarney, Marco Wittmann, Eduardo Mortara, Ricky Taylor, Alex Riberas, Lawrence Vantor, Rhaegar van der Zande. And has Earl Bamber come through? Here's the drive-through for Paul Miller Racing BMW number 1 for their tyre left on its own.
That's a very strange call there from Whelen Engineering Cadillac.
I think he got back on. I think he did get back on to the train. If not, he's very close to it.
No, he's in the middle of the LMP2s at the moment.
Right, okay.
So just coming round to turn 7. So that's very, very odd. Unless they felt they could not make it, they wouldn't have done it otherwise. They obviously felt they could not make it to that 4-hour mark, where the first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points are handed out. In that championship, it's led by the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine on 39 points, the number 60 Michelin Acura is on 36, and the 31 is on the same as well. So it is very, very tight in those points.
Nice big trophy for that tomorrow night. Slow moving CrowdStrike APR machine, and is there a tyre or a wheel problem? It's wiggling coming down the hill into the pit lane now for Toby Sowery. Now this is a car again we'd always have noted for a potential victory. Loose wheel maybe, not sure. Pulls up straight at his box, and yeah, they went to work. They did something with the right front, and now they're looking at the left front. Meantime, Cetilar Ferrari, Roberto Lecourt, pit lane speed violation, plus 42 kilometers an hour. So that'll be a stop in 60 seconds. No, this is something more fundamental, I'm afraid, for the APR CrowdStrike car. Toby Sowery will be frustrated sitting in there. In the pit lane is Ryan Marine making his way down to that. We'll get an update from him in just a second. Jaminet leads by a couple of tenths of a second. In the classes, Alessandro Pagini in GTD is leading by 3/10 of a second. Now, that's a pass. BMW ahead of the Porsche number 77. So that's a change of lead. Change of lead in GTD Pro just before the line.
Penalties coming through, number 43 into Euroball. Drive-through penalty for pit lane speeding, number 47.
That's a Chetlar car.
Big one, the Chetlar car. Yeah, oh dear, pit lane speed violation, 42 over.
And the 04 car's gone behind the wall. The CrowdStrike car's gone behind the wall. There was something that Toby Sowery was not happy with at all there. They looked to either clip something on or do something on the right front, but it was more serious than that. And the BMW, Conor De Filippi, who's been working with both of the BMWs for Paul Miller Racing this week, able to put a car or car and a half length between himself and the leader.
What also in that GTD Pro category, in fourth at the moment, is the number 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari. Sowery locked up as that wheel was coming loose, coming down into turn 10A and B there. But yeah, in GTD Pro, of course, it's the tightest championship battle between that 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari and the number 3 Corvette, and they are right next to each other on track right now. Dragon Speed in fourth, Corvette number 3 in fifth. Regon in the Ferrari and Alexander Sims in the number 3 Corvette. So it's very, very tight there with those two, with just coming up for 3.5 hours completed in this race.
Is that the CrowdStrike car running through gravel there? That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, locked up as the wheel was coming loose.
maybe done more damage there as well. I'm still stunned that we had Joachim Nierpasch in the studio.
His jacket was pretty cool. Leather jacket.
Yeah, that was period leather jacket. When I said it looks aged, no, it is aged, and it was almost like chamois leather. It was so soft, fantastic. One of my motorsport heroes. At the moment, it's so tight in that GTD Pro battle, as Peter was telling you, just 7 points between the leading Ferrari and the chasing number 3 Corvette crew. The stats tell you if they both finish in the top 5, it's the one that finishes ahead. Simple as that. So as it stands at the moment, by a position, it is the number 81 car.
But if they don't finish in the top 5, it's then the Corvette has the slight edge, where then the Dragon Speed car would have to finish more than 2 places ahead. So I mean, it's remarkably tight, and that could be a quirk of. I think it's going to be who gets the strategy right. Actually, our BDO No Strategy Award, almost by de facto, could be who gets that right toward the end.
Ryan Marine has been working away tirelessly in the heat of the pit lane and brings us some updates. What do you got, Ryan?
All right, we'll start first with the CrowdStrike by APR entry. That car is back in the paddock now, and I was told they broke a front wishbone, and that's the cause of that. So it's already been a frustrating day, and it will get even more frustrating from here on out because that car will lose a lot of time. You were also wondering about the 64 Mustang. I put that question to the team. I was told nothing to worry about. They're just working through their strategy. And as far as that pit stop from the 31 Whelen Engineering car in GTP, I'm told that there was a right rear puncture. What I can't tell is if they pitted twice under that yellow or if it was just the once. If it was twice, then maybe they did that second stop to top off because they had already lost their track position. I didn't see a tire change when they were in front of me, but maybe I missed something. Nevertheless, right rear puncture is ultimately what they say is the cause of that delay.
And I didn't see a tire change. That doesn't mean there wasn't one, but they definitely gave away track position as we're about to go back green. One lap before going back green, they were in there in second behind the number 6 Porsche, but maybe they did change the tyre quickly, but just away from our camera shot. But interesting stuff there. Maybe a bit of shadow games possibly from the number 31 Whelen Engine Cadillac. What are they up to?
Well, they're charging back through the field at the moment. Obviously 12th in GTP.
Well, still, Earl Bamber has not made it past the LMP2 leader. That is how the lap times here at this circuit are probably closer from GTP to LMP2 than on any other track in the year. And because there's so much of it that isn't about horsepower, it's about downforce. And that right now, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac still not to the back of the LMP2 leader in the train. Not in position, but in terms of the race results, but actually in track position. Still hasn't made it past the LMP2 leader, which is the number 22 of Paul di Resta. But as they come out of turn 7 now, the grunt of the hybrid powertrain and the 5.5 V8 will give Alabama the opportunity to get the move done on Paul di Resta. Now pulling him in like the LMP2 car is tied to a post. There he goes.
Halfway down the back stretching before he got to turn 9. So he's now able to chase down the rest of the GTP field. This is starting now. I'm consulting the strategy software for the first time now, just trying to work out what we've seen and how that might roll out to the last section of this race. I've spoken about our Porsche keys to the race for a little while. We've got one of them coming up in just over 25 minutes, which is our 4-hour points award for Michelin Endurance Cup. Also another one at 8, and then of course at the end of the race. The championship implications continue to rumble on, other than in a GTD, where subject to post-race technical inspection and the next 6.5 hours of racing, congratulations to Philip Ellis and to Russell Ward, Woodward Racing, for taking the championship there. Everybody else still battling away. What we haven't seen, as Sebastian Alvarez jumps out.
Toby Sowry getting out of the crowd strike.
Sorry, Toby Sowry, yes, excuse me, wrong car. Getting out of the crowd strike car, just extricating himself around the Cosworth steering wheel at all the LMP2s, yes, Indy cars as well. We haven't seen much let's think about the championship kind of racing from those who are involved in it. So we'll keep an eye on that. Traffic has been the issue we thought it would be, and the two that we'll have to wait for, because we're still a bit short on data on one of them, which is and the tyres. We haven't seen anybody in massive tyre strife, although this heat isn't helping, and there is a performance drop-off in probably, I'd say, the last between 8 to 10 laps maybe of the stint, but it'd be there at sunset. Now we have to wait for that and see who is still in contention, but I'm going to keep harking back to Earl Bamber's, oh yeah, you Porsches always tell us that you've got nothing in the daytime. Well, one's leading at the moment, and they do tend to come alive at night in the Europol in the pit lane.
Pit stop there for the previously front-running into Europol car, Tom Dillman. The Porsche team will be happy to be running up there with their championship-leading car at the moment, and to the tune of 2 seconds. In fact, Mathieu Jaminet is pulled away from Colin Brown. Of course, tyres are not an infinite resource. Only 9 sets of Michelin tyres for the qualifying and for the race, and many teams taking the opportunity to change just the left-hand side tyres, which is where all the big load is going through on the lap. You get a big load through turn 12, turn 1, very, very high load through the tyre there. So that is the side that will get worn the most. But even into turn 6 and 7, although they're low speed, that's where you're still loading it into that side. So that's why they'll change just that side, but they'll try and keep fresh tyres for the shootout towards the end of the race. Bamber now onto the back of the GTP field. He's right behind the number 93 Acura, which is running a little bit hampered with issues, we understand. One car running very well at the moment is the Aston Martin Valkyrie of Heart of Racing team, driven at the moment by Alex Riveras, right behind Eduardo Mortara in the Lamborghini SC63 in its last race for now. Potentially the last race for good, who knows, but certainly what we can confirm, it's the last race for now for that project.
I hope it's not. I hope somebody takes that on. I'm with you. I think it's a lot to ask. But that car has, considering its relative lack of running, that car has shown improvements every time we've seen it. It wasn't quite where they wanted to be when they debuted last year. And I think that possibly has cost them the programme, because they were still trying to develop the car through last year. Pulled out of the WEC, of course, because they didn't feel that they had the resources to be able to run 2 cars whilst they were still developing the car. I don't know what the answer is to it, unless a very well-financed beneficiary would like to step in and save the programme. You can run it here without it being a factory car. Could run as a privateer.
Could. You could.
That engine, of course, we will see it here again, because that is the power plant for the new GT3 car and the new road car, the Temerario.
Well, that's
Daredevil.
That will be debuting at Rolex 24 at Daytona. Oh, certainly in IMSA will debut. I wonder if we'll maybe see one at Dubai.
Possibly.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm waiting to hear the Monday announcement from Toyota Lexus about their new GT3 product. I retweeted as IMSA Radio some pictures that were coming out of Toyota. They're changing some of the signboards outside their technical centre. 20.87 cars per mile here at Road Atlanta, which is second only to Indianapolis.
Problem for the championship leader.
The championship leader, right rear issue for the number 77. This is LMP2 championship leader. Johnny Edgar, I think, in that car at the moment, isn't it? Yes, it is. And he's gone off at the bottom of the hill because I don't think he could get it stopped or turned in. I think that's a left rear issue on that car. Now, that car was off the track earlier on with PJ Hyatt, remember, bouncing through the Georgia clay and the grass. Bless you, Peter.
Thank you.
Nobody
I didn't mute my
else heard
microphone,
that.
though.
No, you did very well.
I think it's the right rear.
Is it?
Could be, yeah. But there, of course, will be a different set of tyres to when PJ went across the grass.
Let's go down to Arjuna, who's rejoined us in the pit lane. He's right with that car. Championship implications here. It is, I think, the right rear, Arjuna.
It is, and there is a bit of damage to the right rear side of the car at the very bottom of that diffuser, and I suspect, John, this is going to require at some point that they will change it. At least for the time being, it's just the one right rear tire being swapped around as they put the virtual energy in, but here comes the tool. They are going to have to change the entire of the rear clip, and I was just about to go and try and figure out if they had any lasting damage from that brief off-track moment slightly earlier on. I'm not sure if I'll put the two and two together just yet, but the new rear clip goes on the car. Right rear is now fixed up, and I think Johnny Edgar, for the most part, has managed that situation quite well. Hasn't done too much more damage to the rear of the car and fires the championship leaders back off and away.
So official watching very carefully as that car went away. Now, they only need to drop down to 5th or worse, and for Nick Bull to win. Now, that, for a moment, I thought that was a suspension collapse on the right rear. And we're hearing from race control that there was another car involved, and that car was the AF Corsa number 88. LMP2.
Nicholas Nielsen, overall Le Mans winner.
Wow.
Okay.
So he's in 3rd at the moment. Paul di Resta leads in the number 22 United Autosport USA. Then it's TDS. TDS, I mean, talk about the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Pole position, not pole position. Start from the back, fight your way up. Get another penalty, fall back. Get your way back up to 2nd again.
Impressive. And they've been quick all week. They've been quick all season, have TDS. But it's Paul di Resta for United Autosports who leads the way at the moment, and big day for United Autosports. They haven't ever won Petit Le Mans before, and in the current LMP2 era in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, haven't won the LMP2 Championship. So this is a big day. But they do have a little connection here with Road Atlanta. Team owner Richard Dean, his dad won the first ever race here, Tony
Dean.
In a Porsche 908 too.
Porsche 908. That's the, we were talking about the 908 and comparing it to the 963, weren't we? With the, certainly with the overall Le Mans, the lack of an overall Le Mans victory for the 908 and the 963. Unfortunately, it looks like for the moment that's going to fall into that category as well.
A lot to play out between now and next June, I think.
I've spent some time this morning speaking to minds immeasurably greater than mine, to quote the War of the Worlds soundtrack album. And I think there's a lot going on there. The general consensus, however, is that if there aren't any 963s entered in WEC, there won't be any GT cars either, which I find incredible. I really do.
racing.
We're talking about next year.
Yes, of course.
It's going to, you know what? Whatever else, it'll keep us talking on Midweek Motorsport on a Wednesday night, right through past the end of this season and the WEC season. I've got a lot of questions to ask a lot of different people in Bahrain in a few weeks' time, when we'll have our live free coverage from the season-ending 8 hours, Baku hours of
big season finale coming up, yeah, because there's still a chance for Porsche Penske Motorsport to win that championship. Difficult, but not impossible either. So we'll see on that one. Mathieu Jaminet for Porsche Penske Motorsport leading by 4.5 seconds now at the front from Colin Brown, who in turn has a good gap back to Kevin Magnussen in the number 24 BMW, Louis Delatraz in the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac. Now they were, for the early part of the race, were lurking down the bottom of the field in GTP. They've managed to get themselves right up there towards the sharp ends. Some great strategical work there, and from Wayne Taylor Racing.
Jaminet really still hanging it out down towards turn 10. His way through a huge line of traffic now. A lot of green spots on the screen, which means it's all the GTD cars still scrapping amongst themselves as well, Peter, after the restart. Drive-through penalty. He said it was Nicholas Nielsen in the air, of course, at 88. Contact to the right rear of the A All Racing Championship leading LMP2, and that will be a drive-through for Nicholas.
Something you don't see very often.
Very unusual.
From the multiple World Endurance Champion, of course, winner at Le Mans last year overall in the Ferrari 499P. Had a great helmet design for Le Mans this year, pure white, which was his karting helmet. When his parents told him, "You're not getting a painted helmet until you've won a big international championship," and he did, and he got his painted helmet, so it was to remind him of where he'd come from. But yeah, penalty there. And the AO car, though, has it remained on the lead lap? I don't think it has.
No.
Okay.
It's not impossible to get back. Let's talk about Le Mans Invitations, because that was hanging in the balance as well as we came here in GTD. Arjuna Kankapati is with Ori Fadani. He went to Le Mans last year, and that carnage at the start of the race, Arjuna almost did for that number 13 black and yellow AWA Corvette, but actually Ori managed to avoid it and has put him in a good position.
And Ori, what was going through your mind? Everyone knew the scenario was pretty simple. You or the inception, winner takes all, heads to Le Mans, lap one, you see all of that unfold in front of you. What's going through the mind?
Well, at first, going into it, before everything happened, I mean, I usually don't get too wrapped up in how well I did in qualifying. I just get in and do my job. But I knew they had a very strong car. Brendan was very quick in qualifying. He's a very good competitor. So that was a little tough on the head going into it. Once I saw that, I felt really bad for the guys because it sucks to win. Sucks to kind of win like that, but at the same time, I was happy knowing going back to Le Mans. So, yeah.
And you're done for the day, you're leaving your teammates in, which means your focus can start to shift to next year. And a big change, you have taken ownership of AWA, renamed it to 13 Motorsports. How excited are you about that new chapter for you and the team that you've been racing with for several years now?
I mean, super happy. Yeah, I got lots of work to do to look forward to. I got Le Mans to look forward to now, and got a lot of work to do when I get home in terms of getting the team shop organized and everything moved over. So yeah, I'm just super happy. It'll be awesome to get that all set up so we can move forward and look forward to next year at Daytona and then on to Le Mans.
Congratulations, we'll see you in 2026.
Sounds good.
Yeah, very good. I mean, I know what he's saying, you don't want to win it like that, but actually the fact that he pulled up short and didn't get involved in the same accident, you know, as you said, they lost some times, didn't they, in in qualifying, and that's
Yes.
why they were at the back. But might actually have been a blessing in disguise there.
Funny how these things work out, but you know, it's been a kind of story of two halves really for their year. I mean, what a start to the year, winning the Rolex 24 with Matt Bell putting in an amazing final stint. It's a great strategy work from Jeff Brown and the team to get that Rolex 24 win. But the kind of results haven't really followed as much as we'd like, but they've stuck in, they've dug in, and they've got what they needed, which is to win the Bronze Cup and for Rory Ferdani to get that Bob Akin award, to get the invite to the Le Mans 24 Hours. And as we mentioned in our qualifying show yesterday, I think an invite to Le Mans has never been more valuable than ever before. So at the front of the field, Jaminet 2.9 seconds to the good. Colin Brown, last time by, managed to take 0.3 of a second out of the Frenchman, trying to close it down. And of course, the number 60 Mershank Racing Acura, they're not in the hunt for the overall championship, but they absolutely are in the hunt for the Michelin Endurance Cup. And in just over 21 minutes time, the points will be the first tranche of points will be handed out. We hand them out at 4 hours, 8 hours, and at the checkered flag after 10 hours. So that position is going to be so important, and Colin Brown getting closer all the time. Last lap by took another 2.10, so the gap is down to 2.7 now between the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine and the 60 Mershank Racing Acura. Now the 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac, they have not been able to progress at all. They are on the back of the train of GTP cars, but have not been able to get by the 93 Acura, which sits in 11th place, and the number 7 Porsche, which sits in 10th place right now. So it is, that if that was a puncture for the number 31 crew, that's really bad luck, because they were running right at the front of the pack. But if it was more of a tactical play, then let's see if it plays out the way they want in the next 20 minutes or so. They might be the only GTP car that's got the fuel to get to that hour mark at the moment. Not sure, because Mathieu Jaminet has 44% of his usable energy. Eduardo Mortara in the number 63 Lamborghini has 48%. Kevin Magnussen 45%. So they should be okay just to get to that 6 hour mark and get those Michelin Endurance Cup points. Good to see the 93 Acura able to continue on the lead lap right now. Despite those issues earlier on, it's not got the same steering wheel that it started the race with. They had to do a quick swap, and the car seems to be running at the pace it should be at this moment, albeit not quite on the pace that's been set at the moment at the front of the field. Jaminet and Colin Brown in the 1:14s, whereas the rest of the pack at the moment in the 16s and 17s. So front runners looking very, very strong in the overall standings and in GTP. GTD Pro, it's still the number 48 Paul Miller Racing BMW that leads the way, just ahead of Ben Barnican, number 14 Lexus. Then it's the net championship leading number 81 Ferrari of Davide Rigon, who's just ahead of Alexander Sims. In fact, he's pulled out a gap of about 4 seconds from has Rigon over Sims. It's still early days in that fight. Here comes Earl Bamber, though, in the 31 Cadillac. Looked like he was going to try and make a move around the outside there of the 93 Acura of Renke van der Zande, but couldn't find a way through. In fact, the number 3 Corvette just where he didn't want it to be. Meanwhile, 04 CrowdStrike LMP2 at last making its way out of the paddock area. That's great to see. So good work from Algarve Pro to get the 04 back out onto the racetrack.
Yeah, that'll be disappointing for those guys. And they'll try and fight back. Two Mustangs running together. Still 6.25 hours to go. Tale of two ponies there, 8th and 9th for Chris Mead and Mike Rockenfeller. If you are just joining us, welcome along. Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. 98.1 is Road Atlanta FM around the circuit here if you're moving around. Also on Sirius XM 206, RS2 around the world, of course, and on the official YouTube channel of IMSA, as well as always. I think it always has been actually on the video player, the world feed video player at IMSARadio.com. Go to the menu on the drop down at the top, and it's the first option for you. David Weber joins us. Good afternoon. How are you?
Pretty good.
That's
lovely day today, must be said.
Beautiful day. Have you? Right, you've been here a few years now.
It's my third one. Yeah.
Right. You've not seen a crowd this size before, have you?
No, actually, it's good you bring it up because I've been perusing, I've been out and about, up in the fan zones, and there's queues for just about everything, which is great to see. The traffic this morning, getting into the circuit, was as busy as I think I've ever seen it. This event
Which is unusual because the vast majority of the crowd normally are already here. And the vast majority of the places inside were taken. In fact, I don't think there were any campsites. But I just haven't seen a Saturday, what you call the trade, a walk-up crowd. I have not seen a Saturday walk-up crowd. Has the weather got something to do with it? Possibly. There's certainly plenty of buzz about. I've seen the posters everywhere. I've heard it on the radio. But I've not seen a Saturday walk-up crowd like that ever.
No, the grid walk, which I did earlier today, was as packed as I think I've ever seen it. You have to really navigate your way around. It's fantastic. The amount of attention that this series, this race, this sport is generating at the moment is just wonderful to see, because ultimately, you know, the more eyes we have on this, I think that makes everybody happy to yeah, like I said, to have as many eyes on the sport as possible, because that makes this sport go round at the end of the day.
You and the rest of the SportsCar 365 team have been absolutely flat out this week. A, because it is the week that it is. B, because we've got a couple of big stories breaking. Porsche taking the hybrids LMP, sorry, not LMP, LMH cars out of WEC at the end of this season. We've got the Lexus Toyota announcement tomorrow about at least the base model, the road-going version of the new GT3 car. I've got to ask you about that Porsche decision. A lot of unknowns, we've got to say that right now, but Porsche have made themselves available. Thomas Lautenbach is here. He's the man at the head of Porsche Motorsport, and I saw the quotes that you had on SportsCar 365. He seems to have opened up, and he said, look, it's finances. We had a decision to make. We had to drop something, and something had to give, and it's the WEC.
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, for me, somehow it still hasn't quite sunk in yet that we're going to have no Porsche Penske 9633s in the World Championship next year. Like it still doesn't feel quite real, I don't think. For me, it's such a brand that is synonymous with the World Championship, synonymous with 24 Hours of Le Mans. The truth be told is that we knew that this was coming for a while. Well, something was brewing, right? We heard the whispers for quite a while.
Yeah.
That things weren't all good, and even over the Fuji weekend we heard that the decision was to come, and the impression I got at that point was it could swing either way. Yeah. Like that there were some within Porsche, particularly the family Porsche, from what I've understood, really in favour of keeping the program going. But whatever the decision ultimately came down to, it wasn't quite the same as we were perhaps hoping for.
There will be fans tuned into this broadcast now. By the way, we're just keeping our eyes on a juicy little battle that's going on the circuit. Michael Christensen has Tommy Milner up his tailpipes. That's the number 77 AO racing car with the Corvette Tommy Milner machine behind him. And those two guys are battling for position 5 and 6 in GTD Pro. The Ferrari behind them, actually GTD car, the GTD leader, Alessandro Pagini, in the AF Corsa. So I'm just keeping an eye on that. And fans will want to know, I am absolutely certain, why WEC and not, for example, for Porsche, the Formula E Championship, where they have their 99X. It's my understanding that the amount of money that needed to be saved was considerably more than the Formula E budget, and therefore one of the two sports car championships had to go.
I think what is also still a factor is that we know that a large factor in this whole decision is that, you know, that there's trouble in the EV market. You know, Porsche has really swung in the EV direction. That market seems to be shrinking. That's a really difficult. But ultimately, you know, you're still in the EV market, and you still got to promote it, right? And you know, whichever way you look at that, Formula E for an EV manufacturer is arguably probably still the championship to do that in. So yeah, it's yeah, for us on the website, it's definitely a shame. I'll freely say that.
I'll ask you one final question on this before we get back to the race, and then I've got another guest I want to talk to as well here, with just over 6 hours still remaining. Is there a real possibility that we might have a Le Mans next year with not only no 963s but no Porsches at all, because the GT3 LM cars either don't come or the ACO and the FIA WEC don't allow them to come?
There's a lot of moving parts in that answer, to be honest with you, John, because the thing is, ultimately, you know, we know that if well, especially if looking at how the way the race is going right now, there's a very real possibility that, you know, Porsche could acquire that auto invitation through winning the championship here. But the thing is, you then need cars in WEC to be able to allow them to race at
the IMSA invitation, though, I think I'm right in saying, isn't automatically given to the championship winner. It's an at-large, so IMSA could give it to anybody they wanted.
So they could theoretically give it to another Cadillac. But
yes,
if it were to go to Porsche, let's just spin that example out. The trouble is that you need,
or an Aston,
another Valkyrie would be cool.
Yeah.
You need the two cars in the WEC to be able to allow to race at Le Mans, the way I understand it. And obviously, right now, yeah, we don't have the Penske cars anymore. In that case, it would another theory that's been spun out at the moment is that could come through customers. Because we still have some customer 963 both persons currently.
Somebody would have to pay the manufacturer entry fees.
Also that
€500,000
exactly.
each car.
I think Porsche told us earlier this week that they, if it comes to that, they would be open to do that. But ultimately, you need someone to get those two cars from, and only then could you then you could perhaps still see a Penske car in WEC. And then the GT3s is a whole different perspective, because obviously, you know, the ACO, the FIA wants. If you run a GT3, they ultimately kind of want you to also run a hypercar. If you've got a hypercar, then it's become a problem. So it's all up to the FIA and the ACO right now. I personally do know of some people that are really planning to race Porsche 911 GT3Rs with the current and continuing team in Evo and in the WEC next year, that have pretty firm plans in place, or at least wishes to have those plans in place. So I guess they're kind of also in the waiting room right now to see whether or not they will make that decision to continue to allow those GT3s to race in WEC, even though there is no factory hypercar program.
Stay with us, Davey, if you would. Actually, and let's not forget, it could affect ELMS as well, because that is part of the same regulatory system. If you haven't got your hypercars, you can't race in WEC. If you can't race in WEC with your GT3s, you can't race in ELMS either. We'll discuss that a little bit more in a moment. Delighted to say that Raymond Cotton has joined us, and we'll speak to the man at the head of Michelin Motorsport in just a few moments' time. Remind you, we're at the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, 98.1 FM around Road Atlanta, RS2 around the world, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and video channels, and in North America also on Sirius XM channel 206. So let's talk tyres. Hello Raymond, how are you? Very good to have you in the studio here. This is a big commitment for Michelin. It's just down the road from your headquarters here. We like facts and figures and stats. About how many tyres do you bring to Petit Le Mans then?
So about is 7,000 88 tires, so about as exact.
About as exact. You know
yeah.
exactly how many tires.
Yeah.
How many tires that there are. 7,088.
Yeah, 19 trailers.
And you count them all in and you count them all back?
Count them all in, count them all back.
Yeah, absolutely. You've been the sole tyre supplier for the IMSA Championships for quite a long time now. How has that relationship progressed? And in terms of going forward, we've heard that it's been extended for a decade, so clearly you feel you're getting the right sort of what's the word I'm looking for? I'm blank, and we've still got 6 hours of the race to go. You're getting the right sort of input, output data, whatever it is. You're getting what you need out of the relationship.
Yeah, I mean, I think you start with it's already been many years into the relationship, and it's been a great one, and I think it speaks both to what we get out of it, but also what IMSA gets out of it, you know, and so I think it's a partnership that's been working. It's certainly a laboratory for us that we want to keep working. 18 manufacturers involved, so it gives us kind of an accelerator with those manufacturers for development to get product developed, to innovate it, and get it to the street.
And ultimately, the street is that where we get the benefit, and how quickly is that turnaround process? Months, weeks, years, tens of years?
You know, it varies from very short to very quick. And you know, when we look at the materials that we use in the racing tires, it generally takes a few years to make their way into the street tires. We really use racing. Really, racing is the innovator of the materials. We learn how to make them on a small scale in racing. We learn how to industrialize them, and that carries over into the what you see on the street. An interesting story, you know, we really have pushed simulation and really drive the forefront of tire simulation and tire modeling. When we look at the original GTP tire in 23, we cut our development time by 4 by simulation.
Wow.
We then used the same simulation, the same tools that we developed here with the teams to develop the new street tire for the GTD car, which is the same GTD. Basically, they're racing here, but the street version with the Cup 2R. So on the technology transfer side, it's very quick. Sometimes the material side has a little longer lead time.
So that new Ford GTD, the ultimate iteration of the Mustang that we saw displayed at Le Mans, has been doing some fast laps around here as well in that beautiful Wimbledon white colour. That is a specific tyre for that car that you used all those tools to turn that around quickly.
Yeah, I mean, we use the Tame Tire simulation, which is the exact same tools that the top manufacturer is using here.
Right.
And we're using the data and the models created here to make a fantastic street tire in a very short amount of time, cutting out loops and iteration and being able to get it to the market very quickly for a manufacturer.
At the front of the field, GTP, big variety of cars. We've now got an LMH car as well with the Valkyrie in here, so a slightly different rule set. You've come to the end of the Gen 1 part of that development, if you like. Next year, a brand new tyre, significantly different, improved. Where are the differences, really?
So significantly different. If we start with materials, we're moving from 30% recycled material to 50% recycled renewable material. So huge material change.
Wow.
We wanted to have, I would say, similar performance. Our mindset wasn't so much how do you get much more lap time. It was how do you get much more consistent lap time and a longer life of the tire, right? And so, but today, I mean, we've already had in the heat of the day, teams decided to triple stint.
Wow.
Little surprising to me. In the heat of the day, you would have triple stinted. You would have thought I would wait till the dark. I'm not the engineer for the team, you know, but it does show the durability's there.
Yeah.
But the idea with the new tire was make it warm up quicker.
Yeah.
Give the
no tire warmers in this championship.
Yeah, no tire
so
warmers.
You have to work within that regulation set.
Absolutely, right. And so we realized that was an area we could improve. You know, when we look at the out laps, when you get driver feedback on the out laps, you say, we want to improve the tire there. We've made great headway there. We also said we want less degradation and more consistent over the life of the tire. we've achieved that with the tire, all while putting in a totally new material set to get us to 50% renewable recyclable content.
How does that affect how you think about building the tyre? How do you incorporate more renewable, recyclable, sustainable materials? Does it require a complete rethink of what you do, or do you draw on your past experience?
I mean, you're always drawing on your past experience, but where things change is, you know, you make an adjustment, a tuning of the tire, and the compound didn't quite react like you thought, right? And so you are learning. I mean, you know, you take out silica and you put in rice husk, things change, right? And that's what we're doing. I mean, those are the type of things, you know, we're taking out plasticizers and putting in orange peel and orange oil. And those materials react differently, and we learn, you know, and we adapt. But, I mean, ultimately, I think the team really hit the mark. I think you'll see a tire that guys run longer, will run more stints. They'll see quicker out laps. I think you'll see it in the data next year.
That's a really basic question. Is there very much or even any rubber in a tire anymore?
Natural rubber is still a main component. So natural rubber, which we consider a fully renewable material because
it regrows.
It regrows. Yeah. And it grows within the life cycle you extract it. So you never deplete the. So you know, during the life cycle of the tree, you're getting rubber. It regrows quicker than the time to extract it. So it's a fully renewable process, and there is still a lot of natural rubber. It's a hard. Nature's done a wonderful thing with natural rubber. It's hard to beat.
Right. Okay. Where's the challenge then with this new tyre and looking forward into this next 10 years with IMSA? Where will the challenges come for Michelin Motorsport as a tyre supplier?
I mean, I think, you know, one of the challenges initially will be getting the data, right? Getting it on the track, getting the data. Figuring out how far can we really push the stints. The teams like to find the edge, so where are the edges, right? So that's the initial challenge, you know. But long term, it's if we look to, you know, when we're looking at the Project 24 hydrogen car that ran at Le Mans, you know, that had a 71% renewable and recycled material. So for us,
is that where you want to get to?
I mean, ultimately, we're going to go to 100, right? Like, that is the goal.
You are going to go to 100.
The company commitment is 100% by 2050. So we will get there. Racing today leads the spear. We have the highest content in the Michelin group in racing. We use it as a laboratory to push that. We'll continue to do that.
Love what you're doing. Thank you very much. We've got Michelin tyres on our cars to from cross climate to various versions of Pilot Sport and Pilot Sport 4S, I think, is on the newest of the cars. We really do. The old adage of we race, you race, we win, in terms of the customers. Is that still true?
I mean, absolutely. I mean, like, you know, I've already said that, you know, it's a laboratory, right?
Yep.
We take that laboratory, we use this as a platform to drive our innovation. And those innovations show up on the street and make the products better.
Raymond Cotton, thanks for joining us. Say hi to the team for us. I know it takes a village. Actually, probably takes a small town. I'm saying it certainly does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff from Michelin, still right at the cutting edge, and another 10 years here in IMSA for their tyre supply. We've just gone over 6 hours. The first tranche we've just gone over the 4-hour mark, 6 hours to go. So the first tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points will be awarded at the end of the first lap. After that 6 hours, let me give you a very quick VP rundown as they stand at the top. Just the top three: Porsche Penske Motorsport by 4.3 seconds. Mathieu Jaminet in the number 6 car ahead of Colin Brown for Acura. Number 60 car is 54 seconds ahead of Kevin Magnussen for BMW. Just keeping my eye on the battles down the field as well, where we've still got prototype side-by-side battle at turn 10, and a bit of a hip check there for Ricky Taylor in the number 10 car on the number 83. That was the JDC Miller Motorsport car as they came through the corner. That'll be looked at from race control. They've been busy already in LMP2. TDS back to the top. Hunter McElrea in the number 11 car. leads by 6.5 seconds from Tom Dillman for Inter Europol and PR1 Matheson. Logan Sargent is in third place in the 52. It's a decent set of drivers. Sorry, it's Rasmus Lind in second and Tom Dillman in third. Logan Sargent in fourth. In GTD Pro, Paul Miller Racing, Conor De Filippi, BMW number 48 from Lexus, the number 14 Vassar Sullivan car, Ben Barnicat behind the wheel of that, and Davide Rigon for Dragon Speed, doing enough, more than enough at the moment, to take the championship for his teammate Albert Costa. And in GTD Pro, Alessandro Perghini is now actually fifth in the whole GTD class as he carves his way through the pro field for AF Corso in the 21 Ferrari. It's on a Frio Triazzi for Triazzi competition in second in the 023, and Parker Thompson third for Vassar Sullivan's Lexus. Is about just 2/10 behind that Ferrari. That's your in-race update with VP Racing, just under 6 hours to go. Devi WeatherTech SportsCar 365 has stayed with us. Hottest part of the day, probably just gone over now. Track temperature just sneaking down a degree or two, but much warmer than I think that anybody was thinking. And hearing there from Raymond, as we've got an incident responsibility.
That's what's just happened. That was the.
So it was the 40, not the 10.
40.
My apologies.
Louis Delatro's that muscled Neil Johnny off the track, and race controls acted pretty quickly on that one. And Louis going to have to come down pit lane for that incident at 10A.
Very interested to hear what Raymond was saying about some teams triple stinting Michelin tyres in the early part of the race in the afternoon. That means they're going to save new tyres for the end.
That means if you get a caution in the final 30 minutes, you can throw a new set on and you can properly attack, and that is really beneficial. There's really interesting stuff in that whole sustainability stuff as well, because I've heard from, as we see, Louis just turning down the pit lane just outside of us. Some of the things that they have to go through or that they found in order to make these sustainable tyres is really interesting. For example, one specific example that I found really fascinating is their definition, something like silica, which comes from sand, they can't replace within a human life cycle, so they try to find something else. What they found is the husk of rice. That's a waste from the rice industry. They say nobody's using that, but they found that somehow the quantity, the characteristics of that material, if you treat it industrially and stuff, is apparently very, very close to silica. So that's one of the things that they have found there. As we have some pit stops in GTP, John.
Yeah, let's get down to Arjuna, who's been making notes, copious notes down there. We've just gone past the 4-hour mark, and those that were staying out maybe for Michelin Endurance Cup points now coming to the pit lane. Arjuna, update us, please.
Well, 3 teams came in before we hit the 4-hour mark. Not all in GTP. It was the JDC and number 40 GTP entries and the number 4 Pratt & Miller Corvette that came in just before that 4-hour mark. All teams changed 4 tyres, no driver changes from what I could tell. But what I did see was a slightly short fill for the number 40, not putting that much virtual energy in as compared to the rest of their competitors. Porsche Penske, they've come in with both the 6 and the 7. I saw 4 tyres and driver changes on both sides of there. And right now in front of me, it's the number 10 that hits its mark. And it looks like just 2 tyres getting put onto the left side of the car. And I really enjoyed that chat that you had with Raymond. And my mind is turning here, John. My suspicion is that the triple stint that we're talking about here is likely only on the right side of the car, and maybe we're seeing a double stint on the left before they are able to change that left side. So just something to keep in mind as we work into the night, and some of these GTP teams save some of those crucial set of Michelin tyres.
We talked about it in a Michelin Countdown to Green, our Porsche keys to the race. Be there at sunset. This race, somewhat like the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring, Davey, you win this race in the dark. You have to do your best work in the dark.
Yeah, it's so often. I've had the pleasure and the privilege of coming to this race twice before, and even before then I used to watch it quite a lot just from home. There's very often a kind of a script to this race where, like I said, this is the phase that you have to get through. You have to keep your car clean, you have to keep it out of trouble, and just stay there until it gets dark, because 9 times out of 10, like I just mentioned earlier, will have a moment like in the final hour, there'll be a caution, and then all bets are off.
Yeah. How do you? What have you noticed in the field so far? We've been looking obviously mostly at the front of the field, the GTPs. I thought Max Esterson was absolutely outstanding in his first outing in IMSA, first time here. I'll come back to that in a moment because we've got the Porsche number 6 at the moment under extreme pressure, diving to the inside, going into turn number 1 as the Acura number 60, which we know how fast that car is, tries to come round the outside. It's battle for 4th and 5th, Jaminet and Colin Brown. That was the leading car, yeah. Eduardo Motora is leading for Lamborghini, but he's due in the pit lane, well now actually, because he's down at under 2% of his energy left. This battle is effectively for the lead when the pit stops are going through. Just quickly though, back to Max Esterson. What did you think of that young man?
Very impressive. I mean, it's a big task to debut in a race like this. You know, we know how competitive this championship. We know that the Porsche 963 not the simplest of cars to really get your head around and to extract the maximum out of. He's got 2 drivers that thankfully know the car very, very well. You know, Tijmen van der Helm, kind of the leading light in that team. Believe it or not, even with how young he still is, he's been with that team for a while. Neil Johnny, I mean, what Neil Johnny hasn't done. But yeah, he's taken to it very, very well.
Peter was looking at his lap times. He was lapping within a couple of tenths of Felipe Nasser.
That's a benchmark.
In the Porsche Penske version
of
that car. And, you know, John Church, hats off to John Church and JDC for getting that car at the track on a regular basis. But they haven't got the resources of a Porsche Penske Motorsport.
No.
And to give that young lad a chance, again, fair play. And I think Max has announced his arrival in the best possible way.
Yeah, it's another example of a young driver transitioning away from single-seater racing, high-level single-seater racing, might I add, to come and have a go over here. We've seen it before, and I find that so fascinating now that you used to be in the olden days kind of this stereotype of sports car racing being the place where drivers used to go. Ooh, that was very tight between the 2 Porsches there.
That's the number 6 Penske Porsche coming in the pit lane. It's at a bit of a jaunty angle, getting new left side Michelin mediums, and also a little bit of adjustment to the steering wheel. Problem was, he pulled in right in front of his team car, which was getting ready to go.
Yeah. And the 7 had to really kind of squeeze out. But just to finish my thought, like in the older day, sports car racing was something where you used to go once your Formula 1 career was over.
Yeah.
Whereas now, especially over the last few years, you could really see that it's drivers who recognize pretty early on, like, no, this is a valuable and genuine long-term career path, sports car racing. I think this is another example of a driver that has hopefully realised that.
And I suppose the overall rise of sports car, there's more sports car racing. GT4 and GT3 have a part to play in that, by the way, and there should be some credit attached to those who brought us GT4 and GT3. Stefan Mattel, I'm kind of looking your way, because that has become a global, those 2 have become global formula. And somebody mentioned it on the at IMSA radio message board earlier on, on the Twitter, should I say, earlier on, that there are more opportunities for pro or semi-pro drivers to earn money in sports cars than probably any other form of motor racing now. And if you're a good GT3 and GT4 driver, you can be racing pretty much every weekend somewhere in the world.
Oh, it's in a way, it's pure math. You know, if you look at to draw the age-old Formula 1 comparison, you have it's 11 teams next year, as it says. So 22 seats. Well, we've got, let's do the math. We've got 53 cars on the grid this weekend. Times 3.
Yeah.
For, it's just pure math. There's more opportunities available.
59, that is, Davey.
So there's just simply more opportunities available.
But even if you said that only 25% of that were paid seats, and it probably will be more than that, that's still a big number of drivers. And I mean, ultimately, pretty much all of the the factories, obviously all paid drivers there. New factories coming in, 6 more hypercars, GTPs coming in the next 2 seasons from 3 different manufacturers. Yeah, I think you're right. In for the championship leading number 81. This is the Dragon Speed Ferrari. Albert Costa is the man that leads the championship on his own by dint of some swapping and changing of his driving partners this year. Arjuna Kangapati is down in the pit lane.
And I actually caught up with Giacomo Altoe just a few moments ago before he strapped the helmet on, and he was saying that even with the 2 issues that they had in practice that robbed them of a little bit of running time, the feedback from the car from both drivers that have already been in there is positive. The balance is there, and they are very excited. He also said it will be Albert Costa in at the end. It's Albert that will win the championship, of course, if that car comes out on top. And so he will be given the honor, the task, whatever adjective you want to use to describe it, John, of bringing that car to the end of the race and fighting with Pratt and Miller all the way to the end.
No pressure. We see it in perfect harmony here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Albert's done a great job.
Yes.
This year, Dragon Speed have done a good job. They came from a slightly difficult start of the season, but the middle of the season onwards, they've put a great run together. We talk in stick and ball sports, particularly here in the US, and where we're in the baseball playoff season. You talk about momentum, the big move. And they've had the momentum in the second half of the season.
They have, and it's such a great story in this championship battle. It's almost David and Goliath is a bit cliche, but I think it applies here because we've got Dragon Speed. They're a privateer. They're a very well respected, very well experienced outfit, but they're not Pratt & Miller Motorsports, aren't they? They're not what is essentially kind of still a quasi, almost factory-esque operation on the Corvette side of things, with 2 probably fully staffed, full of factory talent, fast Corvettes, and then this Ferrari privateer with a little bit of help from Racing Competizione, of course. With, like I said, again, Albert Costa, who's not a factory driver, but a tremendously talented driver who's been around and he's done a lot and achieved a lot. Had this rotating cast of co-drivers, which is never easy because you want to build that long-term chemistry with a co-driver ideally, and yet here they are with that opportunity to win the championship. And to be fair, if with Albert Costa going to the end, I did see when that car come in the slightly well-known name of Regon on the above the door. So for them to go for him over a factory car like Regon, that's a hell of a signal for him to get.
But I kind of like that because it is his championship, and let's see how they get on into the pit lane for the number 48 BMW from Paul Miller Racing, brought into the pit lane for its tyre change. Connor De Filippi out of the lead of GTD Pro. Just 1 car next year for, at the moment at least, that's been declared for Paul Miller Racing, and a bit of a question mark over whether that will be a BMW. We've got a better idea of what we're going to see at the Raw and subsequently Daytona and the rest of the season. Davey on Friday as penalty for car number 9. That's a drive through.
Refueling oil on the stands for Faf Motorsport.
Oh dear, Faf will have to come down the pit lane. John Doonan with the information about next year as in comes the other car battling in that GTD Pro Championship. That is the Simpson Garcia Corvette. What have you heard? What a keeping their cards close to the chest at Paul Miller. Will it be BMW? Is that just paper talk?
There is some stuff going on there.
Stuff. Just 1 car though, is that right?
At the moment, yeah. But the truth is that there is a little bit of a merry-go-round in terms of a couple of teams that are looking at GTD Pro. We've had the list, but there are a few teams that are not yet on that list that kind of still have their eye on. We've heard from IMSA that there are still some slots potentially available for teams that want to do it but haven't quite got all the proverbial paperwork sorted. And so that's kind of where things are kind of rotating around at the moment, and that's affecting a couple of different teams at once. So that's still kind of a to be determined for a few manufacturers kind of going in the roundabout there, and that is affecting multiple
Is this
teams.
almost a manufacturer silly season rather than a driver's or team silly season?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah,
it's interesting. New iterations of Porsche next year as well. I think there's a couple of others. Ford have
Evo,
given us an
Porsche Evo coming.
Yeah. Ford, interestingly, telling us at the WEC event in COTA that they want their customer teams to have that Evo kit first, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah, an interesting factory first, customer first approach, I should say, on that front. Yeah, it's interesting to see how various manufacturers are going about that in different ways, because Porsche took, of course, a completely different approach. Because you may remember the 911 GT3R Evo was actually already raced.
Yeah.
In
I was
Michelin
there.
Michelin 24-hour series at Spa in the hands of Herbert Motorsport. I think did quite well in that race.
It actually probably could and should have won the race. They did a couple of extra pit stops towards the end to make sure that they didn't, and I think that was very sporting of Porsche Motorsport to make sure that didn't happen. And I alluded earlier, not in this series, but affecting this series, they've been trailing this for a while, but Toyota and Lexus, with some big announcement tomorrow, we are kind of putting 2 and 2 together and making a lot more than 4. Whether it's the road car version that we've seen disguised at Goodwood, whether it's the race car version, which has been testing here in the States, including on an autumn test day at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, which I thought was very interesting for what was a quote-unquote top secret car. But this surely is the RCF replacement, whatever it's going to be called, and whether it's a 2-door coupe, which it seems to be, I think, or something different. There's something in the works, and we'll find out tomorrow. If you were a betting man, what would you say?
It's about time for that car to properly be shown, isn't it? Because it's probably one of the most highly anticipated cars in a very, very long time.
Is it going to race in WEC and IMSA next year? It's getting awfully tight for homologation.
Our understanding is that the debut is more likely for 2027.
So what we might see is that car in maybe a Creventic race somewhere, or possibly Nürburgring, NLS, SPX?
We think Nürburgring, because what we've noticed is that under the radar there's been a lot of Toyota driver talent driving around there.
Getting their permits.
Getting their permits, a lot of them.
We've seen that in the NLS this year.
Yeah, and that can't be a coincidence.
No. And they love that race. The Japanese love that race. Yeah. And we've seen Toyota
absolutely. I think
himself.
Akio Toyoda himself raced in it earlier this year.
Correct.
So, yeah, that wouldn't be surprising, because they have a long history, because I was in the Fuji Motorsport Museum last week, and it's a fantastic facility, I must say. And you may remember the old LFA.
Yeah.
This new car that we're going to have a kind of sort of a spiritual successor to that car. Some have even suggested might be
that V10 was
although
just incredible, wasn't it?
Yeah. The Nürburgring racing version, because that car was largely developed on Nürburgring in racing shape as well. It was there. They had it in the museum there, and you just spent a good few minutes just admiring that. So there is such a long history of Toyota using the Nürburgring as a breeding ground. It's kind of where Toyota Gazoo racing, in a way,
yeah,
it was kind of born on the launch side.
That's a very good point. Of course, we've known the IMSA calendar for a very long time, so there's nothing to debate about that for next year. In terms of IMSA here in the US, what is bubbling under? Is there anything else to break? It was a full entry for the full season that John Doonan mentioned. I believe that unfortunately there were some people who haven't had entries at the moment who wanted them, which is kind of a bad news, good news thing. Bad news that we couldn't give them. Good news, we've got full entries here for IMSA. Anything that might break, anything that's just bubbling under, as I said?
Well, I just referred earlier to this kind of merry-go-round in GTD Pro. And I kind of went back to sort of make sure that
looking at your notes.
Yeah, pulling out my notes, because one of very, very interesting name that is in that sort of merry-go-round is Rahal Letterman Racing.
Yes,
they are in discussions with multiple manufacturers for a potential GTD program. and that could include, you understand, the discussions of both in McLaren and Lamborghini.
Oh, interesting. Very interesting.
And another sort of factor that we mentioned BMW is Random Vandals Racing. We've seen
Who
it
weren't in the list, I saw.
Correct, although our understanding is that they have very much been sort of working towards it. And that is sort of, there's some, as we actually spoke to Paul Sparta here, because he was here, at least, I don't know if he's still here, but he was here earlier in the week.
You see on Thursday, I saw him on Thursday.
Yeah, where they are very much, they want to race a car in GTD Pro, but there's just some, he calls it unusual complications outside of our control. There's like this real merry-go-round, because, you know, the fact is, you've got Paul Miller right now doing BMWs, then you have Team RLL who are talking to McLaren and Lamborghini, but then Paul Miller is also understood to be talking to McLaren and Lamborghini. So there's kind of all these kind of little puzzle pieces that have to click into place. So yeah, this entry list that we have right now is, I'd say, largely it's almost entirely it, but could still be a little bit few additions. As we've said, there has been talk that like, oh, we could have, you know, there's some little space for people that are like almost there, but you'll need the proverbial paperwork still in place to be able to get everything done. So, but it's going to be a good one.
A new billboard went up at Fuji, but I think that was only yesterday or maybe even today, so you wouldn't have seen that.
I think my British-born, Japanese-located colleague Jamie Klein referenced this earlier. Yeah, there's a corner at the Fuji Speedway, which I think they use as kind of a branding thing, and I actually saw was it GR Harris up there when I was there just a few weeks ago, but that's changed now. So yeah, that is a pretty big sign of things to come. Literally, a big
sign
to come.
It's a sign.
Yes.
Very, very good, Davey. Thank you very much, and thank you so much for all the hard work of the team, John, Jamie, all the rest of you on SportsCar 365 this year. Your paddock notes in particular have been invaluable. Well, I'll let you get back to work. Cheers, man.
Thank you, John.
Let's go down the pit lane and have an update from our junior Kanga party.
We're seeing the start of the LMP2 pit stops window as it's first the Riley 74 crew that make their way into the box with the four set of tyres for them. Driver change as well as they strap Felipe Fraga into the car. Also saw that the number 22 United Autosports machine running in second place. They're getting ready on the wall as well, John. And these LMP2 machines, I love being able to sit here on pit lane and look at the amount enjoy the sound of the engine firing up. I love being able to see, John, the rubber that's hit the front of the car. You really get the sense of the story these machines are going through, and we're not even halfway through this 28th running of the Petit Le Mans.
So let's keep an eye on the battles on the track as well, coming through turn 7 right now. Two Cadillacs together. The number 10 is Ricky Taylor for Cadillac Wayne Taylor Racing, and 31 behind him. In 5th position is Earl Bamber, and they are right at it at the moment. Joined in the booth now by Ryan Marine, who is pulling double duty for us this weekend. You've caught the sun, sir.
I suppose so.
No, you really have.
For better or for worse, I hope. It doesn't hurt too bad. I think we're going to be all right.
Sunscreen for when you go back in the pits.
Well, you know, I think by the next time I'm out there, the sun might be on its way back down again, so I might have seen the worst of it at this point. But I have to say, it's been a lot of fun this year getting to work side by side with you, but to get stuck down in the pits again for the first time since Sebring, really, really enjoyed the atmosphere, especially on the grid pre-race.
Yeah, if you didn't listen to Michelin Countdown to Green, it's available already. I think Tim's already published it, actually, so you can download it. And it was just interview after interview after interview. Arjuna and Ryan on absolutely top form, wringing the answers out of people and really getting the pre-race atmosphere. I love a good pre-race show, and that was very good indeed, down to the hard work of our pit lane crew. Not half distance yet, so still plenty going on. But what a start to the race, and what we're seeing here is, at the moment, good long runs, and another drive-through. David Enemeyer Hansen this time getting the Era Motorsport number 18 car a penalty for blocking. Blocking has been the most popular penalty of the last couple of races, to be honest.
Yes, and I also think we've seen quite a bit of incident responsibility as well handed down. Those have both been points of emphasis really since the Road America round. I will say, though, it's refreshing how little we've talked about it, quite frankly, this weekend, right? After especially the Indianapolis Motor Speedway round, to a lesser degree, the all-GT race at VIR, where I think everyone was reacting and adjusting to that course correction. It seems like the message has sunk in nicely because while it has been a topic of conversation from time to time, it hasn't overruled the rest of the conversation in the way that it has the previous 2 rounds.
Let's go down to Forte Racing. Eric Filgueras is there with Arjuna.
Eric, an interesting opening stint for you, I feel. How have you been able to digest what happened in that opening hour for you?
Yeah, interesting is definitely one of the words. Hectic is another. Not what we were hoping or expecting. A lap 1 incident. I think a car was just lost control in front of us, and everybody stacked up, and that's just kind of how it goes in that section of the track. We took on a bit of damage. Not super extensive, but enough that we went 2 laps down. We were able to regain one of those laps, and we're still trying very hard to regain the next lap. We need a bit of luck for that, but there's some time left. If anybody knows how to do it, it's this group, and I'm just really fortunate to be here. Honored that they would have me qualify and start the race. This is my first Motul Petit Le Mans, so I'm ecstatic. I've got a couple more stints left, and I can't wait.
You started the year in a Mercedes. That program got cut short, and they were able to jump into this Lamborghini on short notice at Indianapolis. How different are the Lamborghini and the Mercedes to drive? How quickly were you able to make the jump?
Day and night, and it's all the little nuances. It's things like the brake pedal, how the car drives into the corner, the combined load, how it drives off the corner, and all of the creature comforts inside of the car. But Forte Racing has been extremely accommodating, getting me up to speed in this beautiful Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2, and I'd love for there to be more. Hopefully we have a good remaining end of this race, and maybe we can extend the relationship. I'd love that.
And before you go, when do you get back in the car?
I should be back in after Mario ends this current stint.
Well, get ready.
Thank you.
All kinds of stories developing here, not just around the championships as well. You do always get the feeling with this race. Ryan Marine alongside me, John Hindorf at the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. The last headline has never been written until you actually get across the line. In fact, sometimes it's even after that. But this race just has a character that is very particular, and it's not really changed that much since the first race back in 1998 when it was a brand new event. But I think I said earlier in the week, Ryan, it never felt like a brand new event when I came here back in 1998. It almost felt like it'd been here for years, and it does have that atmosphere now in its 28th running, that it's one of the cornerstones. It has to be considered one of the cornerstones of endurance racing.
It's amazing to me that something that started within my lifetime has already emerged to be revered in the way that it is. It feels like an event that's been going on a lot longer than it actually has. But in a short amount of time, there are some remarkable pieces of history surrounding this event, whether it's the cars that have raced and won here over the years, some of the names of the drivers, the teams, etc. And I think a lot of it comes down to the venue. Dr. Don Panos picked a perfect spot when he picked Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta to host this event for the first time. And much like the namesake racetrack, Le Mans itself, this track is revered by those that compete here. And I think without that, maybe you don't see this blast off into the stratosphere the way that it has.
You've hit a really good point there, because the character of the track surface itself and how it winds through the Georgia countryside here, following the geography or the topography of the acreage here just outside Brazelton. That is such a part. If you look up old school in the motor racing lexicon, there might as well be a picture of here. It is absolutely old school. The drivers love it because they feel they can make a difference. And I think you're right there. I think that is part of the cachet, the instant cachet that this event got 28 runnings ago that has endured. And what I love about it is some tracks in that amount of time, the machinery outgrows it, or the competition doesn't work on it at whatever point in the regulation cycle. But that's never been the case here. We've always had good racing here.
We have in the format, the 10-hour race. There's a sense of urgency that you don't get at a 24-hour race. It's not quite a sprint like we normally see, but it's increasingly become that, as we've talked about many times over the years. It's a set of sprints interrupted by pit stops to some extent, but there is still an endurance aspect of it too. And I think that a lot of it is not necessarily mechanical anymore, although we have seen some of that, but a lot of it is the traffic management, which is unique to this circuit to some degree, and is a characteristic that everyone who has driven here this weekend and has talked to me about it has said it's eye-opening. You can do every other IMSA race on the calendar, and none of them totally prepare you for what to expect here at Road Atlanta.
Just underlines how good Max Esterson was earlier on. Background in single-seat racing on the Jeremy Shaw's Team USA alumni, came to the UK, raced in the Formula 4 Festival. First time there, he was second, did a full season in Formula 4 the next year, won the Formula 4 Festival and the Walter Hayes. So he's not been plucked off the street, but this is something completely different. You've got championship battles all over the place here as well this weekend, including in LMP2, where United Autosport, who've not won this race, they've not won this LMP2 championship, are represented. And the driver who's in with the shout is Dan Goldberg. He's down in the pit lane now with Arjuna.
Standing with Dan Goldberg, who's no longer in his driver's suit, which I think means, Dan, you've done good drive time. It's on your teammates now to bring the 22 to the end.
Yes, it was the way with the yellows worked. I did full 2.5 hours right at the beginning, which is definitely a long time in the car, but I felt pretty good. The cooler temperatures really help with that, so it helps the team out strategy-wise to get my time done and let Paul and Rasmus fight till the end.
And it sounds like you had an interesting opening lap of the race. That means the rest of the stint was probably pretty fun as well.
Yeah, it really was. It was a good time out there. It was hard. It was a good battle. I got hit in turn 3 right on the start. I was able to keep it together, not spin, but drop nearly to the back of the pack. Then we took the opportunity to take an extra fuel fill and fix the tail. So then I was all the way at the back, and then kept it clean, fought my way forward, ended up bringing it in second place when I was done with my stint. So from third to last to second, it was a lot. I felt really good about it, and happy to where we're at right now.
And you're already confirmed as coming back with United Autosports next year. Is it nice to have that continuity as you just continue to enjoy your racing here in IMSA?
Yeah, for sure. I love racing here at IMSA, and this team is amazing, so I'm thrilled to continue with them next year. We're battling now to try to win this championship. We're fighting with the 99. Still early in the race, but as it stands now, we're in good shape.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Quick note from the UK, the Midlands. Hello to Matt Mear. That's how you say your name, Matt. Watching with Ollie and Josh, who are 12 and 8, his two sons. New fans this year after being taken to the ELMS at Silverstone. Currently designing their own hypercars and LMP2s. Cheering on Team Penske here or Racing. Matt, that's excellent parenting there to get the boys. Hello Ollie, hello Josh. Harry Pike says this race is the only thing keeping me sane while on the phone to my friends. We're all going crazy. He doesn't tell us what about. And Blur Fiend, of course he's tuned in. Loves Road Atlanta, of course, and Petit Le Mans. He says it's a fantastic circuit to visit and looks great at this time of the year with the trees in the fall, autumn change of colour around the circuits. Very, very busy indeed on the track at the moment. Spoke to Paul Marquardt, who helps us out with our social media, particularly at Le Mans, and he said it's like Le Mans-like out there in terms of how many people are walking around following the crowd. It's basically like stop-start traffic, but on foot. And, you know, you've been up and down to the top of the hill. The vendors at the top must be delighted. I've never seen so many people up there.
It is jam-packed everywhere you go, and everyone's having a great time. The smiles are on everyone's faces. We have to say an assist to Mother Nature, because the weather has been tremendous, as it has been for so many of these endurance races in 2025. A bit anomalous in that regard, but picture perfect day to be out and enjoying sports car racing up on the hill, wherever it might be. Another Michelin banner just got knocked out.
Yeah, we've had to replace a few of those today. Let's give you a VP in-race update. At the front of the field, it's 7 seconds now. Porsche, Penske, Motorsport 963, the championship leader, exactly where they need to be. Colin Brown doing Colin things in that number 60 Acura Meyershank Racing ARX 06. He's 6 seconds ahead of Philip Eng, who's the best of the BMW M Team RLL M Hybrid V8s. Earl Bamber is the first Cadillac, and that's the Whelan car. He's in fourth in the 31, another 9 seconds further back, and about the same distance back from earliest Ricky Taylor in the Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, the number 10 car. Robin Frange now behind the wheel of the BMW number 25. So both BMW M Team RLL cars in the top 6, and he's having a good scrap actually with Ricky Taylor at the moment. 7th for Neil Yanni for JDC Miller Motorsport after the opening nearly 3 hours by Max Esterson. Then it's Eduardo Montara for Lamborghini, Nick Tandy for Porsche, and Penske, Roman DeAngelis, Aston Martin, Valkyrie. Not quite on the pace at this part of the race. 6/10 or so off the leader's pace at the moment. In LMP2, it is Rasmus Lind for United Autosport, the number 22 car that he took over from Paul di Resta early on. Under McElrea, TDS Racing second. Logan Sargent, PR1 Matheson Motorsport third. Logan really getting the grips in his only second race here in IMSA with PR1. Bijoy Garg into Europol competition, number 43, the green and yellow car. David Enemai Hansen in 5th place for Era Motorsport, and Dane Cameron, AO Racing, still looking for that 5th title in the modern era. With that number 99 skeletal version of Spike the Dragon. Max Hesser for BMW and Paul Miller Racing in the number 48 leads. Aaron Thielitz in GTD Pro, 1.2 seconds the gap between the BMW and the Lexus. Then the 2 Corvettes, the right way round I suppose, 4 from 3. And that would give Tommy Milner that would give Alexander Sims and his teammate Antonio Garcia the championship, because the number 81 car is now behind them, and the simple fact is that if both of those cars are in the top 5, whichever one has the better position, Giacomo Altoe in 5th place at the moment, he would lose out by just a handful of points. I think 20 points would be the gap at that point. Don't quote me on that part. Michael Christensen in 6th for AO Racing. And in GTD itself, Simon Mann has taken over the AF Corsa car that Bagheedi rapidly climbed up the GTD ranks and the GTD Pro ranks, and actually that is still the 5th best of the GT cars overall. Jake Walker is now in 2nd for Turner Motorsport BMW number 96, and Onofrio Triazzi for the 023 Triazzi competition Ferrari. Jack Hawksworth in the 12, Vassar Sullivan, Lexus in 4th, Tom Gamble in 5th for Heart of Racing Aston, it's the 27, and Charlie Eastwood for DXDT Racing Chevrolet, the blue and green 36 in 6th. In terms of the Bronze Cup, so important of course for the invitation to Le Mans, it is Matt Bell now driving the AWA car after the problems right at the beginning of the race for Brendan Arieb. For Inception, that car long since has departed the piece. Magnus Racer number 44, Inception number 70, Gradient number 66, and Conquest number 34 all taken out early on. That's your VP Racing update. Mathieu Jaminet leads the motor race. He's completed 190 laps and he's got 9 seconds on the field. And the other part of our championship, of course, is the Michelin Endurance Cup, where we awarded points at the 4-hour mark. Actually, it's the lap completed after 4 hours have elapsed. So it's always why we wait a little bit and wait. We try not to guess those and wait till the official numbers come out, which they did a little while ago. So we'll catch up on that now. As tight as you like in all of the championships there.
It is, exactly. So bear with me. I've not given this update before, and I've got a bunch of different sources in front of me. We'll try and parse through all of this.
You do that. I'll keep watching in case anything happens on track.
Perfect. All right. Matthew Jaminet and Matt Campbell scored maximum points in GTP. They were leading at that 4-hour mark. Colin Brown, Scott Dixon, Tom Blomqvist were second in GTP, so they scored 4 points. 5 points, by the way, for leading at that point. Dries Van Thor, Kevin Magnussen, Philip Eng finished third at that segment of the race. That was 3 points, and everyone further down gets 2 points so long as they're still running. The consequence of that in GTP, at least, is that the championship has closed up. It's now the 7 crew leading by just 1 over the 60 crew, 41 points to 40, with points still to be paid at the 8-hour mark as well as at the finish. In LMP2, it was TDS that gets maximum points. Hunter McElroy, Mikkel Jensen, and Stephen Thomas, 5 points for them. Dan Goldberg, Paul DeResta, and Rasmus Lind were second with 4 points. Bijoy Garg, Jeremy Clark, Tom Dillman from Inter Europol were third with 3 points. It's now the 43 crew leading by 3 points over the TDS number 11, 40-37 at this stage. We know it's going to be Paul Miller Racing winning in GTD Pro. We just don't know which car. Right now, it's the one that is up.
Can they completely tie? Could they engineer a complete tie?
That is a question I don't have a satisfactory answer to. So rather than speculate, I'll send a text message when we get done with this segment, and we'll try and endeavor to get an answer. But it is the one that leads the 48 by 1 point at the moment. But that's the car that had the setback. Remember, we heard Neil Verhagen tell us they had some kind of a power delivery issue, and they think they've got that fixed, and the car has been doing good lap times subsequently, so I think they're okay. Meanwhile, GTD, it is tied. The 70 and the 21 currently tied 36 points apiece, with still 2 more tranches of points to be paid out.
Let's head down to, thank you very much for that, Ryan, and doing that, how tight it is. And at the moment, by the way, the gap between the two Paul Miller Racing BMWs is just a point to the advantage of the number 1 car. Let's go down to Arjuna Kankapani in the pit lane in the sunshine. Where are you now, Arjuna?
I've stolen some time from Gunnar Jeanette, who kindly peeled himself away from the radio and the wall of screens in front of him. Gunnar, you've won this race before, but as a driver, how much more stress is there when you're sat up there and watching your drivers pilot around the track?
It's different. Yeah, I mean, as a driver, you have the stress when you're driving, but you don't really notice that so much because you're so focused on everything else. But then watching your co-drivers is also stressful. Now I just have that kind of stress all the time, but not only the drivers, but also the entire crew and the operation. So yeah, very different, but yeah, hugely fortunate that that us at AO Racing are able to have great cars, great drivers, and great crew. So yeah, it's nice being able to have 2 cars that are out competing for the win. We had a little issue with the 99 getting smacked unnecessarily by the 88, which was pretty crap. And now we have to fight back and get a lap and a half.
Next year's plans have been revealed. You're back in LMP2, you're back in GTD Pro. Obviously, there was a little bit of talk, speculation about a potential GTP entry. What were some of the hurdles that you ran into for getting that in place for next year?
Yeah, I mean, there's talk because people ask, and to be honest, nothing has changed on our end. We're still in talks with manufacturers about getting a program together and doing it right. So I thought I was pretty straightforward in saying that 2026 was never our target. Our target is to start putting the program together when the time is right with our partner and test and be ready to when we actually enter our first race. It's impossible to say when that timeline is until we have the manufacturer and the partner decided upon, because those timelines are going to go hand in hand. So we're still working just as hard as we have been in the last couple of months. And yeah, I mean, we'd love to be able to have that stuff finalized as soon as possible and be on the grid as soon as possible, but we're not going to rush it.
Appreciate the honesty. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, thank you.
Great answer from Gunnar Jeanette there on all the questions posed by Arjuna Kankapati. At HRC, Acura just going another lap back to the leader, side by side on the back straight, and Chamonix is going to have to duck out of that one as if he's being pushed towards the back of the RCF, using that as a bit of a pick. That's a slightly hobbled number 93 with those bizarre data link problems or whatever it was on Thursday that made them miss pretty much all of the hour and a half of the afternoon session and most of the evening session as well. They thought they had that fixed, went through qualifying seemingly okay, but in the race today, after one of the restarts, early restarts, just wouldn't shift gear. They say it's a different problem, Ryan. The upshot of it is that car is just not on the pace, it's hobbled.
No, and they know that's going to be the case, unfortunately, the rest of the way. They tried the steering wheel change, which is usually the cure-all in these modern race cars. So much of the electronic brain of the car is in the steering wheel, and sometimes you swap that out and the problem goes away, but that didn't fix it. You're right, what they told me is that they don't think it's the same problem, but also when I asked, it was pretty fresh, so that is something I'd like to go double check on again. Right now, just fighting to stay on the same lap here, and that might prove to be impossible. The Porsche looks pretty stout. It does get the pass made around the outside in 10A, and although Van der Zande tries to fight back in 10B, just can't get it done with that hobbled race car. All the more frustrating considering how quick the Acura package has been over the course of the week.
It's Ryan Moraine with me, John Hindhoff in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. I feel I get a little bit of insight into people's lives while they're watching this with some of the posts that are coming through. Thank you for keeping them coming on at IMSA Radio. It's great to know where you are in the world, what time it is, what your snacks are, etc. I'm getting ready for my first sacred coffee of the race as we're coming to half distance. And by the way, if you are looking for a good coffee brand, you know it's our preferred coffee bean, and Tubbs and the team support motorsport all over the world. If you are in the UK or here in the US, and then you can get yourself 20% off using the discount code IMSA, IMSA 20 with your order. Now for the UK, that will be for the whole year, right till the end of December, so get some in now for your Christmas guests as well. And in the US, things a little more fluid. I think it's just the best thing to say is potential price rises on the horizon, so get your order in now. Good to have them on board again for us, and as I say, I'll grab my next cup of coffee, or my first cup of coffee in the race, in just a moment. Now, drive-through, operational requirements, tyres. Bijoy Garg will have to come through the pit lane. In fact, he's just done it for into Europol. This is tyre pressure, isn't it?
It is, and so that's constantly being monitored. Michelin gives some specifications that have to be met, and if they're not, then it has to be dealt with by the team, and penalties can ensue. The consequence of this, though, that was the fourth place car. In LMP2, we know that PJ Hyatt and Dane Cameron can clinch the championship with a top four. Well, they were fifth. Now they're fourth. So as they run, that would put Hyatt and Cameron in a position to take the title. Prior to the penalty, Dan Goldberg has his car out in front right now and had provisionally taken the points lead as they ran, but that all goes away with that penalty. So it goes to show just how interconnected all of these battles are on track and in the point standings. Meanwhile, really good fight, getting glimpses of a moment ago. This is second, third, and fourth. Earl Bamber in the 31. Philip Eng now around Colin Brown. 3 different manufacturers in that fight. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th up for grabs. And I'll tell you, this is the best that the BMW package has looked so far this weekend, but Philip Eng certainly has the 24 in the mix.
Ben Paul's with us from Brembo. Hello. How are you? Enjoying it?
Yeah, very
Do you
much.
get to see the race, actually? Because you're kind of here working, aren't you?
A little bit. I've been in the fan zone talking to some of the, the customers and the people that are enthusiastic about brakes. It's been a very good day, a lot of engagement.
Now, you're more from the road car side of things than directly involved in motorsport. Our audience know that we've been getting your Brembo brake facts for all the circuits this year, and it's been really interesting and illuminating to hear some of that. So we often talk about tier 1 suppliers, whether it's tyres with Michelin or yourselves with Brembo. What do we get as end users in road car from what your customers, your motorsport customers, are doing out here at Road Atlanta right now?
It's a really good question. There's a great story there. So this is the 50 years of racing for Brembo. We started in 1975, and over the last 50 years, we've developed a ton of technologies that have eventually trickled to the road cars to make the road cars, the production cars, better. And this is what I'm responsible for in Brembo, is production car brake systems. But we definitely interact a lot with the Brembo racing guys to find out what they're doing to advance the technology and then figure out how we can apply that to our customers' cars. So maybe the best example I can come up with is the caliper itself, right? The Brembo caliper is quite a bit different than a traditional brake caliper. It's a fixed design, it's very rigid. It's made from aluminum. We're one of the only manufacturers making aluminum calipers. And every single car that we see out here today is running an aluminum caliper. And that technology started out on the racetrack, and we've started to apply it, or we've been applying it for quite some time on road cars, right? It provides that lightweight, it provides good corrosion resistance, and it provides good stiffness that the customer perceives in terms of good pedal feel.
Very distinctive look to the Brembo calipers as well. My road car starts with P and ends in Porsche, and that's got Brembo brake system on it, but it doesn't have Brembo written on it. It has Porsche written on it. So is it fair for me to assume then that you're on more cars than people probably realise?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, some manufacturers have their own decisions about how they want to market their brand, and sometimes they want to have the caliper say Brembo, or sometimes we have dual branding, and sometimes they just have the brand itself. That's totally fine, but yes, if you look at the Brembo portfolio, there's virtually no manufacturer out there today that doesn't have Brembo somewhere in their lineup.
Right.
There's cars that you wouldn't even think about. So, for example, we're known very much as a performance car company, Porsche, Ferrari, Chevrolet, Corvette, but we're starting to make inroads in some of the non-traditional automakers, some of the newer ones, like Lucid. Just this year, we launched a brake system front and rear on the new Lucid Gravity EV SUV, and it's been a very popular system, and the customers are happy with it.
And also, I noticed last time I had a performance Range Rover that had red Brembo calipers on it as well.
Indeed, we're very much more than just a sports car company.
A bit of drama out on the track, Ryan, with one of the cars we thought might be at the sharp end of the field, Louis Delatraz, just out of the pit lane and struggling with tyre warm-up.
Exactly, and you could tell if you got the access to the pictures that we're looking at just how much he struggles with tire warm-up, because he has one of the Vassar Sullivan Lexus RCF GT3s right behind, and in that first sector it was actually the Lexus that was threatening the GTP car, but now as the temperature starts to climb in the tires, the GTP pulls away.
Yeah, that looks more normal. That looks more normal. Ben Paul with us from Brembo. Just want to touch on something a bit more technical, if I may. We think of Brembo as brake calipers, brake pads, but presumably you have to work in concert with a disc, a rotor, as well, to provide a full solution.
That's absolutely true, and discs are another specialty at Brembo. We are a massive manufacturer of discs. In fact, we're probably the largest disc manufacturer anywhere in the world.
I've just learned something there.
And again, a lot of the technology that we see here in racing has trickled down to some of the sports cars and even, as you said, SUV and even truck applications. So, you look at a brake disc and it just looks like a round piece of cast iron, and you think it's not that complicated, but really there's a lot of metallurgy there, the way we design the ventilation for the disc to cool itself, what coatings we use. In some cases, we have slotting or drilling and how that pattern interacts with the pad. So there's really a lot of engineering behind it. The other thing that we developed in racing is the two-piece disc. So most brake discs are one piece of cast iron, which is fine, it's very functional, but in racing they're looking for every opportunity to save weight, and so we've developed discs where the center section, what we call the bell or the hat, has been replaced with aluminum, and we bolt it all together. It's fully floating, reduces cracking, increases the life of the disc, and so there's lots of cars out there today that are using that technology on the road. The Cadillac CT4V Blackwing and Cadillac CT5V Blackwing both have that kind of technology on them.
See, I'm learning, so our audience is, this is brilliant. Thank you very much indeed, Ben. Even some cars now with carbon style brakes, which you obviously think of straight away from the racetrack or from the aeronautical aerospace applications as well, because most airliners have carbon brakes as well, something I found out a few years ago that I didn't know. What differences do you have then on a carbon brake for a road car than a race car? Because clearly, as you're going down your drive, you're not going to be left foot braking and getting heat into your brakes. They have to work differently.
No, so you're right. So this is a great segue. We've talked about normal discs, we talked about two-piece discs. In the racing world, the real push is to get incredible weight savings. And carbon discs that they have out here on the LMDH cars, that's the solution. Unfortunately, they're not really ideal for a road car. As you said, they operate in a very narrow temperature band. They have a very limited lifespan, but if you're looking for the maximum performance in Formula One or LMDH, that's the disc to use. But we have said, how can we use a carbon-based disc and adapt that technology for the road? And the way we do that is we create a disc that has silicon infiltration, so silicon carbide. We basically put the raw disc in a crucible with molten silicon carbide and let it sit in a furnace for days. And once it comes out of the furnace and we finish the disc, we now have a disc that will work in cold temperatures. This idea that it has to be hot all the time is kind of a misnomer. And the advantages that the consumer gets are very much like the race car. So you get very, very lightweight. On the road car side, you get very, very long life. A nice surprise and delight for customers is because the disc isn't iron, you're not getting a lot of brake dust. So guys that don't want to clean their wheels on Sunday morning benefit a lot from the carbon ceramic technology.
You're talking alchemy here, Ben.
I know.
Alchemy.
I'm an engineer. I'm kind of a nerd.
That's really good. Nick Tandy trying to chase down the Aston Martin at the moment. The Valkyrie, that's for positions 8 and 9. Roman De Angelis ahead of Nick at the moment. They'll be coming into the pit shortly. The lead will be coming in. We'll finish off with Ben Paul here from Brembo. All right, so what's next? What does the future hold, and what is the next step forward? What can you do to improve?
Well, one of the things we're looking at right now is technologies like brake-by-wire, where you essentially develop calipers that maybe don't need fluid at all. So Brembo's system in that space is called Sensify. It's more than just brake calipers. It is truly a fully integrated system. The calipers will be advantageous for the new autonomous era of cars.
So what provides the brake pressure then, if there's no fluid?
You actually have an electric motor and a gearbox behind the brake caliper. And each one of them can operate independently, so it's providing better performance, better safety, better system redundancy, better response time. Right? So it really is the future. The same way that we're seeing hybridization of cars and more EV applications, Sensify is the way to grow from our point technologically.
Thank you very much indeed for coming in and talking to us. Here's to another 50 years, eh?
It's been great to be here. Thank you very much.
I have learned so much in that segment. We've just gone over half distance. Time for our Piloti mid-race recap here at Motul Petit Le Mans. 205 laps completed. The lead is just 0.2 of a second between Jaminet and the 31 Cadillac. And 5 cautions for 31 laps. 7 cars that are not moving at the moment, and most of those have notified IMSA Race Control that they are out of the race. Still plenty of racing to come. Half the race still to go to 10 o'clock tonight, or just after. Mathieu Jaminet with his mirrors full of the number 31 Earl Bamber driven car, with Philippe Eng only another 4 seconds further back. That's our Piloti mid-race recap. We've just had pit stop for the leader. I was about to say it can only be 1 or 2 more laps. this has been incredible at the front of the field.
It has been. Really good stint here for Bamber, who was able to reel down the leader and make a challenge on that last lap right here into turn 1. Got alongside but couldn't make the move. Then inherits the lead when the Porsche comes into the pits. Now, that Porsche got to the front by virtue of really fortunate timing with a full course yellow occurring while they were in the pit lane, but they taken full advantage of that to this point and kept that car out in front. But Peters picked to win. That number 31 is coming on strong here at the midway point in this race, and Earl Bamber doing a lot of the same things Jack Aitken did in the first stint. No matter who's been behind the Whelen car has been super quick.
Let's go down to Arjuna in the pit lane, who's watching these GTP stops.
I've got 4 of the GTPs with me. Porsche Penske are putting Lawrence Vantor into the 6 after he jumped out of the 7 about an hour ago. The BMW Team RLL machine has jumped into pit lane as well, and I'm only seeing 2 tires for them, but it's a full service for the number 60, as looks like I think Scott Dixon is jumping into that car. John, just a quick update on a couple of the other pit stops that happened in the last couple of laps. The only other machine that has done 2 tires in the GTP class is the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport. So quite interesting that the team has now found themselves splitting the strategy across their 2 cars.
Yeah, hello to Grant Westman, come for the racing, stay for the tech talks. Top notch on the Brembo interview. I tell you what, and bear in mind that Ben Paul there, he is a street car brake engineer, and he's talking about technology that's, even in racing, I'm thinking to myself, wow, that's quite slick, and wow, no wonder people want Brembo on their cars. And when you do see Brembo on the car, if you see that B in the red brake caliper, you know they take performance seriously.
It's confidence inspiring.
It is, absolutely. I totally agree with you. So Earl Bamber leading. He'll peel off into the pits this time, maybe next time. He's got 3.2% of his fuel allowance left. Philip Eng has only got 1.7. No, Bamber's going to do one more lap. We've got another drive-through, and this is significant. It's for Robin Freins. Ran over some equipment in the 25 BMW Team RLL car. That will be a drive-through penalty as well. Porsche back out again. Lawrence Vantor, as we said, behind the wheel. You're joining us and wondering where Julian Andlar is. He wasn't very well. We didn't get to the bottom of that, but that's not necessarily our question to ask. It just came through earlier today. I think just before race start we were talking about it in Countdown to Green.
In fairness, I did ask the question whether it was ours to ask or not, but I'm not getting any answers.
No, that's fine.
Which is understandable.
Yeah,
exactly.
absolutely. He's not well, and therefore, you know, all I'm going to say is that we all know Julian, and he's a lovely lad, good GT driver as well, driving for Fulton Porsche at the Nürburgring a couple of 3 weeks ago. Well, we wish him well. Whatever it is that ails him, we wish him well. Let us hope it is entirely trivial and he gets over it as quickly as possible, because it's coming to a busy end of the season for works drivers, with still WEC in Bahrain to come. We've got another GT3 race in Sepang, which we'll have for you. Asian Le Mans Series about to start, and it's not that far before we're back in the Middle East for the 24-hour series at Dubai, and then Abu Dhabi swap round this weekend, the Roll, and then Daytona, and we're all back started again. Arjuna, what do you have?
31 Whelen Cadillac has hit its marks, and it's going to be Frederick Vesti that jumps in as Earl Bamber climbs out. I was just looking at the great IMSA GTP telemetry, John, just to confirm one of my suspicions, and I do think that Porsche Penske Motorsport in the 7 slightly short field with virtual energy. They have a little less than I would have expected at this stage for them. I don't think any other team has joined them on that strategy, and once again, it's a long wait now. Driver change done, tires complete, and maybe only 2 tires for the Whelen Cadillac as well, and now just waiting for that virtual energy to go in, waiting for the crew member to give that signal to let the Cadillac roll out under electric power before it bump starts on pit lane and rolls back out onto track.
There is some I do like the theatre of the electric getaway and then the bump thud roar of whatever engine it is that fires up after it. And there's none better than the Cadillac with that low growl out of the pit lane through turns 1 and 2, or 2 and 3, excuse me. Now, which Porsche is that coming up behind it?
Yeah, I think that would be the erstwhile leader, the 6 here. So the overcut worked at least temporarily, but the 6 has temperature in the tires, the 31 doesn't, and
wow,
the difference is stark.
And what was that, 2 laps difference?
Yes.
For Earl Bamber, or Fred Vesti as it is now. The other thing about that is that Vesti's new in the car as well. So his drivers needed time to warm up as well, but he was struggling for grip so much around turn 7 that the United LMP2 very nearly got past him again. But it's taken, in these warmer conditions, and the track temperature is hot, it's triple digits, 37 Celsius, but it's still taking to the back straight at least to get any kind of grip from the tyres without those tyre warmers that we know this series doesn't have. I still think it makes the drivers work harder. Some drivers don't like it, some drivers do. The drivers that do are the ones who can warm that tyre. Nick Yellerly says, I can make a difference in that. I quite like it.
Yeah, and they're comfortable being uncomfortable, and you have to be uncomfortable
That's
for
very good.
At least a lap on the cold tires. I know that's something Michelin has in mind with the next generation when it comes to have tires that heat up just a little bit quicker, but for now it makes for an interesting spectacle, and it also makes for an interesting strategic challenge because you have to factor in the fact that you're going to have at least one slow out lap, and how that plays out, where you blend back into the traffic, etc. It just adds to the alchemy that is strategy in endurance racing. The Lamborghini, by the way, just pitted from the lead. They were able to go a little longer than the others. Haven't seen them flex their muscle maybe the way I thought they could, given the fact that car was fast here last year. Romain Grosjean had the fastest lap of the race in the 2024 edition of Motul Petit Le Mans. Plus, they had the update to that car that debuted at Indianapolis, which had all the drivers saying this made a big difference, that there was a rear suspension update. But haven't really seen them feature at the front yet. But on the other hand, maybe they're just keeping the powder dry until we get to the nighttime.
There's been a theme this season. And by the way, hello to Carmine, who's watching the race, getting some good banter with some friends he met at Watkins Glen. And hello to Simi Rich, enjoying the race from a few locations today, but setting in at turn 10 now and enjoying some snacks. Is what we'd be eating even if we were watching from home. I like it. Did we see in the background a wedding on the grid this morning?
We sure did. I walked by it and I meant to check in and see what exactly was happening, but I didn't have a chance to. But yes, that is the first time I've ever seen a wedding on the grid.
We had a wedding after a race at VIR because Paolo Salvatore got a podium finish and promised that if he did that, he would marry fiancée Michelle. So that happened between 2 races, actually, one on the Saturday, one on the Sunday.
The thought crossed my mind that if Nick Damon had been here and seen this, he would have somehow interjected himself into the wedding.
Of course, he would have officiated.
Right.
Loving and giving. There would have been a lot of that. We had a proposal accepted at the end of the Barcelona 24 hours a couple of weekends ago. One of the guys who got on the podium again there. And that was a real surprise because he actually had one of his mechanics run up to the car at the end of the race, and he had the ring box, and then his then girlfriend, soon to be fiancée, was presented with this in front of everybody. Oh, look. And she did say yes, so that was good. I suppose and this was a story that I forgot to tell at Barcelona. The prototype for that was Chantal Prince, as is now, who's married to Alexander Prince. They met on the grid at Dubai, racing in different cars, and subsequently got married. They've got a couple of kids, they race together, and they've just won that championship for Hofer Racing, which is absolutely fantastic. So there's something in the air, racing and love in the air. Just lovely, absolutely lovely. Now let's check some of the other classes then. Simon Martin leading in GTD in the number 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. Tom Gamble a little further back in the Aston Martin. And in third is Charlie Eastwood for DXDT. They've had a quiet race, but started to pop up just a little bit. Into the pit lane for service from the lead of LMP2, United Autosports USA and Rasmus Lind. He's getting out of the car. We'll keep an eye on that. Let's head to Heart of Racing, Valkyrie and Arjuna.
I'm with Alex Riberas, who has been straddling the oceans racing this Aston Martin Valkyrie in 2025. And Alex, Ian had said something really interesting to us in, I think it was night practice, that you guys have found some stuff in the World Endurance Championship that you've been able to bring over to IMSA. Is that something you felt here this weekend?
Oh yeah, I mean, to be honest, what a pleasure and what a privilege for us to be able to race such a cool car like the Valkyrie, and not only in IMSA, here in some of the coolest tracks in the United States, but also across the world with a one-team effort. I think that's one of the keys to our success this year, is how much of a global effort it has been on both sides of the operation, really. So anything we improve on the car on the WEC side, we apply here in IMSA and vice versa, right? So it's a lot of people that are doing an amazing job, and I'm just really proud of all the boys and girls here at the Heart of Racing.
Fastest for the first time in night practice here in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. You've been running quite well. Where do you think this car can get to at the end of this 10-hour race?
Well, as you mentioned, the car seems to come alive when it gets dark at night. I think we like the cooler temperatures, so right now we just went through the toughest part of the race for us, and I think if we just keep it smart, keep it clean, just let the time go by and stay on the lead lap, I think we have a good shot.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is an incredible story, that Valkyrie Heart of Racing story. And I keep coming back to it, and I'm sorry for those of you who've heard this before, but there will be people joining this broadcast all the way through. But just the constant incremental improvement this year, both in FIA World Endurance Championship, the WEC, and particularly noticeable here in IMSA, where they've only got one car, but that one team mentality means they haven't got one car here and two car in the WEC, they've got three cars. And that is what Alex is referencing there.
And it's not just about the race programs, but even the testing programs. Oh, problems for the 11 TDS car. Was that out of the pits?
That's the lead. That's the leading car. That's Hunter McElrea in LMP2 down in turn 10. And he's
coming into the pits.
Yeah.
At the end of his stint.
Well, let's have a look. Is he, or did he have a problem?
Well, this is roughly the end of the stint. He's been out there about 45 minutes at this point, so not completely out of sequence.
35 green flag laps for Hunter McElrea. So yeah, that's about right. So I don't think he lost the lead there. Logan Sargent is, well, last time around was 56 seconds behind them. Obviously they'll lose the lead here in the pit lane. Hunter McElrea, Logan Sargent, Paul Di Resta, Ollie Jarvis, Luis Perez Companc, Dane Cameron. That's your top six drivers in LMP2. And we've got a dozen LMP2 entries for next year. I am delighted that LMP2 is still flourishing.
It's in rude health, and that car, it's become the de facto car of LMP2 globally, that Orica 07. But, since 2017, that thing has been serviceable and a bunch. And the thing is, it's been tailor-made to the needs of each championship. It can run at a higher performance level, a lower performance level, something we're in the middle, which is roughly what we see here in the WeatherTech Championship, and it just does its job. You rarely hear of mechanical problems for the chassis or for the Gibson engine. Fast drivers make it go fast, and we've seen bronze drivers really emerge and come to love the thing too.
It's a great platform. Felipe Fraga may well have been involved in that spin for the TDS number 11, Mikkel Jensen, taking that car back out onto the track. a pretty speedy stop there. And when they come round next time, I'll give you the gap between Logan Sargent and Mikkel Jensen, because Logan obviously took the lead there. We'll wait to see after that pit stop how far TDS dropped down. It'll be Paul di Resta in second by about 11 seconds. But that TDS racing car has done one stop fewer than the two cars ahead of it. So what planning and scheming are they doing in terms of how things will come on later on? At the front of the field, Lawrence Vanto, 1:15.298 last time around. That car's best of 13, 75%, 74% in terms of its energy remaining, and
the judge has ruled guilty is the verdict. So the 74 car gets a drive-through incident responsibility. It's been a frustrating day for the Riley team. They wanted to send Gar Robinson out on a high note, and it's not the way it's been. They had a bent suspension member earlier in the race. Gar was off the air. He was very diplomatic, picking his words, and basically said, yep, contact with another competitor is what did it. And that set them back in the first place, and now, even though they're already a few laps behind, this just puts them even further behind the 8 ball, and the sand is rapidly going through the hourglass. We're past the halfway mark now.
Amazing.
Yeah, it's happened quickly, and that makes it that much more difficult to overcome any of these miscues.
Coming to 5:30 local time here in Georgia, which means we've got about an hour and a half before the sun goes down. Actually, it'll go behind the trees a little earlier than that. But right now, we're into that time that is a problem here, because going down to turns 6 and 7 in particular, down at the southern end of the circuit, you're then turning into the setting sun in the west. And this is when the drivers like to have their darker visor that they can just slide down over their eyes little by little by little. Can't have your sunglasses. I suppose you could have a pair of sunglasses on. That would look pretty old school in behind the full face helmet. Lawrence Vanto leading at the moment. That changed then in LMP2 after the pit stop. Where did the TDS car go down? And Mikkel Jensen only drops down to 3rd position, some 40 seconds away from the lead. So the two prototype categories keeping us interested, but lots of battles going on as well in the GTD category, where Paul Miller Racing and BMW lead by just 3.5 seconds. Nobody is driving away in any of these classes at the moment.
So the LMP2 battle, it's fractured slightly because we have two different groups on different strategies.
Yeah.
This car that leads is Logan Sargent. That car should pit really any lap now. It's roughly on the same strategy as di Resta and Jensen. Jarvis and Cameron, well, Jarvis certainly also on this same sequence. Dane Cameron's about 7 minutes behind in terms of most recent pit stop, and then there's some others there too. But the top 3, even before this sequence, had driven away and were on a lap of their own. And in fact, prior to the pit stops, the leader in class was threatening to perhaps even put that 3rd place car a lap down within that class. So this is a class that's definitely been broken up a little bit, and you just have to wonder how the yellows fall, and will that start to eliminate some or bring some back into the picture? But right now, with a puff of smoke, the leading car in class, Logan Sargent, brings the 52 back to the pit lane.
Yeah, around about 35 green flag laps for the LMP2s is standard. You might get one more, possibly 2 more. That was 34 for Logan Sargent. Paul di Resta was in 5 laps ago. Mikkel Jensen just 2 or 3 laps ago. So they're not quite there on the same strategy, but they're not far off. And there's no huge difference, except, and I'll say this again, except for the fact, of course, that TDS racing car has only done 8 pit stops. That's 10 times through the pit lane for Logan Sargent's car, and 9 already for Paul di Resta. Now, there could be penalties involved in that, so let's not read too much into it. That looked a pretty standard stop, and here comes the FAF car onto the pit lane.
but not under its own power, being pushed by the crew members. They've not been super quick in the build-up to the race. However, in the race itself, James Hinchcliffe had a really good stint a couple of hours ago where he drug that car up right around the top 5 in GTD Pro. But it looks like the Huracan is going back into the paddock with some kind of mechanical malady. Didn't see any damage on the car, so that makes me suspect it's something under the bodywork.
Also a warning for blocking or weaving. Movement under braking, actually. Having said we talk about that a lot in Europe, that was for Roman De Angelis in the Aston Martin Valkyrie in 5th position.
I do want to mention the onboard shots you're getting if you're watching the pictures, or the audio that you're hearing if you're just listening in. This is the 04 LMP2 Crown Strike by APR Alex Quinn. I bring up the car that's last in the class only because it's been behind the wall for an extensive amount of time. They had a wishbone failure, which you basically don't hear about, and it was super surprising, but it had actually already been a bit of a fraught race with some issues earlier on with unplanned pit stops. But that said, that CrowdStrike by APR team did really solid work to get the repairs made. They bring them back out on track, but way down the order. What are they, about 14 some laps? Even more than that, actually, 26 laps. That's not right either. But anyway, it's in the double digits laps behind the class leader. Meanwhile, this is about on schedule for the GT classes, GTD Pro and GTD. All of the front runners are right there, making pit stops, or the ones that are pitting now. This is right as we would have expected. Corvette Racing going ahead and making this pit stop and taking the tear off. You can see just how dirty the windscreen becomes, and in a quick manner. This is the car that's vying for a championship in the super competitive GTD Pro category. Less than 20 points separated Dragon Speed and that 3 Corvette coming into the race. They've swapped the lead as it ran back and forth a couple of times. Here's Dane Cameron. We mentioned the 99 Spike the Dragon, the Dragon Skeleton to be specific. Needed to make a pit stop a few minutes behind the rest of the LMP2 class. They've now done so. This is another car going for a championship here today in the season finale. Right now, it's close. It's 23 points as they run. The difference between this car and Dan Goldberg. Dan Goldberg's car driven right now by Paul di Resta. That leads in LMP2. So this would be enough as they run, Peter Mackay, for Spike the Dragon, Cameron and Hyatt to overcome Dan Goldberg's lead, which was substantial but not insurmountable, clearly, coming into this race.
United Autosports have been strong all day, haven't they? They've clearly brought out a very strong car. Very strong car indeed. I mean, one LMP2 team that have had an eventful day, to say the least. The number 52 PR1 Matheson team, who had penalties and all sorts, but are fighting up at the front, and Arjuna down in the pits has caught up with one of their drivers, former F1 star, Logan Sargent.
And while I think he looks a little bit upset with himself, there's still a smile on his face. Logan Sargent back out of the car, double stinting tires. How difficult was that stint?
Yeah, it was really tricky. A lot of rear deg, front deg for that matter, traffic, a lot of pickup out there as well. So there's a lot of variables. I felt like my first stint went really well. The first half of the second stint was going well, and I just got into a bit of a bad spiral in that second half of the second stint. So not overly happy with that, but I got some more driving to do later, and I think we're going to have good pace. And I'm looking forward to putting this thing in the front.
You're doing the last 3 stints, so you'll be piloting it through the night to the checkered flag. You had your first taste of Petit Le Mans in the night practice conditions. How does that compare to piloting a Formula One car around the streets of Singapore under the night lights?
Well, it's a lot different, much darker, a lot more traffic. You know, these past 2 stints were just looking after everything, keeping everything under control, keep us in the race. When I go out this afternoon, it's going to be full send, full attack, and put in some big moves. So that's the plan, and we'll get it done.
You had a bit of a break. How much are you having fun, though, back behind the wheel now?
It's been fun, but I'm a perfectionist. So like I said, not only after that second stint, but luckily I have a few more to go clean that up and show what I can do.
Thanks, Logan. Run well.
Thank you.
Logan Sargent then from the number 52 PR1 Matheson. While we're on the topic of LMP2, really close side-to-side racing between the 99 AO Racing machine and the 88 Peckham car. At the moment they are running in 6th and 7th in class. That was Dane Cameron and Nicholas Nielsen side by side with one another, too all-star drivers. But while we're on the topic of LMP2, Ryan Breed, a penalty for TDS.
Yes, and we just saw this same penalty a few minutes ago for the 43, I believe it was, for Inter Europol, where the tire pressures were not within the specified parameters, and so they had to do the drive-through. Same here for the TDS number 11, which had been running at the very front of this class. It's been a bit of a fraught day for them. They had some contact in the pit lane. They had contact on track at one point, in both instances with the Inter Europol car, coincidentally. But they had recovered pretty nicely and were going very quickly, but this will set them back and drop them out of that group, and it separated itself. The top three had really separated themselves from the rest of the LMP2 pack.
Paul di Resta and the United Autosport team doing exactly what they need to do right now, which is go out and win the race. They can't control what AO Racing are doing. The easiest way to win this championship is to win the race, and that is probably the most obvious statement I've come out with in my entire commentary career, but true nonetheless.
It's true, but it's not necessarily easy to do, as we're seeing. But nevertheless, they are doing what they need to at the moment. A top 4 result, no matter what the 22 does, would be good enough to clinch the title in LMP2 for Dane Cameron and PJ Hyatt. What a remarkable result that would be, given PJ's relative lack of experience. I mean, he is still really new to racing, period, but prototypes in particular, just the last couple of years. It would not be a surprise at all to see Dane Cameron win a championship, and interestingly, it would be his 5th IMSA title in his 5th different class if he were able to pull it off.
It's a remarkable achievement, actually, to be so adaptable between all these different classes, and you know, he's done it at the overall level, if you like, just albeit in GTP and of course the previous iteration of DPI and joint prototype as well.
Correct.
So he's been, so 3 of them are overall as well.
Yes, it would actually be back-to-back championships for him if you think about it, because he won the GTP championship last year. I don't know what the list is, but I'd be curious to know how many have won in different classes in consecutive years. You would think that would be a more rare feat. Typically, you kind of find your class and stick with it, especially to win back-to-back, moving ostensibly, and I say this through clenched teeth, ostensibly backwards in classes, right from the top class to a lower class, and still winning in consecutive years. But nevertheless, we really shouldn't denigrate LMP2. John was mentioning it too. All-star drivers aplenty, especially when we get to this stage in the race, when you're seeing some of those silvers, but especially the top pros in these cars and really showcasing their pace, which is not far off of GTP pace, as we saw in night practice.
Well, that is one for you to write into us at IMSA Radio on X to say which driver, has there been a driver in the modern era of IMSA that's won in different categories, in different classes on consecutive years? There's a trivia question right into us at IMSA Radio, because I cannot think of a driver off the top of my head. There might be in this book of notes in front of me, but there's not one that's coming to mind. Lawrence Vantor, maybe?
Ooh.
He won GTD.
Yeah.
Did he win GTLM as well? I think he might have done. I'll tell you in a second. He's at the front page because he's driving in the number 6 and the number 7 car, so that's easy enough. Yes, he did. Lawrence Vantor, there we are.
That didn't take long at all.
No, it didn't. Yeah, sorry if you've just written in on IMSA Radio, but we appreciate the message nonetheless. GTD Pro, well, it's a shootout between the number 3 Corvette and the number 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari, and right now, as things stand at this exact moment in time, it's the number 3 Corvette that would take it, and Antonio Garcia would also become a 5-time champion in modern day IMSA and his sixth his sixth championship in North American sports car racing.
What a career he's carved out. I think people forget he was a good prototype driver too, if you go back a few decades, I guess, at this point. But he's certainly found a home with Corvette racing, and it's hard to separate Corvette racing from Antonio Garcia and vice versa. He's part of the furniture at this point. He's been there so long.
Now this year, Arjuna Kankapati has joined the IMSA radio team, and he's pretty good. But he's obviously heard us talking about Antonio Garcia, and he's thinking, I'll get his teammate, Alexander Sims. Arjuna, over to you.
I read your mind there, Peter. Alex, a couple of stints in the car and now back out taking a bit of a breather. How's the balance of this Corvette on the long run?
It's been pretty nice, to be honest. We made some changes since quali. We've been struggling a little bit, to be honest, on our side of the garage this weekend, and so we've tried something else, and so far it feels like it's working. It's about right for the heat of the day. Not the easiest thing to drive, but you don't want it to be perfect in these conditions, because when the track temperature drops, the balance always shifts a decent chunk. So it seems like we're in a good window, but who knows? Everyone's going to say the same thing, I guess.
And the championship's still ultra close. Looks like it's going to come down to the wire that last hour of the race. How difficult is it going to be to stay out of trouble for the next 4 hours before we get into that last 60-minute sprint?
Well, it's a huge challenge around here. The different speeds of the different classes makes it always a tough challenge, but that's the name of the game, and that's what we've been trying to do all season. So we can try and continue that, but yeah, it's going to be manic at the end of the race. It always is here, but that's what we love, and yeah, looking forward to it.
We talked about the balance of the car, but how are tires at the end of the stint?
How the tires? Yeah, they're pretty finished, to be honest. As I say, which I think you kind of want in these conditions. It seems like a few other people have similar situations, but our pace seems strong.
Thanks, Alex.
Cheers.
Alex Sims for the Corvette Racing number 3 team there, champion in IMSA in the overall GTP championship 2 years ago with the Action Express team, so still with the General Motors family overall. But Corvette, of course, just a powerhouse in American sports car racing for over 25 years, and things have, the program has shifted a little bit in the way that it's operated and organized, but still yellow Corvette, still one of the benchmark cars to beat.
And still Pratt Miller involved with the program too. Not quite the same level of factory involvement as we've seen in the past, but Pratt Miller's continuation is there, and they're busy all over the place. I mean, people maybe know them mostly for their racing, but they're very busy as a military contractor here in North America. They've been in the news recently. They've done a deal with Ram in Ram's return to NASCAR in the truck series that's looking ahead to next year, and Pratt Miller's involved in an engineering capacity there. Plus, they're running the LMP2 program here in the WeatherTech Championship, so it is a sprawling operation based out of the northern part of this country, and what they've done with Corvette racing in particular, I think, has put them on the map.
Drivers in the office right now just clicking off the laps, but AO Racing LMP2, Dane Cameron is a little bit more frantic on board there. The eyes wide open for the 4-time champion, trying to get back onto the lead lap, trying to get back in the mix, but more LMP2 penalties, Ryan.
And again, failure to adhere to tire operational requirements. Drive-through penalty this time to the 52. So we heard from Logan Sargent a few moments ago. It's Benjamin Peterson, born in Copenhagen but grew up in the Pacific Northwest. He'll have to serve the penalty. That is another car that was top 5 at the time, maybe even top 4 at the time in LMP2 that has been hit with this exact penalty. What this tells me, though, is that conditions are changing, and consequently you're seeing some of these tire pressures not meeting the requirements that IMSA and Michelin set out.
Fred Vesti on board the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac, which ran very strongly at the start of the race. Then a puncture took them out of a front-running position, at the worst possible time, just as we were about to come back to green during a full course yellow. And they've kind of been on the fight back ever since. They appear to have redressed that balance. Only 4 seconds off the the lead at the moment, and in fact, actually in a better position on energy. In fact, they've got 8% more usable energy than the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. Lawrence Vantor pulling double duty today, stepping in for Julian Andlauer at the last moment. Lawrence was always going to be in the number 7 car, but he's going to do both. But we see that as well with the BMW team in GTD Pro. They've got Connor De Filippi going across, which makes sense in like a 10-hour race. It's a good idea, actually, if you've got strong driver lineup, strong drivers that can handle that level of involvement. It works.
It was not according to plan, though.
No, it was not. In the case of the Porsches, it wasn't.
Right.
No.
Julian Andlauer was slated to be in one of those cars and had to stand down somewhat at late notice, because this is something we only learned about today. So, you know, unlike Connor, who's had the chance to drive both of the cars in the week in the build-up to the race, Lawrence has not been granted that. And you know, sometimes, yes, it is the same car, but chassis can be just marginally different. And also, driver crews can take divergent setup philosophies as well, even within a team. And I wonder how much of that Lawrence has had to adapt to, even ergonomically as well. I mean, you think about how the seats are set up primarily for the 2 drivers, and then to a degree when the third one comes in, but now you have a new third driver, and maybe that hasn't been totally accounted for either.
And I guess, though, for Lawrence Vantor, there won't be many other drivers who've done more mileage in a 963 than him. He's been there since the very beginning of the development process and has done a lot of racing miles. So that will certainly help for sure. Now, one team that have had a lot of success in IMSA in the past, champions in the past, is Pfaff Motorsport with their Lamborghini today. They have not had a very strong day, and Arjuna Kankapati has an update for us.
Went over to the garage where they are burrowing through the rear end of the Lamborghini. There are a couple of electrical gremlins that they are still trying to diagnose so they can solve the issue, but it's one of those situations where they've got all the rear bodywork off the car. So it's not the first time this weekend that we've seen electrical gremlins strike. They aren't done by any means. They're hoping to get the car fixed up and out onto track to close out 2025 with at least a finish at the very least.
That's all they can do at this point, and look to new beginnings next year with, luckily with the same manufacturer. They've had 3 different manufacturers in 3 years, but new car coming from Lamborghini next year, and I think we will see the return of Pfaff as we remember it. They've had a tough couple of years, like many racing operations do. Everybody has their times in the sun and their times out in the sun, and I'm not in the slightest bit in any doubt that they'll be back for sure.
It's worth stressing this program came together late in the day as well, just before the season, relatively speaking, started, and so that left the team scrambling to some degree from a staffing perspective, and then you have the change in manufacturer allegiance for the 3rd consecutive year. That doesn't make things any easier either. I suppose they do go into Daytona knowing they'll have the old workhorse one last time. It is the Huracan's final send-off in the WeatherTech Championship GTD Pro class, at least. The Temerario, the successor, is due to debut at Sebring in the 2nd round of the championship. And I'll tell you, the Huracan's had some luck in 24-hour race send-offs, right? I mean, it wanted the 24 hours of Spa, and what we think is likely to be its last attempt at that race. That was earlier this summer, going for overall honors at least. So maybe some of that magic carries over in January.
Who knows? Who knows? We'll see. They've won plenty of times before with that car at that racetrack, so why not? Why not? But that's certainly a place to ease the car in at Sebring. Not. That's certainly a tough exam for a new machine. Now, one of the United Autosports cars, it's the number 2 car, not the championship contending car. It's gone off the road and has seemed to have stopped, Ryan.
Well, timing says stop, but it also says it's rejoined, so we'll have to see which one of those is true. But that was Ben Hanley driving. Very experienced driver in sports cars, made a handful of IndyCar starts as well with Dragon Speed, which is here racing for a GTD Pro Championship this weekend.
Yeah, he's moving on our tracker at the moment, so that's good news. And if it were a driving error, it would be a very rare collector's item, because Ben doesn't make many mistakes at all former Rolex 24 winner. I tell you where he was brilliant, it was in qualifying at Le Mans this year. He was really strong, really, really strong.
I thought he did a great job in his couple of Indy 500 starts with a small team without any technical affiliation to any others, and was always very mindful of his situation, looked after the car, never put it in uncomfortable positions. He's someone that Elton Julian went out of his way to help promote and bring him back into a racing role. He was out kind of lost in the wilderness for a long time after a promising junior career, but then did a lot of tire testing for Formula One, and so he was active. He was driving cars a lot, but it just wasn't in competition, and then got thrown a few opportunities by Dragon Speed and Elton Julian and repaid them handsomely. You mentioned the Rolex win, and subsequently now with United, where he's made a home the last few seasons.
I bet he feels right at home there from his part of the world.
Yeah,
from the north of England. Yeah, I love those stories in racing where there's people who can help and show immense generosity, and they do, and it's the break that drivers need. I love those stories.
Well, Elton was a really good racing driver in his own right, made it as far as F3000, which at the time was basically what F2 is today, and his career in open wheelers at least kind of petered out due to lack of opportunities, and he saw a bit of himself, he once told me, in Ben, and that was one of the reasons that he plucked him and put him into one of his race cars, and then Ben took care of the rest by just going fast. But anyway, all of this to say, had the off a few moments ago, is continuing on, and that's the good news, but lost some time.
Is he back to pace yet? Yep, he's back to the general pace. It's so, the thing is, here at Road Atlanta, you could look at a lap time and go, oh, they've had a problem in that lap, but if you get a bad run of traffic, you can lose so much time. Particularly, you know, if you're in an LMP2 and you get stuck behind a GT car coming down through the S's or something like that, you can lose multiple seconds per sector. So busy is the traffic. I just had the moment to step out and stand at turn 3 and watch the cars come up the hill and over the crest, and the density of the traffic is just. The pictures almost don't quite give it justice. You have to get it up beside the track to see just how frantic it is in the traffic.
Yeah, and it only gets more so when the night falls. Danny Hugadea, second place in GTD Pro and chasing down the leader in class, Max Hesse, 15 laps into his stint. And Hugadea, who I spoke to on the pre-race, talked about the fact that, yeah, it's not his championship technically. It's his two co-drivers that are going for the title, but he views it as his championship, and that's how he stays engaged in this fight. Right now, he needs no help because he has the target acquired right out the windscreen. Max Hesse, as they run, it would be more than enough for Garcia and Sims to clinch the title. 73 points to the good over Albert Costa for Dragon Speed. That car has slipped down to 5th. But still in striking distance, crucially still on the lead lap.
GTP pit stop starting to begin. What's going down on the lane, Arjuna?
I see 4 tires for the JDC Miller crew, who are leaving Timon van der Helme in the car for what sounds like one more stint. I did also get word from the Acura Meyer Shank crew that Renger van der Zande said that the previous stint was one of the hardest in his career. They are doing a lot of tire conservation with the hope of saving some stickers for the end of this race. And Peter and Ryan, I think that's going to be a story to keep an eye on. Which of the GTP teams, particularly the Acuras, Cadillacs and Porsches, have got the fresh Michelin rubber at the end. Good stop for JDC, off and away in their yellow Submarine.
It's been a joyous day for the yellow Submarine, the 85 JDC Porsche, with, I mean, one of the moments of the week for me, Max Esterson announcing his arrival in the top level of sports car racing, and his first multi-class race, and he jumps into one of the most complex race cars ever built and drives it right on the pace of guys that have been in them for years. What more can you say?
The team really has not done much in-season testing. The exception, though, was they did test here prior to this event, and so that's helped them without a doubt to be on the pace or close to it of the factory cars. but you can't downplay what Max has done, even with a test, to jump into something like this. I mean, he even was telling me, coming from F3 and F2, I mean, he's used to standing starts, not the rolling start, and he started this race, his first rolling start in quite some time. I thought he drove really, really well, and his smile when I spoke to him really said it all. He was loving the experience.
I bet it was. But what a day for Max Estesen, and for his family. Back into the pits comes the number 9 Faf Lamborghini, so they're going to rejoin the race, hopefully. That's good to see. Albeit running quite a few laps down, good to see them still trucking on. 4 hours and 13 minutes to go in this enthralling edition of the Motul Petit Le Mans, one of the true majors of international endurance racing. You talk about Le Mans, Nürburgring, Sebring, Daytona, Watkins Glen. Petit Le Mans is definitely mentioned in that same company, and even though it's only been running since 1998, the precursor to the American Le Mans series, which started in 1999. And what an event, what a curtain call it is on an amazing season here in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, where we will decide our champions underneath darkness in just over 4 hours time. It's just over 2 hours time until we start to hand out another tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points, and then there'll be another load of them again at the 10-hour mark at the checkered flag. Lexus RCF for Vassar Sullivan Racing, an absolute stalwart of the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, but it's not been as successful a year for them. Can they close out on a win here? Would be a great boost for them. Expecting news soon of a new car for them to play with. They've certainly made the most out of this RCF package over...
You're talking Lexus, aren't you?
Yeah, how can you tell?
Yeah, big announcement tomorrow. There was a special briefing at Fuji for the Japanese, the home market journalists. And talked to a couple of them about what was going on there. And I mean, you can understand exactly why Toyota wanted to do that. And they've leaked some photographs. I was about to say some photographs were leaked, but they have leaked some photographs. And that is my absolute understanding of it, because it was under their control. And the new front end of the hypercar is completely changed, completely different style, and it looks a bit like the car that's won Le Mans the last 3 years. If you coloured it red instead of the camouflage, which somebody cleverly, I'm sure, can do, you would see it.
Is there a problem for the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing? No, there's not. It's just that now this is easy to do, because the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac has just come out the pits with Norman Nato aboard in front of a whole gaggle of GT cars. The Turner BMW there, the Aston Martin 27, and then round all of them comes the Lamborghini as well. Miguel Molina off into the gravel, and then there's damage to the Turner BMW. It's rubbing on the rear left Michelin tyre.
That was the Chetelaar car as well that was involved in that too, and that car slowed down as well, the number 47.
Miguel Molina in that Chetelaar car's got damage as well. Both of the cars that got together, that BMW and the Ferrari, they're both rubbing on the tyre, and it's causing smoke as the Turner BMW, full course yellow.
It has to be.
Full course yellow then.
Wow. We've been so long under green flag conditions. Stand by, I'll tell you how long.
Quite a time. It feels like several hours anyway. So full course yellow, there must be debris on the circuit then. Yes, there is debris at turn 6 where that incident happened. Now, the Turner BMW will not dive straight to pit lane now, because they would be entering a closed pit and would receive a penalty and would only be able to do emergency service. They're going to try and just keep gently going around behind the safety car, and then once the pits open for GT cars, they will come in and avoid getting a penalty. So they actually, John, this is good for Turner, because this incident could have lost him a lot of time to repair under green, but the fact that it's now a full course yellow, so Molina just got straight into the back of
had nowhere to go as they all
BMW.
checked up though. 2 hours and 37 minutes and 42 seconds of green flag racing.
Well, you could argue that Jake Walker was, he was reading the situation, because the number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac was getting the tyres up to temperature, and Jake Walker, he's a very young man, very cleverly did not go into the back. And Molina, who I have to say is a lot more experienced, did not.
It is in the 99 as well, because that was a smart piece of driving. Yeah, of course it was Dane Cameron. Absolutely read it. Also, by the way, our champion in GTD, 57 car, currently Indy Donchi in that car. He read the situation rather well.
I think you could see it. You could see that film unraveling 30 seconds ahead of everybody else. Yeah,
that's a big hit. How does the front of the Ferrari not look any worse than it is?
It's the Ferrari has been built as a proper endurance car, designed by Ferrari but built by Orica, who know how to make race cars.
Left rear puncture, I think, on the number 40 car.
No, it's cold tyres coming out.
Was that just coming out of the pits?
There's so many I went up to have a walk in my break there. I went up to turn 3 where you see the drivers coming out the pits, and the prototypes, particularly the GTPs, trying to get the car stopped for turn 3 just after coming out the pits, where the tyres got no temperature in it and therefore no grip. The amount of cars that were locking brakes into there was amazing, and GT cars struggling to get past because the prototypes cannot go any quicker until that temperature begins to build, because we don't have tyre warmers here. They're so far below their operating temperature and pressure.
Just after 6 o'clock, shall we do a quick VP racing update? Actually, there is quite a bit of damage on the front of that Cetilar Ferrari. Let's do a quick VP update whilst we're waiting for the pits to open. Lawrence Vanthoor leads for Porsche and for the championship, leading number 6 by 7.5 seconds, but that'll all disappear, so I'm not going to give you any of the gaps. Fred Vesti for Cadillac Whelen is in second place. Then it's the BMW number 24 of Philip Ain, Roman De Angelis, Aston Martin Valkyrie. Aston Martin Valkyrie, the heart of racing car, quicker in the dark than anybody else. We know that. Also, light on its tyres. We know that as well. And we've got sunset in an hour's time. If that Valkyrie is on the lead lap or there and thereabouts, come the end of the race, we talked about do your best work in the dark in the Porsche case of the race. I predicted earlier in the year and went a bit of a flyer that an Aston Martin Valkyrie, a heart of racing Valkyrie, would take a podium in either the WEC or here. I think they're on for that here. I really do. And it would be massive for the sport if they did that, or even better. Scott Dixon is behind the wheel of the Acura number 60. That's the one that hasn't had the problems. Will Stevens, Cadillac number 10, next up in 6th place. Then Danny Kvyat for Lamborghini, its last outing in IMSA for the foreseeable future, in 7th. 8th BMW RLL, Team RLL, the 25 car Robert Freitz, Nick Tandy and Timon van der Helm. 2 Porsches, one from Porsche Penske Motorsport, one from Team JDC Motorsport. Then Norman Nato and Tristan Vautier in the Cadillac and the Acura. Then it's the LMP2 field. Paul de Rest leading that for the 22 United Autosport team. Mikkel Jensen for TDS. Benjamin Peterson now in 3rd place for the number 52 car. Era in 4th with Ollie Jarvis, Dane Cameron, the championship leading 99 squad from EO Racing in 5th and 6th is Nicholas Nielsen for the number 88 EF Corsa GTD Pro. Top 4 are the best of the GTDs for a change, actually. BMW Max Hesse, the number 48 Paul Miller racing car. Then the 2 Chevy Corvettes, Daniel Huckdeyer and Nico Varone. 3 from 4. They're all right at the moment. Lexus in 4th position is the number 14 Aaron Thielitz. 5th is Giacomo Altoe in GTD Pro. And if the 83 and the 4 finish in the top 5, the championship goes to whoever finishes higher. So at the moment, advantage Chevy Corvette. In GTD, Lino Wadu Dusselier, despite having a drive-through earlier on for blocking, I seem to remember, and losing the driver's side door mirror, back in the lead for the number 21 Ferrari squad. It is James Collado in 2nd, the Ferrari factory driver in the 023 Triassic car. Then in 3rd, the Lexus number 12. That's quietly come back up through the field, Parker Thompson. And that's your VP Racing update as we're starting some pit stops here at almost 6:10 in the evening.
And we've got some driver changes. We've had some driver changes as Romain Grosjean, Alex Riberas and Dries Van Tor get into the car. This could be penultimate driver changes, and the driver that is going to be responsible for charging through golden hour and into the night. So important to see how that driver is going to adapt to the conditions out on track. Now, it's the Whelen Cadillac that's able to fire off first. It had the most remaining usable energy coming into the pit stop sequence. BMW Team RLL, they fire off behind them, and then Porsche Penske Motorsport. So the number 6 has dropped down a little bit, lost some valuable track position.
Often you hear that with Porsche Penske Motorsport being not the quickest on pit road, but of course it could depend the amount of fuel that's added as well. It's not unusual to see teams just going a little bit short of fuel to get that vital track position in a situation like this where everyone comes into the pits at the same time. So the prototypes have their opportunity to come into the pits, or they've had their opportunity to come into the pits. And next up, a lap around, it will be the GTs that will get their chance to come in. Both GTD Pro and GTD will be able to do that. And we'll see how everything shifts around after those pit stops. One of our Porsche keys to the race. Be there at sunset. Well, the sun is just starting to head towards the horizon now as we head past 6:10 in the evening here in beautiful Brazelton, Georgia, about an hour away from central Atlanta. And in come the GTs then. Both factory Corvettes there and the number 48 BMW. Let's get back down to our tuner.
And this is crucial. We are 2 hours away from the second tranche of Michelin Endurance Cup points being handed out. And we know that these cars can go as far as around 65 minutes with a bit of fuel saving and a full tank of fuel. So will anyone take advantage and try a slightly shorter fill to jump the rest of the field? At least one driver change in front of me as Fred Vervies is going to get into the number 65 Ford Mustang Multimatic entry. But what a pit stop for the Paul Miller BMW, the 48 off and away with Corvette hot on their heels. The number 3 rolls out in second.
So Dragon Speed still in the pits then, and that is the battle in GTD Pro for the championship. Effectively a straight shootout between the number 3 Corvette and the 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari, but it seems as the air gets cooler, the Corvette seems to be getting stronger. They seem to be finding pace that they maybe didn't necessarily have in the first couple of days of practice. It's all just coming together nicely. The shadows lengthening here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Going to be fairly challenging actually for the drivers over the next little while as the sun continues to set. Definitely a time for the tinted visor. I don't think you're allowed one in IMSA, but an open face helmet with shades would be a good setup as well. I don't think you're allowed one though, but yeah, tinted visor does the same job in a more safe way. A little bit of track cleanup going on as well. 2 Chevrolet safety trucks there clearing away bits of tyre clag pickup. gone past another racing hour here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta.
So Fred Vesti now inherits the lead, or gets the lead, the 31 car from Cadillac Whelan. At the head of the line. Let's just quickly check back in with Arjuna. There are more people still hanging around on the pit wall than I thought there might have been, Arjuna. Are we expecting some more pit stops?
No, absolutely not. And the most surprising thing to me was when I walked past the AO Racing 99, the LMP2 machine that has some crew members up on the wall. I see Turner Motorsports, Wright Motorsports, and a whole bunch of teams. And I'm very curious as to what's going on here. There are some of these teams, John, that also have tires up on the wall. So not quite sure what's going on, but maybe using this caution to cycle, like I was saying, a new driver into the car as we get ready for that transition window.
So who's got the pace here to win? I think there's several drivers and teams capable. I mean, it appears that the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport car is the car most likely to challenge, but is it that the number 7 team, are they keeping a trick up their sleeve? Are they suffering all the way through the daytime, and have they got a car that works under the darkness? Let's see, but certainly from what has been shown so far.
Are they still on the lead lap though? Yes, they are. Yeah, they were. That's right. Yeah,
so this number 60 Acura have been very, very strong all day. The 31 Cadillac's been very strong all day, but who else is going to join the 24 BMW? Who else is going to join the party?
We are under an hour away from official sunset. Effectively, it comes a wee bit before that as the sun drops below the tree line here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. So check out Porsche keys to the race. We talked about the Michelin Endurance Cup points at 4. 8 is the next. 8 hours the next, so that's 2 hours away. Championship implications. We've solved one in GTD with Winwood. Everything else still up for grabs. And nobody's seemingly driving with the championship in mind. I've got to give them their due. Everybody's been driving really well, aggressively but safely. Basically we've had a full standard length IMSA race in between these last 2 cautions. Traffic, well, it's been problematical, and really you've got to say that this caution, Peter, was caused by traffic, which was caused by a GTP car on cold tyres coming out of the pits. That was the backup that was caused there.
That was the bottleneck, yeah. But you've got to read that, and the thing is, that is happening on track. That is happening in green flag conditions. That's happening 11 times an hour.
Yeah.
So you've got to be ready for it if you're in, particularly if you're in GT, because there's less of a. How would I put this? For the GT cars, they're not expecting to be driving past GTP cars.
Correct.
Because that's not the normal flow of things. In fact, it's the exact opposite. So when that happens, they have to be ready for that to happen, because it's a pretty abrupt change. Pit stop as well for Spike the Dragon. This is, of course, they didn't pit the other prototypes because they're trying to get their lap back. That's the idea.
So big set of pit stops there for the LMP2 field. Paul di Resta and Hunter McElroy stayed out. Everyone else has come into the pit lane. There's a mix of cars coming in now as well as the Klack Spitz and Cole. These are people who are trying to play the game, and the strategic dice has been rolled for our BDO Knows Strategy Award. We're looking for one in the prototypes and one in the GT categories. Hello to Brad Knight and Charles and the rest of the team up there. Hello, Melissa. Just above our heads, pretty much exactly above our head.
I'm very pleased with my new BDO Rucksack.
Your rucksack.
Yes.
Yeah.
After my
They're
other one.
very sturdy.
Look,
If they all jump up and down on the floor above us now, we will feel it up there. Hello Steve as well, who's a guest up there.
We'll be able
Very
to
good.
tell if they start dancing upstairs if the party's going well. Save it for after the races so we can come and join.
Yeah, what? I've already asked that question. don't worry.
Well done.
Frederick says it's cold in the UK at the moment and getting colder in the evening times. It's just after 11:15 in the UK, quarter past midnight on a Sunday in Europe. Hello Frederick. He says, I've tucked myself up in bed and I'm going to enjoy the last 3 and a bit hours of the race. Hopefully I can keep at least one eye open. See, the problem about going to bed and trying to watch something, I've tried to do this down through the years with Bathurst and the 12 hours, which I need to be thinking about shortly as well.
It's game over as soon as you get into bed.
As soon as you get to bed, it's too comfy, isn't it?
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, you've got to sit downstairs and watch the
Trick
telly.
is pour another glass of wine, but have white or rosé because it has to be cold, and the cold keeps you awake.
Hey man,
Hey,
that is
up here for thinking, down there for dancing.
quality, mate. That Aaron has just said that he approves of that statement. Right, we've got the safety car lights out. The BMW M5 Touring disappears, or starts to disappear. Fred Vesti weaving left and right in the red fronted car. And IMSA Raider, by the way, if you can pass on any other good tips for staying awake. I'm having a cup of Sacred coffee at the moment. If you order either in the UK or the US at the moment and use the code IMSA20 on the Sacred Coffee site, IMSA, IMSA20, you'll get 20% off. That's good for the whole year to the end of December in the UK. In the US, price rises possibly coming soon, so I would say do it now rather than later is my suggestion there. IMSA20 as you check out. You'll find Sacred Coffee on the web. Here we go with 3 hours, 51 minutes and 41 seconds to go. Low sun in the eyes of the drivers. Across the line, Fred Vesti restarts. We've got both Dries and Lawrence Van Teur together. Unusually, they are on the track together and side by side into the first corner. Alex Riberos and Scott Dixon. Dixon round the outside, I think, has taken the place there from Alex Riberos in the Aston Martin Valkyrie from Hartner Racing. That car is extremely light on its tyres. Good news for long runs, bad news when you want to get the tyres warmed up, Peter.
It's give and take, and when we get into the darkness, of course, that's going to be more of a factor, because there's still decent temperature in the tarmac. Well, it's starting to drop actually, 86 degrees Fahrenheit on the track, so it's certainly not cold track
That's
conditions.
Still 30 Celsius, mate.
Yeah, but compared to the 105 we've seen at some points during the week, it is less than that. It's actually lower than I would expect. Dries Van Teur right in behind Fred Vesti as they head down the hill, I mean, it's like going off a cliff into turn 10A and B.
You did that this morning, didn't you? I said you'd be surprised. Was I right?
You were right. And I didn't doubt you either. I was expecting big things, and it did not disappoint. Thoroughly enjoyed my run in the Lexus ISF 500, I think it was called.
We don't get those in Europe.
We need to get those because this thing was a rocket ship.
And it looks like a standard 4-door saloon.
It's got a wee sort of almost like DTM wing on the back, which is, but it's not too much. It's just enough. Think of Jaguar Project 8. It's kind of like that.
No, very good. That's a very good
Yeah.
analogy. Do you think you get Lucy to buy into one of those? I've come home with a sensible 4-door car.
No comment.
How long would that last? Did they do it in estate form? See, if that was in an estate form. Come on, Lexus. We know you can do it. I'll have a word with Lexus in the UK. Fred Vesti by 0.3 of a second over the Van Teur brothers who are out there together. Seldom do we see them on the track together, and seldom do we see them line astern as they are now. I unfortunately do have to bring up the fact that they managed to take each other out at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, coming in towards the end of the lap down the Donninger Höhe and into Tiergarten, and they let their brotherly love get between them, really, didn't they?
I think they learned from that, though.
Well, I'd hope so.
They're two incredible athletes, and in terms of they get there in a very different way. Lawrence is super committed. He's an amazing cyclist. He's doing lots of miles on the bike. Really very regimented with his diet. Dries is a little bit more chilled. He's a little bit more laid back. But they both get to the same result, to basically a thousandth of a second.
I remember talking to Dries about Lawrence doing all this cycling. It's like, I take the PlayStation, he takes his bicycle.
Well, apparently Dries is getting into the cycling, and he's been going for all the gear and a bit of an idea approach.
Yeah. Lawrence has got a pink bicycle.
I've got my pink socks on.
I understand. Yeah. I've got my team racing belt on, as ever.
Vesti's checking out here at the front of the field.
This is looking good, isn't it, for Cadillac and for Whelen? Action Express, the power behind that team.
Of course, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, we're neighbours with our NBC colleagues, and I was having a little chat with Brian Till this morning. I said, right, who's your money on then, Brian? And he said, I think it's going to be the 24 BMW. He said, I think it's going to be in their last time with RLL. He says, I think they're going to do it. And I said, well, I think it's going to be 31.
Right.
So we're both feeling very smug right now.
Yeah. I'm still putting a little bit of an outside dark horse bet on the Valkyrie.
You're going an each way on the...
Valkyrie to get on the podium. Yeah, absolutely. But you see, I wouldn't put it... But I'm with Earl Bamber in our Michelin Countdown to Green with Nick Tanti with a cheeky little twofer interview down on the grid. Earl Bamber saying, you always say you're rubbish during the day, but you can work on night, and he knows of what he speaks. But that number 6 car has led the race in the heat of the day. Let's go down to Turner Motorsport. Will it be a Taco Tuesday for Turner as the fast laps are coming in? Indeed, a new fastest lap of the race for Fred Vesti, a 1 minute 12.311, 1 minute 12.311. Let's go down to Turner Motorsport. Here's Arjuna.
A little bit of contact with the Cetala Ferrari for Turner Motorsports. Robbie Foley with me. Robbie, what was the repairs needed in that full course caution?
Yeah, we took some damage to the left rear. Guys and girls at Turner assessed it very quickly. Tried to patch it up and fix it the best we could. We think it's gonna hold. We'll keep an eye on it as the race goes on. Luckily, it was the back of the car. The front looks good. The headlights will work, so give it a shot.
And this is when things get intense. Are you jumping in for the end? How are you feeling?
Yep, all good. I did a little bit of a stint earlier. Car's in good shape. Well, we think. Maybe not anymore. It was. Yeah, we'll fight hard to the end.
Thanks, Robbie.
Thanks.
Quite amazing, that lap there from Frederick Vesti. 112.3, the 112.6 from Dries Vanthoor, though. You think, where does that 0.3 of a second come from? Well, it all came in Sector 1, which is actually under 9 seconds long. It's basically from the run, from the start-finish line, through Turn 1, and that's it. So it's basically a measure of Turn 1. And Fred Vesti took 0.3 of a second out of Vanthoor, who, it wasn't as if Vanthoor was slow. That was that car's personal best of the race. So that Cadillac number 31 Whelen Engineering car is really dialed in. It has been all week. And the thing is, it's been much quicker than the other Cadillacs in Turn 1, but it's not given it away on the straight. Because sometimes you could say, well, if you're really quick through Turn 1, you're running higher downforce, and therefore you're more draggy on the back straight. But it seems that the Action Express team have just found something, and the driver's obviously driving it beautifully, that's put them at the top.
WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. It is the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and Motul Petit Le Mans, the 28th running of what was an instant classic and has just enhanced its reputation down through the years. Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Beautiful evening.
And again from Vesti.
Oh, Vesti just absolutely nailing it at the moment. How close are you getting to lap record pace here?
Not close, actually. Sebastian Bourdais holds the lap record in the race, a 1:10.9. So we're a wee bit away from that. But that can be how the balance of performance, it shifts around live now.
2 years ago.
2 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, okay. In the GTD Pro category, Max Hesse by half a second from Kyle Kirkwood. There's been a bit of jiggery-pokery going on there, and a pass that would change the championship trophy destination. A moment or two ago at the top of turn 2 and 3, with the Lexus involved there as well. Traffic affected, and Alexander Sims and Antonio Garcia now trail Albert Costa in the 81 car by 7 points. Now it's Albert Costa who's on his own there. It's Giacomo Altoia who's driving that car, and Daniel Huncadea. So neither of those drivers actually will get the big trophy tomorrow, but they are battling on behalf of their teammates. It is effectively what they are doing at the moment. Their teammates are living vicariously through their two drivers in the car at the moment.
I wonder if Huncadea, he either just ran wide, made a mistake into turn 1, or he's struggling with front tyre grip, because it seemed like the car understeered a lot going into turn 1, and Kirkwood came through and said thank you very much in the Lexus, and that then put Huncadea even further wider, and that further away, and that then meant that Giacomo Altoia could just slip through in the 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari.
Further wider, faster, stronger. That's the Olympic ideal, isn't it, for me, certainly. Hello to Gary Paravani and Steve in Barcelona. Big weekend there for GT racing this weekend. Gary, super photographer and friend of Radio Show Limited. And Steve, Seapuff question, the Seapuff comment. And Brittany Tandy tuned in from the centre of England, from Bedfordshire. Hello, Brittany. Time of
definitely past Felix's bedtime.
Yeah, Felix, the only Tandy champion at the moment in the household, having taken the British Karting Championship.
Well,
this year.
It seems that the overall IMSA WeatherTech Championship might be slipping through the fingers of the number 7 team of Tandy and Nazar, but they still lead the IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup. So, and we just don't know what they've got up their sleeve. Two canny operators in Tandy and Nazar. Of course, they've got the support of Lawrence Vantor. Well, Lawrence Vantor, of course, driving in the number 6 and the number 7 car. That's going to
have to stand on 2 steps of the podium, potentially.
He is very likely to have a party to go to, because although he won't be classed the overall champion, he will be in one of the champion-winning cars if things finish as they are. But if problems hit the two Penske Porsches, then the number 24 BMW could well come through and take the honours. And of course, Dries Vantor in that number 24 BMW. So, so much to play out there potentially. But since Altoi's got through on Huncadea, he's pulled away. It wasn't as if it was a quirk of circumstance. He was just really moving forward.
3/4 of a tank of virtual energy for the top of the field at the moment, and we get all of that information from IMSA. You can follow along as well. If you search for IMSA GTP telemetry, you can get it all. You've got it up there, Peter. What is the actual URL?
IMSA.com/GTP-telemetry.
Oh yeah.
And one thing that, now we don't get it for the GTDs, but IMSA Technical do, and car number 57, the now crowned champion, 57 Windward AMG, they've received a warning for failure to adhere to the controlled powertrain parameters. So that's a torque sensor.
Correct. So just to explain, if you're not always watching the WEC or here in IMSA, the cars have torque sensors on the drive shafts going to the back wheels out of the gearbox. And back in the old days, you used to measure what was going in and control what was going into the car. So there's still a bit of that with air restrictors and fuel flow and things like that. In the brave new world, both IMSA and the WEC have decided, well, that's fine, but it only works if we know what's coming out of it. So torque sensors, which are, it's all about a magnetic field that is created around the twisting, the torque, the twisting forces on the drive shaft. It's a very, very clever technology, and it's measurable, and therefore you can tell how much horsepower, how many kilowatts of power is coming out. That's measured in real time. That's not downloaded at the end of a stint. So that warning to the Windward Racing EMG number 57 is because IMSA Technical have had a big red light has flashed up on the dashboard of somebody's computer somewhere, and saying 57 has gone over its maximum allowed power. Now that might have just been a little spike going over a curb, it might have been a bit of wheel spin, but all of the teams have that as well, and the cleverer teams actually use that to work out their fuel burn and all kinds of other good stuff. So that's what we're talking about there. A warning in the first instance for the all but crowd. I mean, they're there unless there's a post-race penalty that is absolutely draconian.
And even then, it would require the number 27 Art Racing Aston Martin to win as well.
Yes, that is a very good point, actually. Back down in the pit lane for Ryan Marine. We cloned him, dear listener and viewer. We have actually several of them, and we've just pushed him out there. Refreshed after a short break and a bite to eat, thanks to our partners at BDO. And Melissa is with us at the moment in the booth, just watching to see how this all goes together. Ryan, where are you?
Well, got a chance to chat here with Elton Julian, who owns the Dragon Speed team that is very much in the middle of that wonderful title battle in GTD Pro at the moment. Elton, right now, Giacomo's got the car up to third place. I know you're keeping a close eye on the points, as are we. How nerve-wracking is it, though, going into this final weekend with everything so tight?
I wouldn't call it nerve-wracking. I mean, it is what it is. You know, like I told my team this morning, we race free. We've proven our point this year, and all we can do now is give them nightmares. So we're working our best to do exactly that.
You told me back at Daytona when we chatted, this was the biggest challenge your team has ever undertaken. The test isn't quite complete, but you've just about aced it up to this point. How would you assess the season?
Well, the job's not done, like Kobe said.
So, okay, if you do pull it off, where does this rank in the list of your accomplishments personally and professionally?
I put it right up there without any qualifying at the 500. I mean, that's it's an incredibly tough class for the big teams. And we know what we brought, but we brought the right people. So we're there.
People make the difference.
That's what I always say.
We'll let you get back to work. Thanks so much, Elton. And again, a big assist to this team all year long has come from Risi Competizione, Rick Baer, their great engineer. He's here on the War Wagon, helping with the engineering, and Giuseppe Risi himself is also here in the pit box this weekend at Petit Le Mans.
Do you know, one of the best things that came out of the state of the sport is that Risi will be back under their own name next year. Whether you follow Ferrari or not, and actually even talking to the other teams up and down the pit lane, even including the guys and girls who'll have to compete against them, having Risi back as Risi in the pit lane, do you know, I nearly said the ELMS there, the American 1/6, in IMSA, actually is something that everybody wants. I think they're almost everybody's second favourite team. And there's just something lovely about having, and it is the number 62. I noticed that they've reserved the number 62, and having the blood red Ferrari, hopefully the Ferrari Houston as well, who've supported them for many years. But Giuseppe Risi, a man of few words, Giuseppe Risi. But we think of down through the years of Beaky Sims and Rick Mayer and all the guys who've worked for Risi, and just having that car back next year fills my little hopeful heart with even more excitement, because they are a titan of this part of motorsport, particularly here in the US. So well done to them for getting that altogether. I hope you can hear I've got a big smile on my face when I say that, because and by the way, they always have a great coffee machine in the paddock.
They do, and the car will, you can guarantee, be packed with Ferrari's finest as well in terms of driver talent. It's
very good point.
To be honest, Sebring Racing doesn't bring a car out unless it is filled with the very best of Ferrari's driver talent, of which is fairly deep, to say the least.
Fair point.
But
as well, yes.
at the front of the field, Frederick Vesti is checking out. He made his IMSA debut at this race 12 months ago, and right now he is stepping up to the plate for Whelen Engineering Cadillac. He's 7.2 seconds to the good. His last lap by took half a second out of Dries Vanthoor in second place, and on this lap looking fairly strong as well, as he comes absolutely flat out through turn 12. 150 miles an hour on the exit of that corner. They reach 170 before dipping into turn 1, a corner where Vesti is quicker than anyone in the race so far. Driver that could have gone to Formula 1, may still go to Formula 1 at one point, but he's been in that ecosystem for several years. I remember listening to a soundbite from an interview with Liam Lawson, and they asked Liam, he said, who's the driver who should be in F1 right now and isn't? And he didn't even hesitate, he said Fred Vesti. And Action Express as a team have a habit of this, of picking up drivers who either spent a short time in F1 and didn't get their chance, or didn't make it to F1 and should have done. Felipe Nasr, probably the best example of it, and they had so much success. So it's something about this outfit that they tend to back guys from a single-seater background, and it tends to work pretty well in high downforce prototype machinery. Vesti, a little bit of traffic to deal with as he comes through turn 12. Being patient though, rushing now, a bit more of a train of GT cars to deal with. Of course, not that long since we had a full course yellow, so the class is still relatively packed together, John.
Hello to Jesse Young in Australia. Had a little bit of shut-eye back for the last 4 hours, and then the Bathurst 1000 at Mount Panorama. At IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch.
It was interesting that the team that complained about parity then put it on pole.
Yeah. What, in the supercars? Yeah. I do have my supercars polo shirt, which I wear seldom but with pride. I did think it was funny actually, we had Crailsey on Midweek Motorsport, Richard Crail, who'll be calling some of the action for Australian television and radio from Mount Panorama in New South Wales, just after we finish actually. And he was very excited because he was calling a Porsche Carrera Cup Australia race on the mountain. And I was calling you and I actually were calling the Carrera Cup North America race here at not a dissimilar time. Top bloke is Crailsey. Race Talk is his website, T-O-R-Q-E. And they do a very good job of keeping across all kinds of motorsport, but particularly obviously the Aussie stuff. And it is the great race this weekend. Toyota, I mean, we're talking about that Toyota announcement tomorrow. And who is but we've also got Toyota coming back to supercars, or going to supercars next year with the Supra. So 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. Now here's a man who I've not seen for a long time, and so I'm going to have to ask you, what is your proper title now at Porsche Motorsport? Mark Lieb is with me. Mark Lieb, who was a driver and has transitioned through engineering, went to get his doctorate of engineering as well, which...
No doctor.
No, so you are not Dr. Lee?
No, unfortunately not.
No, because that would have been very funny. Because Lieb in English is love, so no Dr. Love. But what is your title at Porsche now, Mark?
Yeah, at the moment I'm working in the PR department, not only responsible for motorsport, but also for all the other sports we are supporting. So my title is actually Team Lead Sports Communication. We're taking care of, obviously, motorsport, tennis, golf, our brand ambassadors, and also the big sponsorships in football. So it's quite a various and a wide field of things I'm doing at the moment.
And that's actually a really good point that you make there, because of course in this paddock and our audience will think of Porsche as a sports and prestige motor car manufacturer, but you are so much more than that in terms of how you have to represent the brand as a lifestyle in some respects.
Yeah, of course, you know, we have multiple sponsorships and multiple involvements in sports, which is, you know, nice to do, and it's great to do this. And you know, over the past years there have been added quite some stuff, and yeah, it's very interesting. And yeah, as I said, very busy. And I'm here this weekend because one of my colleagues unfortunately couldn't come out, Holger Eckert, who's normally...
Oh, really?
He's not here this weekend, unfortunately, but all the best to Holger at home. He will be back soon, so yeah, that's why I'm here. And obviously we had some communication this week going on, which required somebody to be on site here.
Do you mind if I don't ask you about that?
Thank you very much.
No,
yeah,
because we've discussed it, we've analysed
exactly.
it, we've gone through, we've been moving bits of paper around and throwing darts at a dartboard about what might or might not happen. So I'm not going to ask you any questions about that, because A, I don't think it's fair, but B, we will wait to hear what happens at the Night of Champions, which comes on later on the year. That's the traditional place that Porsche make their driver announcements and such like. And speaking of that, do you miss the driving? Come on, honestly.
Sometimes, yes, of course. I mean, you know, we are all racing drivers, but to be honest, I made a clear cut at the end of the LMP1 program. It was a great way to exit my professional racing career. Then I did a few races while I was already working in the office. But it's just tough. It's
in the office.
It's just, you know, it's just tough, you know, when you when you have a full-time job. And the way we approached racing, or the way I approached racing, was always, you know, fully committed, and it's just not possible with you know, next to a proper job you're doing full-time. So I decided to really stop at the end of 18. After, you know, I think my last race was the 24-hour race in Spa, which I really enjoyed. Did a couple of Bathurst outings, which was nice in GT class. So
I remember.
Yeah, it was good. And
so you have no race license now, or do you keep it? Come on, you keep your race license.
I have a racing license.
Yes.
Of course I do. There still might be some possibilities in historic racing, so I'm still having an eye on that one. So
come out and we cover the Peter Auto historic stuff now for their world feed, and it's absolutely incredible. It's such a professionally run organisation, and you would love some of that stuff. And there's
Definitely,
a lot of we froth at the mouth over the Porsches.
We need to find an owner for Mark to make his RS Spider race debut. He's driven it before.
Yeah, that's correct.
We could
not raced it.
No, I did not race because it actually fell at that time when I was at university, so I was not involved in the program. So I was doing GT at that time. So unfortunately, I never raced a prototype in the US, or let's say in the I raced in Austin WC, but I did not race in the IMSA back in the day in the American and Austrian. So only GT outings.
There are a couple of RS Spiders that are, and they are eligible for that. And we've got the 2-litre short wheelbase cup as well.
That's really, really nice. It's really
I'm
looks
desperate
very
to have a
interesting.
go in one of those.
Yes.
I keep my race license up as well. Tell us a little bit about what else is going on in the world of Porsche at the moment. I mean, football, soccer. Porsche are dipping their toes and their fingers into an awful lot. Tennis has been a long-standing commitment for Porsche.
Yeah, we have the Porsche Tennis Grand Prix, which is since 48 years. You know, we're doing this right now, so it's very traditional. So we are heavily involved in that one with our department as well. Actually, we're running it from next year on, so we're responsible for the whole tournament. And yeah, so this is definitely going on, but obviously we are here to talk about racing and not about the other sports. So I'm very happy to talk about racing as well.
Am I allowed to ask you about the new, and we can't call it GT3 Cup car, the new Cup car next year? More than an evolution, do we call it 992.2 or?
Yes, it's called the 911 Cup. So this is the new name of the car. It's definitely like an evolution of the current car. Everything is you know, like we always do with the 911. You don't make a completely brand new car. You just, fine tune small bits and pieces. You just make it better in every aspect, make it more service friendly for the customers, make it better handling for customers, for gentleman drivers. So it's just one of our basically the racing car for customers, I think.
So the Cup car, which originally is, Super Cup, Carrera Cup all over the world, which is a huge commitment from Porsche.
Yes.
It's ended up being a really good endurance racing car as well. With the Creventic series,
yep.
We have sometimes 25, 30 of those. And it wasn't designed for that, Mark.
No, it wasn't designed for that, but, customers took it out, and it's just like the way, maybe it's also quite our heritage, that customers first tried, to use it in different aspects we actually tried to build it for. So customers used it at the Nordschleife, decades ago for the first time, and taking it for long distance races. And of course, then you adapt as a manufacturer, so you do a little bit of fine tuning there, and then it's just getting better and better. And now actually it's a really nice tool for endurance racing as well.
And also next year, as if Porsche Motorsport haven't given themselves enough work to build all those cars, that I think there's 5 series next year that will get the new Cup car for Carrera Cup and Super Cup around the world. You've got an evolution of the current GT3 car as well. What's driven that, and how do you decide? Where do you take the data from? How do you decide what to do and what changes to make? Who are you listening to?
Yeah, obviously you're listening to the customers first, because they use it as well. We listen to our drivers, but also to the customer drivers, because running these cars at the Nürburgring with Manthey Racing, or in other championship, GT World Challenge here in the US, with AO Racing. So you listen to the customers, you see, you always can improve something, and that's when the engineers come to play, our racing department, they just do a brilliant job in just fine tuning and just developing new stuff, which makes it easier for the customers to handle, and also better to drive for the drivers.
Is that a brand new car that customers have to drive, or can they purchase a quote-unquote kit?
They can purchase a kit. Yeah, you can convert it. You can convert the old car to the new one. So it's just basically like an Evo kit, let's say. But it's quite a lot which is coming in. So it definitely makes sense, obviously, for customers to purchase a new car and then to sell the old ones. But whatever you want to use it, both ways are fine for us. And it
looks fabulous. We saw it in the Creventic race at Spa. And we had a good look around it, and even though it was camouflaged, it was standing right next to the other Herbeth car, so you can, at least at that point, you've got a reference point you can see, and it was super competitive straight off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, it's how it should be,
Well, you don't evolve to get slower, do you?
Yeah, anyway, you don't want to do that, but you want to have. The main focus is probably to make it more consistent, to make it more drivable for the gentleman drivers, because, obviously you have balance of performance, so you're not trying to maximize out the full performance for one lap. You really try to develop it for long distance racing, to make it tire friendly and to make it easy to drive for the customers.
Mark, you came here for many years and drove for some of the most iconic teams in North American sports car history, teams like Flying Lizard, etc. What's your and at races like this, Petit Le Mans, what are some of your best memories, or what are the things that come to mind when you think about coming over to race here in the United States?
Oh, it's just it's actually, I was asked yesterday, when was the last time I raced here, and it was 2010. So it's 15. Right. It's 15 years ago. But when I walked into the paddock the first time on Thursday, it's the same people, same team, or similar teams. Not all the same, but it's just great to see that the championship is how it is. And I really always enjoy it a lot coming over here, because the atmosphere is so fantastic. It's so open paddock for the fans. Everyone can get so close to the cars, to the teams, to the drivers. And I always loved coming here to race. It's just one of these, it's just so much fun. Even, in a GT car with Flying Lizard at that time, when we drove with Jörgi, Pedlong, Wolf Hensler, it was just great, it's just fantastic. All those times I will not miss, because, and also for me, it was a great way to keep driving in the US, because I was always the third driver while I was studying. So I always threw me in with a good car at Flying Lizard, so it was always good fun.
Did you manage to get Seth Nyman to tell you where the name Flying Lizard came from? Because I've never been able to do it.
I did, but I forgot because it was 20 years ago when I asked him.
Oh, well, that is a guided secret.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Can't believe.
Was it rude?
No, it wasn't.
Oh no, it wasn't rude. Okay.
No, it wasn't rude. What about this track? This track right here. We talk about, people tell us when we come over here, oh, it's like a European circuit, but we don't have circuits like this anymore, and haven't had for some time in Europe.
I mean, it's not a European circuit for sure. It's just this old school. It's very tight, very narrow, and with all those cars on track with the different speeds, it's very tricky, you know, for everyone who's out on the track just to manage the traffic. And this is the key, you know, to be fast, consistent, and you know, to manage the traffic. This is just amazing. You can see it coming down turn 12, like 5-6 cars. You just have to make the right decision at the right time, and you gain a lot of time, but you also can lose a lot of time, and you can lose the race with one wrong decision.
It hasn't, I mean, you said you haven't driven here for 15 years. It hasn't changed in 15 years, though, has it?
No, it doesn't.
And there's a big smile on Mark Lee's face as he answers this question.
The curbs are the same, and when you look at around, the bumps are, you know, it's the same bumps and everything. It's just great, you know. It's how it should be.
You should have brought your race suit. You should have been out there.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, no.
No, but it's just, you know, it's actually really, I was so surprised when I came here, and it's just still the same. But it's so important to keep this alive, because it's just so good to watch the racing and the classes and with the GTP cars. It's so good, and I'm really happy how the championship you know, developed, because it's not like it stopped developing, it just developed, but in a really positive way. They kept the heritage, they kept the old school style with the racetrack, with the paddock, but they improved the racing and they improved the competition. So that's why, in my opinion, it's really a fantastic championship.
Porsche, when Dr. Don Payne, this is the 28th running of this event, and it led to the American Le Mans Series in 1999. Just looking back a moment or two ago at a bit of contact. Ooh, that's Aston on Aston, Heart of Racing on the Van der Steur racing car at the top of the hill.
And Robichon in the Heart of Racing car, and Rory Van der Steur in the Van der Steur car.
Yeah, and there was a wing mirror, a door mirror, went awry there. Let's hope that's fallen off the track, as we're still about 10 minutes away from official sunset, but we are starting to see the lights around the circuit and the lights on the car taking effect. The good news for drivers is it's not right in your eyes as you're going to turn 7. You'll not miss that, Mark, will you?
No, not at all.
Just thinking about Porsche as a brand, I always used to say Porsche are an engineering, started as an engineering company and ended up making cars. Which is kind of how they've evolved. But when they made cars, they raced cars. And what do we get back as Porsche owners from that? So I'm told I've got to ask about the new 992.2 GTS with effectively an MGU-H bolted onto the engine. I've got the previous version, which is just the twin-turbo 2.9 with a 7-speed. But you are using race car technology on the road.
Yes, we do, and you know, it's a really good example, because it's basically technology in the new GTS, which we developed with the 919 hybrid. You know, this is just, you know,
really
stuff. Yeah, because it's basically using the energy from the exhaust, the heat energy from the exhaust to convert it into electric power, and then to use it as a small hybrid. You know, and this is stuff we develop on the racetrack, and we can convert it on our road cars. That's why we do this, but we also do it because we love endurance racing, and we love racing, you know, the long classic 24-hour races.
And it's in the DNA of the company.
It is,
has been.
yeah, it is in the DNA. It's very important. Motorsport has such a big impact on the company, and it always will be like that. And it's really important. Same as, you know, customer racing. It's such a big thing for us. It's one of the main pillars of our strategy in motorsport. So we love and we breathe motorsport.
And I love the fact, and just had a little incident for the Riley number 74. Again, that's coming out of turn 7 down at the southern end of the circuit. I love the fact as well that Porsche has so much history that you can tap into as well, even for things like livery. So the number 6 car here has that little hint of the old Salzburg car. We had some real throwback heritage liveries a few years in the GT cars at Le Mans, of course. Come on, what's your favourite Porsche livery?
My favourite Porsche livery, That's a
You're not allowed to say golf, all right?
No,
Because
no,
everybody
it's,
says
no,
golf.
no, it's not golf. No.
Mark Lieber's thinking.
It's a tricky one.
There's a lot to choose from. That's the problem.
I'm a big fan of the Group C era, so I would probably pick the Rothmans.
Oh, Derek Bell will be happy that you said
yes,
that.
yes,
Did
but
you not drive one of those recently, Mark?
Yes, he did. Didn't you drive one of the Rothmans cars recently?
Yes. It's
And?
nice. It's brilliant. It's fantastic. It's good. And you know, when I was a kid, I was 5 years old. My dad bought me this at one of the races. I think it was in Hockenheim. He bought me one of these replica racing suits, Rothmans. I still have it at home, and this was my first karting racing suit with the Rothmans livery on. So this is I have it. I can show you a picture later on, but it is fantastic. So we kept it. My dad still has it at home, so it's a good memory of my childhood, because I was 4 or 5 years old when the Rothmans livery came out. So it was great.
And do you know what, ladies and gentlemen, watching and listening around the world, that's why Porsche are Porsche, because they have people like Mark Lee working, having raced for them, having engineered for them. You never did get to win at Le Mans, having won at Le Mans as a driver, as an engineer. I know you wanted to do that, didn't you?
Yeah, that was the original plan, but you know, obviously plans are changing. So because originally when I was racing in GT and I finished my studies, I was working in Weissach part-time, 50%, and then I was not expecting that we would come back in the LMP1 at that time, and then suddenly the opportunity came up and I decided to go this road. And then obviously I missed the main time where I should have been studying, should have been working on cars and engineering. But at that time I was a racing driver and did full focus on the LMP1 project. And so that's sometimes just plans are changing.
But you know what? Porsche is Porsche because people like you, with your enthusiasm, your experience. I think back to the old engineer drivers that they had back in the 50s and 60s, and you have that enthusiasm, you have that, and that's why Porsche remains Porsche for everything that they do. And I thank you so much for everything you did. Great to see you,
Thank
sir.
you. Thank
Haven't
you
seen
very
you
much.
for far too long.
Yeah, that's true.
You've not changed. I don't know what you're doing. I need to know your skincare regime or whatever you're doing, because you look just the same fresh-faced young man as when you were racing out there.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in.
No, thanks for having me.
And say hello to the whole team for us, and say to Holger, we were asking after him, will he be back for Bahrain?
Yeah, he will be back.
Okay, that's good. Mark Lee joining us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. Drive through for incident responsibility for BMW, number 25, Sheldon von der Linde, with an impact earlier on with the number 85. So that will be a drive-through penalty.
They got together at turn 10 AB. Yeah, just how often does that happen though? Very, very often. They can easily get into a tangle. Right now, brotherly showdown between Dries van Toren, the number 24 RLL BMW, and Lawrence van Toren, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. And they are inseparable.
How cool is Lieb still?
I was just about to say, Mark Lieb. Amazing.
Championship leader for LMP2 in the pits. Let's go down to Ryan Murray.
That would be Skeletal Spike the Dragon, special livery for this weekend. And they inherited the lead of the race when, on the previous lap, the erstwhile race leaders came in and pitted. That was Paul di Resta handing over to Rasmus Lind for United Autosports. They put a set of slightly scuffed Michelins on that machine. Right now, I don't see any driver change for the 99 from AO Racing, just waiting on that VP Racing fuel to go in. All the other service he's done. It's been very clean for them after some initial setbacks. Decent recovery. That yellow's got them right back in the mix, and they return to the fight once again.
People staying up into the early hours of the morning, getting on for 2 o'clock in the morning in Latvia. People there tuned in, UK, just into Sunday morning. Hello. Good to have your company. And it's magic hour. We've got another cracking sunset tonight with a little bit of high cirrus cloud coming in from the eastern side of the racetrack, and with the sun going down on the west, it's reflecting beautifully across the racetrack. If Peter talks for a moment, I'll take a picture and put it up on IMSA Radio.
It is glorious, really
It's
glorious.
like a painting.
We've had a glorious week here in Brazelton, and this wonderful racetrack has been very good to us. And just when you just listen to the drivers' feedback, they almost don't need prompted, and they say this place is just special to drive. It's totally unique. Pit
There was
stop.
just a moment there, wasn't there, where Lee was like, I kind of would like to be out here. You could just feel it. And I thought it was very telling when I said, so you don't have a race license anymore? Oh, yeah, I do. Let's go down to the pit lane, and we have the Era Motorsport number 8. Well, there's somebody who Mark Lee could do a bit of driving for. They're known to run an old Porsche SWB, short wheelbase car. What can you see, Ryan?
At the moment, not a whole lot, John, I confess. I was trying to track down an interview, so I think you got a better vantage point than I do.
Okay, no problem. That's your typical Radio Le Monde style.
I love the honesty, though. He could have totally made that up, but he didn't.
Yeah.
That's not
I'd
right,
have made
but
it up.
still.
I'd have made it
Would
up.
you?
Yeah.
You're so surprised.
I'm everywhere in the pit lane. When I'm in the pit lane, I'll go and look at a screen if I have to. Stand on the. You can't stand on the outside pit wall here, but of course in Europe, one of the nice things you can do is stand on the outside pit wall, you're out of the way, and you can see several pit stops at once. Let's, with just over 3 hours to go, shall we take a VP Racing update before we get to another set of pit stops at the front of the field? There's 8.5 seconds between the number 31 Cadillac, who's been ahead for quite some time now, from the BMW team RLL M Hybrid V8, just 7/10 ahead of the Porsche Penske Motorsport 963. That's the Van Tor brothers, Dries from Lawrence, Alex Ribeiro's keeping a watching brief at a respectable 2.5 seconds behind, just in case that all kicks off. Then it's Romain Grosjean, good showing for the Lamborghini in what we expect to be its final outing, and the top 6 made up by Acura Meyer Shank Racing, the Acura number 60 in 6th place. In LMP2, Rasmus Lind, United Autosport, been ahead of the field now for quite some time. It's not been easy for them. They've still only got a half-second lead over Hunter McElrea for TDS, the number 11 brightly coloured car, and then Johnny Edgar in the AO Racing, number 99, that leads the championship. In GTD Pro, Max Hesser for Paul Miller Racing, again, has been ahead for a while. Kyle Kirkwood is behind the wheel now with the Lexus, some 7 seconds further back than number 14 car, and then Dragon Speed en route to the championship at the moment, but things can quickly change. Giacomo Altoe in the number 81 white and blue with the white stars. Nico Varone behind him in the number 4 Chevy Corvette by only 0.6 of a second, and a further 1.2 seconds further back, Daniel Hunketeya for Corvette Racing in the car that is vying for the championship with that number 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari. Ultimately, if they're in the top 5, the one that finishes higher up the top 5 is the winner of the championship. And in GTD, Lilo Wadu Dusselier is leading for AF Corsa, and it is Alec Yedel just 5 seconds behind, and then Parker Thompson for Vassar Sullivan Racing for the Lexus, another 3 or 4 seconds behind that, with 3 hours and 5 minutes to go. That is your VP in race update.
A chance to talk to the points leader as they run in LMP2, Dan Goldberg from United Autosports. You're shaking your head, you're not? Or has something changed?
Yeah, with the AO car running in 3rd.
They got a couple spots.
They're just a little ahead of us at the moment.
It is so close, though. It's every position matters.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It does. Yeah, I mean, we're running the lead. What else can we do? But to win the race, of course, that's what we're here for. Win the championship. We're also here for that. We need them to fall back a little bit. But all we can do is run our race.
Well, to show how quickly it can change, I checked like 10 minutes ago and you were in the right position, and now you're on the back foot. But still, as we were discussing, over a full-length normal IMSA sprint race to go with just about 3 hours left on the clock. Do you let your mind wander at all, and if it does, how do you bring it back to focus on the here and now?
Yeah, well, I mean, I got the best guys around me. Paul DeRest will be finishing the race. Rasmus is out there now. The United team is top-notch. So I just sit here and watch them work and hope and pray. And
going all the way back to where the season started at Daytona in January. This is the position you wanted to find yourself in. What were some key points along the way?
Well, honestly, the position I wanted us to be in would have been with a good finish at Road America. You know, that really changed the whole season. We've really been strong all year. So without that Road America crash, you know, we'd be in a real strong position for the championship. But we've run a great season. We're here fighting for a win at the Petit Le Mans, and we're within, you know, plus or minus 10 points of the championship. So it's been amazing. We just fight to the end, and we see where chips fall at the end there.
He's got a smile on his face. That's Dan Goldberg trying to win an LMP2 championship here in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship.
Dan Goldberg started the competitive action of the season in the best possible way by putting on pole for that Rolex 24, which they didn't finish first on the road, but of course the Tower car, which did finish first on the road, was later disqualified for post-race technical infringement, and the podium ceremony was recreated at the 12 Hours of Sebring, Mobile 1 12 Hours of Sebring. As into the pits comes the number 85 JDC Miller Motorsport Porsche, driven by Tymon van de Helm at the moment.
It's been a good run for them.
Very good. Driver change aboard now, trying to tell if that's Max Esterson or Neil Jani.
I think it should be Esterson on... Oh, well, actually, maybe not, actually, because...
Could well be Esterson and then keep Jani for the finish.
Well, Esterson did nearly 3 hours at the start of the race. And, well, let's see.
We'll find out very shortly. I don't think that's Neil Jani's helmet, but we'll confirm when the car goes through the pit exit. A little bit of black soot out the back of the exhaust on the bright yellow paintwork. All away on electric power before the 4.6 litre V8 kicks into action. Also pit stop going on for the heart of racing, the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Driver change there too. What a day, what a week they've had actually. It's not just been a, you know, any kind of fluke or flash in the pan. They've been fast every single time they've gone out on the circuit. Where can they finish though? That's the question. So much riding on this for the heart of racing and for Aston Martin. And you wonder, John, you know, if really strong results come, does that then stoke even more involvement from Aston Martin? I know they're not completely passive, but it's not like a full works program like Porsche Penske Motorsport is, for example. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I don't know. What else would they do? Make cars available to other private teams? Would maybe an evolution of the car, play some jokers once you've got it played in? But this is, I keep coming back to this is the first year of that car.
That's it. And but so if you're overperforming, you know, it certainly must push it up the agenda. You would think. So pit stop also for BMW number 24, Dries Vanthoor, and the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10 Cadillac, brought in by Philippe Albuquerque. So Fred Vesti, Lawrence Vanthoor and Romain Grosjean carry on. Romain Grosjean been setting some very strong times in that Lamborghini SC63, and there's just as optimistic as the Aston Martin Valkyrie progress is and what lies ahead. You think, how frustrating is this for Lamborghini?
Yes.
You know, that here we are, we're finally, here we are, we're getting the car in the positions it should be, and then it's going to be rolled into the garage. It just seems sad to me.
Yeah, that needs some help somewhere. We have gone through another racing hour at just after 10 minutes past 7. We're into the last third of the race, some pit stops that we'll get down to Ryan for the moment. But if you are just joining us, what a time. The sky lit up in Etruscan orange and light blue. Classic sports car colours in the skies at the moment. Let's remind ourselves of just how difficult this circuit is with its fast sweeping corners, but also the big stops as we look at our Brembo brake facts. 6 major stopping areas around the circuit, rated as 4 out of 5 by the Brembo brake technicians, 5 being the hardest on brakes, 1 being the least least demanding on the brakes. It will surprise you not at all to know that coming down the hill where the Heart of Racing car is right now is the hardest braking area, and you can clock up 3G there coming down, shedding 120 miles an hour in virtually nothing at all. And the brake temperature getting on for 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, that's 800 degrees Celsius. Celebrating 50 years of motor racing. Brembo making sure that you stop safely and ensuring that our GTP cars in particular have the absolute pinnacle of performance. Let's go to the pit lane and to Ryan Marie.
It is a busy pit lane. Lots of GTP stops have already happened. I'm watching as the leader comes in and now is starting to leave, and a little bit slow leaving the box there for the 31. That was Fred Vesti that brought it in, but I believe it's a switch to Jack Aitken, who has taken that car back out. 4 tires and a full replenishment of energy in that car. We also saw driver changes for the 6 Porsche, and trying to remember who else we saw. Also for the 40 Wayne Taylor Racing car that came in. Driver changes there. Currently watching the 93, the much delayed Acura that has had its issues with shifting and gear selection all race long. They've been soldiering on, but it's not been a fruitful day for them. But they do complete the service, and that car now goes back down the pit lane and heads back towards the racetrack.
Lamborghini left-hand headlight is suboptimal at the moment. In fact, it's not working at all. Oh no, it is. Is it just pointing at the ground?
It's just completely dislodged from
And
the bodywork.
I'm hearing from Aaron, our producer up in Congo, that was a contretemps on pit lane. So Heart of Racing Valkyrie doing its thing. And where is the Lamborghini? Is this part of that? I don't think so. This is tyre rotation going backwards on the Valkyrie. That's unusual. That might get it a penalty for that. Although going backwards, not forwards, kind of means it wasn't in gear. Probably means that the guy on the right-hand rear was turning the wheel and tyre. That might be all right, actually. Etruscan orange is kind of Gulf Racing orange, without saying Gulf Racing orange.
It's now transformed into a pink, rather than it's more a pink pig now than a Gulf. In the sky, pink sky at night, Shepherd's Delight, which means Golfer's Delight for tomorrow for Arjuna and I.
Pink sky in the morning,
Shepherd's warning.
Shepherd's hut on fire.
Yeah. You don't warn them first, though.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, very good. What time are you golfing tomorrow?
10 a.m.
Oh, so not too early.
Not too bad. No.
So breakfast first.
Yes.
Excellent.
And lunch afterwards. Yeah.
Lunch afterwards. Yeah. Very
pudding.
good. Hard life. It's a hard life for our pit lane reporters and booth commentators.
Not for very long.
No. Okay. Ross Gunn is behind the wheel of the Heart of Racing Valkyrie, plunging down towards us, points the car in towards the right-hand side. Few cars now with
little bits and pieces of bodywork damage, 1 or 2 lights not working, including on that LMP2. I think that was the number 88. Starting to, we're going to be guessing more in the darkness now as the cars come through. But I think that was the LMP2 car with the left-hand light out on the rear. Now, you're allowed to have only one light, but as soon as you don't have a light, you've got to fix it. So next time that car comes in, they might have a little look on the rear end and see if they can get them both working.
Pace is hotting up at the moment. Last lap by Ross Gunn in the Aston Martin Valkyrie, which you can hear right now, personal best time for that car, 1:12.484, and also for the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, which sits in 8th right now, a 1:12.694.
One thing that we found out at the WEC is in Kota is that the Valkyries are very, very light on their tyres, and also the temperature compared to what it was is plunging. Started off I think 75 Fahrenheit, went up to just over 100, 105 or something like that, and now dropping back down again. In Celsius it went up well over 40, now down to 27 Celsius. Still pleasant outside. 22 Celsius is the outside temperature. And so now we're into happy hour, 3 hours to go, but right now we'll start to see some light colours on our timing screen, and there it is from Nick Yellerly, actually, the car that's been troubled, the number 93, puts its fastest lap of the race in, a 1:12.475, barely 2/10 away, in fact almost exactly 2/10 away than the fastest lap of the race. Let's go to Ryan in the pit lane.
Starting to see this round of GT stops underway. GTD leader Parker Thompson just came in. 4 tires on the 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus the last time, and there was a driver change as well. The sister car, which was running second, I believe, in GTD Pro, also in the pits. No driver change, just tires and energy replenishment for the Sealmaster sponsored number 14 Lexus RCF GT3. About to see the Heart of Racing bring in their number 27, and several other teams also prepared as we're right there at about 65 minutes into this stint, which is what drivers have told us they could reach with some fuel save.
I think there's going to be a lot of fuel saving going on at points over the next 2 hours and 51 minutes to try and hit the marks. Will we run all green to the end, or will there be full course yellow interruptions? Heart of Racing with their Vantage GT3 pitting at the moment. Zachary Robichon jumping out with the, he's still keeping his roots there, although he's a Heart of Racing driver now. He's got the red plaid on his helmet design there, harking back to his days as a fast driver, where of course he won the championship with that outfit.
Carmine reminding us that with the broken left-hand headlight, Lamborghini have assured themselves of the victory here, a la Cadillac. Not sure it quite works like that.
You need yourself a Renger van der Zande to complete that set, though.
Yeah, and no headlights at all at one stage.
True.
Yeah.
True. Let's hope that doesn't happen again to anybody, because that must have been pretty scary.
Rooftop Ray, the legend that is Rooftop Ray, you say this weekend, he's on camera and he's on the Turn 1 camera. Spoke to him earlier on. And, I'll come back to that in a moment. Huge penalty. A tyre in the pit lane, bereft of attention from the crew of Dragon Speed, the number 81 car. Oh my goodness me, they will have to do a drive-through, and that is crucial for the championship. Now,
but they've spun as well. They're spun as well.
Coming, and there's been a hit between that and the number 21 Ferrari, the Pelotti sponsored machine. So Ferrari on Ferrari action. Hunkadea comes into the pit, and here comes the championship leading car. But is this for a drive-through, or is this for their stop? We've got the number 3 car with which it is battling in the pit lane for, I think, a standard pit stop here. but this could turn the championship.
It could, yeah, because it's a straight shootout between the 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari and the number 3 Corvette, and that is not good news at all for Dragon Speed. The drive-through is one thing, but an altercation with Ferrari factory driver Alessandro Pierguidi, that is a big, big blunder for the prancing horse, because there's two things there. Let's see, try and get an idea what happened then. Down into turn 10, and there's contact between,
I think the 81 was easing off, ready to come into the pits.
Yeah, and Alessandro Pierguidi.
Pierguidi tries to go round the outside. There's a spin, and by the way, the JDC Porsche was very close to getting picked up on that there. But it did seem to me as though the 81 was already slowing to the inside, and almost, actually, the car with which it's battling for the championship nearly picked it up. We nearly had the two championship leaders making contact there.
Interestingly, the number 3 of Antonio Garcia decided to go straight into the pits, probably because he thought there's going to be a full course yellow here, so I'm going to come in and get some fuel. And it hasn't worked out that way. We've stayed green, but it doesn't matter so much. That is, a big bonus for Corvette. And yeah, like I say, you know, for Alessandro Pierguidi, they're fighting for the win in GTD. They're in a different class, but I'm sure he will be aware that Dragon Speed are trying to win the GTD Pro Championship with the only Ferrari in that class, and as a factory driver, that's a big no-no. Big no-no to get in. Do not hit another car of the brand you work for.
So was that the drive-through just completed there?
Drive-through is now
Dragon
served,
Speed? Right,
yeah,
okay.
Dragon Speed. So they're still on the lead lap. So just, but now are they?
So now, incident is being reviewed between those two Ferraris down at 10A, 10B. As it stands, Antonio Garcia and Alexander Sims have, was that 33? Yes, I think it was. 43, excuse me. Thank you, Aaron. GTD Pro leader in the pit lane, being watched by Ryan Murray.
That would be the 48 Paul Miller Racing getting out of the car as Max Hesse. Dan Harper is climbing aboard. They're working on getting that driver exchange taking place. Meanwhile, it's a set of sticker Michelins going on all 4 corners of the 48 and waiting on the VP Racing fuel to go in as well. Driver change, not quite complete. Tire change is, but it looks like everything is going according to plan. Hesse now out of the car, trots back to the pit wall and jumps on it with the the blue booted right foot and the red booted left foot. And now we'll debrief with the team. The fuel nozzle unplugged from the 48, and Dan Harper heads back out into the fight from the lead of the race.
We've started something on Twitter at IMSA Radio. Favourite Porsche. Leave Gulf out, but favourite Porsche. Gordon Duguid is in Carnoustie, in your neck of the woods, mate, in Scotland. Loving the race, even more as the golden moment of night approaches. My favourite Porsche livery after Gulf is silver or white with martini stripes. Silver with martini stripes, I always thought looked great. Another close call there. Ferrari with
3RC023, Kenton Cook getting into it with Jack Hawksworth.
Yes.
Oh no, penalty for second place in GTD. Robbie Foley, the Turner BMW team, too many crew over the wall. So the penalties are coming thick and fast now, it seems, as we go under a cover of dusk here at Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta.
I mentioned Rooftop Ray, the legend that is Rooftop Ray. He's on camera 1, or turn 1 camera. And I think he's the one who's following the cars round to the top of turn 2. And you've got the cars silhouetted against the setting, or the sunset colours in the sky, which all you need is the bridge over the top, and it's Le Mans, isn't it? That silhouette as they go over the top of the brow. And I do love a tails away shot as well. It's not used as much nowadays as it used to be. And I love seeing it here on our coverage worldwide. RS2 IMSA radio, of course, if you are travelling around.
I suspect Albert Costa is in a slightly peeved mood
Do you think?
after that little exchange. Not only the penalty, but the collision with Alessandro Pierguidi. And he put in the car's best lap of the race last time by personal best through Sector 1 that time. So he's showing some Mediterranean flair here. We love it. The Spaniard in the Italian machine. And is still on the lead lap in class.
Hunter McElrea, who is second in LMP2 and been in the conversation there all day, he's getting a mechanical black flag.
Tyre?
It must be bodywork. Oh, brake lights not working. Bit of additional information there. So,
okay.
Right, so he needs to come in at the next possible opportunity, so he can't just tour around for 3 laps there. Anything that's got a black flag on it, you have to come in next time by.
And that is Christmas Day come early. I know they're celebrating Halloween early, but it's Christmas Day come early for AO Racing.
Yeah,
who are the next car behind that TDS car. So they will move up into second position, and then right behind their championship rival, 22 crew of United Autosport, who you have to say are putting together the perfect race. They are doing all they can by going out to win the race and then see what happens with the AO crew. And this is, I'm getting a bit of deja vu here, John, because last year AO Racing had a similar nervy finish to the championship, which they did claim, but that was of course in GTD Pro with Rexy.
The two Ferraris coming together, no further action. Inconclusive on the evidence. Up to the top of the brow for the 60. No, it can't be the 66. 65 Ford Mustang. I knew it was a Ford Mustang from the noise of the engine. Goodness gracious, it is absolutely glorious here at the moment. Look out the window, Peter. Drink it in. How good is this right now?
Worst places in the world to be than here, that's for sure.
And we call this work.
I know. Don't tell anyone. Shh. Shh. Let's hope we don't have to get a real job someday.
I know. It's too late for me now. I have been described, I think rightly so, as self-unemployable, which I think is very good. As they run in the GTP Endurance Cup, it's a scant single point between Felipe Nasr and Nick Tandy in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, and Colin Brown and Tom Blomqvist, with Matt Campbell and Matt Jaminet just 4 points back in LMP2 Endurance Cup. 3 points between Tom Dillman and Bijoy Garg, and the TDS car that's just had that black flag. That's going to change around. When do we do the next? That's in half an hour's time, isn't it? So they're going to have to make up some ground. And the Paul di Resta number 22 car is next up, and in Endurance Cup for GTD Pro, just a point again for the Conor de Felipe, Neil Verhagen and Madison Snow, number 1 BMW, from their teammates Max Harper, Dan Harper and Max Hesser, swap them around there.
They're not that, they're close, but not that close.
Not that close. And at the front of the GTDs with the green number backgrounds, it is tied between the 21 Ferrari, and there'll be no further addition to the 36 points. Tough day for Inception, taken out on the first lap. And the Aston Martin number 27 of Tom Gamble, Zach Robertson and Casper Stevenson are only 3 points back from that, so the likelihood is that they could be overhauled even for second. Leila Wadou on course for potentially a Michelin Endurance Cup title. Christina Nielsen was probably the last female driver to win a championship in IMSA competition.
Yeah, 2 on the bounce. She won. Yeah, with Scuderia Corsa, who were the team to beat at the time. You know, 3 championships in a row in GTD. Imagine that now.
Yeah,
we could win. We'll do that next year. You know that's what they'll be aiming for. Just the WeatherTech Championship race to go, John. All of a sudden, where did the last 7 hours and 20 minutes go?
I disappeared like snow on a sunny day and a hot pavement. It's gone through. I've enjoyed this. I won't do a Johnny Palmer, but you can understand what I'm thinking. I think we've had some good racing over long periods of time, is what I'm saying. I've just been told off with my... You know what I'm saying? 2 hours and 40 minutes to go. Cadillac, Porsche, BMW, Aston Martin, Lamborghini at the top of the timing and scoring. How'd you like that variety, Mr. McCann?
Pretty good, yeah. Not so much in, well, there isn't so much variety in GTD. It's been the can anyone stop the Ferraris?
Yeah.
The Ferraris have been so strong right now, and then big lift for Jack Aitken in number 31, seeing a bit of traffic up ahead, then decided just to do a bit of fuel save, knowing he's going to hit a roadblock eventually behind an LMP2 car just up ahead. Then more GT traffic. Getting word, unfortunately, that the much delayed number 78 Forte Lamborghini has gone back behind the wall. Unfortunately, hopefully they can see the checkered flag. Was in the pit lane, but now gone behind the wall. In fact, it's saying behind the wall, but I'm looking out the window at it, so he's not
quite yet. No, what they've done is they've informed IMSA that it will be going behind the wall. So it may drive down the pit lane, but then it'll take the hard right.
Right.
So they tell IMSA that first. It comes up on the timing screen because Alton Mel are plugged in to all of that, and you'll see it turn right. Favourite Porsche liveries from any era, Simon Hoff? Oh, I like this. Leighton House 962, because anything in Leighton House blue, sort of bluey green actually, is fast standing still. Got a vote for the Pink Pig here. The Pink Pig 911 says 777 WRX. Ooh, very good.
That's a good one.
Yeah. So the Pink Pig in period, of course, in the prototype car, wasn't successful.
No, not successful at all, and it was actually a Martini entered car.
Never had the Martini logo on it.
No, Count Rossi did not like that one bit.
When is your new Count Rossi piece coming out in 000?
It's hitting subscribers' door mats as we speak.
Is it really?
Yes.
Because earlier on the year, after we went to Spa, you went out to Italy. What was that, about April?
Oh, yeah. 6 months ago. It's gone by quickly. Yes, a story about the chassis number 1 of the Porsche 935, a car which had a lot of success here at Road Atlanta in the early days. Peter Gregg and the Brumos team. In fact, as you come onto the second floor where we are here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, there's this amazing mural image of the late great Peter Gregg in a Porsche 935 79, and he is the man with the most overall IMSA titles ever, 6, and a few drivers this evening trying to add to their tallies and get close to that. Dane Cameron, if he can win that LMP2 title, he would go to 5 IMSA championships. If the number 3 Corvette and Antonio Garcia could win their championship, he would go to 5 IMSA and 6 overall major championships in North America.
You buried the lead on your article. Is it or is it not true that the current Count Rossi managed to get the whole Martini facility closed down for a day so you could do the Formula shoot?
Yes. Yeah, it was amazing. A huge thank you to Martini for that, because we pushed the car around all day. This absolutely priceless car. It's restored by. It used to be owned by Jerry Seinfeld. The car. And Jerry Seinfeld, as the true Porsche custodian that he is, arranged for the car to be restored by a gentleman called Joe Cavalieri, who was a mechanic in this paddock when the car was racing. And he has restored the car like nothing I've ever seen before. So yeah, pick up this quarter's copy of Triple Series magazine to read it.
more entries for the best non-Gulf ended. This one I like, Arnage Rob. Wasn't successful in time, but whose class? The Boss Obermeyer 956 from 1983, the pinstripe blue and white car.
Frickadelli Meatballs is a good one as well. The red and white Frickadelli.
Grello Porsche has come up from Manti, from Horatio. We'll see them in this pack. We will have a Grello car in this paddock next year.
I think we've got to open up to the fans of the other brands as well. Throw in a counter, throw in a return of serve. What other? I mean, because you think saw a beautiful BMW M car from the mid 1970s leading the field around earlier on today. The colours which still adorn the flanks of the BMW M Hybrid V8, which is being driven at the moment by Dries van Tor. And the moment running in third position, 5 seconds off the lead, which is held by Jack Aitken in the number 31 Whalen Engineering Cadillac. And Van Tor right on the case of Matt Campbell in the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine. And right now, Matt Campbell and Mathieu Jaminet in full control of the 2025 IMSA WeatherTech Championship. It was the number 7 car that won last year, and Jaminet and Campbell, who have been IMSA champions before, don't forget, but never overall.
The Valkyrie's gaining on them, and there's traffic. Campbell eases past one of the GT cars. That was very tight indeed. I think it was the Aston Martin, actually, of Partner Racing, the GTD Aston Martin. Meantime, actually it might be the number 77, excuse me, the Porsche, because that's where the Partner Racing number 23 is at the moment. That Valkyrie, I refuse to curse the Valkyrie in terms of commentator-wise.
No such thing.
Absolutely incredible run, right the way through. Ross Gunn back in the car now, and for second, third and fourth, the cars are split by under 2 seconds. That's the Porsche number 6, the BMW number 24, and the Partner Racing Valkyrie number 23. A little bit of clear road in front of Matt Campbell for a change, and just for a moment before he catches up to the number 3 Chevy Corvette of Antonio Garcia. He's got a clear run for once through the S's.
Here, Matt Campbell being very, very soft on the throttle. We've seen Matt Campbell win IMSA races in the past, having to save fuel almost to create onboard fuel. I'll never forget Road America one year in the WeatherTech GTLM entry, and Matt Campbell doing massive lift and coast in that car to make fuel and save a pit stop. And they're definitely in the realms of back timing to the end of the race right now. So
I think
there's obviously a fuel number they're trying. Tires also true, and it's great because if you're saving fuel, usually you're saving tire at the same time. But of course, we're now under the full cover of darkness. The track temperature is now only 79 Fahrenheit, so tire wear is going to be less of an issue. In fact, I would think what's more of a concern now is tire activation on coming out of the pits. So if you're putting new tires on, is switching them on and getting the lap time out of them. That could be where this race is won and lost. Depending, of course, if there are any full course yellows in the next 2.5 hours, and if so, how many. Jack Aitken, though, at the moment, no problem, because he's leading by 5.3 seconds from Matt Campbell, who has Dries van Tor on the previous lap. Almost identical lap time to Matt Campbell. So close there right now. So many cars out there. We've got 4 manufacturers in the top 4 right now, all running superb pace.
Can I just give a mention to our NASCAR production TV crew? We're into full darkness now. It's a waxing gibbous moon tonight, so around about 71, 72% of the moon, but we've got a bit of cloud cover now, so that's not going to help us. And it's really difficult to pick out cars in the darkness. We've got the aircraft up over the top of us that provides, sort of flies a racetrack pattern in its own way and provides the uplinks from the cars. and the onboards, and we can see that against the night sky at the moment from the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Really hard to pick out the individual cars. Our camera operator is doing a great job. The production team, who are remote from us, they're all up at Concord, North Carolina. All of the cameras are sent up there. It is mixed and cut up there. The replay crew, the glorious tape apes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all who see all and find all coming from up there and then sending the images around the world for both the world feed and for Peacock and NBC Sports, but also back to the NBC Sports commentators to our left and back to us here at the track. It's an incredible engineering feat. Now, battle for third place. Ross Gunn is right behind Dries Vanthoor. This is BMW versus Valkyrie. Heart of Racing right there through the final corner. Underneath us they go, and down the front straight, down towards turn 1. Is the Valkyrie coming alive as the temperatures drop? They were fastest in night practice on Thursday. This is their time. They think this is their time, Peter.
Looks like it. Ross Gunn got it very unlucky there, though, going up into turn 3, just caught behind some LMP2 traffic, whereas Vanthoor just able to nip ahead, and that's significant because, you know, once you're into those S's, particularly if it's LMP2 on GTP, there's very little chance of getting through, and that also gives Matt Campbell a little bit of respite, minimal respite, as he comes underneath the Motul Bridge through turn 8 and turn 9, which are absolutely flat. It's basically a back straight. In fact, it's so much of a back straight. Oh, listen to Matt Campbell there. He's lifted off 400 metres earlier than normal.
More than that.
Maybe more. So half a kilometre. And that's all in the name of saving fuel.
The responsible adult, Managing Director Eve Hewitt, this is into turn 1. He's lifting off earlier than you would do in an MX-5 Cup car. That is extra. That's a huge amount of lifting. Matt Campbell's very good at it, by the way. Very good at it. The key thing to that, though, is if you're going to lift off that early, you have to then not brake almost at all through the corners to keep the minimum corner speed up.
I don't think he would have been touching the brake into turn 1
No.
because he scrubbed so much speed off. So right now the race engineer, the number 6 car, must be on the radio saying we need more fuel save, more. We need this number, and the dashboard will tell him if he's hitting the number or not. And it's right now actually the lap time is secondary to the fuel, albeit a very close second to the fuel use, but clearly Porsche Penske Motorsport are trying to hit a window to save a pit stop.
Yeah. Let's go down to Ryan Marine in the pit lane.
The last handful of pit stops in the LMP2 season about to get underway here. First to hit his marks is Rasmus Lind in the 22 from United Autosports, vying with the number 99 from AO Racing for the championship, and they're pitting one pit box away from each other, both pitting on the same lap. It looks like tires all the way around, at least on the left side for the 22. Yeah, I think it's just left sides as well for the 99. Fuel going in, no driver changes. So it's Rasmus Lind staying on board for a double stint. Same for Johnny Edgar in the 99. So they're keeping Paul di Resta and Dane Cameron in reserve tactically for the final few crucial hours of the race and indeed of the season. Just waiting to see who will win this battle of the new pit order. It is the 22 that preserves its track position, leaving the pit lane, and there goes the 99 as well in pursuit.
The responsible adult Managing Director Eve Hewitt, who is responsible for all of our partnerships so that we can bring our coverage to you free at the point of use, has nominated the Martini Hippie Porsche.
Oh, good choice.
Saw a Cayman race car going out of the track this morning in that livery with the number 3 on it in that very iconic font that they had. Let's find out what's going on down at Forte, the 78 Lamborghini. Not been their day, Arjuna.
No, and unfortunately, just to compound the misery, an electrical issue now has put them back into the garage. And they have 2 drivers who are yet to fulfill their drive time, and so that's what they're hoping to do. Fix up the car and then send Eric Fulgaris out for an 8-minute requirement to fulfill the minimum drive time, and then one more driver's got about an hour and a bit still left to go. So hopefully we'll see the Lamborghini close out the season in what might be the swan song for Forte Racing as well, at least for the time being, in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship.
Davey Awerma from SportsCar 365 giving us the news that Rahal Letterman Lanigan could be running Lamborghini GTD cars next year. Possibly a McLaren. A Lamborghini easily recognisable from the back with that very distinctive rear light signature, and from the front, the Automobili Lamborghini Squadra Corsa 63 is from the front one-eyed at the moment, going down the backstretch.
Eduardo Martares is still a former DTM driver, so he has to flash the lights at
everybody,
everything. Yeah, like a squirrel running at the side of the track, flash at that as well. Good that one light is hanging on so that they can get to the end of this stint, and then they'll be able to replace the whole front section.
I think that's what they'll do. Yeah.
A modular piece, and they'll be back to 2 headlights again, hopefully.
They're only just, let me see. They're just over halfway through the stint. They've still got 40%.
Yeah, got rid of, yeah. So Mortaro, I'm sure it will be feeling like the longest stint of the year for Eduardo Mortaro. And when you throw into the mix, it's his debut at this race.
Yeah.
Not. It's like we're going to put you in at night, and oh, by the way, one headlight.
Yeah, and it is the right-hand headlight, so it's mostly a right-hand circuit. So he does get half a chance to see the apex curves of that from that car, but it's not ideal, is it? Let's be honest. Of the leading of the GTPs, the car that will be in next will be Philip Nasr in the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport. He's down at 25.5% of his energy. The leader is up at 41, and therefore should be the last in for Jack Aitken. So leading, 5-second lead, and the last one to stop of the GTPs. Starting that old swingometer, for those of you in the UK used to stay up late to this time of night for the election programmes, the old swingometer is going over to Cadillac Whelen and Action Express. It's beginning to feel a little bit of an advantage there.
I do wonder though if the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac will be fuel saving as much as Matt Campbell is in the number 6 car. Right now there's about a 2% difference in the terms of energy they've got remaining in the favour of the 31 Cadillac.
Campbell's been out 1 lap more.
Okay,
that,
so that adds
just
up
factor
then.
that in.
So that would then, I mean, we've heard, and we've heard over the onboard from the Matt Campbell number 6 car that he's been doing massive lift and coast and fuel saving. So you would then imagine that the 31 car of Jack Aitken is doing exactly the same, because that delta, 1 lap, 2%, that adds up. Yep, Aitken doing similar. You can listen to that 5.5 V8 Cadillac engine in the background.
I'm looking down and seeing who's doing quick times and who's got. There was somebody off the road.
Yeah, the prototype ahead of
somebody off the road, I think.
Yes, the prototype ahead of Jack Aitken just nerfed the GT car straight off the road, going on down the. Is it Rexy?
It is Rexy. It's the 77 Rexy, and it's lost the complete rear clip, bumper, engine cover, and everything. That was at turn 4. Pretty much the whole tail section we're seeing the skeleton of the Porsche, not just the skeleton of Rexy, and it was a wild ride.
Hardened at the barrier too. So that was
ride.
an LMP2 car. I could not tell which one.
It's Klaus Bachner who's behind the wheel. He's going to have to come in, and we'll find out for you at a moment who touched the back of that car. But I think it was the airborne moment on the grass that ripped off the whole back panel.
Oh, it was the 04 CrowdStrike car, which is nowhere near in contention for anything.
They've not had a good day, have they?
No, that does not reflect well at all. They've had problems early on. It's Alex Quinn on board at the moment. I mean, there is a big, yes, it is a big closing speed there coming down the hill.
So in the darkness between turns 3 and 4, it was a side-by-side incident. And actually, I don't think Rexy touched the wall. I think it was bumping over the grass, getting airborne, and then slamming down, and the grass ripping off the under tray at the back, looking through the trees. That must have been a scary moment for Backler as that wall was coming up on his side of the car, and the car bucking like a bronco. He's done well to hang on to that.
Well, when that happened, Jack Aitken would have got a bit more lift and coast done as he saw Rexy bounding over the grass.
There was a gap left by Backler to his right-hand side.
Oh, well, clearly not a wide enough one to go through, though.
That's I would expect to see a penalty for CrowdStrike there.
Well, inconsequential for them, but it's certainly definitely a major consequence to AO Racing, who are in 5th in category at the moment.
Well, they're going to have to come in because they've got no rear lights at all. We had somebody
no rear downforce.
And no rear well,
or not much rear downforce because the diffuser will be gone completely.
Yeah, we're seeing the dinosaurs bones actually rather than just in the livery. That Porsche, we saw a car being mechanical black flag for having no brake lights. It's got no brake lights, no rear lights, no nothing on the back.
That did not take long.
No.
Penalty for the 0-4 of Alex Quinn.
Probably one of the less taxing decisions that race control have had to make today. They've been busy.
You won't make yourself popular removing Rexy's tail. Don't pick a fight with Rexy.
Oh, also a penalty for Pietro Fittipaldi in the Pratt Miller Motorsports Oregon, too many people over the wall. Actually, over the wall before they stopped. That's a big no-no. Meantime, the battle for 3rd place continues through turn 1. Aston Martin Valkyrie now with a left-hand tail light out as well, as he being Ross Gunn, tries to chase down Dries Vanthoor. And in the darkness, this is where the race can be won and lost. Let's have a driver's point of view from the Global Broadcast Centre. Zachary Vanier joins us. Hello, fella, how are you? Yeah, not a bad season.
At all. I mean, still in championship contention, so very happy.
Last 2 rounds of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America next weekend at the F1 Grand Prix in Kota.
Yeah, that is right. Yeah, we had our, penultimate round of Carrera Cup this week here at Motul Petit, which was always an amazing event to be a part of. And yeah, now we hit the road to Texas.
You're one of a raft of Porsche North America Junior drivers. What's it like having such a close association with a brand that has so much history in sports car racing?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's almost like a childhood dream in a way, where you have so much support.
Oh, please say ever since you were a small boy, you
drive
a Porsche. You know that's one of the things we do on Midweek Motorsport.
Of course, and I mean, I'm only 22, so it makes sense. But yeah, I mean, it's such a privilege, and it's a huge honor to be a part of the program. And what Porsche Motorsports North America has been able to do with the program for us is just, it's amazing.
What does that actually entail? Obviously, Porsche bringing along junior talent like yourself, Zachary, and planning for the future. What does that mean for you as an individual and as a driver?
Yeah, for me, there's just so many resources within the program, whether that be the workshops that they're providing for us, covering all different aspects for us to grow, and then we also have the support and with the brand ambassadors for the program, which are Richard Westbrook and Patrick Long. So 2 very iconic names to motorsports, and just to have access to them day in and day out it's amazing, because it really helps you grow, and it really helps you get the advice from 2 guys who have been in the sport for a very long time and who have been through it and know what it takes to make it. So
I mean, Westy had a phenomenal career
for Porsche in Cup cars before he came here and broadened his horizons into America. And Pat Long should need for any Porsche fan no introduction from what he's done both in Europe and here. And how has that benefited you then?
Yeah, I think it's really helped me, not only take my driving to the next level, but also unlocked this new level of maturity in a way where I'm able to look at things a lot differently and handle situations a lot differently and just understand where I can improve my abilities and where I'm strong. So and being a select few that have that resource and that have that capability is a true privilege.
Let's go down to the pits. The number 77 is in. That's Rexy, bereft of rear end. They will have to do something with that. They cannot send that out with no rear lighting on it. Let's go down to the pits.
They're also doing a driver change and strapping Lauren Heinrich in. I'm wondering how they're going to attach this rear clip back onto the car, given that I think they've sheared all the bolts and whatnot, but they're going to get to work and do what they can, currently lining up all the alignment holes, and then we'll try and fix it as best as they can. I think they did get quite lucky though, John. It does look like it was a clean break of that rear diffuser, and so they just slid on the rear clip itself, which includes that entire rear element, that diffuser that helps bring the downforce on the car, but it is not a quick change by any means. Now they're trying to get it a fix and put the final body panels back on, but they do have the rear lights back on, so they have got the rear tail lights working once again. They'll get the gaffer tape out and stick things together. I don't think those clips are going to work, John, but they will get the skeletal Rexy back out onto track. It might take them a little bit more time, though. It's just they fine-tune this adjustment, make sure nothing flies off when they head back out.
The main thing is they've got a light bar on the back, and they tested the brake lights as well before they put that glorious ducktail back under there. I don't really need one of those for mine. But I don't need the big swan neck thing that you want on your RS. But I do like that. There is something about a ducktail.
Yeah, but what are you going to eat your Don's pizza off?
Oh, there we go.
No, very. Did you see what he did
I like
there?
that. That was a nice slide. I like that.
I'm absolutely desperately disappointed, Zachary, that you did not come in bearing pizza from your sponsor.
It probably doesn't travel so well from Ontario. Though.
Yeah, so I think we got to have you guys out to Sebring to get it in-house.
Okay,
that got to have it fresh.
That sounds great.
Zachary, what's the thing that Patrick and Richard have told you that stuck most with you? What is it that they've passed on to you that's really helped?
Honestly, the biggest thing, and I'll say from what Richard has, most recently told me, was just to enjoy the process. Don't get lost in putting so much, pressure, and really just putting so much on you. Just enjoy the opportunity that you have, and make the most of it. And I think that's some really good advice, because it's so easy to put the expectation and put the pressure on yourself, knowing that you need to go out there and deliver. And it's so easy to forget, how privileged you are and the opportunity that you have to drive.
I noticed on your wrist here, you've got a Porsche e-Boost at Junior 2025. Tell me about the e-Boost day that there is annually, I think, at the Penske workshop. What goes on there?
Yeah, so this is actually my third year in the Porsche Motorsports North American Junior program. And, to be honest, what I must say is how much better the program gets year in and year out. I mean, the work that, Ryan and Christoph and Volker and Jeremy and everyone at PMNA is doing to, give us that program is amazing. And
PMNA is Porsche Motorsport North America, we should say. Yeah.
Right, correction. And yeah, to be honest, to have that resource at Penske and, to get a true, 2-day inside depth of what it's like to experience that side of the sport, and ultimately to experience what the end destination and the final goal for us young drivers is it's so amazing. And that's something that you'll take on for the rest of your career.
You do some weird stuff there though, but being on the other side of the fence. Am I right that there's like a pit stop competition for you drivers where you've got to get your hands dirty?
Yeah, that is right. Yeah, so this year we did the junior program versus the female development program, where we were actually changing the wings. So it was the front clip and then the rear clip.
Oh, so you could have done that quite easily for Rexy then, did you?
I don't know. They made it look quite good. I think we probably would have been a few seconds longer. Yeah.
Does it give you an appreciation, even bigger appreciation? Because all drivers love that pit crew, but does it give you an even bigger appreciation of what the guys do?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, my initial reaction watching that was just how flawless they made that look. But you don't understand how difficult that really is. And you know, to be honest, as a driver, you're not able to do what you need to do if you don't have the crew. And you know, one of the more unfortunate things of the sport is it's the driver who gets the recognition and not everybody involved with the crew and the team. So, you know, it's constantly reminding your crew and, you know, thanking your crew that without their effort, it's not possible.
Well, the good news is you can always bring them pizza.
Yeah, exactly.
Bring them Don's pizza.
Yeah, well,
late night, you know?
I must say, you two have made some very happy partners back at home for how legendary you've made the Don's Pizza machine. So
well,
thank
listen,
you.
We're here for.
Well, also they're supporting motorsport, and it's our business, and it is, you know, people who invest in motorsport, whether it's our friends at Sacred Coffee or it's Michelin or it's Brembo or it's BDO, they're investing in motorsport, so they deserve the recognition for sure. As far as I'm concerned, we've spent the time a little. If I ask very nicely, Nathan might be able to punch me back up the leader on our screens. Sorry, second place car on our screens. Can we have the number 6 back on screen if we can, even if it's on the onboard, Aaron, if you don't mind. So, if you were sitting in the right-hand seat of the number 6, that's what you'd be seeing at the moment. Is it your plan? Is that where you want to be? Sitting not in the right-hand seat where the camera is, but where Matt Campbell is at the moment?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the end goal for me is to you know, be a Porsche Penske factory driver, and you know, that's exactly what Porsche Motorsports North America is trying to do with the junior program and the Porsche Pyramid. So extremely motivating, you know, to see you know, someone like Campbell who came out of Carrera Cup, was a Porsche junior, made his way through the Porsche Pyramid, and you know, now is driving in the highest class of IMSA WeatherTech.
Zachary, when you go to pitch to partners to put your package together to go racing for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, are you using the example of a Matt Campbell or a Matthew Zamini or a Kevin Escher and say, look, these guys won their regional Carrera Cups and now they are here? Is that what you pitch them as like a... Because I guess you're not asking for a one-year support, you're asking for multi-year support, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, like if I look at the partners that I have on board in my program this year, you know, the vast majority of them date back to about, you know, 12 or 13 years of actually being partnered together.
Okay.
You know, like looking at like Technica Mining and Don's Pizza and Anmar and all of them, you know, I first started my partnership with them when I was racing go-karts at 8 years old.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah, so, you know, having that journey with them has been amazing.
Sir Jackie Stewart at a seminar that I was at Cranfield one time said, whatever your partner is, it is much better to keep an existing partner than to go out and find another one. So even if you have to make compromises and help the partners out or whatever, the partner that you have is much better than having to find another one. Hearing that the car that has been leading in LMP2 for a wee while, Rasmus Lind and the United Autosport USA LMP2 is going behind the wall. Let's go down to Arjuna. What's happened there?
I'm going to get word on that as soon as I can, John, but it is on the dollies and headed towards pit exit. So I'm going to try and figure out what has happened, but there are championship implications from a technical issue, it would seem, for United Autosports.
Dan Goldberg was 7 points ahead of the Cameron High at 99. He's now 177 points behind. Oh my goodness me. That is huge for the championship. Pit stops at the front of the field. Dries Vanthoor in from third. Ross Gunn in from fourth for BMW and Aston Martin. And Cadillac in as well from seventh. We'll have a quick final word as we're watching these pit stops with Zachary Vanier. The IMSA season, the final action of the IMSA season are your two races next week at COTA. What's your state of mind going into that? What do you want to achieve? And tell me about COTA. How do you feel at races the Porsche Carrera Cup North America?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, COTA is a track I've had a lot of success on in the past, and that's, you know, something that I'd like to carry into next week. You know, last year I finished first and third there, so you know, if that's something that we could repeat, then great. I mean, obviously the goal is always to win both races.
What's the key there?
You know what? It's
almost like 3 different tracks, isn't it? You've got that sinuous first bit, then the fast back straight, and then quite a tight last section of the track.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good mix of everything, to your point. You know, you've got some high-speed flow, you've got a lot of rhythm, you've got some low-speed sections, so it makes for some really interesting racing because it's, you know, as you guys know, the Porsche Carrera Cup cars race very, you know, difficult. You know, they don't draft, so you know, qualifying is very important. But you know, one factor that plays out at COTA that we don't necessarily see throughout all the races on the calendar is how important that tire management is, with the DAG and the fall off being so much higher. So yeah,
and
it makes
how
for
you use the tire allocation as well.
Yes, exactly. You know, something that also comes into play at this point in the season is how much Joker tires you've saved throughout the year to get you to this point. So a lot of strategy from the team standpoint to put us in that position.
How many Joker tires have you received?
I only got 4 left, so I've probably used a few more than most.
What would be a good result at the end of this season? There's a mathematical chance of the championship still.
Yeah, it's still mathematically possible. I mean, I think in the grand scheme of things, I kind of enter the final round as the wild card, if you will, being that, you know, Riley and Ryan are so close. But you know, I still think it's possible. I still have a job to do for my team and my partners. And you know, obviously being a junior, you know, at this point of the season, the end goal for me would be to have the privilege and the opportunity to be selected for the Porsche Shootout.
Nobody from the American Series in its current form, or even previously when it was a GT3 Cup, has gone through and won the Shootout.
Correct.
It would be huge for the series.
Yeah, and it would be huge for myself as well to be the first. So I would love to do it. We just gotta see if time will tell if I get that opportunity.
I bet it would be pretty huge for Patrick as well. You're one of your mentors.
Yeah,
because he was the last.
He was the last
North American factory driver.
Yeah,
and I'm sure. Do you think it is in your opinion? Do you think it's a point of pride for him to get a successor?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's. I think at this point with what you guys are saying about how it's never been done, I think it's a point for the brand, it's a point for the series, and it's a point for everybody involved to kind of try and get that first checked box, if you will. So. Yeah, I think it's at this point. It's, you know, if I get the opportunity to go, it would be a real honor to be the first to do it.
Peter and I have talked about you and your competitors all the way through the season for Porsche Carrera Cup North America with Yokohama. Thank you for the entertainment you provided us. We've seldom been lost for words. There's always been something to talk about, and the feedback from the audience has been good as well. So thank your competitors as well.
Absolutely.
Because as a group, you put on some great entertainment. Thank you. I know it's tough when you're in the middle of it to think of it like that, but I guarantee you've got a lot of fans out there. You've got a future in this sport.
Thank you.
Young Mr. Zachary Vanier.
Thank you. Well,
Shake your hand, sir.
Appreciate everything that you guys do up here. It's certainly not an easy job, especially now seeing what goes on behind the scenes and what kind of effort you guys make. So yeah,
guarantee it's easier than yours.
Yeah. Depends on the circumstance, probably.
Wait till you have to drive in a 10-hour race.
Right. Well,
and
hopefully that day comes soon.
That comes soon, absolutely. Zachary Vanier, Porsche Junior driver, third in the points in the Pro Championship. We will have the denouement of that championship with 2 races supporting the Grand Prix from COTA next weekend on the Porsche Carrera Cup.us website, on the IMSA YouTube channel, and of course on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. Zachary, thanks very much, mate.
Thanks so much, guys.
Pizzas all around, okay? Don's Pizzas all around.
Don's Pizzas all around for everyone.
Down to 2 hours to go, Peter. So another tranche of MEC, Michelin Endurance Cup points to go out, and people coming in just on that. It's the first completed lap after the 2 hours, but the big news in LMP2, which could decide the championship, is that the 22 United car has gone behind the wall and Arjuna has followed it there.
The front clip is off the car, John, and they are working feverishly on the right front. And when I say feverishly, I count 6 engineers, mechanics, getting the brake disc off. I'm not quite sure what the issue just yet. Maybe something with the suspension arms that they are trying to get to. but I'll keep an eye on this. I'll try and get a word as to the exact issue, but I saw Rasmus Lind, emotional to say the least. Oh, heartbreaking just to see what's going on here.
Meantime, on the pit lane, the number 63 Lamborghini is getting a brand new nose to cure that headlamp problem. That's gone on no problem. I don't think there's been any issues. The headlights came on straight away as well, so the electrical connections have worked. It's hardly cost them any time at all, to be honest. Also in, leader of the race, Jack Campbell.
For TDS.
And TDS, the number 11 LMP2 car, has just spun that car, the leader of the race, Hunter McElrea. Does nobody want to win LMP2 championship right up in the air? It would almost be done and done with that behind the wall situation. Now what happened? Oh, there was cars around and there was contact behind as well. Two more LMP2 cars. Hunter McElrea gets restarted and fortunately pulls out of the way of the cars. There was half the LMP2 field seemingly coming round turn 7 there.
And the number 6 championship leader of Matt Campbell had to get on the brakes hard
Massively.
there, and very nearly had a car run into the back of him. That could have flipped the championship on its head in an instant. That's how much it can change. You can think you've got it all under control, and then all of a sudden it goes to pot.
Was the contact? That's the question that we've got to ask ourselves. Yes, there was. Yes, there was. And it was the Pratt Miller car, the number 73. And how about the dive down the inside to make up a couple of positions for, was that the 88 AF Corsa car?
I think they're very similar to the 52.
52.
I think it was Logan Sargent in the 52.
Correct. It was Logan Sargent.
Pietro Fittipaldi driving the Pratt Miller car, and that was a bit of a clumsy move, it has to be said. But it's, that being said, with less than 2 hours to go, it's not tiddlywinks. They're playing for keeps here.
Yes.
Or a knitting competition.
A what competition?
A knitting competition.
No, it's definitely not a knitting competition. There was a lot of contact there, wasn't there?
Sargent saw his moment and went for it, and in pretty aggressive fashion too. Wow, well. Side by side on the racetrack, coming through turn 10 AB between the BMW there, going by. Now, which BMW is it? As they come down the hill through turn 12. That's the 24 BMW fighting for fourth place.
And drive through for the number 73, as we thought it would be. So Pietro Fittipaldi will be down the pit lane. Let me give you an update as Hunter McElrea comes into the pit lane for the timing, which I think outside the circuit is struggling just a little bit. So let me give you a VP in-race update. That's why we do these things. In LMP2, it is the 99 of Johnny Edgar that leads for EO Racing. Hunter McElrea from second has just pitted. Oliver Jarvis for ERA in third. And in fourth position, Juan Carrera for the number 2 United car. Fifth position, Logan Sargent in the 52, having made up a couple of spots there with that Schmozzle up at 7 in the light blue machine. And then Tom Dillman makes up the top 6. At the head of the field, 6 seconds is the gap between Earl Bamber and Matt Campbell, 31 Cadillac, the Whelan car from the number 6. The team car has slotted into third place, the number 7, Felipe Nasser. Another 5 seconds further back, so 9 seconds across the top 3. Then 5 seconds back to Ross Gunn, still in 4th position in the Valkyrie, having got ahead now of the number 24 of Philip Eng. That must have been during the pit stop cycle.
No, it wasn't.
He's dropped past it.
It's just happened.
Right.
On the back straight, Ross Gunn opened up that V12 and drove past the BMW. Not like it was standing still, but with relative aplomb.
Still that that left rear light cluster not working on the Valkyrie. In GTD Pro, your top 3, Dan Harper for Paul Miller Racing, the number 48 from the Lexus of Carl Kirkwood, the 14. And Antonio Garcia heading towards a championship if it stays like this, in third position, because his championship contender is not 4th, because that's the Mustang. The Fred Verveech, Albert Costa, is in 5th position. And in GTD, it's Alessandro Pagidi in the pits now for the Ferrari that leads, the number 21 from Lexus, Jack Hawksworth in second at 12. Then the Aston of Tom Gamble, the 27 Harter Racing car. That is
your VP Racing in-race update at 1 hour and 55 minutes to go.
I'm with Jack Aitken down here at the Cadillac Wheeling Box, just jumped out of the car, and we were wondering about fuel saving. How aggressively were you lifting and coasting in that last stint?
It was varying a bit, to be honest. We're just trying to be smart and match the others and beat them at whatever they try and do, basically. So we were watching what the 6 was doing. At one point, they were trying to undercut us a bit on fuel and really do a big save, so we just did that and tried to beat them at that. And then they were trying to close the gap for a little bit. So and then we picked up the pace and just trying to beat them at whatever game they were trying to play. But it was pretty hard, to be honest. They've got a lot of pace. Earl's in now. He looked really good earlier, so I think he's going to be a strong finish for us.
Temperature started to drop as we've headed into the night. Obviously, this was the most important phase of setting the car up. How's the balance?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's tough to keep the tire in the window. Now it's cooled down a bit, especially when you're doing that big lift and coast. Tire temperature just drops out, and it starts to get a bit unhappy. You get pickup, marbles start throwing around, and yeah, you have to really stay on it. But no, the Wheeling Cadillac's working really well, and we've been up there all day, so we're going to try and close it out now.
Thanks, Jack.
Cheers.
Interestingly, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, the left-hand tail light isn't working, but the brake light is.
I think that's really important, actually.
That helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meantime, in United Autosport land, they're working feverishly on the suspension arms, and that incident up at turn 7 between...
Oh, there's another incident that we haven't quite seen yet between the 81 Dragon Speed and the 64 Ford. Under review.
I think that was at turn 7 as well. I'm just
Also?
hearing. I think so.
Okay, so it's all part of the same thing.
That's Sebastian Priaulx, isn't it, in the 64, and Albert Costa in the 81. The car that was vying for the championship lead indeed came in great position. Has had a couple of investigations. So far hasn't had a penalty, but I don't think we've seen exactly what was going on there. Frantic work at United. They've not won this race, and they've not won a championship here in the US, and it looked like they might have had a chance here, but it's ebbing away with every lap that goes by.
Every lap, yeah. So for now, it's the gap coming into this race was 87 points. AO Racing back to United Autosport. So they're as every lap goes by now, that gap just grows. What a heartbreak for United Autosport. They run a fantastic operation. They put together really strong cars, and looks like it's going to be just short as things look right now with 1 hour and 51 minutes to go. AO Racing, Johnny Edgar at the wheel, is now in the lead of the category. So are AO Racing going to win this at the front? Are they going to win the championship in style here?
Honestly, Peter, making predictions in this race is a fool's errand now.
Oh, yes.
It really has been. Let's head back down to the pits. Arjuna has more news as the drama ramps up at the 28th running of Motul Petit Le Mans.
I've stolen a chat with Lawrence Vantor, who pulled double duty across of both the Porsche Penske Motorsport machines and on relatively short notice. Lawrence, how do you get your mind accustomed and dialed into this new challenge on such short notice?
Well, you don't have much time to think about it in the end. It was, just had to be done. You know, we're fighting for the Manufacturers' Championship. The 6 is driving for the championship, the drivers, so does the 7. So it was, luckily there was no time to think about it because I jumped in the 6. I haven't sat in that car since the whole week. Was in the lead and they fight for the championship, so slight amount of pressure not to fuck it up, let's say, sorry for language. But in the end it went out well and everything went smooth. Brought the car back in one piece and now they're fighting for maybe a victory and their championship battle is intact. So I've done my part. Luckily everything went well and I'm happy about that.
Thanks, Lawrence. Apologies for the language.
So it looks like United Autosports have made that suspension repair. Now, what an effort that is. They've dropped some 10 laps more on the lead in LMP2, but they are out there, and strange things can happen. Strange things can happen, Peter. You've got to be in it, and they can pull back if someone else has an issue. Sitting 10th at the moment in the LMP2 category.
They're 10th at the moment, and there's 10 laps up to the next car. But the attrition level that we've seen today has been high. Unsurprisingly, Petit Le Mans is a really tricky race to win because it's so hard to even finish, because it's so easy to get tangled up in traffic. So dense is the traffic here.
Another official retirement, that is the Forte Racing number 78 car, joining Tower Motorsports, the number 8 LMP2 car, AJ Musser's Triasi Competizione or 2-1, as the 81 has been called for that penalty. So that is the Dragon Speed car, incident responsibility with Sebastian Priaulx. So Albert Costa comes down the pit lane, making their job even harder. They had a couple of places to make up. Antonio Garcia now in second place in that GT Pro category. Is the championship moving towards the yellow of Corvette? 33 points. The gap there. Seb Priaulx and Mike Rockefeller were outsiders coming in, and they're still sitting in third place in the championship. We've also had Manny Franco, Conquest Racing, number 34 Ferrari, Gradient Racing 66 Mustang, Inception Racing, big news right at the beginning of the race. Brendan Arib absolutely nailing the spun Manny Franco car, and that was the end of their challenge at Inception for Brendan Arib for the Bronze Cup and the invitation to Le Mans next year. John Potter for Magnus Racing, the first car into the pit lane to retire.
Dragon Speed into the pits as well, but they have a drive-through penalty hanging over them.
Do it after this.
Another drive-through penalty. Of course, that'll be the second one they've had. Is it going to be penalties that cost this car the championship, or are they still able to stay in the fight? Putting a load of fuel in with an hour and 47 minutes to go will mean they'll have, if we stay green all the way, they'll have one scheduled pit stop left.
Yeah. Paul Mahon, hello Paul, settled into his hotel in Montreal, tuned into the final 2 hours. What a great way to finish off a Saturday evening. Enjoy, sir. Pit stops are plenty at the moment. Let's go down to the pit lane. It's Arjuna that's down there for us.
I think the Dragon Speed machine has stalled on pit lane, John. I'll try and figure out what's happened to that, but directly in front of me, as Dragon Speed finally run away, it is the Corvette number 3, putting sticker Michelin tires on. I've just been having a chat with Tommy Milner, who says they're one of the teams that does not believe that scuffing the tires is a benefit, and so sticker Michelin tires for the last hour and 46 minutes, as strapped into the car gets Alexander Sims to push this machine to the very end.
Hour and 46 minutes, what's that, 106 minutes to 55-minute stints. One more stop after this, Peter? Do you think they can do that?
Yep,
I do.
Easily, easily.
And they'll have one more set of stickers, I'll guarantee you.
Easily,
just in case.
But if you were to get, we've seen it before, remember the first year of the 992 edition of the GT3R, that'll be 2022? 2023,
right,
when Pfaff won Sebring. They didn't necessarily have the pace that day, but they made a whole tank of fuel last an hour and 45 minutes.
Yeah.
How did they do that? There was a lot of full course yellow, but they were the only car able to do that. So it is possible with a lot of full course yellow, but much more likely it's one scheduled pit stop to go for our for those GTP Pro cars.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely agreed. At the front of the field, after that last set of pit stops, Earl Bamber leads by 3.6 seconds over Matt Campbell. Hello, here we go again. Ross Gunn now in third position after passing Philip Eng. It'll be the number 7 of Felipe Nasser who starts the GTP pit stop cycle, as he's on 37.8%. Josh Burden in for Riley, not been their day either in LMP2, the 74 blue and orange car into the pit lane. man, this has just gone one way then the other. The only really consistent thing that we've had is bizarrely in GTP, where we've had this Cadillac Porsche battle at the front of the field, and the other thing that's happened is the rise of the Valkyrie.
The Valkyrie, yes. The one thing that puzzles me slightly is the number 60 Marchand Racing Acura, which was super strong early on in the race.
Good point.
And is kind of, as we've had a long green flag running, it's kind of faded. It's 50 seconds off the lead at the moment, which you're heading towards a lap there. You know, a lap is a minute and 15 seconds or so for GTP, maybe slightly less. So, did they have a car that only worked in the heat of the day? At the moment, the evidence is pointing to saying yes.
Well, and what do we know? I'm going to say this again. If you are just joining us for the last couple of hours or thereabouts, Aston Martin Valkyrie on pace for Heart of Racing was fastest in night practice. And they were delighted with that, and rightly so, because you win and lose the race right now.
And in this stint alone, Ross Gunn has blown past Philippe Eng on the straight. I mean, it's clearly got very good straight line speed, the Valkyrie.
We know it's light on its tyres as well.
Yeah, has pulled away to the tune of 7 seconds in this stint from Eng in fourth. So there's a very real possibility of that Valkyrie getting onto the podium here, maybe even better. I mean, but I have to say, we talk about how the Marchand Racing car appears to have worked very well in the heat of the day, but maybe not so much in the cooler temperatures now. But the 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac appears to be working both in the heat and the cool. In fact, I reckon it will work on snow. They've had that car working so well all year.
In our Porsche keys to the race in the Michelin Countdown at Green, which seems in some ways a very long time ago, we said be there at sunset and do your best work in the dark. Who has the pace right now in the full darkness that we have for the next hour and 3/4? And coming up after the checkered flag ends the race, but really only starts the conversation. Hashtag Michelin PRT, ask your questions, make your points. Any other business, points arising? We'd like to know. Let's have your opinions, please, for Michelin Post-Race Tech, the original listener-driven radio show in racing. That's exclusively on RS2. Once we've ended the World TV feed, we'll have some additional driver interviews from around the Victory Circle area with the guys down there working hard.
James Collado up into second position there with a good move on Simon Mann, down into 10A and B, up into second position for Triarte Competizione then, which will effectively be the net lead because Robbie Foley for Turner Motorsport leads but has very little energy left in the tank. As AO Racing, are they in line for an LMP2 championship? They've got just over 100 minutes between them and another title, albeit in a different category this year.
Yeah, now Robbie Foley then will have to make one more pit stop. Cannot go 100 minutes. So everybody in that GTD category, the top three certainly, all having to make one more stop.
Well, the Turner need two
well,
then.
Yes, sorry, one more after.
And
yeah.
the Ferraris behind them need one.
Need one, yeah. So no advantage for Foley in terms of his pit stop strategy. Indeed, he's going to lose time here. He'll be hoping for some kind of intervention from the BMW M5 Touring safety car so that he can get back on the same strategy as the two cars which are currently behind him. Great burnout getaway by the AO Racing. An issue with the seat belt for Johnny Edgar as he got out of the car and Dane Cameron got in. Presume it was Dane getting in that had the problem. Now, again, turn 7, big action area. This was the contact. Albert Costa on Sebastian Priaulx, right up the curb, sideways moment, out of control for Costa, and no room given.
And that was what got him that drive-through.
That's what got him the drive-through.
Yeah, fair
Can't
enough.
argue with that, I don't think.
Fair enough. So we've seen a bit of action there, not just in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship, but also in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. The race 1 was decided at that corner with a fairly similar move. Race winner getting away without a penalty in that scenario.
Aaron up in North Carolina, listening in to the radio. AO Racing clearly aware of the problems that their major competition for the title have had in the shape of the 22 United Autosport, and they're telling Dame Cameron on the radio, no heroics, just bring it home. That's all he has to do now as well. That's good management. I like that. Down to Arjuna in the pit lane. Drama aplenty down there today, Arjuna. Is there more to come?
I get that sneaking suspicion. We are not done with the drama. And you were just noting that the number 60 Meyer-Shank Acura had started to slow its speed. They have a mechanical issue, John, and for a car that's been electrically quick all weekend, and in fact, the last couple of rounds of the season, they have been the form team to beat. This is a heartbreaking way for 2025 to come to a close. A mechanical issue for the number 60.
Thanks, Arjuna.
That explains it then.
Yeah.
So the car maybe could have worked in the dark, but isn't because of a mechanical problem. So both Acuras having mechanical issues at some point during the day. While I have the thought in my mind, one of our Porsche keys to the race, do your best work at the dark. Well, Corvette clearly are doing their best work in the dark, because the number 3 and the number 4 in GTD Pro Corvettes have just done their personal best lap. And then one of the customer cars, Matt Bell in the AWA, also put in the best lap of the race. So the Corvette's clearly starting to strike under dark.
GTP Endurance after 8 hours. The second tranche of points. Nick Tandy, Felipe Nasr by 2 from that's struggling now as we hear number 60 Acura, and just 1 point further back Matt Campbell and Matt Jaminet. Unofficial at the moment, but that's how it looks in LMP2. Tom Dillman and Bijoy Garg in the number 43 LMP2, sitting in 6th at the moment for Inter Europol, but still a point ahead of the TDS car. They are higher up the track at the moment as the leader in LMP2. Ollie Jarvis for ERA comes into the pit lane, and just 3 further back that United car, but they look to be struggling to score any more points after losing 10-11 laps in GTD Pro. 2 points the gap between the two Paul Miller Racing BMWs. The advantage to Max Hesse and Dan Harper. Klaus Bachler and Lauren Heinrich 12 points away from the lead. And in GTD, 3 points the gap from Alessandro Pegidi, Simon Mann and Lila Wadu ahead of the number 70 Inception car. That car is not scoring any more points. So the only question is now is where does the number 27 come? They've not really maximised their opportunity here, because they haven't been where they needed to be at the top of the top of the hours that are required. Ryan Marine taking a bit of a break from the pit lane, stealing some of our aircon in the Full Performance Global Broadcast Centre. Have you enjoyed it down there?
Immensely. I would say at the heat of the day, the AC was welcome, but it's really pleasant right now. It's a nice time to be out. Maybe the witching hour here as we approach the end of the race.
I know it's difficult to follow the race in its entirety down in the pit lane, but this has been a cracker. Something to talk about all the time, and the pace at the head of the field between Cadillac, Porsche, and now Aston Martin closing in to within 10 seconds of the lead. That is something very special indeed that we're watching right now.
Yeah, I think we're in for a tremendous battle to the finish, as is customary at Motul Petit Le Mans. And Matt Campbell, as you say, just chipping away at the 31, which for my money has been the strongest over the duration of the race. But as we've talked about so much this week, it's one thing to be fast during the day, but this is the time you have to be fast to go and win the race. This is when the trophies are handed out, and it might just be that 6 car is at the top of its game when it needs to be.
Yeah, and when you look at that, what you've got to say is, well, again, we keep talking about doing your best work in the night. He's the 7 in the pit lane.
now for Porsche Penske Motorsport. A quick pit stop. Brembo Brake Facts told us this was a 4 and a 5. 4 out of 5. And we're seeing now a lot of the cars with smoking brakes, steaming brakes as they come in, even as the temperature's coming down. And just under 100 minutes to go, Ryan.
Not much time at all. This is when every mistake is magnified. Every pit stop, the execution is that much more crucial, especially with so many championships up for grabs. We had a few fall by the wayside. The LMP2 battle had been so captivating all day, but problems for the 22 has the 99 now in the catbird seat. 170 points to the good as they run. And actually, Dan Goldberg, because they've lost so much ground, would drop from second down to third. Stephen Thomas, despite the up and down day for TDS, would jump up into second in the points. Similar story in GTD Pro, where Dragon Speed, for a time, was running in position to maybe take the championship, but they've had a few costly penalties. Right now, are down the order, 73 points out in that title hunt. Garcia and Sims. Sims already a GTP champion, looking to add a GTD Pro title, and for Garcia, it would be championship number 5 in the WeatherTech Championship.
Yeah, getting into the important part of the night now. Let's pick up some interviews with some of the teams perhaps we haven't heard that much about, but they've all got stories to tell. The number 120 is Wright Motorsports. That green and yellow Porsche. Adam Adelson down with Archie.
Adam Adelson became a IMSA VP Sports Car Champion earlier this weekend, but it's been a fight back from the Wright Motorsport crew after almost getting involved, Adam, on the opening lap incident.
Yeah, that was easily the craziest moment of my life, the craziest thing I've ever experienced. I made it through that and actually was in complete shock and disbelief and realized I still had 3 more stints to go in the race.
Let's start talking about 2026. Wright Motorsports confirmed to be coming back to the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. Anything else you can reveal about what we'll see next year?
Hopefully we'll be a little bit more competitive. You know, it's been a really, really difficult race for us this today, and it's been a really, really difficult season for us with a few really bright moments. But that's just testament to, you know, the progress we've been making and how hard the team has been working and how we're all improving as drivers.
Hopefully a few more good moments in 2026. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Change of ownership for that team. Adam now the man in charge, but has vowed to keep on racing the way Wright Motorsport did. I like that. And, been a good season. Good looking car, that very dark green colour with a solid yellow stripe for most of the season, but they've got a slightly different design this weekend.
They do, with some curving lines that make up that stripe now. In the past, and I actually haven't got a good look at it this weekend, but I know they've often put track outlines of the tracks on the schedule. Yeah, in that stripe. That is something they've done for a number of years. That's really become their calling card, that livery. They've run it in a couple of different championships over the past few years. Talked to Elliott Skier, who I suspect is in the car now. He told me he was going to do the final 2 hours and said, you know, quite frankly, the Porsche just doesn't have it here this weekend. So in some respects, he said, that takes the pressure off and I can just drive around and enjoy being in a Porsche 911 GT3R at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, driving in Petit Le Mans, especially in the dark. And as frustrated as he was that it doesn't feel like they're going to be in the fight for the race win, he still had a smile on his face because it is special to be a part of this event.
It's Ryan Marine and John Hindorf in the booth. The Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. 90 minutes to go in the season. Well, in the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship season. We were talking earlier on, Zachary Vanier in the booth. What a confident and well-sorted young man at 22. Can you believe that?
It's hard to, because he is so mature. I met him a couple of years ago when he was racing in Porsche Sprint Challenge and was a standout talent there, and has subsequently graduated up to Carrera Cup and had a memorable finish to race number 2, where he certainly helped the team out in terms of Riley Dickinson going for a championship in Carrera Cup this year. And that's not the only IMSA championship that continues past this weekend. Also Lamborghini Super Trofeo, which has its finale as part of the Lamborghini World Final over in Italy once again. Very special event to be a part of.
Thanks very much to Tommy up at NASCAR Productions Concord for working hard behind the scenes. And indeed to all of our technical staff up there at Concord, our hard-working techs and camera operators at all of the circuits this year. What a season it's been, but it does, when we say it takes a village to put the race on in terms of volunteers and marshals and race officials, it's just the same in the broadcast. But literally a village of people working hard. All the technology nowadays that's bouncing the TV pictures and our sound back and forth down fibre, up and back to Concord, over to London, and then to the rest of the world. And obviously it doesn't always run exactly smooth. It might be running at the speed of light, but sometimes light can be far more temperamental than you expect it to be. So thank you to all of the unsung heroes and heroines who've spent time rigging, de-rigging, finding and fixing problems.
Have we talked Michelin Endurance Cup points
We
since
did.
the last update?
Yeah,
Okay.
we just did the last tranche there.
Excellent.
Nice and close. Gotta say that championship since its inception has added a whole new level of interest. Brought teams in who only do the long races, of course. Next year, a little bit of a different look in 2026 too. The Michelin Endurance Cup.
Exactly, with the replacement of an Endurance Cup round in Indianapolis, 2 years there, and listening to the fans, as IMSA and American Le Mans Series before it always wanted to do. It is for the fans, after all, making the switch to Road America, America's National Park of Speed. That has been very well received, to have a 6-hour round at that track, which Peter harkens back to yesteryear. I know it does your heart good to have a long-distance race in Road America again.
You know me, I'm a hopeless historian, as in I'm hopeless at following history, but I'm hopelessly enamoured with it. It was called the Generac 500, wasn't it?
Yeah, I saw
at the time, yeah.
I saw it.
The
500 mile
one of the
race.
best ever IMSA races, I think, was when the 2007 race when RS Spider of Timo Bernhard and Romain Dumas just managed to beat the Audis, and it was the track where the Audis were meant to be strong. They had the straight line speed, and it was a bit of Penske's strategy and one or two errors on the Audi side, but it was a dramatic day nonetheless.
But also, I remember the Dyson as well, with Guy Smith coming home the last couple of laps as well. That was incredible.
Yeah, Guy was quick in that car.
Right now, it's a different Porsche we've got our eyes on. Matt Campbell has tracked down Earl Bamber for the lead of this race. It's been under a second for a wee while, but now just 0.3 of a second and target acquired. Matt Campbell has that Cadillac in his crosshairs.
And remember when I said, it seems 5 minutes ago, probably 5 or 6 laps ago, but not much more than that the top three were separated by just 10 seconds. Now it's under 5 seconds. And the Aston is coming. Ross Gunn is turning up the wick. This is not over. If you are thinking in the UK at 1:45 in the morning, and I understand why you might be thinking on a Saturday night it's time to go to bed. No. It is not. Do whatever you need to do to stay awake. Drink something cold. That keeps you awake, apparently, Peter Mackay says. Whatever you need to do, I listen to what Peter says. Do whatever you need to do. Shuffle to the front of your seat. Get your shoulders moving around a bit, stretch your legs out, whatever it is, because this one is beginning just to get on the boil again. A classic endurance encounter once again at Motul Petit Le Mans Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta. And a second taken out of the leader last time around by Ross Gunn, including coming through traffic.
15% less energy though. I don't want to sound like the doom merchant here, but
everybody's got one stop.
Well, let's see. But the thing is as well, Ross Gunn's making advantage of a lighter car here, I think, as well. You got to, which you have to do. You have to make the most of what you got underneath you, and that's
what's
what he's
the other
doing.
thing we've been seeing about that Aston and the tyres? It's much lighter on its tyres, so it's got more tyre at the end of a stint. Takes him a little while to warm them up, but my goodness me, that car is good in the dark and it's good at the end of the stint. The checkered flag comes at the end of the stint in the dark, Ryan.
That bodes well. Peter, as my witness, at breakfast, I predicted the first podium for the Valkyrie several hours ago, or almost 10 hours ago. I might have done them dirty. I didn't give them enough credit. This could be a win.
I can't believe you've just said that now, but we don't believe in the curse of the commentator.
No.
We were talking about this at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, and I think we both said then we certainly wouldn't be surprised if they got a podium this year, either in this championship or indeed the World Endurance Championship. The wars for United continue. Ben Hanley's car has gone behind the wall. The number 2 machine. What is going on with the United Autosports? Is that another suspension issue or some kind of control arm issue, which is what it looked like on the number 22 when the guys had all dived in there? This has not been a banner outing for the US-based version of Yorkshire's finest motor racing team.
Uncharacteristically so.
Yeah. Totally.
Wow. It was looking like they could have taken their first Petit Le Mans win and their first IMSA Championship as a winner, as a package deal there. How many years on from 55 years on from Richard Dean, the team owner's dad Tony, won the first ever race here in Can-Am in a Porsche 908 but it doesn't look like that is going to be the history today, unfortunately. But
No.
you know about that crew is they are an ever-present force in endurance racing, so 12 months from now
United,
they could pick
but they do so much as well, let's not forget. In terms of McLaren, LMP2, they've got the McLaren prototype to come as well. 4.2 seconds between the top 3. Cadillac, Porsche, Aston Martin, BMW, another 18 seconds further back, and then Acura making it 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. What a cracking race this is turning out to be. These long green flag runs. We had 2 hours and 47 minutes in the middle of the race, over 2 hours now as well, and an hour and 21 minutes to go. And this one, well, if you're in the press room listening to us now, and by the way, more thanks due to everybody in the press room, not only for sharing stories and information with us who sometimes can't get out the booth when we want to, but also for just spreading the word. You've all done a cracking job this year, and the photographers as well, who produce such stunning images that go all the way around the world and help to spread the word of IMSA racing. Ross Gunn with 20% now, 19%. He'll be the first one to make his last stop.
One of my favourite shots is that autumnal Road Atlanta shot with the cars dipping down into turn 10 with the fans in the background. That's the shot for me of that. Or through the S's as well, again behind the car. Yeah, the photographers here do an amazing job. There's so many of them as well.
President of IMSA, John Doonan. Hello, mate.
What do you think?
I think this is incredible. Whatever you're paying the script writer, it's not enough, John. I mean, just 5 different manufacturers in the top 5. Nobody wants to win LMP2. Backwards and forwards in GTD Pro, potentially a championship for Corvette on home ground. Paul Miller in their final race of the season with BMW. They're in with the shout for the win. And in GTD, we've got a double victory in the championship for Winwood. That's hard enough to do. And the GTD overall battle, 2 Ferraris right in the fight with a Lexus and an Aston Martin Vantage. You couldn't have asked for more than that. And at the lead of the field, nothing between the top 2. Do you want to call this down the back straight now?
The fanboy in me is coming out, but Peter just mentioned the cars coming over the hill. I just went back out there to visit with some of the corner marshals. These people have, to your point, like the media and everybody spreading the word, they're out there all week. They've done a great job for us, keeping the corners safe and clear. And can you believe it's coming down to this again?
Well, I often say about other classic races around the world, and Mount Panorama is one of them. The mountain decides, and Mount Panorama and Bathurst delivers. I think we're going to have to start having the same for Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. The track decides and it delivers every year.
Yeah.
A word about this event this year, John. It was all the camping was sold out well in advance, as always, so we knew it was going to be the usual big crowd here. Have you ever seen a Saturday walk-up or drive-up crowd? We had people parking 2 miles away and walking in this morning. It took me an hour, and I'm not complaining about this, an hour and 15 minutes. I pulled out of the hotel, which is 4 miles away, onto the back of the queue. Have you ever,
never,
even in the ELMS days, have you ever seen a walk-up crowd on Saturday like this?
Never. And this afternoon we had a 1 mile backup, both eastbound and westbound on Highway 53, to the point where this afternoon we had a full sellout. We had to stop selling tickets for Motul Petit Le Mans. And there's so many people out back. The pump trucks couldn't even get back there for the campers.
No way.
Can you believe it? But Peter, you mentioned the cars coming over the hill, and if you look at the original Road Atlanta logo, that is exactly what the logo was. A bunch of prototypes of the day coming over the hill.
What era are we talking?
Well, the logo would be kind of the late 60s. And honestly, they look like Porsche, like 910s of the day.
Okay.
But that, as a little boy, when I first came here at age 9, that's the logo. It's emblazoned in my head. And candidly, this whole entire pro paddock on the other side of the Michelin Tower, it was all a swamp. And over time, it's developed. And John, I don't think you were here back that far, but it's really been an epic week, as you say, John. From an attendance, from a racing, and now the Aston is knocking on the door of a podium.
Oh my goodness. It was 10 seconds between the top 3. The last time I mentioned it was 5, and now it's 2.3 seconds between the top 3. Meantime, Simon Mann is gaining on James Collado. It's a Ferrari on Ferrari battle in GTD. Jack Hawksworth in the Lexus, a further 20 seconds back at the front of the GTD Pro category. Half a second between Nick Katzberg and the Dan Hartman-driven, the pole-sitting number 48 BMW. So if I add up the gaps between first and second in 3 out of the 4 classes, it's just over 2 seconds. And that's adding them all
we
together.
haven't just come out of a full course yellow either. We've been green for ages.
Peter, I can't believe you've just said
I don't believe in it. Stare it in the face.
Stare it in the face. John, look back on the season. You had the state of the sport on earlier on this week. An expansive season in some ways that bizarrely has just, I don't know how you keep doing it. Advance warning of all the dates for this year, last year, for next year, this year. We keep talking about dig equity, we keep talking about where people are and that they have to know where they are. Side by side, by the way, for the lead in GTD Pro. In the darkness, I can tell the BMW's rear lights going down the inside. Northern Irishman Dan Hartman through turn 10 together, through 10B together. They're still together under the Fox Factory Bridge. The BMW's nose to head by a quarter of a car, but Nicky Katzberg goes back up the inside and takes it back. The lead changed twice there in 3 quarters and down towards turn 1 with I think that's the Lamborghini, no, it's one of the BMWs coming up behind. them as well, one of the prototype cars. That is quality stuff, respectful stuff, clean racing. Sum up the year, Mr. Doonan.
Well, of course, with today, we have nearly every single race this week in the 2025 season for the WeatherTech SportsCar Championship. A complete sellout here today puts us at...
Oh, we've got it. This is the number 93, the delayed Acura from HRC, excuse me, and Michael Shank Racing. Off down, well, I tell you what, they better put the Powerball on as well this weekend, because there's seldom that you go off on the grass at turn 3-4 and don't make contact with concrete, but that was the case there. That car lost a whole heap of time earlier on with an electrical problem, and Renger van der Zande forced their way back up to 5th position, and actually just gone ahead of Tom Blomqvist by 10 seconds. That's their team car. And it will be Ross Gunn to come to pit lane in a lap or two's time, and he's not going to be able to get to the end from there, Peter.
This is the problem, yeah. The great pace from Ross Gunn in that Aston Martin Valkyrie, and listen to that V12 sing, and we're just running a little bit short on fuel. They could actually maybe do with a full course yellow possibly to try and even things up, because if it's a straight shootout, they potentially have a race car to go for this win. I mean, it's going to be tough to go by the 6 Porsche and the 31 Cadillac, and Matt Campbell's got to run here for the lead.
Goes side by side and has a look down the inside. Can't get that one done. Really close call that was, by the way, at turn 1-2 it was, not turn 2-3, as the Acura was ushered gently off. I might have to have a look at that at race control there, in terms of leaving enough space. The Acura, did he put himself there? That's the question, as they were passing a slower car. I don't think there was any touch there. Meantime, at the head of the field, it is still Earl Bamber just about holding on. No action for the Felipe Nasr, and who did I put in that car? Renger van der Zande incident there. We will get to you, John.
I'd rather have you call the action.
Well, that's very kind of you. A brilliant season, and I'll say what I say to you every year. How do you top that next year? Little tweaks in next year's calendar, not necessarily in the venues, but we've swapped one of the Michelin Endurance Cup races from Indianapolis to a very traditional venue for the longer races in Road America. What was the raison d'etre behind that? Who was making? You have to make the decision, but where was the thinking behind that?
Well, I think we want to keep the schedule fresh. We want to keep it exciting for the fans, and candidly, the folks at Road America, Mike Kircher and his team have done an incredible job of packing the hundreds and hundreds of acres of Road America, and then ultimately our partner here at Motul Petit Le Mans, Motul, came on board to turn that into the Motul Sports Car Weekend, which will be, as you said, a 6-hour event as part of the Michelin Endurance Cup in 2026. And you mentioned announcing the schedule in advance. It's our intent, with all details to be panned out, to once again announce the 27 schedule at Sebring in March. And you remember the days coming here to Motul Petit Le Mans and getting the schedule for the next year.
On Friday.
Exactly.
And even that was early compared to some series.
It is, yeah. But as you said earlier, the season has turned into record attendance at every event, with today's sellout nearly every event. And so super proud of what we've been able to pull together here. So grateful for the fans that have come out and continue to support us. Amazing state of the sport. As you said on Thursday, we announced the absolutely landmark deal and partnership extension with Michelin. Can't tell you how grateful we are for their friendship and partnership. The racetrack will remain Michelin Raceway till 2035. They'll remain the official tire of IMSA till 2035. And by the way, we're going to have another set of points, the Sustainability Award. The Michelin Sustainability and Racing Award will be announced and unveiled at Rolex 24, and we'll award the first one on the podium there.
We've had the leader in LMP2 in and out. Mikkel Jensen's taken over the TDS Racing number 11, running in 13th position. Here's, I think, the penultimate stop for Harter Racing, and it's a driver change as well. Roscoe, was Roscoe getting out there with it, just adjusting his belt?
Roscoe got out. A fantastic stint there from Roscoe, really impressive.
Getting in.
It's the
looked
last
like
scheduled
Roberts, looked like Roberts' eyes in there to me.
The determined Spanish flair. I think, though, if you've got a bit of full course yellow, they might not need another stop, but if we stay green, they definitely do.
That was a brand new set of Michelin medium tyres. Off it goes, weaving left and right, trying to just get a bit of heat into that. Let's see, as they go out, they'll have lost a position, and through they go. It was Roman De Angelis that got into the car, still with that left rear taillight out, but crucially, the brake light is still working. You talk about the Michelin there. I mean, this is so much history now between this track, this event, this series now. You go back to 1998 when I first came here for what was supposed to be a one-off, and then we had a series. The two names that I think about from the beginning are Michelin and Porsche, and here we are 28 years later, and Michelin and Porsche still committed to this series for next year and beyond.
Yeah, well said, John, and you're right about Michelin. You know, they use this championship for innovation. They use this championship to show the performance value of their product, and they obviously are talking about sustainability. And there's no doubt Porsche, and you know, look who's leading and who's in the hunt for the championship. You always see that brand up there, and what Dr. Don Panos had in mind with this event lives on. And tomorrow we officially induct him into the IMSA Hall of Fame.
Excellent.
What
absolutely
timing.
Correct. Yeah, I couldn't help. I got a bit emotional, actually. I had to not mention it before we got into the race, but I got a bit emotional watching the fans sign their names on the white bits of the stripe here, and something I hadn't seen before. And I did mention this early in the race, John. Some of the drivers came across and used Sharpies to write their names, not take up space where the fans were. They were writing it on the little yellow line by the curb. I've never seen that before here, but that's how important this event is to drivers.
You know what, on the driver introduction stage today, I asked several of them to stop and look at the crowd. I said, guys, they've come to see you race today. And so many of the drivers commented about, number one, how they love racing in IMSA, number two, how they love the racetracks, and number three, how they love the energy around the events, whether it's the Rolex 24 at Daytona, which is coming up on its 64th. This will be the 74th running of Sebring coming up in March, which will have a 75th anniversary in 2027. Wow. And of course, this event knocking on the door of 3 decades here in 2 years. It's really, really special.
I love where we finish off this season, John. Here, there's something really exciting about it. When we first came here, even in the ALMS days, finishing a race in the darkness in those days was thought to be madness for TV coverage, because you could barely see what was going on out in the dark. Just a blur of what's going on. And Sebring and here at Petit Le Mans, at Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, keep doing it, because there is something the fans all over the world. I mean, what time is it in the UK? It's 2 o'clock in the morning in the UK, and the fans are loving it. They're staying up to watch this because there's something quite exotic about racing in the dark, isn't it? Proper dark like this.
There sure is, and I've had the opportunity to be at all these events, and Daytona and Le Mans, and it just so happens our daughter came for her first night race, first time here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, and we just went out and visited some of the marshals at Turn 7, and that's about as close as you can get. Yeah. You're darn near right at the apex, and it just puts a different sense of energy and excitement when the cars are coming at you that fast and in the dark.
Very, very close call for the lead in GTD Pro. Dan Harper, Nicky Katzberg, side by side for a moment, and they're still at it. And who's that in behind them, Peter?
That is the overall race leader,
Yes, I thought
31,
so.
Earl Bamber. There's definitely going to be plenty of Corvette yellow on the side of that BMW, and likewise some white, blue and red on the Corvette. Dan Harper, it's his first year in IMSA.
First
what
time.
do they say about rookies? Oh, learn the ropes,
take a year
take
to
it
learn
easy.
it, yeah.
No, 2 poles in a row and he wants a win here at Petit.
He's never been to this track before, and the nuances of this track, he's just understood the mind. He's learned his craft at the Nürburgring. It's part of Neerbash's BMW junior program. So through turn 1, up to the top of the hill at turn 2, you could not get a piece of paper between them there. If there wasn't a touch, it was as close as it could be, as they were right in front of the race-leading Cadillac of Earl Bamber. Did they actually touch? Do you know, I don't think they did. That was so Peter.
It was maybe a little bit coming into turn 3, but not after it.
So, an hour and 4 minutes, and in comes the second place car. That's tight as well, Peter.
Needs full course yellow.
Well,
then.
that means the Aston's still in with a chance here,
exactly.
you know.
So, but the Whelen Engineering Cadillac will be in the next lap. And how do we know this? Do we have Black Magic? No, we have IMSA.com/GTP telemetry. In fact, I have a request for you, John.
Yes.
Could we have this, but for GTD as well? I know we're being greedy now, but could we
You know
have
what's
it as
funny
well?
is earlier today, Peter, a group from Motul asked me a question about where do you see IMSA in the future, and obviously we're in this tremendous part of history for endurance sports car racing. Certainly alternative fuels and things like that. But one of my hopes, and obviously we put this in the hands of our fans, this data and telemetry, I would love to do it for GTD. I would love to do it where a fan could, instead of renting a headset and listening to radio scanners, I'd love for them to hold a tablet. They could rent a tablet and see that telemetry live and put them right in that data gathering situation. So super excited about finishing off this last hour, but I think the future is quite bright. John, you mentioned Porsche committing to 2026 in GTP, which is certainly exciting for us at IMSA and all the fans. But we also announced the full season entry list on Thursday, and it's jam-packed again.
Is that it? Is there room for anybody else? Because there was a couple of people that I thought might have been there that weren't there. I won't mention any names.
Yeah, no problem. There's a few entries still putting ink on paper. Okay. We know who those are. We'll have another bite at the apple here soon to announce those. And I can tell you, at one point in the entry process, there were 88 cars on the list that wanted to come to Daytona or wanted to come to the full season of the WeatherTech Championship. So,
and how many can you take at Daytona now?
61, unless you've got any ideas about additional parking spots.
No. Can we do a second level of pit lane? So you actually come off the banking and go up
just
another level.
Like at Heathrow or
something.
something.
Yeah, but without the £5 charge.
Like
that you've got to
to
go
a ferry.
Absolutely.
But
John,
between full paddocks, 241 transporters here this weekend between the two paddocks. Fans packed in here. Cold tires for sure.
That's that was the leader. Bamber going out and getting very, very sideways. But I think he's got out ahead of the number 6 of Mathieu Jaminet. He has Romain Grosjean's in there at the moment. In fact, no, he'll come into the pits now. So that battle that we've been seeing will continue. A little bit of unburnt fuel in the pit lane for the Lamborghini for Romain Grosjean. I think the Aston's got by. Has the Aston got by Jaminet? Let me see that. It's not what I'm seeing on the timing, but I thought I saw a flash of the Aston ahead.
Right behind him.
Let me see.
Tracking him down from behind.
And that Valkyrie is the fastest car in the field at this part of the racetrack right now, coming down into 10AB along that straightaway.
Oh, it's right
that
though.
V12
You can almost hear his exhaust, and the Porsche's on board.
I know you're not allowed to have favourites, John, but how glorious does that feel? Isn't it great to have a V12 back in the top class?
Yeah, and I think you'll recall at the test when they came last fall to Daytona, the car sounded off.
Yeah.
And I said to George Howard Chappell, I said to Ian James, that doesn't sound like the videos that I've heard. And they said, well, we're running the mufflers. And I said, guys, take them off.
Yeah.
We're here to hear the music. We're here to hear the sound. And we're in the entertainment business, so we need to keep doing that. And speaking of entertainment, I want to give it up to you all. John, Ryan, Peter, Arjuna, and Pit Lane. How about that guy?
Yeah.
He came from sim racing,
as did
and he's
Peter.
down there doing an amazing job. To all your listeners, thanks for tuning in. And what a great thing we have now with the YouTube broadcast globally. And of course, we announced on Thursday that our time together will continue in 26. So just grateful to you and all the folks who have turned in across the season from all around the world. And I've heard a lot of positive comments from the OEMs and partners about, wow, I can turn on the broadcast anytime around the world.
John, will you say thank you to the team? I know it takes a team, it's a big team. We're going to head down the pits to Arjuna now, who's got Daniel Hunkadella, John Tiernan, President of IMSA. I'll shake your hand, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good luck with
Thanks
the induction tomorrow as well.
Peter, good to see you.
Thank you.
And for Ryan, we're here. I think he's behind us. I'll give him a high five on the way out.
All right, John Tiernan,
Thanks,
thank
everybody.
you. Here's Daniel Hunkadella.
I've got Daniel Kvyat with me, John, and we were just talking about the Lamborghini as it made what could be its penultimate pit stop of the season. And Daniel, you haven't raced this car since Watkins Glen, but the talk of the paddock has been that rear suspension update that debuted at Indianapolis, was targeted to see some improvements at Road Atlanta. Did you find that you were able to get the balance dialed in a little bit more?
Yeah, for sure it's a step in the right direction. I wouldn't say it's like a huge step, but it's a step in the right direction. One of many steps that this car, still needs. But unfortunately, this is the last race of it for now.
Has there been much emotion within the team? It's been obviously a difficult program, building the car up, even with the limited running. What's the emotion been like?
I'm not a very emotional kind of guy, to be honest. It's been a tricky couple of years with this car, with this project, unfortunately. So I always, show up to do my best, whatever the circumstances, and this has not been any different for me.
Thanks, Daniel. John, a quick update for you as well on the United 22 and number 2. The 22 had a right front upright failure, while the 2 had a left front suspension failure. So a really disappointing end to the season for them. But you've got to give kudos to the engineers, the mechanics that got to work, fixed the cars up, and sent them back out to close out 2025.
Arjuna Kankapati in the pit lane through to the end, and we'll have him in our Michelin post-race tech show. We've got Ryan Marine joining him down there in a moment or two to try and cover as much ground as we can at the end of the race. Once we go off there on the World Feed TV, we'll carry on RS2 with Michelin post-race tech, hashtag Michelin PRT. Lots of driver interviews, and we'll round up all the stories with your comments as well. Final pit stops in GTD Pro coming in for the leading cars.
So all the top three, the two Corvettes and the 48 BMW, will get home here on this tank of fuel. Might have to do a tiny bit of fuel saving, but generally they should be okay. It's the GTP leaders, which is the big question mark. I think the number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport, will need a lot of fuel saving, or maybe even just a slither of full course yellow, whereas the 31 is just that lap or two better off. Is it enough, though, to get home without pitting again? That is the question. So exciting, but what is good in GTD Pro is that all of the leading cars have that fuel on board, that they can just have a straight fight.
Looking at the top three, we got them down to a couple of seconds, 2.3 seconds, before the Aston Martin of Roman De Angelis, now Ross Gunnars was peeled into the pits. He started on this penultimate stint, and there'll be a splash and go at the end. He started much closer than they did before. There's a real chance here for Aston Martin to do something extraordinary. For the moment, he's only 1.8 seconds behind second and 7.3 seconds away from the lead. 20 seconds further back is Philip Eng in 4th position. Now, in terms of the fuel tank, the energy level 88.5 for the leader, 86.2 for second. That's interesting, even though they've only been out there for a few moments. 75.3 for Philip Eng. No, 78.1 for Philip Eng. Aston Martin 75, let's call it now. And once again, it will be one of the cars further down that makes the first pit stop. This is not over yet, Peter. This is not over yet. And I don't know what you do if you're Roman De Angelis, an Aston Martin Valkyrie and Harter Racing. Here's the conundrum. Do you want to win the race? Do you want to keep third?
That's a great question.
Because if you want to win the race, the minute you can get home, you pit.
The good thing is, is that I think the strategical play that you would make to be on the podium or win it are very much the same thing, because they're so close to the sharp end of the field. They're only 8 seconds off the lead, but because there's a lot of fast cars that are not far behind them, that's the thing. So if you make the strategical call wrong, then it's an issue. I think you've got to try and sit it out and hope for that full course yellow.
I'll come back to that in a second. GTD Pro, as they stand, the Corvette duo of Antonio Garcia and Alexander Sims are 3 points to the good over the number 81. That is incredible after all the trials and tribulations.
81 is due a stop though, because the number 3 is just pitted.
Ah, yes, good point. So that will, yes, because they're ahead of them at the moment, 5th and 6th. Costa with 15% on his energy level, so that will be his last stop as well. So he'll drop down.
It's Corvettes to lose in terms of the championship. So Antonio Garcia on the press.
Dan Harper and Nick Katzberg should be good to the end, so they're battling for the lead when we see those guys.
As is the number 3 in that fight too, but maybe doesn't need to go for that win. So it might not necessarily be a win for Antonio Garcia's first Petit Le Mans win, but I think he'll be more interested in the championship right now, as will the Corvette team. And I tell you what, the C8R has come alive under dark, and we've been talking about it all week. No point having a car that works in the daytime if it's not going to work in the dark. Great, but even better if it works in both.
Yeah.
But you want to get a car that works right now in the conditions we see right now, and the Corvette appears to be that way.
Going back to the Valkyrie and Heart of Racing, as soon as you can get, if you want to win this race, right, if you want to keep your third, you stay out as long as you can and drive as fast as you can and run your fuel down, and then you take what falls. If there's a yellow, great, you're on the same as everybody else. If not, then you'll grow the gap between yourself and the BMW. So you're going to have a decent gap. They'll have to put slightly less fuel in to get to the end. Okay, so if you're going to do that, that's what you do. You go hard, no fuel, come in. If you want to win the race, the very first moment that you can get to the end on full push, full rich, you stop. You have to give up your position and track position, but you've made your first pit stop first, and then if there is a yellow, you cycle to the front. But then also with a new set of tyres on, you will carve your way back.
Well, the thing is, do you cycle to the front? Because the question is, especially in the conditions we have right now, where it's cooler, if there is a full course yellow, that would mean that the 31 Cadillac leading and potentially the number 6 Porsche could get home without actually stopping at all. Yes, they would be on older tyres, but
well,
they made the decision.
Heart of Racing have made the decision. They're in the pit lane.
Theory.
Here is Arjuna Kankapati.
The glorious V12 has already fired off and away. I counted about 15 or so seconds of fuel going into the car, but I think that is the final stop for the Heart of Racing Valkyrie as they push for their first podium in 2025.
And what that will do is make everybody sit up and watch what Roman De Angelis can do from here. They are fueled to the end. Was it fuel only, did you say there, Arjuna? Fuel only, no Michelin tyres? Didn't hear from Arjuna there. Arjuna, was it fuel only? I'm hearing yes, just fuel
it was
for that
fuel.
car.
It was fuel only, John. I've got Ross Gunn with me right now, actually, so let's steal a word with him. Ross, what's happening strategy-wise here?
Yeah, as you can see, there's some people trying to eke out the energy a bit more than others. I think the front two have just eked out a little bit more than pretty much everybody. We think that still they'll have to splash at some point, but yeah, we'll see. It's been a very interesting race. Obviously, for us to be fighting at the front is a very proud moment for everybody in the team. I think it shows how well we progressed throughout. Yeah, really, really proud of everybody.
I see a smile on the face, John. They are very excited with how things are going.
Pit stops behind them as well as Renger van der Zande comes into the pit lane for the Acura ARX 06. Into the pit lane for the number 93 squad, not been their day. So De Angelis is now 51 seconds behind the leader. He's got 7 seconds between himself and Tom Blomqvist in a slightly hobbled number 60 Acura. Then it would be Ricky Taylor, always a hard man to pass. Another 7 seconds up the road. Then 5 seconds to Felipe Nasr in the number 7 Porsche. But all of these guys, well, actually, Nasr will stop next. He's down under 15%. And Ricky Taylor is at under 40%. So those two potentially could clear off.
I think everybody, bar the top two, have to pit. So the ahead of Roman De Angelis and the Aston Martin. So Lundqvist in the 60 Acura, the 10 Cadillac of Ricky Taylor, Felipe Nasr number 7, and Felipe Eng in 3rd. So there's a lot of cars that will have to pit in front of them. The question is the top two.
Oh. Gravel, beach, bunker. That is the, believe it or not, that was the Pfaff Lamborghini on the way in, with James Hinchcliffe behind the wheel, taking a somewhat unconventional line on his way to serve his penalty for the wheel rotation. Oh, I bet.
Massive fuel save there for El Bamber.
Yeah.
You can hear that 5.5 litre V8, listen. Big left and coast, trying to save every little drop of VP Racing fuel.
Do you think Townsend Bell might have passed a comment in the NBC Sports booth on his IndyCar commentary? Colleague there taking a weird line through turns 10A and 10B.
Probably. I doubt he would have got away with it.
No, even in the dark. All right, well inside the last hour, under 50 minutes. The other thank you I want to say at this part of the evening is to all of you, our audience, on IMSA, at IMSA Radio, on the RWEC forums, Discord, not just for this race, but for the whole season. And indeed for all the times you tune in to IMSA, to the Nürburgring Langstrecke Series, the 24-hour of the Nürburgring 24-hour series, everything that we do. And we're not finished by any stretch of the imagination in 2025 from our sports car coverage. So I hope you'll join us for some of that. It's been an absolute pleasure today, reading through where you are watching and listening from and what you've been doing. Somebody was saying he built a couple of bunk beds, cleared out a room, been watching and listening all the way. The advantage of having the audio that you can carry around with you is you can be doing something else and go back to your computer or your tablet. 3 points the gap in the moment in GTD Pro. Has that 81 car made it stop yet?
Will be due very, very soon anyway, that's for sure. Yes, still showing ahead of the number 3 Corvette, so will be due any moment now. Well, the number 81 Dragon Speed Ferrari, they really need a full course yellow. If they get a full course yellow, they've got the car to fight. The Ferraris have been rapid in the GTD categories this week, so if they are just praying for that full course yellow right now, and they're not the only one.
No, absolutely not. Roman De Angelis has taken 2 seconds out of the leader, and he's now 49 seconds behind the leader. So here's the charge. Is that going to be the BDO Nose strategy move of the race in prototype?
I think even if they make the podium, yes.
Yeah.
Because it was a gutsy call. You could have said, right, are we just gonna just hang on and see? But they're rolling the dice. I like it. I like it a lot.
Well, when you're looking at your best finish of the season, a potential podium or a win, then that is pretty impressive.
little bit of contact at turn 1 there, and that was the number 1 Paul Miller Racing BMW that was pushed wide there.
Tough day for them.
Yeah, their other cars done very, very well indeed. Dan Harper sitting in 3rd at the moment. Albert Costa comes into the pit for their final pit stop. GT, BDO knows strategy. How have the 2 Fords got up to the front, by the way? They've stealthed their way there.
Oh, Conte, it was the 99 AO LMP2 car that got into the side of the number 1 BMW there, going through turn 1. That's very, very quick through there. Pit stop for Dragon Speed then at last.
Stick of tyres, not scrubbed, going on there. Let's go down our pit lane crew. Is it Arjuna or is it Ryan?
It's in front of me right now, John, as the Dragon Speed team makes its final pit stop in 2025, and you are correct. Sticker tyres going on for Albert Costa to push to the very end. Definitely not the way they would have hoped for the season to be coming down to a wind, but a late race safety car, which is a real possibility here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, could very much bring the championship fight back into life.
Well, they'll have no reason to do anything but absolutely full push, full send. The prancing horse needs to be galloping at this point. It might need the wings of Pegasus if it's going to get back into championship contention.
We had a really interesting chat with Ryan Marine, caught up with Elton Julian, the team owner of Dragon Speed, who made a good point, going, he's already hugely satisfied with and felt the team have overachieved in their first year of this startup operation with this car to be in the fight for the championship. And he told his crew today, we run free, we drive free, we go for it. And the fact that they're, you know, when they rolled up at Daytona and they said, this is what you'll be doing, you'll be fighting at Motul Petit Le Mans for the championship. Regardless of what happens, they can be really proud. All it takes right now is a full course yellow, and that Dragon Speed Ferrari is right back in the game, and will have a better tyre on than the Corvette will.
They have a massive tyre advantage. That's the other thing, you're absolutely right. Let's go to Ryan Marine, who's back in the pit lane for the last 43 minutes, and then for the formalities at the end of the race. Where are you, Ryan?
TDS Racing leading right now at LMP2 with Mikkel Jensen. Stephen Thomas is, of course, at the heart of this whole entry. And Stephen, it's been an up and down, I was going to say day, but actually it kind of goes back to yesterday where qualifying looked good until it didn't. You had a lot of work to do and then a frantic start to this race. You're out in front now with one more pit stop to go. What do you think?
Well, I think we have the best prototype driver in the world, Mikkel Jensen, in the car. So I like our chances, but like everyone else, I can't figure out the fuel and the pit stops. Everybody's stopping at different times, different laps. So I'm hoping we got it figured out, or we're lucky, and we'll see what happens with the yellows. But I know there's not another driver in the world I'd rather have in the car.
You announced recently that at least for a while it'll be an IMSA hiatus for you. How important would it be to go out with a bang and a win here at Motul Petit Le Mans?
Oh, I would love to go out. I would love to go out and win. Like you said yesterday, putting it on pole in my last race, that was special. And then we had the penalty for a non-conforming part, and I started 12th, but when I got out of the car, I was first. Passing 10 P2 cars is something I'd never done, so I really had a great race.
We wish you the best of luck the rest of the way. The car should be in the pit shortly.
That's down in the pit lane. That's great. Passing 10 P2 cars, that's something I've never done before. That was a fantastic first stint there. Now, that car in for its final pit stop. Mikkel Jensen with a 65-second lead over Ollie Jarvis, who looks like he's going to finish the race for ERA. Well, he's a closer. Former Audi development driver and Audi work dive driver.
Roman De Angelis' charge has reached the first significant hurdle here in the form of Romain Grosjean in the Lamborghini SC63. They will also be going all in. You know, that car, it's not got any commitments after this. They will be putting everything into trying to get a good result and are not going to allow De Angelis by an Ari. So this could make or break the heart of racing Aston Martin charge.
Ryan Marine, was that a 4-tyre Michelin stop for the TDS LMP2?
I saw left sides only, John, and then filling it up with fuel. I think it was a time stop as well, just to make it to the end. They didn't need a full tank, let's put it that way. Maybe not a time stop, but just a top off. And the TDS crew knows that should be their last pit stop of the season. High fives and hugs all around. And now it's up to Nukli Jensen to bring it home.
Guys at the front of the field are in full lift and coast mode. A 15.2 last time around by Earl Bamber against a 12.2 that car did earlier on, which still remains the fastest lap of the race. 14.0 against a 12.3 from Jaminet in second position. Jaminet doesn't need to win this race, but they want to win this race for Porsche Penske Motorsport. A 13.6 for Philip Eng suggests to me that they know they're not going to make it. He's pushing on a little bit, and you're right about Roman De Angelis. He has come up against Romain Grosjean, 1.3 seconds behind him, but just before that happened, Felipe Nasr had to come into the pit, so he didn't have to pass the number 7 Porsche.
No, exactly. There's going to be several cars at pit in front of him because they need to stop. Now, what's interesting on the fuel side for me is that the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport team, they need to win the championship. They'd like to win the race, but it's about winning the championship.
Correct.
Their nearest competitor is the number 7 Porsche. They're a little bit further down the order, but also you cannot forget the number 24 BMW, which sits in third right now. Now, the number 24 BMW does not have enough fuel on board to make it if we go full green to the end. So the number 6, if they have to, the Porsche crew, they have to play it safe. If the 24, when the BMW 24 comes in, they probably have to cover them off so they don't get caught.
Correct.
With their metaphorical trousers down. So so they don't get caught with the full course yellow, so that whatever happens, they're still on the same strategy, they'll still win the championship. But then, of course, that then brings another couple of cars out the picture for that Aston Martin. So the podium is absolutely on, and who knows, maybe even slightly better.
Yeah, I agree. The problem for Roman is he doesn't have the time to wait for people, Roman De Angelis that is, just have the time to wait for some of those cars to go into the pit lane. And he's now a second and a half behind Roman Grosjean, and he'll struggle to get much closer without starting to root his front tyres, which he absolutely doesn't want to do.
Yeah, Grosjean's got enough fuel to probably get into the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, correct. And that is the problem. That was always going to be the trade-off. Let's ask our 2 pit lane reporters about their thoughts for the BDO Nose Strategy Awards. Ryan Marine, BDO Nose Strategy, the 2 GTD classes. First of all, who's caught your eye in what they've been doing in the race to improve their position, to stealth up, to get themselves into a good position?
Well, I think Turner probably deserves a shout. I'm not sure they've been super quick over the course of this weekend. They sit 7th at the moment, but they're on a slightly different sequence from the rest of the field, and I suspect it'll be a relatively short final stop. So we'll see if it actually ends up working out for them, but that was one that I had in mind in terms of strategy playing their way, and I'm not seeing anything else jumping out at me, but maybe you or Arjuna have other ideas.
What about in the prototype categories then, Ryan?
Well, I think we got to go back to the very beginning, early stages of the race where the 6 Porsche Penske got track position by getting the timing of their pit stop just right with the full course yellow coming out, and that set the tone for them to run up towards the front when, frankly, we really hadn't seen the 963 showing a whole lot of strength relative to the Cadillac of the 31, for instance, and some of the others, the Acuras as well. So that would be one nomination that I've got in mind as far as the prototypes go.
Arjuna Kangapati, start with prototypes for you. Could be P2, could be GTP, BDO No Strategy Award. Where's your vote going as of right now?
I think I'm unsure about LMP2 still, so I'm going to focus on GTP, and not to contradict Ryan, because he's correct. The 963 has not shown pace that much over the weekend until it has really counted. but it's the 31 Cadillac Whelan team that through their fuel saving, through fuel strategy, and in particular one timing of the caution that really hurt the number 6 when Lawrence Vantor was behind the wheel, they've taken track position. So I think my nod likely to go to the 31 as they search for back-to-back victories. I know we don't always pick the winners, but they've done a great job.
And what about in the GT categories, either Pro or GTD standard?
It's been a race really impacted by timing of safety cars in GTD, and so I think I'm going to go with a choice that maybe will surprise some, but the number 3 Corvette, the championship leaders, of course. Why? Because in a race as crazy as this, John, they have stayed out of trouble and put themselves in position with 35 odd minutes left to go, 35 minutes away from a championship.
I totally agree with Arjuna. That would be my... I would actually say Corvette racing as a whole, if that's allowed. But if I'm forced on a car, I would say the number 3, because totally echo the point every point there that Arjuna made. What I would add to that is that they very cleverly not concealed their speed. I don't mean in a nasty way, but they kept their best speed up their sleeve, and they suffered a little bit in the heat, but they've had the best car possible in the dark. So and that is a strategical decision, and that is, for me, my nomination for BDO strategy.
Thank you very much, Peter. Let's just want to, before we go to the pits, hearing on the radio, and Aaron just passing this on to me, that Mathieu Jaminet is being told that the Porsche 963 in second, the number 6 car, is at least a couple of laps shy with 48.2 virtual fuel tank capacity left against Earl Bamber with a 50.9. Is that 2 extra laps for the Cadillac? We know the Cadillac has done well on its fuel. I think it's tight, but a 13.4 last time around is significantly faster than that Cadillac has gone in a wee while. We'll look at the numbers here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre as we head down to Vassar Sullivan and hear from Parker Thompson.
One half of the driver lineup known as Tomahawk. It's been a up and down season. The good run was 3 second places in a row early in the year. But Parker, how good does it feel to be able to get back some speed in this Lexus RCF to close out the year?
It's amazing. You know, Vassar Sullivan Championship Racing, it says it in the name. We want to race for championships. Unfortunately, coming in here, we didn't have a lot to lose, but we knew we wanted to get back on the podium. We needed to do it for Frankie, for Jack, for myself, and for the entire organization. You know, Lexus Racing. We don't race to just finish these races. You want to race to spray champagne and win some trophies. So today, we've got our best man going forward. Jack looks like he's in an okay spot. It's going to be a real tall order, but if there's anybody that can do it, it's him.
And the 14 John has come into pit lane just in front of us for what should be their final pit stop of the race. But the number 12 Vassar Sullivan Lexus is good to the end of the race. Thank you.
And also in from third position, came in with 40% of the virtual fuel. They've topped it up to 73%, and they are gone. Off they go. Philip Eng couldn't make it on 40%.
They were never going to make it, we knew that, but now do Porsche Penske Motorsport have the guts to go for this win as well as go for get the championship?
They can't put the championship in jeopardy.
Exactly. It would be gutsy or stupid. So if you play the conservative play is for Mathieu Jaminet to bring that car in and effectively copy what the number 24 BMW has done, and that puts them, no matter what happens, full course, yellow, all green, doesn't matter. They'll be there to just follow them home and take the championship.
There's Ricky Taylor pitting from what was 5th position, and they've come in, well, they were tight on fuel, so that is their standard run plan. Actually, they were down to 5%. Now Roman De Angelis does not now have to pass Philip Eng, so now he's up to 5th position, 45 seconds away from the leader, but still 2 seconds behind Roman Grosjean. In fairness, that Lamborghini is doing all right, but now they're not catching the Whelen Cadillac at the front of the field. Down to the pit lane for the BMW 24 pit stop.
It's around me, but I'm not quite sure, John. It's a very packed pit lane now as we get towards the end of the race. What I can tell you is that Wayne Taylor Racing, that Cadillac that has just come in, they are doing tires as well, because as you pointed out, this is the end of their normal stint length, and even with 34 minutes left on the clock, they are not comfortable taking those Michelins, even in the cool temperatures, to the end of the race.
We've also got the left tail light bar on the bottom of the wing end plate is off on that car.
The sister car.
Yeah.
Strangely. But what that also means, Arjuna's absolutely right about the stint length, but if there is a full course caution, they then got the shiniest Michelins in town to fight for the win.
This is intriguing. 13-2 last time around for Roman De Angelis. Romain Grosjean 13-1, 14-8 from Tom Blomqvist. He cannot make it to the end, so he will have to peel out of that. And those two cars are catching, and there's only 5 seconds between Grosjean and Blomqvist. A 15-2 from Jaminet last time around, and a 14-2 from the leader, Earl Bamber. That means that the top 5 are separated now by, well, let me see them go across the line, because I don't believe that. I've just heard the Aston Martin, but that's not with us yet at the moment. 8:42 as they come through. I think that's about 40 seconds now, just over 40 seconds.
It's not out with the realms of possibility for Lamborghini to win this race, because
you're right.
Romain Grosjean has 44%, the Wayland Cadillac has 42%, and they're right on the edge on fuel. Jaminet 39%. So if Grosjean can keep the Aston Martin at bay, there is a possibility that if the Wayland Cadillac doesn't make it, we don't think the number 6 Porsche is going to make it. So there is a possibility that the Lamborghini SC63 on its last race in IMSA could potentially win Petit Le Mans.
All right, what's the biggest story? Lamborghini winning on its last outing, or the Heart of Racing
equal.
Valkyrie winning its first race?
Couldn't pick them. No way. I wouldn't dare pick to say which is more significant.
How about both of them on the podium? I'd take that for a story.
How much would you have laughed at somebody at the beginning of the week if they'd said that? Incredible. Maybe not laugh, but you'd have gone unlikely. But Motor Racing's good at throwing
possibly
up
not
these.
both.
Yeah.
And you have to say, actually, the risk of cursing commentator Stiley, the Lamborghini has not really, with any of its drivers, put a Michelin tyre and wheel wrong, has it?
Not at all. And for, you think about underneath, this year they brought in the help of Riley, a team that need no introduction in North American sports car racing. The Riley Daytona prototype, which they constructed, is still by far the most successful car at the Rolex 24. They are helping to run this car, and the performance has definitely improved, and the race execution has definitely improved. And for Riley, and for, of course, Kelly Moss with involvement there as well, Riley Kelly Moss. Wow, I can imagine the tensions are high right now on the pit wall there.
I actually don't know where to look at the moment. We've got many screens in here, most of which have got some form of timing and scoring on it. We've also got the strategy screens, and there's a little touch there, was there? The number 57, Winward Racing GTD champions-elect. Just a little touch. It's the corner that's already damaged on the Aston Martin. That tells you, I think, just how hard Roman De Angelis is charging. He's dropped back in that traffic to 4 seconds behind Roman Grosjean, who's only now 4 seconds behind Tom Blomqvist. There's the Aston across the line. Wait for the update to come. No, he's not across the line, my apologies. Just heading around the back of the circuit at the moment.
Oh my goodness. What a moment this is for Roman De Angelis, who's been in this paddock for several years now. He seems like a seasoned competitor, but which he is, but he's still a very young man, and this opportunity, he's climbed up the ladder with the Heart of Racing. He's been very much their driver. They've helped him along the way, won the GTD championship with them 3 years ago, and now they've put their faith in him to try and get the best result this program has seen so far.
Well, we crowned a champion provisionally earlier on in the race with 25 minutes to go. Then about time, I think, we had another word with Winward Racing. Russell Ward is down in the pit lane with Arjuna.
Russell, we spoke in hour 1 or 2, if I remember correctly, and we weren't wanting to talk about the championship, but I think unofficially now we can say congratulations. What has been a great 2025. Once the championship was settled, once some of the retirements had happened, did you start pushing out on track? Did you take a few risks?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you still want to keep the car home, bring the car home clean, and but a little bit more risk, I think, than we've taken most of the year. I mean, this year, we've been really conservative. Held the points lead for majority of the races, and now that we clinched it, you could maybe go a little bit more side by side, and had some pretty good battles out there with the 27 and the 96. So hope they think the same.
And a pretty cool story, finishing off the season both at Indy and here at Petit Le Mans with some extra names on the car as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're here, with the same livery we had in Petit, supporting Heavens 27, which is a fantastic, organization. And so if anybody has a chance and has a desire, please go check it out and, help us support such a great cause.
The foundation helps support those that were impacted by the flood in Texas. It's a really good cause. Go and check it out. Russell, congratulations. Thanks for the time as ever.
Awesome. Thank you, man.
One other championship that has effectively been sealed and was really since the opening lap with the incident that Brendan Ariep was in is the Aiken Award, which awards an automatic entry to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. It looks like for the second straight year it's going the way of Ori Fidani, who joins me here running 9th in the race. It's been a good, solid day, but I suspect mission number 1 was making sure you got a trip back to France next June.
100% right. That was our goal, and we achieved it. The unfortunate way, don't like to see that happen to Brendan. Not a nice way to win, but unfortunately that's how it goes sometimes. So we're super excited to get back there for the second time, where we can actually run without having to learn at the same time. So yeah, I'm super excited, super happy.
How special is it to have that carrot dangling at the end of the stick for IMSA competitors who have the bronze grading here in the GTD class?
Yeah, it's super awesome, super special, and I just can't wait to go back. I said it after doing it last year. It was just, I got to get back there. So now I'm happy to be able to look forward to it, and yeah.
The season began beautifully at Daytona, of course. You had the first trip to Le Mans, and now capping it off with a top 10 run and another Aiken Award at Motul Petit Le Mans. How do you sum up 2025?
I don't know. I think it was pretty awesome. I mean, started on a good note, learned a lot with the car this year, and ended on an even better note. And now we can look forward to it. And yeah, and now I'm officially team manager or team owner, and got a lot of work to do when I get back home and get organized for next year and see what we can do at Daytona again before we head off to Le Mans.
Exactly. The new team under your wing now. A lot of it will look the same with AWA's core component, but how proud are you to take a team, your team, over to France?
Pretty proud, man. Pretty happy. Pretty happy. These guys are an awesome bunch, guys and girls. And yeah, we'll do it again and it'll be wicked.
Well done.
Thanks, buddy.
That's great, isn't it? Really, really good. And it is important, and fair play to IMSA, using 2 great names from the past. Bobby Aiken was in the back of the booth earlier on. Bob Aiken's son. Yeah.
I was up stuffing my face in the Penny Cafe.
Yeah. And obviously the Truman Award as well for the best non-pro drivers. Unofficially, after 8 hours, it is the lead for the number 21 Ferrari. Nino Adu, Alessandro Pagnini, Simon Mann ahead by 3 points of that car that was out on the first lap for the GTD Endurance Cup. Looks like they're going to cruise to that one. They'll get some more points at the end of the race, and they are leading at the moment at Motul Petit Le Mans.
But this is an interesting dynamic. Leading the race in that 21 car is Alessandro Pierchini, but James Collado in the Triarzi Ferrari is only 1.3 seconds behind They pitted only one lap apart, so they're on the same strategy. Now, of course, Alessandro and James are long-standing teammates. They've won several World Championships together. They've won Le Mans together. But now they're sworn enemies. They want to win Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Two really cracking factory drivers from Ferrari. Thomas Ricker asking about the LMP2 championship. The number 99 sits in 5th at the moment for the EO Racing squad. Dane Cameron bringing that car home. Effectively, the problems for the number 22 with that upright failure for United Autosports decided the championship, Thomas. So 5th is absolutely fine. By the time we've got 20 minutes remaining at the moment, I don't think there's even enough time, even if they stopped now and didn't turn another lap, that the 22 could overhaul them. Paul de Resta is, 15 laps down on them.
Pretty much home and dry.
Yeah.
And of course, following up on our discussion about Ori Ferdani winning the Aiken Award to get that an invite to Le Mans, of course, for the winner of the LMP2 Championship, they win the Truman Award, which gives you that invite to Le Mans for next year. And of course, remember, AO Racing have got to go back and defend their win because they won the Pro-Am class this year.
Go down to Arjuna in just a second. Hearing on the radio again, Pastor was from NASCAR Productions at Concord. The front two are being told stretch, stretch, stretch at the moment. So does that mean push and get the gap, or does that mean hold on? Oh, side-by-side contact, and that's the 81 car again with problems. And there was, I think...
It was the number 7 Porsche and the number 10 Cadillac.
It was
getting
the Cadillac
into it together.
Yeah.
And also, why don't you chuck the 93 Acura into the mix there? Nazar, Taylor and Van de Zande. Those three have had some dogfights under dark here at the Motul Petit Le Mans, haven't they?
Oh, they certainly have. Let's find out about the GTD battles with Arjuna. He's been questioning people about their fuel usage. Have you found anything out?
It sounds like both Cadillac Whelen and Porsche Penske's number 6 are in the same boat, where they are on that very fine margin of probably not making it to the end, John. However, 20 minutes to go, a caution could come out, and that would put them in prime position to do what we've seen happen in multiple endurance races this year. I think back to Watkins Glen, where there were some cars that crossed the line with effectively 0.1% of their energy left in the tank. We could be in for a similar sort of finish here at the Motul Petit Le Mans.
Lamborghini or Aston could easily win this race because the 3 cars ahead, first of all, Acura Michelin Racing, Tom Blomqvist is already down to 14%, so he's not making it to the end. That's only 6% less than Mathieu Jaminet and 7% less than Earl Bamber. The Lamborghini has got
a lap on the 31 Cadillac.
Yeah.
A lap of extra fuel, maybe even 2. So
and Aston Martin are in clover. But at the moment, they haven't pressed the go button, I don't think. How much longer dare they wait?
Ultimately, I think they are pressing the go button, but the Lamborghini is as well, and is matching them blow for blow. Now, we should remember, this time last year, the Lamborghini SC63 had set the fastest lap of the race and was very strong in every part of the racetrack. Now, they haven't necessarily shown that during the race week, but here we are under dark, and they're performing. So if that 30, I think the number 6 Porsche can't make it unless they make fuel on board. But the 31 is right on the fence if they can make it, the 31 Cadillac, if they can make it or not. If they don't, the Lamborghini can win the race.
Down in the pit lane, there's movement. And it's not Arjuna Kankapati, because he is stationary watching the lead Cadillac Whelen team. Arjuna, what's happening?
Well, the fuelers have got up onto the wall, John, and are getting ready. I don't think this is going to be an immediate pit stop, but it's one where I think if they were able to get into pit lane before the time of a caution, they would take that and try and cycle back to the front of the field. But I think this is more just a precaution in case they need to pit in the next couple of laps, get the crew ready to go. Otherwise, I think it's going to come right down to the wire.
This is extraordinary. A short fuel stop. Do you put 2 tyres on, Peter, whilst you're fueling? Do you risk that? Do you risk maybe a cross-threaded lug nut?
Okay. Last pit stop for Philippe Eng in the 24 BMW was 48 seconds, and that was quite a long hold of fuel. Right now, the Cadillac has a 40-second advantage back to the Lamborghini.
Yeah.
So by that measure, the Whelen Cadillac could come in, and likewise the number 6 Porsche could come in, take a tiny wee splash, and get out in time.
Remember what Aaron told us earlier on. He said they were being told to stretch. That wasn't stretch fuel, that was stretch the gap. That was stretch the gap. And I say that here, where has that in the Europol car just gone past the leader? No, can't have, surely. He's just been passed back down into turn 1 if it did. So another lap into the pit lane for Tijmen van der Helme with a 58-second through the pit stop. And that's the final pit stop for JDC Miller Motorsports. I think they've had a really good run. They're 3 laps down now, and they'll finish in 12th position. But what a great run, and what a debut in the championship for Max Esterden.
For Max Esterson, I think he's proven his point, and he, as far as I understand, is an FIA silver graded driver, so I think there'll be some LMP2 teams that will be very interested in his services for next year for the IMSA WeatherTech Championship.
I think we're going to get the leader in this time around. First and second, both under 15% now. Blomqvist at 8% as well. This is going to be super tight. Roman Grosjean is only on 17%, so he's pushing in that Lamborghini, but he might not be able to do it. Here's the leader for the splash and go. The leader is in the pit lane, on the pit lane speed limit, and cannot afford, and he's followed in by the Porsche. Porsche's followed it in from second. Jaminet comes in. Blomqvist might as well come in as well, surely. Doesn't want to get caught on the wrong side of this. And Grosjean has close to 1.5 seconds behind Tom Blomqvist. It's now about the pit stops. Here's Arjuna, he'll watch that. I'll tell you where Roman Grosjean is.
So about 3 seconds of fuel have gone in already as we continue to watch the cars fill up. Porsche Penske sliding their way through as well. It was about 8 seconds, 10 seconds of fuel, John. It was not much time for Cadillac Whelen. Off and away they go.
63 is on the start-finish straight now. It's going to be really tight. The leader's not out of the turn 1 yet. No tyres, just a splash. Roman Grosjean comes through the first corner, and we've got a battle for the lead down through the S's with cars between them. But Roman Grosjean is right there in second place, and he's going to be less than 5 seconds, fewer than 5 seconds between the first and second, and Roman De Angelis goes back up into third for the Aston Martin, and he's the one who's got the fuel now between second and third. Of course, there's no fuel problems now for Earl Bamber in the number 31, but Mathieu Jaminet, I think, has given up the position and he's dropped off the podium. Yes, he has. He's in 4th position, just ahead of Philippe Eng, and it's Bamber, Grosjean and De Angelis fighting for the win at the 28th running of Motul Petit Le Mans.
Fantastic stuff. I do still think that Lamborghini's got enough fuel. I think they can make it, but which position? Oh, problem for the 22.
Slowly.
They are United Autosport 22. More problems
on the back straight for Paul de Resta, Dan Goldberg and Rasmus Lund. They're out of contention. Looks like it's sitting down low on one side there. Is that another suspension issue? Yes, it is. It's the left front suspension. So that's both uprights have gone on that car. He'll get it to the pit lane. Will stay green, I think, coming down to 11 minutes to go. It's 1 second between Earl Bamber and Roman Grosjean, and 3 seconds further back, Roman De Angelis in the Valkyrie. Top 3 again separated by 4 seconds. It's as you were. Bamber on 27% of fuel, 12% for Grosjean and 23.9%
for Roman De Angelis. 22 United has made it on the pit road. We stay green. This could still be a fairy tale ending. It happens like this at Motul Petit Le Mans. End of programme. Teams changing over. Will the Lamborghini 63 go out with a bang? It's going to go out with a bang, even if it's on the podium. But I've got to tell you, I don't think Roman Grosjean wants a podium. I think he wants the win. Down to turn 1, nothing between them. He's right there. Earl Bamber goes through turn 1. There's traffic ahead of the leader. He's just squeezed through. So there's one car now between Earl Bamber and Roman Grosjean. But as ever, you don't get clear track for a very long time here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. You're trying to listen, aren't you?
And who does that favour? The free track? Probably the Cadillac, I would say, because they've been the strongest car on outright pace all weekend. But everything's gone out the window here. This has been more about guile, more about grit and strategical nous.
The team are telling Earl Bamber he is in control. Bring it home. Roman Grosjean, he's right there. And then another 1.8 seconds further back, Roman De Angelis.
Now
he's got a Cadillac in the way. Is that
Louis Delatraz, number 40, who is, you'd think, if you're thinking, he's a lap down, he should get out of the way. No, he's got to try with everything he's got to try and somehow get himself back onto the lead lap and hope for a very short caution. That's all he can hope for right now.
That could be huge traffic for the leader at the top of the hill, but also for the chasing car. This is going to close everybody up, and there's another prototype in there as well. That's one of the Acuras by the headlight signature, I think, that's going through the S's at the moment. This is so close. The red, white and black car can't tell that in the darkness. 8.5 minutes to go, and the 28th Motul Petit Le Mans at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta has given us absolutely everything. Huge move down the inside of Delatraz by Roman De Angelis, who now gets the big V12 singing down the backstretch. He can see the tail lights ahead, but he's not closing in on them. Goes past the Van der Steur Racing Aston Martin Vantage. There's two cars ahead that are trying to outbrake each other, and here comes De Angelis. Oh, that car looks good in the dark, doesn't it?
Sounds good in the dark too.
No, side by side through turn 12, and still no joy for Grosjean as he's in behind that number 93 Acura. Here comes De Angelis on Grosjean now. Grosjean held up by that 93. This is great news for Earl Bamber. He's pulled out a couple of seconds.
Number 74 Riley going slow. Went over to the other side of the road. Are they just letting the leaders through? Or,
yeah, I think so.
Or is there something more sinister afoot? They're running in 8th at the moment. It seems okay. It seems back to pace now. That's Carl Robinson on board. That's nice. That's cool. They're going to have Carr take the checkered flag. That's really cool.
Like that. In his last full season race in IMSA, he's going off to start an off-road team. Says he wants to come back and have another crack at the Rolex 24 at Daytona.
Bamber on that last lap extended the gap to the tune of 0.4 of a second. This time round, he's pulling more time out of Grosjean. Bamber has this in control right now with just under 7 minutes to go. But can De Angelis get close enough to pull a move on Grosjean and move up into second position? He's not far behind. There's no one between him and Grosjean now, about 6 car lengths.
And I don't think Grosjean's going to make it. He's down to 4%. That's only a couple of laps. He's going to be 2 laps short.
That's right. Yeah, he's short. Yeah,
I think he's going to be short. It was a great effort. They might not hold on to this podium, but it was win or bust for the Lamborghini. That could be second place for De Angelis, and is there time for him to catch Earl Bamber?
Well, last lap by 1:13.4 for Earl Bamber, 1:14.6 for De Angelis. So at that progression, the answer is no, but that can of course be a quirk of the traffic. That can come back in the favour too. Let's keep an eye on the next lap time and see.
Leader, number 31, got clear track ahead. The next two cars that he will have to pass is the number 10, Ricky Trailer-driven Cadillac Will Taylor racing car, and Felipe Nasser. But they're actually coming, it's a huge line from into the pit lane for the second place car. So it is not the fairy tale ending that I think we'd all hope for that car.
Yes.
What a run though, what a run.
Valiant.
And I've got to say, right here, right now, the BDO No Strategy Award for Aston Martin. They rolled the dice early. They came in at the first possible opportunity, 3.2 seconds. They're in second place at the moment. Can they upgrade that, Peter?
This might sound strange, but I wouldn't put them in for the BDO No Strategy Award, because I think that would be unfair on just the pure pace they've had. I think they're where they are because of pace. There's others that have needed to play very good strategy to be there. Number 6 Porsche for one. I think that the 23 Aston Martin's here on its speed.
6/10 taken out of the leader by De Angelis last time around. They did that thing where you make your last pit stop first, and that put pressure. My point about that, Peter, was it put pressure onto the front of the field. It meant that the guys, they didn't dare trying to stretch it to the end. They had to pull that gap and use the fuel. That's why I think strategically that was a good call on that final pit stop.
But not a bad call for sure, as has proven to be. But I think also with 4 minutes to go, we should point out just how impressive the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac outfit have been, whether that be the engineers, the mechanics, the drivers. As soon as they rolled this car out the truck, they have, you look at all the sector times through practice, they have been the car. And remember, they are not the only Cadillac. There is a very, very experienced and successful team in Wayne Taylor Racing with 2 of them. They've blown them out the water.
7th and 9th for those 2
and they've been
cars.
quicker all week. They've set the car up, they've found something that's superior, and they've executed perfectly, but it's not done yet.
3 seconds between them. Tiny bit of time taken out of the leader by Roman De Angelis. He's going to run out of laps. He's going to run out of laps. Or at least he's going to run out of time. 2 laps as they come through. Now 5 miles for Roman De Angelis and a whole heap of traffic.
I think it'll be 3 laps. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, you're right, actually, because they're doing one. It's going to depend. It will depend when Earl Bamber crosses the line. It could be tight.
So that's maybe why they had to then were really worried about the fuel, because they're going to go about an extra lap into overtime, maybe another 2.5 miles that they maybe expected.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that we've got 7.5 miles to go. 8% left for Roman De Angelis, 11 for Earl Bamber. So no fuel worries for the Cadillac Whelen car. You've just got to keep pushing on, surely. They're running nigh identical times down to 3-4 decimal places. The leader on the back straight in a huge amount of traffic right up behind TDS Racing and Mikkel Jensen, who are leading and going to win in LMP2, provided they get that car home.
We as fans love seeing this, all of the variety that we have in the IMSA WeatherTech Championship. But we mentioned the Valkyrie for a minute. It's a unique piece in the way that the rule set that what it's based on. Imagine right now if you're lucky enough to be an Aston Martin Valkyrie road car owner and you're watching this race right now going, that's my car in a motor race with some Le Mans prototypes.
Now we've got 5 miles to go for the leader, just under, because it will be white flag next time around. Big traffic, and the TDS car right in front of Earl Bamber through the S's. There was nothing Earl could do there because those LMP2 cars have got a lot of downforce. Peter Mackay was talking about that on the flasher. 2 cars Ahead of him, Chetelaar Racing's Ferrari, the distinctive blue car, through turn 6, stands him up in the middle of the corner, and here comes De Angelis. He lost a bit of time last time around in traffic, but has he got the opportunity to use the power? It'll be 1 to go as they come to the line. They've done enough. They've done enough in the 31 car, but what a run it's been from Harter Racing and Valkyrie. And Jaminet and Campbell will take the title and be on the podium. Impressive stuff. White flag in hand in front of us. It waves now for Earl Bamber as he sweeps past the traffic. Where is Roman De Angelis? He's not close enough. He's taken a second out of Earl that time around, but it's only 3 seconds between them. It's not enough. He needed to be right on the rear of that car. And in fact, actually, he's still got the number 93, the Acura, between them.
It's been 6 years since the Whelen Engineering Cadillac team have been on the top step here at Petit Le Mans. They've won everything there is to win in North American sports car racing. And this was Action Express, who run the car at their absolute best. Execution, setup, and the drivers, Jack Aitken, Fred Vesti, on the anniversary of his IMSA debut, don't forget, and Earl Bamber.
And so that's Fred Vesti in that car as well, as you say. Action Express like to be the first car out in every session, and they have rolled off the truck in the way they had in the past when they were taking championships. They've rolled off and they have been impressive. Coming to the line, it is the 28th running of Motul Petit Le Mans, and Earl Bamber brings the Whelen Cadillac home to win here at Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. There's a story for all of the top 3. The Cadillac wins it. Harter Racing, Aston Martin, fulfills the prediction that we had earlier in the season that they'd be on the podium by the end of the year, and I am very happy about that as a fan. And in 3rd place, the championship goes to the 2 Matthews, or Mathieu Jaminet and Matty Campbell. What a brilliant, brilliant podium that is. Peter Mackay.
Quite amazing, quite amazing. I mean, our overall champions, the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport team, is another IMSA title for Jaminet and for Campbell. Of course, they won the GTD Pro Championship back in 2022. Quite amazing for them. And of course, they, at the start of the year, they had to play second fiddle. The number 7 car was the superstar car. They won the first 3 races of the season, but the number 6 crew of Mathieu Jaminet and Matt Campbell have turned it around.
It's going to be TDS that wins in LMP2. And Paul Miller Racing win GTD Pro. Let's go down to Paul Miller Racing with Arjuna.
I've got Max Hesse and Conor Di Filippi who are celebrating with the whole team. It's been a sterling effort in the Endurance Cup races, in particular from both BMWs. Max, I know this must be a pretty great victory. How special does this feel?
Yeah, it's awesome, it's awesome. As you mentioned, wrapping up the Endurance Cup, the team that I want to, so... And to win this race, it's amazing. It's our 2nd win of the year, so super, super pumped. We've done really, really well at all the endurance rounds, and yeah, emotions are running high. It's one of the biggest victories for us, for sure.
Your first Motul Petit Le Mans, how crazy was that for you when you were behind the wheel of the car?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was, yeah, I really, really loved it every minute on the track. It's an amazing event. It gives me feelings like 24-hour Nürburgring back in Europe, so it's incredible.
Thanks, Max. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Max Hesse in his debut season in IMSA alongside Tan Harper, taking that Michelin Endurance Cup and a win here today. One of, well, there are 2 Michelin Endurance Cup overall wins. And then in GTD Pro, it's a 5th IMSA title for Antonio Garcia, along with his co-driver. And
still hasn't won this race.
Still not won the race, but I think he'll be okay with that right now. And Alex Sims, a 2nd IMSA title. His old team winning here at Petit Le Mans.
Yeah, and the number 3 Corvettes team win our BDO Nose Strategy Award for the GT classes. And with the number 6 car on the podium and winning the championship, I do think it has to go to the Aston Martin to get them back up into second. They forced the issue. That was a really, really quality move, power move. So Hartner Racing get it for the prototype classes. Let's go down to Arjuna.
And the V12 has just roared past us. I've got Alex Ribera standing by me. Alex, you've been juggling across the ocean this program. First podium here in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship.
Yeah, no words really to describe. Just so proud of all the guys in the team, and what a way to finish the race. What a way to finish the season here in IMSA. I'm just very, very emotional right now. It means a lot for this organization, for Aston Martin, for the heart of racing, and this is all for them. This is for everybody in the US, for everybody that support us also from the WEC program. This is a huge effort, and it's for everybody.
Now, we saw the car come in with about 45, 50 minutes left to go, and we were wondering, did you come in too early? That call has won our BDO No Strategy of the Race for Prototype Award. What was the conversation that led to that early pit stop?
Well, the conversation was one that didn't have me involved at all, because we leave that to the brains of the operation, which are extremely talented. We are so privileged to have some of the best engineers I've ever worked with here at the heart of racing, and they went for it. They made the call that was risky, but they knew the upside was there, and luckily it played out for us. So super proud of them.
Congratulations. I think the party's at heart of racing here tonight.
Absolutely.
Well, brilliant stuff, Alex Riberas. That whole team, actually, that is an incredible story. And I mean, isn't it lovely that on the overall podium you've got 3 great stories? We've got the champions in 3rd place, a fantastic story for Hartner Racing and the Valkyrie, and Whelen Cadillac back to winning ways. Let me give you the results in the other classes as well. In LMP2, TDS come out as winners, the number 11 squad, ahead of Inter-Europol competition in 2nd place, and in 3rd, Ollie Jarvis anchored home Era Motorsport. The top 10, by the way, all GTPs, but a big gap between the first 3 and everybody else. Roman Grosjean salvaging a 4th place. I think that's their best result of the season, isn't it? 4th place for the Lamborghini.
That's the best result that car's ever had.
Yeah, anywhere. In 13th, 14th and 15th were the top 3 in LMP2 that we mentioned there, but the championship will go to the 18th position in the LMP2 category. Let's go to Earl Bamber, winner of the race, and then we'll pick up the champions.
He got to park it in victory lane at Motul Petit Le Mans for the number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. You had the anchor stint there, and that included the late splash and go. How nervous were you that you were going to hang on to the lead?
I mean, we knew that everyone was going to have to splash there, and we've had our moments on fuel this year, and you know, that was another one. It was a true IMSA race, but the guys did a great job. They just kept keeping me updated, and we timed that perfectly there with the Lamborghini. You know, our teammates helped out there as well, so just a phenomenal job all around by Cadillac to get the victory here.
You've got 2 young co-drivers that don't have a heap of sports car racing experience. They've grown up quickly, haven't they?
I'm still young as well, you know, but no, they've been fantastic. I mean, Jack's amazing, and Fred coming in this year is absolutely phenomenal. So we've built a good core team, and you know, winning these last 2 races is really sweet. You know, the guys at you know, Whelen have worked really, really hard as well in the shop. They've given us an amazing car. We haven't stopped giving up. So it's incredible. Yeah, boy!
The team is here. The celebration has begun.
And I'm now with our season champions in GTP, Matthew Jaminet, Matt Campbell, grabbing a quick photo with some of the Porsche Penske Motorsports team. But I'm going to start with Matthew Jaminet, who brought the car home at the very end with some close strategy as well. Matthew, what was going through your mind in that last hour? Were you saving some fuel trying to get to the end?
Yeah, we tried to save quite a bit, try to make it to the end. Obviously, it was a pretty long shot. Didn't work out, and then yeah, honestly, I pretty early gave up for a win. Obviously, we tried with Matt, and we're flat out. But at the end of the day, you also don't want to take too much risk, and I didn't want to be the idiot at the end of the day. So we were in a position that was comfortable to bring it to the end and bring the championship. So yeah, that's what I did. And you know, after being so close the last 2 years with the 6 crew, yeah, we really would like to thank all of them, the mechanics, you know, engineer, JD, that we stayed together because we had many disappointments. But yeah, finally we got it, and actually also with my best buddy, so with Mr. Campbell. So yeah, it's even nicer.
And let's talk to Mr. Campbell. Matt, only one win this year, but it's consistency that's seen you rise to this point. And I heard a very interesting line from you earlier this week where I think you said you've proved to some people that maybe didn't think you belonged in a prototype that you've got what it takes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both of us can say that. And, you know, first year back together after a couple of years off, and, you know, it was like we've never left each other. So it's been a fantastic year for Mature and the whole team. And, you know, definitely the consistency side has been key, you know, making sure we're ticking over in races, getting points finishes, and being consistent. So yeah, awesome to get the championship. You know, I think we've been close, you know, when we've been on different cars in the last couple of years, but it hasn't worked out in the last race. And to do it with my best mate, Mathieu, after a couple of years away is fantastic. So, you know, absolutely over the moon.
Congrats, Matt.
Thank you.
Alessandro Pierguidi still waiting for the rest of his teammates to show up here in victory lane, but a big smile on your face. It's a second Motul Petit Le Mans class win for you in your career. How special is this achievement?
Yeah, actually we won also the North American Endurance Championship,
yes.
so it's great. It's a great achievement. The team did an amazing job. We have been quite unlucky during the season, but at the end, in this race, we pay off a lot.
How do you keep fighting on even when you have hit some bad luck from time to time?
Yeah, well, you never give up. We try to keep going. At the end, we were fighting with James. Actually, we always raced together. It was quite nice to fight together. And yeah, it was a tough last stint, especially with the traffic. It was very hard. But we tried to manage well. I think the strategy was very good. I was on hot tires when James was on cold. I was able to have one shot. I did it, and then I had a little bit more speed to pull away a bit of gap. And then with the traffic, the gap was keep increasing. We were very close till the end, but everything went well for us.
You mentioned the Endurance Cup title. You got it by 6 points. Was that the goal coming in first and foremost, or was it about winning Motul Petit Le Mans?
Actually, our main target, our first target was the championship. The strategy was focused for that. And but of course, when you are there, you try to win the race. This race is amazing. I already won one in GTLM, and now in GTD. So maybe why not in hypercar next time?
Why not? All right, let's go and hear from some champions now with Arjuna.
I've got Antonio Garcia with me, a 6-time champion here in the world of IMSA. He let out a little bit of a sigh when I said that, but Antonio, it's a remarkable year. At one point, it looked like you were just going to win a championship potentially without the win, but that win propelled you to this point, and a fierce fight with Dragon Speed all the way to the end.
Yeah, it was tight. I mean, I would have liked a little bit more relaxed one with not just 10 points in between us, but yeah, I mean, it was a very tough race. I mean, luckily we kind of turned things around a little bit between qualifying and now. I mean, we had a really, really competitive car, and yeah, it was, I mean, I knew the car was there since lap 1. It's like, okay, we just need to focus and keep on gaining places, and obviously we didn't have probably the pace to pass people on track, but I mean, we did just a fantastic job again. I mean, saving fuel, doing everything right, and gaining positions and taking every opportunity. So, yeah, 6 championships. But I think that's a group thing. I mean, that would never happen without corporate racing. All the teammates that I had over the past 16 years, and yeah, very, very happy.
So 6 championships is sensational, but 7 is special. Are we going to see you back next year and ready to push for another title?
Oh man, yeah. I mean, I don't see myself retiring. I feel like I'm 20 still. So yeah, they need to suffer a little bit more of Garcia around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's hear from the LMP2 class winners. We've got Hunter McElrea, Mikkel Jensen has leapt into the arms of Stephen Thomas. We'll start with Hunter because you're not carrying anyone at the moment. Congratulations on the class win. I understand the Endurance Cup ended in a tie. Do you know who had the tiebreaker?
Yeah, we won more races. So from my understanding, it's us. So not too bad.
Not too bad at all. Congratulations on the title as well as the race win. We'll go to Mikkel next. You have tears in your eyes. What's the significance of the achievement here tonight?
It's my last race with Steven, with TDS. It's pretty emotional to get on top. At the last race, we win the endurance, we win the last 2 races together. Steven is driving incredibly well. You know, he got his pole taken away, started from the back of the grid, brought it back at the front. So I'm just sad that this adventure is finishing here, but finishing on a high note is always what you want, so just super emotional.
Steven told me about an hour ago he had faith that you would win because he had the best prototype driver in the world in the car, and he meant you. What does that mean?
I think he's right, yeah. I think we were getting a setback with 2 hours to go. Our tail lights didn't work, so we had to box unexpectedly to finish it, to change it. And from then on, we just needed the best laps out there to make it back, and yeah, finally we managed.
And Steven, we'll close with you to cap off at least this chapter of your IMSA adventure with an Endurance Cup Championship and a win at Motul Petit Le Mans. Could you have dreamt it up any better?
I really couldn't. After the pole and we found out the pole got taken away because of the non-conforming part, it was like, oh no. But then we got in the race and I thought, wow, I could start at the back. Never done that before, and it was just a ton of fun. Like the first 2 stints were probably the best stints I've ever had, and I just had a ton of fun. And getting to race with these guys is the best ever. And my wife over there let me race. I'm very grateful for it, Emily Alexander, and I just want to thank the team and TDS.
We wish you the best as you move on to pastures new, but we hope you're not a stranger. We'd love to see you more in the future.
Well, find me a sponsor, and I'll be back.
We'll see what we can dream up. Congratulations, TDS Racing, Endurance Cup champions and Petit Le Mans class winners.
And the number 11 squad, TDS, confirmed on that tiebreak against Tom Dillman and Bijoy Garg, both on 46 points. But they win it not as Hunter McElrea thought by more race wins, but by more first stage points. So the better first stage finishes in the Endurance Cup. But they are indeed LMP2 Michelin Endurance Cup winners. Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT coming up. Before I go, thank you to Rob Diaz, to Scratch, to Alan, to Dave Miller and all the staff at the circuit here, particularly to Aaron and to Alyssa, who've been in our ears throughout this season, to all of our broadcast crew throughout the season, especially to Arjuna and to Ryan and to Peter, who've been here at the weekend, but everyone who's pitched in across the weekend, across the whole season, should I say. Particularly thank you to all of our listeners, all of the technical staff back in London with Tim Gray and his merry band of lads and lasses, and to our managing director of RSL, Eve Hewitt, who has put together a band of partners who have supported us to bring you this coverage absolutely free from start to finish. The countdown to Sebring starts right now, but a reminder that we've still got IMSA racing next weekend. We'll find out who the champions are in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America with Yokohama, and then more racing endurance style through to the end of the year and in January before we rock back up for IMSA at Daytona. We'll wrap up the World Feed TV now with a big thank you to you for listening and watching. Go over to RS2 via IMSARadio.com for Michelin Post Race Tech. We'll see you on the other side on the radio. Bye-bye for now.